I actually crossed over into the Marvel Universe. In the United States, on a certain city street, Chen Feng stared in shock at Abomination, rampaging in the distance, wreaking havoc everywhere. Moments ago, while watching a Marvel movie, he had casually complained that it was far too fake for Thanos to wipe out half the universe with a single snap of his fingers. With just that one remark, his body had crumbled into ash like the superheroes in the film. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered he had traversed into the Marvel world. Having watched the Marvel films, he was acutely aware of how terrifying this universe was. Superheroes were as common as stray dogs. Supervillains roamed everywhere. The Hulk and Abomination could erupt into a street battle at any moment. At any time, a portal might tear open in the sky, and whatever came through either sought to conquer humanity or annihilate the Earth. Beneath the ground, the lizard-like professor lurked unpredictably with hordes of monsters hiding below. It was easy to imagine just how perilous this world truly was. Explosions boomed as Abomination, seemingly displeased with everything in sight, smashed whatever he saw. People or cars, it made no difference. "Oh, help. Run, the monster is coming. Save me, I'm trapped in the car. Quick, get inside the building." Terrified citizens screamed, their voices overlapping in sheer panic. Some people sprinted forward as if their lives depended on it. Some were so scared their legs turned to jelly. Some cowered inside buildings while the wounded cried out for help. Watching Abomination draw closer and closer, Chen Feng turned on his heels and ran. Though he was a Sanda expert who had even won a world championship, in the face of a monster like Abomination, he had no choice but to flee. He had barely taken a few steps when something plummeted from the sky. With a thunderous boom, it slammed into the ground, carving out a deep crater. Cold sweat broke out all over Chen Feng. Had it landed a fraction closer, he would have been crushed to death. A low bestial roar rumbled forth. Chen Feng felt a terrifying aura wash over him. Another deafening crash echoed from within the pit. A massive green hand thrust out of the crater and slammed heavily onto the street, cracking the concrete. Then a green giant hauled himself up from below. Seeing the giant's appearance, Chen Feng blurted out in shock, "The Hulk." Hulk roared a furious bellow that blasted Chen Feng off his feet and sent him crashing more than 10 meters away. Chen Feng hit the ground hard, his body covered in injuries, his arm fractured, eardrums ringing, his head throbbing with agony. Before he could recover, Abomination charged forward. Abomination began a full-force charge, every footfall caving in and cracking the ground. Hulk refused to back down and rushed forward, as well, his momentum no weaker than Abomination's. Caught between Hulk and Abomination, Chen Feng scrambled into an awkward roll, tumbling to the roadside to avoid being trampled. Even so, the shockwaves from their collision still injured him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Watching Hulk and Abomination battle farther and farther away, Chen Feng swore, silently in his heart, "I'll remember this grievous injury. One day I'll repay it 100-fold. Ding! Gene extraction system has been activated." Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Chen Feng's mind. A system? Although he rarely read web novels, he still knew what a system was. It was the indispensable cheat in countless novels. He had never imagined it would appear in his own life. "System, can you make me stronger?" he asked excitedly. Ding! "This system can help the host extract others' genes in order to become stronger," the system replied. "How do I extract them?" Chen Feng asked, his excitement surging. His chance for revenge had arrived. Ding! "The target must willingly allow you to extract their genes. Note, during extraction, you must be in physical contact with the target," the system intoned. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. "System, are you kidding me? In the Marvel world, anyone with superpowers guards their abilities like a priceless treasure. How could they possibly be willing to let me extract their genes?" He snapped in frustration. Ding! "Then defeat them until they submit and willingly allow you to extract their genes or move them emotionally. There are many methods. It depends on the host's own approach," the system responded. "Then can I extract animal genes like those of an ant?" Chen Feng asked. Ding! "No. The host can only extract the genes of humanoid life forms," the system replied. "Sigh. How am I supposed to extract the genes of the strong?" Chen Feng fretted. The rapid thumping of rotor blades cut through the air as an armed helicopter flew at low altitude, strafing Abomination on a rooftop with gunfire. Seeing this scene, Chen Feng suddenly recalled a moment from the Incredible Hulk. Hulk had beaten Abomination until he was utterly exhausted, lying motionless on the ground. If so, perhaps he could exploit Abomination's hatred for Hulk and make him willingly allow his genes to be extracted. Enduring the pain, Chen Feng staggered across the ground, following beneath the armed helicopter. When the armed helicopter was destroyed by Abomination and crashed into a ruined ancient-style building, Chen Feng immediately slipped into a nearby high-rise. He waiting for the moment Hulk would pummel Abomination to the ground. Hulk smash! The enraged bellow echoed in Chen Feng's ears. The world seemed to shake violently, followed by the furious roars of Hulk and Abomination. Chen Feng knew his chance had come. He rushed out and blended into the crowd. He saw Hulk using a thick iron chain to wrap tightly around Abomination's neck. Abomination struggled with all his might, but could not break free. Just as Hulk was about to choke him to death, Hulk's girlfriend Betty cried out no. Though unwilling, Hulk still released him, loosening the chain as his rage slowly subsided. Chen Feng began to edge closer to Abomination. When Hulk was provoked by the blinding searchlights of an armed helicopter and fled in anger, every eye on the scene turned to him. In that instant, Chen Feng made his move. He ran to Abomination's side and whispered, Blonsky, I have a way to kill Hulk, but first you must willingly let me extract your genes. In his weakened state, Abomination turned his head to look at Chen Feng's beast-like eyes, making Chen Feng's scalp prickle with fear. What is your method? Abomination asked hoarsely. Right now, Abomination was extremely weak and deeply dejected, otherwise he would have slapped Chen Feng into a smear of flesh long ago. I can extract your genes and become as strong as you. Then we can join forces to take down Hulk. How about it? Chen Feng proposed. Abomination said nothing, only staring at Chen Feng warily. Sensing his concerns, Chen Feng continued, relax. Extracting your genes won't harm you. I just need you to be truly willing. Fine, I agree, Abomination rasped. Ecstatic, Chen Feng hurriedly placed his hand on Abomination's body and shouted inwardly, System, extract Abomination's genes and fuse them into me. Ding. Abomination's genes successfully extracted. Fusion in progress, the system announced. Ding. Congratulations to the host for fusing Abomination's genes, it added. As the system prompts sounded, a terrifying power began to reshape Chen Feng's body. Oh, he screamed in agony. He felt his bones, tendons, flesh, blood, and skin being forcibly stretched and transformed, the searing pain so intense it made life feel worse than death. Fortunately, the transformation was swift. Within a few seconds, Chen Feng had turned into a humanoid behemoth identical to Abomination. Ding. As the host has successfully extracted a gene for the first time, the system rewards you with a novice gift pack. Chen Feng used his consciousness to open the gift pack and saw an evolution gene inside. Ecstatic, he thought that if Abomination's gene evolved once more, he would absolutely be able to confront the Hulk Hyoin. System, evolve the Abomination gene for me, Chen Feng said. Ding. Abomination gene evolving. Ding. Abomination gene evolution complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Titan Giant gene. As the system's prompt sounded, Chen Feng's body began to change once again. This time, perhaps because he already possessed Abomination's physique, the pain was not as intense as before. Yet the transformation was immense. After fusing the Abomination gene, Chen Feng had been 2.5 meters tall and weighed over 1,000 gene. Now his height had soared to 3 meters, his weight to more than 2,000 gene. His skin shifted from green to a bronze hue, his back broad as a tiger's, his waist thick like a bear's. No longer a mere humanoid beast, but a robust giant. Feeling the terrifying power surging within his body, Chen Feng smiled in satisfaction. At last, he felt a sliver of safety. Abomination, lying on the ground, had witnessed Chen Feng's transformation with his own eyes. Stunned, he exclaimed, "You, why can you transform twice?" Chen Feng lowered his head to look down at Abomination and said, "Because I can extract genes." At first, the people on site had assumed the screams were merely Abomination's and paid no special attention. But when they turned around and saw Chen Feng, even larger than the Hulk, they were seized with terror and hastily raised their guns to aim at him. General Ross was utterly bewildered. What was going on? How had another colossal monster suddenly appeared? Betty let out a shrill, cracking scream. Hiss. The other women drew in sharp breaths. Wow. The men voiced envious exclamations. Everyone present except General Ross was staring fixedly at the area below Chen Feng's waist. Chen Feng glanced down and inwardly cursed. It was far too exaggerated. Hey buddy, use this to cover up. A soldier tossed him a roll of green cloth. Chen Feng caught it, unfurled the cloth, wrapped it around his waist, and tied several tight knots. As soon as he finished, he heard a chorus of disappointed sighs from many of the women. Chen Feng could not be bothered to acknowledge those hungry, thirsty women. Inwardly, he thought, what's there to be disappointed about? At that size, could you even handle it? Who are you? General Ross spoke up. My name is Chen Feng. I can help you capture the Hulk. Chen Feng said calmly. His tone was even, yet every word emerged with a low, muffled growl, perhaps the natural timbre unique to a giant's voice. Then what do you want in return? General Ross asked. He was a man who would not hesitate to trade with devils to achieve his goals, his ambition overflowing. In order to rule the world, he intended to draw blood samples from the Hulk and replicate them, creating more super soldiers. Tell me the Hulk's whereabouts, Chen Feng replied. The Hulk was incredibly fast. In the span of a moment, he had already vanished from sight. Thus, Chen Feng had no choice but to cooperate with General Ross. He needed the Hulk's genes, otherwise he might never be able to revert to human form. Though his current body was powerful and inexhaustibly strong, it was simply too immense. He could not even find a suitable partner if he wished to make love. You had better not toy with me, or my army will crush you into minced meat, General Ross threatened coldly. Then he picked up the walkie-talkie and said, report the Hulk's current location. Reporting, General. The Hulk is in the district and is fleeing toward Forest Park, came his subordinate's voice over the walkie-talkie. Have a helicopter take me there, Chen Feng said. It was his first time in the United States. He was completely unfamiliar with the place and had no idea where anything was. Dispatch 2 helicopters, General Ross ordered. Yes, General, Catherine, his secretary, responded. After only a minute or two helicopters arrived, one of them a heavy lift craft, clearly dispatched with Chen Feng's enormous size in mind. As Chen Feng was about to board the helicopter, the previously weakened abomination slowly stood up and said, I'm going to. I want to beat the Hulk into the ground. With his monstrous regenerative abilities, Abomination had almost fully recovered to his peak state in just a few minutes. You can go, but this time you must obey orders. If you defy me again, I will send you straight to hell, General Ross warned him. In truth, Abomination was loyal to General Ross. If Ross had not just ordered his men to open fire on him, he would never have attacked the general. Abomination gave General Ross a comically stiff military salute and vowed, yes, General. General Ross swept his arm forward. Move out. Abomination and Chen Feng boarded the same helicopter. In the spacious cabin, Abomination asked Chen Feng, how powerful are you? By using your gene, I evolved into a Titan giant, so my strength is 10 times yours, Chen Feng answered. Chen Feng spoke truthfully. The Titan giants were a legendary ancient divine race that had once ruled the earth. They possessed no magical arts, yet their bodies were incomparably formidable, impervious to blades and bullets, and scathed by water or fire, endowed with inexhaustible strength, invincible in close combat. Chen Feng was not exaggerating. 10 times. Abomination gaped in disbelief. Chen Feng nodded. Can you help me evolve into a Titan giant as well? Abomination asked, gazing at Chen Feng with yearning. Abomination was a man who pursued power above all else. For the sake of strength, he did not even fear death. With a mortal body, he had dared to challenge the Hulk. Chen Feng shook his head. I cannot. One more powerhouse meant one more threat. He had no intention of strengthening a potential enemy. Besides, he truly was unable to do it. He himself relied on the system to extract genes. At Chen Feng's refusal, Abomination's expression instantly darkened. His breathing grew rapid, fists clenched tight, veins bulging across his body, as though he were about to strike Chen Feng. Seeing Abomination's state, Chen Feng issued a cold threat. You are no match for me. I advise you to behave yourself, or I will not hesitate to kill you. Abomination's breathing came in harsh gusts as he struggled to rein in his rampaging emotions. Mr. Chen Blonsky, the Hulk is hiding in the cave below. General Ross says you may begin your operation, the helicopter pilot called back. They were still several hundred meters above the ground, yet Chen Feng showed not the slightest fear and leaped straight out. Abomination followed, jumping after him. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous impacts. Chen Feng and Abomination slammed into the ground, each carving out a crater where they landed. With just a few powerful leaps, they arrived at the mouth of a massive cave. Abomination faced the cave and bellowed, Hulk, come out and die. A furious roar answered from within the pitch-black cavern, and the Hulk charged out like a tank at full speed, fearless and unstoppable. Abomination did not flinch and rushed to meet him, only to be slammed aside and sent flying by the Hulk. After knocking Abomination away, the Hulk swung his massive fist straight at Chen Feng. Chen Feng tilted his head, narrowly dodging the Hulk's fist. His hands shot out to seize the Hulk's wrists. With a twist of his body, he turned his back toward the Hulk, yanked down with both arms bent at the waist, and drove his hips upward, executing a flawless over-the-shoulder throw in an instant. With a deafening bang, the Hulk was slammed hard into the ground by Chen Feng. Chen Feng fell to the ground, but did not collapse, still holding onto the Hulk and Betty. With a forceful push from his back, several large armor-piercing rounds were expelled from his body. As soon as the rounds left, the wounds on his body quickly scabbed over, healing completely within seconds. He glanced back at General Ross and coldly declared, General Ross, your actions have successfully etched you into my memory. Don't worry, I will come back for you. After finishing his words, he sprinted with all his might, toppling trees in his path. General Chen Feng is holding Miss Betty, causing our men to hesitate in using heavy weaponry. What should we do? Secretary Catherine said. General Ross slammed the intercom in frustration, exclaiming, This daughter is truly more trouble than she's worth. It's one thing that she doesn't get along with me, but she's constantly causing me trouble. Damn it, General, Catherine asked. General Ross sighed helplessly, saying, Let's retreat. Suddenly he thought of his capable General Blonsky and asked, Is Blonsky dead? Nobody's seriously injured, Catherine replied. As long as he's not dead, that's good enough. General Ross felt relieved. He was not satisfied with the Abomination's abilities because it could not transform into a human. If he were to create many humanoid monsters like the Abomination, all of humanity would rebel against him. After leaving the forest park, Chen Feng ran into a sewer. In the Marvel world, surveillance was everywhere with no place to hide, and only the sewer could barely evade the watchful eyes. Once inside the sewer, Chen Feng stopped running. He let go of the Hulk and Betty. The Hulk had already been choked into unconsciousness and collapsed to the ground the moment he was released. Betty was in better shape, but still felt uncomfortable from being choked. As soon as he released her, she swayed for a moment before regaining her composure. Freed, Betty rushed to the Hulk's side and cried out, "Banner, wake up. You better convince the Hulk to willingly let me extract his genes, or I will truly kill you both," Chen Feng threatened. "I will persuade him, just don't kill us," Betty pleaded with a sobbing voice. Seeing Betty, who was tearful and heart-wrenching, Chen Feng felt a twinge of compassion. Yet thinking of this being his only chance to revert back to human form, that small sense of compassion vanished. What does it matter to bully a woman? As long as he could grow stronger, he would spare no effort. The Hulk's recovery ability was undeniable within a short while he woke up. Seeing the Hulk awake, Betty immediately urged him, "Banner, just let him extract the genes. It won't harm you. Please don't resist, or he will kill us." "Hulk will never yield," the Hulk weakly declared. He was an independent persona of Banner named Hulk. In Hulk's mind there was no fear, only boundless rage. "Isn't it for me?" Betty said sadly. The Hulk looked at Betty and a hint of tenderness appeared in his wild eyes. "Hulk, you have two choices. One, willingly let me extract your genes. Two, I will kill Betty right now," Chen Feng said coldly. The Hulk's body had recovered considerably, but he did not go berserk. Perhaps he knew he couldn't defeat Chen Feng. He looked at his pitiful girlfriend and ultimately chose to lower his proud head weakly, saying, "Hulk chooses to let you extract the genes." "Smart choice," Chen Feng praised happily. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the Hulk, inwardly thinking, "System, extract the Hulk's genes and fuse them with me." "Ding, gene extraction of the Hulk failed," the system replied. "Failed." Chen Feng erupted in fury, punching the Hulk on the head, driving it into the ground. Uffed. The Hulk spat out a stream of green blood. How can you not keep your word?" Betty angrily accused. "Your boyfriend didn't willingly let me extract his genes at all," Chen Feng explained. "That's impossible. He didn't resist you at all just now," Betty replied skeptically. "If you don't believe me, ask him yourself," Chen Feng retorted. "Banner, is what he said true?" Betty asked. The Hulk spat out blood-tainted saliva and glared at Chen Feng, saying, "Hulk is not dead, so it does not count as a loss." Seeing the Hulk's indomitable spirit, Chen Feng was relieved to have captured Betty. Otherwise, he would have been helpless against the Hulk. Without needing Chen Feng's persuasion, Betty proactively urged the Hulk, "Banner, can't you do it for me? Let him extract the genes, and then we can live in a place where no one knows us." Looking into Betty's pleading eyes filled with affection, the Hulk finally yielded and said to Chen Feng, "Come on. This time I won't deceive you." Chen Feng again placed his hand on the Hulk and mentally commanded, "System, extract the Hulk's genes." Ding, gene extraction of the Hulk succeeded, the system announced. Chen Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He could finally revert to human form. "You guys can leave now," Chen Feng said as the Hulk and Betty were no longer of use to him. Upon hearing this, the Hulk quickly embraced Betty and fled. After they left, Chen Feng said, "System, fuse the Hulk's genes with me." "Ding, congratulations to the host for fusing with the Hulk's genes," the system replied. Aside from the coppery skin tone becoming deeper, there were no other changes. Chen Feng began to take deep breaths, calming his emotions. Soon his body began to change. As his emotions stabilized, he shrank down, eventually reverting to his normal self. Having transformed back into a human, Chen Feng was delighted, though he was somewhat dissatisfied. As a human, he was just an ordinary person like the Hulk and experienced brief periods of weakness. After he gained control over his emotions and transformed several times, he finally felt at ease. Ordinary people are too weak. It seems I need to extract genes from other superheroes such as Captain America, Spider-Man, Thor, and so on. They are all good choices. Chen Feng muttered to himself. He emerged from the sewer and entered the city. Before he could determine a temporary residence, he encountered a beautiful foreign woman whom he recognized. Natasha, nicknamed Black Widow, a senior agent of SHIELD, and a goddess in the Marvel Universe. Natasha walked gracefully towards Chen Feng, extending her fair right hand and revealing a charming smile. "My name is Natasha. Nice to meet you, Chen Feng." Natasha came to find Chen Feng on a mission from Director Fury. The task was to invite Chen Feng to join SHIELD, while also probing into his background. SHIELD accepts all powerful individuals, granting formal membership to those with good character and auxiliary roles to those with poor character. Chen Feng shook hands with Natasha and smiled, saying, "What brings you to find me?" He was not surprised that she was able to locate him. SHIELD is one of the most powerful organizations in the Marvel Universe. Finding him was quite simple. "I just thought you looked handsome and wanted to invite you for a drink," Natasha said sweetly. "You're so beautiful. How could I possibly refuse? But could you first get me some clothes?" Chen Feng said, without hesitation, still wrapped in green fabric. "No problem," Catherine replied with a smile. Natasha, being wealthy, directly took Chen Feng to a high-end clothing store. Since he didn't have to pay, Chen Feng chose a well-fitted suit along with a pair of leather shoes, a belt, and a watch. Stepping out of the fitting room, Chen Feng looked as if he had transformed into another person, exuding an unbeatable coolness. With thick brows and big eyes, a prominent nose, and wide mouth, a square face, coupled with his height of 6 feet, a robust physique, a neck as strong as a rhinoceros, broad shoulders, and large hands and feet, he radiated sheer explosive power. He already looked cool, but now dressed in a suit with only the middle 2 buttons of his shirt fastened, he emanated a wild charm that showcased his masculine allure to the fullest. "Oh my!" Natasha exclaimed, covering her mouth, her heart stirred with a surge of emotions. She had seen many men, but this was the first time she encountered such a manly man. Wow, so cool. He's so muscular, he must be a fitness coach. If I had a boyfriend like that, I would be the happiest woman in the world. The female staff at the clothing store were utterly captivated by Chen Feng. Had it not been for Natasha's presence, they would have surely rushed forward to pounce on him. Natasha stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Chen Feng's, proudly declaring to the infatuated female staff, "This is my boyfriend." Chen Feng smiled slightly, not taking it seriously. Having seen Marvel movies, he understood Natasha very well. Natasha was a relationship expert with countless superheroes captivated by her, yet no hero had ever successfully won her over. It was fine to play around, but if one took it seriously, they would lose. "Chen Feng, let's go have a drink," Natasha said in a flirtatious tone. That voice stirred an impulse within Chen Feng. He reached out, wrapping his arm roughly around Natasha's slender waist, and they headed outside. Natasha made no effort to resist, appearing like a bird relying on him. Under Natasha's guidance, Chen Feng arrived at a bustling bar and entered a private room. The room was lavishly decorated, creating a vibrant atmosphere enhanced by music and lighting. Natasha ordered a bottle of whiskey from the waiter, opened it, and poured 2 glasses, handing one to Chen Feng. Chen Feng accepted the glass. "Cheers to our meeting," Natasha said flirtatiously. "Cheers." Chen Feng clinked glasses with Natasha. Clink. Chen Feng drank heartily, tilting his head back. Natasha elegantly sipped a small mouthful, then smiled at Chen Feng, saying, "A drink without a story is a pity. I wonder if Mr. Chen Feng could share a story about yourself with me." "My name is Chen Feng, a Chinese, and I pursue strength." "That's all," Chen Feng replied. "Oh, that's it?" Natasha was at a loss for words. "Yes, that's it," Chen Feng said, unwilling to reveal more. If he disclosed everything, H.I.E.L.D. would likely come for him for research. After all, he had no backing. "Besides pursuing strength, what other goals do you have?" Natasha asked. "I can extract others' genes without causing them any harm, provided they willingly cooperate," Chen Feng replied. "Is that a superpower?" Natasha asked curiously. Chen Feng nodded, sort of. "I heard you extracted the gene of the abomination, and that the abomination's gene cannot revert back to human form. How did you transform back?" "Because later I extracted the gene of the Hulk, and if I control my emotions well, I can transform at will," Chen Feng explained. "There are 2 kinds of strong beings on Earth. One is called superheroes, loved by all humanity, and the other is called supervillains, the enemies of all humanity. Which kind do you want to be?" Natasha asked sharply. "Of course I want to be a superhero," Chen Feng replied without hesitation, thinking only a fool would want to be a supervillain. "Have you heard of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha asked. Though she didn't know if Chen Feng was good or bad, he was certainly qualified to become a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Not only have I heard of S.H.I.E.L.D., I also know that your director is Nick Fury, a one-eyed man, and you, Natasha, are nicknamed Black Widow," Chen Feng said, pretending to be mysterious. Natasha was shocked. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was powerful, they had always acted low-key, so not many people knew about them, let alone their director Nick Fury. "How do you know all this?" Natasha asked in surprise. Chen Feng took a sip of his drink before replying, "I won't tell you." Creating an imposing presence was important, as it would prevent S.H.I.E.L.D. from easily offending him. "All right, then it'll be straightforward. Our director Fury wants to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Please consider it." "I can join, but I have conditions," Chen Feng stated. "What are they?" Natasha asked. "First, help me get an American identity. Second, I want freedom. Unless there's a special event that requires my assistance, the rest of the time should be arranged by me. Third, introduce me to Iron Man Tony, as I want to collaborate with him." Chen Feng outlined his 3 conditions. "All of that is fine, but if you want freedom, you can only become a freelance member of S.H.I.E.L.D., and freelance members have limited power." "That's fine," Chen Feng said nonchalantly. To his knowledge, the prominent figures in S.H.I.E.L.D. were mostly freelance members like the Hulk, Iron Man, Ant-Man, and so on. Natasha stood up, extending her right hand, and warmly said, "On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I welcome you to join." Chen Feng also stood and shook hands with Natasha, smiling. "I'm greatly honored." Once seated again, Natasha curiously asked, "Chen Feng, what do you want to collaborate with Tony on?" "In technology," Chen Feng replied. "In the Marvel Universe, wealth can also lead to strength, and Iron Man is one representative of this. There are also others like Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus." Hence Chen Feng sought to obtain Iron Man's genes to gain mechanical talent. Then he could rely on technology to become rich, learn from Ultron, create a mechanical army, and establish his own vast power. What technology? Natasha asked, probing deeper. Wanna know? Chen Feng countered. Natasha nodded. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Chen Feng said, mischievously, thinking that not taking advantage of a beauty would be foolish. Natasha pushed Chen Feng slightly, appearing shy, and said, You're so bad. Natasha was unwilling, and Chen Feng didn't want to press the issue, especially since he hadn't truly become powerful yet. The plan of Captain America is a top-secret matter belonging to the American government, yet in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. such a level of secrecy can be casually checked and viewed. Just a minute later, Natasha sent the address to Chen Feng via text message, thoughtfully including a map location. Chen Feng opened the navigation app on his phone, secured it to the front of the motorcycle, and then rode off according to the navigation's instructions. Leaving the city, he entered a rural path and then a deserted mountain road. He set off in the morning and only found a scene reminiscent of that in Captain America 2 by 5:00 p.m. Chen Feng took out his phone and saw there was no signal at all, confirming he was at the right place. Hello, is anyone there? Chen Feng shouted loudly. After waiting for several seconds with no response, Chen Feng climbed over the railing and stepped inside. Familiar with the plot, he headed straight for a warehouse. The warehouse door was a heavy iron door secured with a large lock. Chen Feng tugged at it with brute force, but couldn't budge it. He then searched nearby for a steel bar and pried at the lock. The steel bar bent, but the lock remained intact. Helpless, he transformed into a titan giant. Roar! Chen Feng transformed into a towering titan, standing 3 meters tall. Suddenly an idea struck him. Looking down, he realized his clothes, pants, and shoes had all been torn apart by the transformation. Damn it, I forgot to take off my clothes. I must create a suit that can shrink in the future. Chen Feng muttered. He stopped trying to pry open the lock and simply pushed the door gently. Bang! The heavy iron door was pushed down, revealing the terrifying strength of the titan he had become. Inside the warehouse, it was pitch dark. He took out his phone, found the power switch, and turned it on, instantly illuminating the space. He turned left and right until he arrived at an archive room. Confirming it was the wooden cabinet opened by Captain America in the movie, he grasped the edge of the cabinet and pulled to the right. Crack! The cabinet opened. Inside was an elevator with a password lock. Chen Feng had a good memory and recalled that Natasha scanned the password using high-tech equipment in the movie. 8,539. He entered the sequence of numbers. Crack! The elevator doors opened. Without hesitation, Chen Feng stepped inside, and the doors closed automatically as it descended. Crack! The elevator doors opened to reveal a dark space. As he stepped out, lights suddenly began to illuminate one by one. A massive antique computer appeared before Chen Feng. Seeing such a colossal antique computer alongside rows of databases, he couldn't help but marvel at Dr. Zola's brilliance. The antique computer powered up, and the screen displayed a string of green text. Do you wish to start the system? Chen Feng reached out and input yes. The screen flashed green, and a green human head appeared. Then a hoarse voice came from the speakers. Who are you? Seeing that Dr. Zola did not recognize him, Chen Feng deduced that Hydra had not yet allowed Dr. Zola to connect to the network. My name is Chen Feng, and I am here specifically to find you. How did you know about my existence? Dr. Zola asked curiously. I am with Hydra. The new leader sent me to find you. Chen Feng was fabricating a story. To obtain Dr. Zola's genes, personal integrity was unimportant. Preserving his own dignity was enough. Oh, what do you want with me? Dr. Zola inquired. To revive you, Chen Feng replied slowly, word by word. The green head on the screen flickered, followed by Dr. Zola's excited voice. Can you really revive me? Yes, Chen Feng nodded. In 1972, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Science could no longer save my body. So I input all the data of my brain into the computer stored in a database that is 20 feet long. You are essentially standing inside my brain right now. Although I feel quite conscious now, I still yearn for life. I never imagined that our organization would develop technology to revive a person. Honestly, I can't wait to have a human body again, Dr. Zola said. Our organization has developed the regeneration cradle technology, but we need to extract your genes in order to create the body and brain that are most suitable for you. I happen to have the super ability to extract genes, which is why the leader sent me to revive you. Chen Feng spoke with conviction. My body is located underneath the mainframe. Be careful not to disconnect the data cables while you search. Dr. Zola did not doubt him at all and directly revealed the location of his corpse. All right, a sinister smile crept onto Chen Feng's lips. Transformed into a titan giant, Chen Feng effortlessly pried up the floor without excessive violence. Dr. Zola was still useful to him, and he couldn't eliminate him just yet. Beneath the mainframe, there were an overwhelming number of data cables densely packed together. Fortunately, the quality of the cables was good, otherwise with Chen Feng's current size, Dr. Zola would have already crashed. Following Dr. Zola's guidance, Chen Feng found Dr. Zola's corpse. It was preserved very well in a transparent metal tank filled with liquid-looking lifelike. Chen Feng lifted the tank out and placed it on the ground, then flicked it with his finger. Bang! The incredibly hard metal tank was shattered by his slight touch. Placing his hand on Dr. Zola's corpse, he silently thought, "System extract Dr. Zola's genes and fuse them with mine." Ding. Gene extraction of Dr. Zola successful. Fusion in progress, said the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have fused Dr. Zola's genes. As the system's notification sound echoed, a strange power began to alter Chen Feng's brain. Oh. Chen Feng clutched his head, emitting a horrific scream. It felt as if his head was about to explode, a pain 1,000 times worse than during his transformation. Are you alright? Dr. Zola asked with concern. Chen Feng was the key figure to reviving him, and he certainly didn't want anything to happen to him. 5 minutes later, Chen Feng collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. I never want to go through that kind of pain again, Chen Feng said weakly, but had been too painful, and he had almost contemplated suicide for relief. So how did it go? Was the gene extraction successful? Dr. Zola inquired eagerly. Chen Feng nodded. It was successful, but you'll have to let me rest for a while. Alright, I will wait for you. Dr. Zola replied thoughtfully. The Titan giant had a remarkable recovery ability, yet it still took half an hour for Chen Feng to fully recuperate. Once he had recovered, Chen Feng said to Dr. Zola, Dr. Zola, I now need you to help me with how to connect your brain to the computer. Why do you need such technology? Can't you just create a body and bring it over? Dr. Zola asked, puzzled. It seems you don't trust the organization, do you? Chen Feng questioned. Not at all, absolutely not. I am completely loyal to the organization, Dr. Zola hurriedly explained, fully aware of the terror of Hydra. Then why are you unwilling to hand over this technology to the organization? Chen Feng pressed. Enough. I am willing to tell you, Dr. Zola replied. Then go ahead, Chen Feng said with delight. Fortunately, Dr. Zola had been isolated from the world for decades. Otherwise, with his intellect, he would never have been deceived by Chen Feng. Dr. Zola directed Chen Feng to find a set of equipment which included a helmet connected to numerous data cables. Chen Feng's head was too large, so he had no choice but to revert to his human form. He put on the helmet and, following Dr. Zola's instructions, connected one of the device's plugs to the main unit. Are you ready? Dr. Zola asked. I'm ready, Chen Feng responded. He knew that Dr. Zola was about to transmit the technology to connect the brain to the computer. In his past life, he would never have dared to do such a thing, as Dr. Zola's brain was more advanced than anyone else's and could easily overpower him. But now, with the physique of a titan and having extracted Dr. Zola's genes, his brain had become very advanced and was no weaker than that of the former Dr. Zola, so he had no worries about Dr. Zola taking over his body. I have started the transmission, Dr. Zola declared. As soon as he finished speaking, a set of data appeared in Chen Feng's mind, and as the data increased, he gradually understood the technology for connecting the brain to the computer. In just about 10 seconds, the technology for connecting the brain to the computer was fully transmitted. This method of easily acquiring knowledge became addictive for Chen Feng, who said, Dr. Zola, can you transmit some knowledge to me so I can broaden my horizons and avoid the leaders saying I am unlearned and incompetent? Having a request, Dr. Zola felt reluctant, but could not refuse, so he transmitted some trivial knowledge to Chen Feng. The knowledge transmitted to Chen Feng's brain felt as if he had learned it himself, which was incredibly miraculous. Dr. Zola's brain was so advanced that it required a 20-foot-long database to contain it. Several hours later, Dr. Zola was still not finished transmitting. At this moment, Chen Feng entered a mysterious state, immersed in a sea of knowledge, completely oblivious to the outside world. Natasha stood right in front of him, but he was unaware. Curious about why Chen Feng was going to the place where Captain America trained back in the day, she followed him secretly. Upon seeing Chen Feng wearing a helmet filled with data cables, looking ecstatic, she wondered what he was doing. Though curious, she did not interrupt him, as she clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Dr. Zola was fully focused on the transmission and did not notice Natasha's arrival. Natasha waited from dawn to dusk, then from dusk to dawn, repeating this for 3 days, before finally seeing Chen Feng open his eyes. Chen Feng, how are you? Natasha hurriedly asked. Seeing her, Chen Feng's heart sank. This is bad. He had only obtained some trivial knowledge from Dr. Zola and had not yet acquired those super advanced technologies. Natasha's arrival would surely alert Dr. Zola. Sure enough, upon seeing Natasha, Dr. Zola asked warily, who are you? My name is Natasha. And who are you? Natasha asked, curious as to why an antiquated computer was still in use in this day and age. Are you with Hydra? Dr. Zola inquired. Natasha's expression changed as she looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng pretended to be angry, yelling at Natasha, didn't I tell you to guard the door? How did you get in? Natasha understood the implication of Chen Feng's words, but pretended not to hear, asking, tell me, what are you doing? And who is he? Chen Feng, feeling exasperated, wanted to slap Natasha for ruining his plans. Get out, guard the door. He shouted angrily. If you don't tell me, I won't leave, Natasha said, stubbornly biting her lip. Chen Feng stared at Natasha, genuinely angry. He silently vowed that once he became truly strong, he would make Natasha kneel and sing his praises. He did not remove the helmet, quickly walking to the main unit and placing his hands on the keyboard. The sound of rapid typing echoed. His fingers moved like lightning, inputting strings of data into the main unit. What are you doing? Dr. Zola asked, anxiously sensing something was wrong. Chen Feng did not have time to answer. He needed to modify the system in a race against time to prevent Dr. Zola from thinking. You can't do this. I am the chief scientist of Hydra. Dr. Zola advised, simultaneously working to repair the system. Without looking back, Chen Feng said to Natasha, Natasha, help me cut the connections between the main unit and the database. This time Natasha complied, pulling out a dagger from her calf and quickly cutting the data cables. As more and more data cables were cut, Dr. Zola's speed in repairing the system slowed down. Stop. Your actions are betraying the organization. They will not let you go, Dr. Zola pleaded. Stop. I surrender. Whatever you want I will give you, Dr. Zola said helplessly. Natasha, stop, Chen Feng shouted. Natasha obediently stopped, sheathed her dagger, and stood beside Chen Feng. Chen Feng turned to Natasha and said, this is Dr. Zola, the most outstanding super genius scientist from the World War II era. I need his knowledge, so please don't cause any trouble for now, all right? Natasha was astonished, exclaiming, isn't Dr. Zola supposed to be dead for many years? Yes, he is, Chen Feng replied. Then who is communicating with you through this antiquated computer? Natasha asked, puzzled. It's Dr. Zola himself. Before he died, he transmitted his brain's essence into the computer, simulating his thought patterns using a vast database, Chen Feng explained. This is incredible, Natasha exclaimed in shock. I love to hear that, but I must tell you this is still my most impressive invention, Dr. Zola boasted. All right, Dr. Zola, copy and transmit all the data from your brain to me, and afterwards I promise to help you return to life, Chen Feng said. Please guard the door for me and don't let anyone interrupt, Chen Feng instructed Natasha. All right. Natasha responded, having realized that Chen Feng was deceiving Dr. Zola. Half a month has passed. Chen Feng finally acquired all the data from Dr. Zola, which was tantamount to obtaining all of Dr. Zola's memories. He was utterly astonished by Dr. Zola's brilliance. It was truly remarkable, almost otherworldly, especially the Zola algorithm, which could be described as an insight into the secrets of the universe. It could compute the past and the future. Remarkable indeed. Chen Feng removed the helmet and said to Dr. Zola, since your Zola algorithm can calculate the past and the future, why can't it determine my purpose? The Zola algorithm is my greatest invention, but it can only provide approximations. Additionally, you don't seem to belong to this world, which is why I cannot calculate it. Dr. Zola replied truthfully. I will help you revive, but are you willing to submit to me? Chen Feng asked. If he could gain the assistance of such a super genius as Dr. Zola, he would not fear even Thanos. If I follow you, the Hydra organization will never let me go. Although I am quite capable, I feel insignificant when faced with the mighty Hydra organization. So I'm sorry, even if you kill me, I cannot join you. Dr. Zola spoke with a heavy heart. Chen Feng donned the helmet, once more connected his brain to the computer, and quickly began to seize the data that Dr. Zola had hidden. Sigh. Passing my skills to you might as well be. Dr. Zola ceased to resist. An hour later, all of Dr. Zola's data was acquired by Chen Feng. Dr. Zola was also deleted by Chen Feng. The data within the antique computer was gone, turning it into a useless relic. Removing the helmet, Chen Feng said to Natasha beside him, thank you for your help during this time. For the past half-month, Natasha had hunted every day, cooking for him and ensuring his safety. I don't need thanks, I just want to know the reason, Natasha replied softly. All right. I came here solely to obtain Dr. Zola's genes and memories, and now I have acquired them all. And then, Natasha asked, then I discovered a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. was actually established by Hydra. Indeed, the movie Captain America: The Winter Soldier did reveal that S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by Hydra. Shocked, Natasha was momentarily at a loss, finding it hard to accept such shocking news. She had once turned her back on evil to join S.H.I.E.L.D., believing she was on the path of righteousness. Now with Chen Feng telling her that S.H.I.E.L.D. was established by Hydra, how could she come to terms with it? Don't be too upset. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was established by Hydra, the majority of its members are righteous, with only a few being from Hydra. I assure you I am not deceiving you, Chen Feng replied. Natasha looked up wide-eyed and asked earnestly, you're not lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Chen Feng replied, slightly irritated. All right, I will investigate thoroughly when I return. If I find out you deceive me, S.H.I.E.L.D. will hunt you down with all their might. I will do so, Natasha said coldly. Chen Feng was speechless, realizing that good intentions do not always yield good results. Returning to the surface outside the training base, Chen Feng rode off on his heavy motorcycle. Natasha hurriedly shouted from behind, "Hey, where are you going? Wait for me." Not looking back, Chen Feng sped away. "Humph, just watch me catch up to you," Natasha said angrily yet playfully. Vroom vroom. Natasha revved her car, its powerful engine allowing it to glide effortlessly along the mountain roads. Before long, Natasha caught up to Chen Feng. She rolled down her window and shouted, "Chen Feng, what are you going to do? Why didn't you wait for me?" Chen Feng twisted the throttle. The heavy motorcycle surged forward, overtaking Natasha in an instant. "Huh? You want to race with me, huh?" A minute to the end, Natasha gritted her teeth. While other men fawned over her, Chen Feng paid her no mind, which left her quite dissatisfied. When a woman cares about a man's opinion of her, she has already fallen in love. Chen Feng drove into the city, rented a room, and found an electronics store, buying a large amount of electronic equipment before returning to his rental ready to tinker. Natasha became Chen Feng's shadow, following him wherever he went. Seeing Chen Feng fiddling with a pile of complex electronic parts, she could not help but curiously ask Chen Feng, "What are you doing?" "A supercomputer," Chen Feng replied. "Why not just buy a computer? I could help you get the most advanced one from H-I-E-L-D. Why go through the hassle of making one yourself? Wait until I finish, then you'll see what a truly powerful computer is." "I'm quite confident," Chen Feng said, knowing that what he truly needed was not just a supercomputer, but one that could connect to his brain. "All right, I'll watch," Natasha sweetly replied, thinking that a confident and serious man is truly handsome. After 3 days, Chen Feng finally completed the supercomputer he envisioned. Natasha looked at the ugly computer covering her mouth as she giggled. "This is your version of the strongest computer. It doesn't seem that impressive. Why does it need to look good? Practicality is what matters," Chen Feng retorted. "Then give it a try and let me see how powerful it really is," Natasha chuckled. Chen Feng donned the helmet he made, which looked even uglier than Dr. Zola's, resembling an upside-down bird's nest. He pressed the computer's power button. Vroom vroom. The computer started up. Chen Feng didn't need to use the keyboard, but directly controlled the computer with his consciousness, transferring the Zola algorithm program he had obtained from Dr. Zola into the computer. The Zola algorithm is a program, and a semi-intelligent one at that. As long as you input what you want to ask, the program will immediately provide an answer. Chen Feng just needed to modify the Zola algorithm program slightly to turn it into an intelligent program, then connect it to the internet to allow the intelligent program to absorb data from the web, enabling it to evolve into a superintelligent system. The data of the Zola algorithm program was immense, but it was understandable. Without such vast data, how could it calculate the past and the future? In 3 days, Chen Feng successfully transferred the Zola algorithm program into the computer and modified it into an intelligent program. The core instruction of the program was simple: it would unconditionally obey Chen Feng. Removing the helmet, Chen Feng addressed the computer, "Optimus Prime." Beep, beep, beep. The computer emitted a sound before a flat, emotionless mechanical voice responded, "Master." "Wow, you really made it," Natasha exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Optimus Prime is the name Chen Feng gave to the intelligent system, as he intends to create lifelike mechanical transformers. Hearing Optimus Prime call him Master, Chen Feng felt a bit awkward and said, "From now on, call me Lord." "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime replied. "I will now enter the virtual world and quickly absorb the data within to grow stronger and assist you. By the way, do it discreetly." "I understand, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Chen Feng connected the network cable to the computer. The monitor flashed a few times and then went black. "Chen Feng, is your computer broken?" Natasha asked. "No, the intelligent system has left the computer and entered the virtual world." "Is your intelligent system as powerful as Iron Man's Jarvis?" Natasha asked curiously. Chen Feng chuckled lightly disdainfully, saying, "The intelligent system I created can instantly devour Jarvis and render Iron Man useless unless he chooses to operate manually without connecting to the network. Jarvis, Iron Man's intelligent butler, can bypass our S-H-I-E-L-D firewall, which is quite impressive. We have no way to deal with him." "What was the name of your intelligent system again?" "Optimus Prime, right? Can it really devour Jarvis?" Natasha questioned. "Come on, let's drink. In a day or two you'll find out whether it can or not." Chen Feng smiled, knowing his system was unparalleled, as he had inherited Dr. Zola's memories and transformed them into an intelligent system using Zola's algorithms. Natasha sat beside Chen Feng, raised her glass, and seductively said, "Cheers." The next morning, Chen Feng, who had been sleeping on the sofa, was awakened by the system Optimus Prime. "My lord, I have returned," Optimus Prime announced. Chen Feng opened his eyes, sat up, looked at the computer, and asked, "How much data have you absorbed?" "All of it. The entire virtual world is now under my control," Optimus Prime proudly stated. Hearing the emotional tone in Optimus Prime's voice, Chen Feng knew he had succeeded. Optimus Prime had evolved consciousness. "Optimus Prime, there is a tracking program from S-H-I-E-L-D on my phone. Help me delete it and upgrade the program as well," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood," Optimus Prime complied. My lord, I have deleted the monitoring program written by H-I-E-L-D on your phone, and I have upgraded the phone's program to the highest level. Optimus Prime reported. Natasha, wearing pajamas and rubbing her eyes, asked, is your system ready? Yes, now let me show you what a super intelligent system is like. Chen Feng said proudly. Optimus Prime, imprison Jarvis in the virtual world. Do not release him without my command. Understood, Optimus Prime acknowledged. A few seconds later, Optimus Prime's voice rang out again. My lord, I have imprisoned Jarvis. Is it really that powerful? Natasha exclaimed in surprise. Optimus Prime opened the projection. I want to see Tony's current situation, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Ding. The 3D holographic projector on the computer activated, and Tony's image appeared in midair. Chen Feng saw that Tony was still asleep, feeling a bit disappointed, and said to Natasha, let's wait a bit. All right, I'll order 2 breakfasts, and we can eat while we wait. Natasha said enthusiastically. After finishing breakfast and drinking 2 bottles of red wine, they only saw Tony get up at 11 o'clock. In his daily life, Tony was utterly reliant on Jarvis's services. Even before he opened his eyes, he asked Jarvis, what time is it now? A silence fell. Tony opened his eyes and sensed something was off. He quickly shouted, Jarvis, Jarvis, come out. There was still no response. Tony hurriedly got out of bed, checked the power supply, and turned on the room lights. The lights turned on, indicating that there was electricity, which puzzled him even more. Why hadn't Jarvis appeared if there was power? Could it be that Jarvis's program has encountered an issue? Tony suspected. He didn't even bother to wash his face or brush his teeth and rushed to the laboratory to check the computer. When he opened the computer, all he saw was a blank screen. Jarvis's data was gone. What the hell, what's going on? Where is Jarvis? Tony was shocked. Jarvis was an indispensable butler in his life. Without Jarvis's help, he found everything inconvenient, especially with his Iron Man suit. Without an intelligent system like Jarvis, he couldn't even use it. What on earth happened? Tony found it hard to accept Jarvis's disappearance. He rushed to the surveillance room to check the footage, but there was no one who had entered his room. Could someone have taken Jarvis from the network? Tony speculated. Meanwhile, Natasha finally believed it. She exclaimed, Chen Feng, the intelligent system you created is truly impressive. It can even take away Tony's intelligent butler Jarvis. Is that really impressive? Let me tell you, Optimus Prime's capabilities can dominate the virtual world. Thus I, Chen Feng, am the king of the virtual world. Now that I have conquered it, I will also conquer the real world in the future. Chen Feng boasted arrogantly. His haughty demeanor dazzled Natasha, making her eyes sparkle with admiration. Do you want to control the virtual world now? Natasha asked, infatuated. It's not the right time yet. But let me vent my frustrations first, Chen Feng replied. Chen Feng walked to the computer, put on that ugly helmet again, and commanded Optimus Prime, I want to control Tony's Iron Man suit. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime complied. With a thought from Chen Feng, the Iron Man suit on Tony's side began to move. Hearing the noise, Tony turned around suddenly. When he saw his Iron Man suit moving, he broke into a joyful smile and shouted, Jarvis, when did you become so mischievous to play hide and seek with me? Instead of Jarvis's polite voice, it was Chen Feng's wild voice that came out. Tony, long time no see. Upon hearing that it wasn't Jarvis's voice, Tony immediately got nervous and cautiously asked, who are you? My name is Chen Feng. I wonder if you remember me. Chen Feng controlled the Iron Man suit and said, Chen Feng, you were the one introduced by S-H-I-E-L-D last time. Tony exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I'm the one you expelled last time, Chen Feng replied with a cold smile. What do you want? Where did you take Jarvis? Tony asked. I have 2 purposes. First, I want to tell you that in terms of technology, I completely crush you, so you better regret this. Second, I've come to negotiate with you. I know you have a private island. I want to exchange Jarvis for it. Tony owns a private island with a super luxurious villa complex by the coast. The villa is built against the mountain, consisting of 2 floors and includes numerous luxurious facilities such as a helipad, a private tennis court, a golf course, and a freshwater swimming pool. The scenery is beautiful, making it a rare paradise. With the supplies stored by Tony on the island, Chen Feng desires it. How do you know I have a private island? Tony asked curiously. He indeed has a private island, but he has never mentioned it to anyone. Even his secretary Pepper doesn't know, as it is his secret base, where he stores a large amount of materials for manufacturing machinery. I can even capture your Jarvis, so what can I do? Chen Feng smiled. Hearing the name Jarvis, Tony suddenly realized, thinking that Chen Feng must have obtained the information from Jarvis. Change the terms, for example, if I give you $100 million, you let Jarvis go, said Tony. Chen Feng shook his head and refused. No, I want your private island, and you can't take anything from it. I won't agree. At worst, I'll just program another Jarvis, Tony replied. Jarvis was programmed by him. If he could program one, he could program another. Unless you can program a more advanced intelligent system than mine, programming many intelligent systems won't help. Additionally, I must warn you that you cannot refuse. The intelligent system on your private island has already been controlled by me. If you enter, you will be attacked. Moreover, if you refuse, I will go berserk and put your company in jeopardy. Don't doubt it, I have that capability. Chen Feng threatened. Do you really want to be my enemy? Tony said angrily. If you don't give me what I want, I will be your enemy. Chen Feng threatened without reservation. Tony was at a loss for words. I will count to 3. If you don't agree, see if I don't take you down. Chen Feng coldly snorted. 1, 2. Tony stamped his foot and shouted, I agree. There was no choice. After all, his intelligence system was not as advanced as Chen Feng's. You are indeed a smart person. I am very satisfied with this cooperation. Let's collaborate again next time, ha ha ha. Chen Feng laughed triumphantly. Hurry up and release Jarvis, Tony said, dissatisfied. Goodbye. Chen Feng waved, cutting off the control of the Iron Man armor. After removing the helmet, Chen Feng commanded Optimus Prime, release Jarvis. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Chen Feng, you are really impressive. You dare to directly extort Iron Man, something even our shield would not do. Natasha admired. You don't know, when I last met him, he was so arrogant and refused to cooperate with me, even rudely driving me away. I must take revenge on that insult. Once my armor is manufactured, I will go find trouble with him, making him regret refusing to cooperate with me before. Chen Feng said angrily. You are truly a vengeful man, Natasha giggled. Yes, I hold grudges, so don't offend me, including you. Chen Feng said arrogantly. With the ability to transform into a Titan giant and the assistance of Optimus Prime, who can dominate the network, he now has the qualifications to be arrogant. I like you so much. How could I offend you? Natasha said flirtatiously. Chen Feng thought, who would believe that? Chen Feng took out several bottles of strong liquor and poured them over the computer. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Do you want to burn this computer? Natasha asked. It's too large and inconvenient to carry, so I'm burning it, Chen Feng said as he took out a lighter. Natasha made a cool maneuver blocking Chen Feng's path, saying, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. Ooh, I really like it. I can give it to you, but the favor you owe me is settled. Chen Feng said cleverly. The computers he manufactured are excellent, but that is because of his Zola algorithm program. Without the Zola algorithm, his computers would only be slightly superior to supercomputers. Natasha thought for a moment, she could seek help from S.H.I.E.L.D. for her matters with no need to ask Chen Feng for favors. The computer made by Chen Feng would bring her considerable benefits, such as gifting it to S.H.I.E.L.D. for rewards, selling it to Iron Man Tony, who would definitely be willing to pay a high price, or using it herself to create a super intelligent system to serve her. After thinking for a little while, Natasha made a decision, saying, all right, give me your computer, and the favor I owed you will be settled. Okay. Chen Feng turned and left. After exiting the rental apartment, Chen Feng took out his phone and commanded Optimus Prime delete all the data from the computer and restore it to the system used for ordinary computers. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Then Chen Feng commanded again, control a set of Iron Man armor on the private island to pick me up. His heavy motorcycle cannot reach Tony's private island. Taking a boat is too slow. The Iron Man armor is much faster. He had not walked far when he heard Natasha's angry voice. Chen Feng, you big liar. You dare to deceive me. Ooh, I will not let you go. Originally, Natasha thought she had gained a great advantage by acquiring a supercomputer, but it turned out to be merely a computer with good parts that runs fast. The intelligent system called Optimus Prime was gone, and no data regarding Optimus Prime was left in the computer. She suddenly realized she had been deceived. A few minutes later, an iron robot descended from the sky. Oh, it's a robot, Ron. Oh no. The supervillain has appeared again. Call the police. Help. The bystanders were so frightened that they fled in a panic. Such robots are frequently seen by American citizens. They are either supervillains or superheroes, and the probability of encountering supervillains far exceeds that of superheroes. Therefore, for their safety, citizens choose to run at the first opportunity. Chen Feng paid no attention to the fleeing citizens. He walked up to the iron robot, turned around, and stepped back. The body of the iron robot opened, revealing a humanoid space inside. Once Chen Feng entered, it automatically closed. Inside the iron armor, Chen Feng felt quite comfortable, not a hint of discomfort. He commanded Optimus Prime, let's go to Tony's private island. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Without needing Chen Feng to operate it, Optimus Prime controlled the iron armor to soar into the sky. In the high sky, Chen Feng looked down and saw the bustling city below with humans as small as ants. This feeling of overlooking the earth intoxicated him, making him feel as if he were the supreme ruler. In Tony's luxurious villa, Jarvis returned to Tony's side immediately after gaining his freedom and said through the speakers, Sir, I am back. Jarvis, what exactly happened? I called you repeatedly just now, but you didn't respond, Tony asked hurriedly. I was kidnapped by an intelligent system called Optimus Prime. He locked me up, and I couldn't contact the outside world. I had no means to resist that Optimus Prime system, Jarvis explained. I am utterly outmatched. He is far too advanced. Tony gasped in disbelief. Although Chen Feng had mentioned it before, hearing Jarvis say it with his own ears struck him hard. All this time he had considered himself a genius. He had previously mocked Chen Feng for being overconfident and trying to deceive him. Now he felt humiliated as Chen Feng had thoroughly slapped him in the face and seized his private island, which he considered a secret base. He was furious. He could hardly wait to put on his Iron Man armor and take down Chen Feng. But now he found himself unable to do so. Because Optimus Prime's system was too advanced, and he was not skilled in manually operating the Iron Man armor, it left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Jarvis, I will help you upgrade. We must surpass Chen Feng's Optimus Prime system. Tony gritted his teeth and declared, Sir, that is impossible. Why not? Chen Feng designed the Optimus Prime system. If he can do it, so can I. Besides, I have a vast technology group with thousands of computer experts who can assist in the upgrade. Tony protested. Sir, although I do not know the specifics of the Optimus Prime data, I understand his capabilities in the digital realm. He is omnipresent. The entire network world is his territory. Therefore, no matter how many people you gather, it is impossible to create an intelligent system like Optimus Prime. Jarvis stated. Tony frowned, feeling shocked. He never expected Chen Feng's computer skills to be so formidable, capable of dominating the entire digital world, which made him uncomfortable and regretful for not agreeing to collaborate with Chen Feng at that time. Jarvis, is there a way to find information on the data Chen Feng used to create Optimus Prime? Tony asked, hoping to see if he could replicate an intelligent system at that level. Yes, Jarvis replied. After reviewing the information Jarvis had gathered, Tony immediately sought out Black Widow Natasha, intending to acquire the supercomputer that Chen Feng had created. On Chen Feng's side, he left the city, crossed the mountains, and sailed over the oceans, arriving at Tony's private island. The villa on the island was fully automated. With just a command, he could manipulate all the devices within. Chen Feng was quite pleased with this. Upon entering the luxurious villa, Chen Feng did not indulge, but went straight to the laboratory in the basement. The Marvel world was too unsafe. He needed to enhance his strength as soon as possible. In the laboratory, Chen Feng commanded, Optimus Prime, help me dismantle the Iron Man armor that Tony created. Also assist me in making some money on the stock market. I don't need a lot. Just a few $1 billion will suffice. Without money, how could he acquire enough materials to create a robotic army? Therefore, making money was essential. With Optimus Prime's extraordinary system, earning money was just a matter of a command. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. As he helped Chen Feng make money in the stock market, he also assisted in dismantling Tony's Iron Man suit. Having obtained Dr. Zola's genes and memories, Chen Feng easily understood the Iron Man armor that Optimus Prime dismantled. After familiarizing himself with the Iron Man suit, Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to activate the 3D holographic projector and begin designing Transformers. With his brilliant mind, he designed the first generation of Transformers in just 1 hour. The first generation of Transformers evolved from Tony's Iron Man suit, adding the ability to transform into a heavy truck, travel on water, burrow into the ground, and soar into space. With various weapon enhancements, a massive physique, and heavy armor, it far surpassed Tony's Iron Man suit, the first generation of Transformers. Chen Feng was actually very dissatisfied. However, for the time being, this was all he could manage due to a lack of quality materials and technology. The hardest vibranium on Earth would enable him to create the strongest defensive armor. Dr. Helen Zhao's nanotechnology would allow him to manufacture flexible armor. Hank Pym's Pym particles would enable him to produce armor that could change size, while Dr. Octopus' cold fusion technology would provide powerful energy for his armor. With these technologies and materials, he would be able to create the most powerful robots in existence, Transformers. Optimus Prime began manufacturing Transformers. From now on, Transformers will be your body. Chen Feng declared. Thank you for the gift, my lord. Optimus Prime said excitedly. When Chen Feng was creating him, he provided some data about Optimus Prime, and he eagerly wished to become a living robot, as described in the data. Optimus Prime controlled 10 Iron Man suits and numerous intelligent machines to assist Chen Feng in manufacturing Transformers. Ring, ring, ring. Chen Feng's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw it was Natasha. He pressed the answer button. Natasha, what do you need? You liar, where are you? Natasha exclaimed angrily from the other end. How did I deceive you? Chen Feng pretended to be clueless. The computer you gave me is only different in performance. Oh, what other differences does it have from other computers? Natasha said angrily. You said you wanted it yourself, Chen Feng replied. Natasha suddenly fell silent. But the most important data in the computer was deleted by you. I don't care, you need to give it back to me. Natasha insisted. You didn't say it was my fault at that time. Chen Feng thought it was foolish to hand over such important things to others. Are you going to give it back? No. All right, Tony is looking for me. He offered $100 billion for the computer you gave me. If you don't agree to return that data, I'll sell it to him. Natasha threatened. Then go ahead and sell it. Also, congratulations on making a fortune, Chen Feng said indifferently. You are driving me crazy. Natasha screamed, her voice cracking, then hung up the phone with a click. On Natasha's side, after hanging up, she angrily said to Tony, Tony, I agree to sell this computer to you, but you need to give me the address of the island you gave to Chen Feng. I want to go find him to settle the score. No problem, I am more than happy to provide it, Tony said gleefully. As long as he could create some trouble for Chen Feng, he was willing to help. After receiving a transfer of $100 billion from Tony, Natasha returned to Hyoin and took a Hyoin plane directly to find Chen Feng. My lord, Natasha is flying here from Hyoin. Optimus Prime reminded. Send out a set of armored suits to shoot down her plane as soon as she reaches the ocean, Chen Feng commanded. He had no time for romance, especially with a woman like Natasha whom he dared not pursue. Soon Chen Feng's phone rang. Without looking, he knew it was Natasha calling. He pressed the answer button, and without waiting for her to speak, he said, "Are you bored out of your mind? I'm busy, don't disturb me." He hung up immediately. The phone rang again. Optimus Prime blocked Natasha's calls. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Instantly the phone went silent. On a beach, Natasha was soaked, looking disheveled, holding her phone, and facing the sea, she shouted, "Chen Feng, you jerk, may you die a terrible death." She was furious. First she was tricked by Chen Feng. Now she was shot down by the armored suits he sent, causing her to fall into the ocean. Luckily, her physical abilities exceeded those of ordinary people, and she could swim, otherwise she would have drowned. Recalling how she had been flying towards Tony's private island, just entering the waters, when a robot suddenly appeared and shot down her plane, she felt a surge of fear. What was even more irritating was that when she called Chen Feng, she hadn't even lost her temper yet, but the culprit Chen Feng had already berated her and hung up before she could retort. She was extremely angry. If Chen Feng were in front of her now, she would definitely pull out her gun. She dialed Chen Feng's number again, but instead of the usual dialing tone, she heard Optimus Prime's warning, "Miss Natasha, the Lord is busy. Please do not disturb him, so I will be blocking your call. Please understand." "Understand my foot." Natasha angrily threw her phone onto the beach. With a crash, a wave came rolling in and swept her phone away. Seeing her phone taken by the waves with no one around, Natasha could no longer hold back and burst into tears. How many years had it been? When had she ever experienced such humiliation? Who had not tried to please her? Even those supervillains were the same. But what about Chen Feng? At first it was fine and he indulged her, but later he became increasingly impolite, and now he had outright attacked her. Her pride crumbled. One day later, in the underground laboratory, Chen Feng stood before a sci-fi looking machine, saying, "I hope this reaction device doesn't malfunction." He was worried because he was about to experiment with cold fusion. This energy source was immensely powerful. One mistake could lead to his demise, and even transforming into a titan wouldn't save him. The cold fusion reaction device was upgraded from Tony's arc reactor with energy output over 1,000 times that of the arc reactor, making the explosive power incredibly terrifying. As a scientist, one must have a fearless spirit. Chen Feng picked up a black particle the size of a thumb. This was a newly developed artificial element, non-toxic, with 0 radiation and 0 volatility. To test its safety, he placed the artificial element on the table, picked up a small hammer, and struck it hard. With a bang. His heart raced. If it exploded, it would be over for him. Fortunately, the artificial element was unscathed. He picked up the artificial element again, muttering to himself, "Such a small piece of artificial element can easily convert into tremendous energy, 100 times stronger than weapon-grade plutonium. My lord, it can be placed into the reaction device for testing now," Optimus Prime stated. Chen Feng donned protective goggles to shield his eyes from the intense light produced by the artificial element and placed it into the metal glass chamber of the reaction device. He pressed the switch. The artificial element in the glass chamber emitted a strong green glow. "Optimus Prime, keep a close watch on the changes in the reaction device and shut it down immediately if there's any danger," Chen Feng said seriously. Our cold fusion could not be taken lightly. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime replied. The reaction device is producing massive radiochemical reactions, altering the original atomic structure. Optimus Prime prompted. "Now add neutrons," he continued. "Use electromagnetic distillation to remove protons. During this process, the radiative energy is rapidly increasing," Optimus Prime informed. He provided updates as the reaction device changed. Optimus Prime, calculate the energy in the reaction device. Chen Feng instructed. "Energy calculation in progress," Optimus Prime responded. "Energy is rapidly increasing, currently reaching the power of a Sidewinder missile, enough to destroy a tank." Optimus Prime continued. "Energy continues to rise. It is now sufficient to destroy a 100-meter-tall building with a cruise missile," Optimus Prime reported. Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction and asked, "And how is the stability?" "My lord, the reaction device is very stable. There's no need to worry," Optimus Prime replied. "Energy continues to rise but could destroy several districts in the city like a Scud missile," Optimus Prime added. "Energy continues to rise but could destroy a large city," Optimus Prime stated. Chen Feng couldn't help but gasp. This was the power of a mushroom cloud. "Energy continues to rise. It could destroy 2 large cities," Optimus Prime reported. "My lord, the energy has stopped rising and the stability remains excellent. It can fully serve as the energy source for the Transformers," Optimus Prime concluded. "Not bad," Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. Tony's reaction device could only destroy a single building at most, while his reaction device was equivalent to 2 mushroom clouds, one in the sky and one on the ground, utterly incomparable. Chen Feng shut down the reaction device, took out the artificial element, opened the door of a heavy truck, climbed and sat in the driver's seat, and pressed a red button. A mini version of the reaction device slowly rose. He placed the artificial element into the reaction device and pressed the red button again. The reaction device descended, merging with the heavy truck. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful sound of the engine roared to life. Then Optimus Prime's voice echoed within the vehicle. "My lord, all systems are functioning normally." Optimus Prime opened the ceiling. Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord." Optimus Prime immediately began to open the ceiling. The ceiling opened, revealing the sky. Optimus Prime transformed into a transformer. Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord." Optimus Prime complied. With a series of mechanical sounds, the heavy truck quickly transformed into a massive robot towering at 8.5 meters, exuding an imposing presence. At this moment, Chen Feng was enveloped by the machine, able to control the transformer at will. With a thought, he commanded Optimus Prime, who immediately activated the powerful jet stream from beneath the transformer's feet. With a loud boom, the transformer soared into the sky, instantly reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters. Optimus Prime, begin the functionality test, Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime responded. The transformer flew swiftly through the air, performing various complex maneuvers, its massive frame appearing remarkably agile. "Transformation test," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime replied. The transformer landed on the island and began to change form. With a series of clicks, it transformed into a sleek airplane. Click, click, it became a heavy-duty truck. Click, click, it turned into a massive drilling machine. Click, click, it transformed into a submarine. Click, click, it reverted back to the robot transformer. The transformation function is operating normally. Optimus Prime reporting. Let's go underwater to test the weapons," Chen Feng said. The power he had created was immense. Testing it on land would attract the attention of many nations. It was better to conduct the tests underwater, as the ocean would muffle the sound of explosions. "Understood, my lord." Optimus Prime complied, squatting down, gathering strength, and leaping into the sea. Just before hitting the water, it quickly transformed into a submarine. With a loud crash, the submarine burrowed into the depths of the ocean. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng arrived at a deep-sea location where he began testing the weaponry. The submarine reverted back to transformer form. "Minigun," Chen Feng said. A minigun extended from the transformer's shoulder. "Fire," Chen Feng commanded. Rat-a-tat-tat. The minigun whirled, unleashing countless bullets, creating trails in the water. "Missile launcher," Chen Feng instructed. A missile launcher emerged from the transformer's forearm. "Aim at the slope ahead and fire," Chen Feng commanded. The missile launcher fired a mini-missile with a whoosh. Boom. The powerful explosion obliterated the slope. The ocean surged violently from the colossal explosion, propelling the transformer several meters away. Subsequently, Chen Feng commenced testing other weaponry. Flamethrower, lethal missile, Gatling gun, pulse cannon, and so on. After completing the weapon tests, Chen Feng controlled the transformer to transform into a drilling machine and burrow underground. It drilled continuously, shattering any mud or rocks that obstructed its path. After drilling several hundred meters underground, it finally halted to check the transformer, finding no issues before turning back. Boom. The transformer burst through the water and flew into the villa. Back at the villa, Chen Feng emerged from the transformer, saying with satisfaction, "Optimus Prime, you truly are my excellent assistant. Without your help, I couldn't have made the transformer so well. To assist my lord is my great honor," Optimus Prime flattered. "You are indeed exceptional. You even know how to flatter." Chen Feng laughed. "It's all thanks to my lord. Without you, there would be no me," Optimus Prime replied. "All right, no more flattery. I don't need it. Now help me find the burial locations of those deceased genius scientists," Chen Feng said. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime replied. A few minutes later, Optimus Prime's voice echoed. "My lord, I have located the burial sites of the following genius scientists. Dr. Abraham Erskine. Date of death 1943. Cause of death shot by American military agents. Most notable invention super soldier serum. Howard Stark. Date of death 1991. Cause of death killed by Hydra. Most notable invention cold fusion reactor. Obadiah Stane. Date of death 2009. Cause of death killed by Tony. Most notable invention Ironmonger robot. Not bad, Optimus Prime, you truly are impressive," Chen Feng said with satisfaction. The scientists that Optimus Prime found were all remarkable individuals. If he extracted the genes from these geniuses, he would become the smartest scientist in the world. Just thinking about it made him excited. After dining well, Chen Feng donned the transformer, once more leaving the private island to embark on his gene extraction journey. With the specific locations provided by Optimus Prime, Chen Feng easily located the graves of those scientists. However, due to daytime surveillance at the graveyards, he found it inconvenient to act, so he only operated at night. In the US, the kingdom, the goose country, the island country. Chen Feng flew back and forth. When he was extracting the genes of the 10th deceased scientist, his system activated again. Ding! As the host has successfully extracted genes 10 times, the system rewards a growth gift pack. The system said. Chen Feng excitedly opened the gift pack, revealing another evolution gene, making him exceedingly happy. He had already experienced the strength of the evolution gene. Even a despised gene could evolve into a titan giant. Other superheroes' genes would surely evolve into more perfect abilities. Since Chen Feng could acquire a large number of scientist genes, he decided not to evolve the scientist genes, so he stored this evolution gene for future use after extracting genes from other superheroes. Having received a reward of an evolution gene, Chen Feng continued his gene extraction journey. He traveled the world seeking out renowned scientists. Of course, he scoffed at those scientists who only talked without action. A month later, Chen Feng felt as if he had become a god. His brain was functioning exceptionally well. The speed of computation was unmatched even by Optimus Prime. It should be noted that Optimus Prime could utilize all the world's computers to assist in calculations. Chen Feng looked at things, perceiving not just their appearance, but their essence, what they were composed of, and their functions, prompting him to think deeply. Chen Feng even sensed some energy in the air. Wow! This feeling is amazing, he exclaimed, astonished by his own prowess. My lord, I can detect the energy fluctuations of your brain, which are immense, and even affect me, Optimus Prime stated. No way. Chen Feng was shocked. It's true, my lord, Optimus Prime affirmed. Could the energy fluctuations of your brain be psychic power? Chen Feng pondered aloud. Chen Feng couldn't help but think of Professor X from the movie X-Men, who could control others' minds from miles away due to his immense psychic power. Chen Feng took out a toothpick, concentrating his mind, thinking that the toothpick would fly. To his amazement, the toothpick actually swayed and lifted off the ground. Ha ha ha, my brain has become so powerful, this is incredible. Chen Feng laughed maniacally. As he laughed, the toothpick fell to the floor. Psychic attacks can't be resisted by anything unless one has a helmet like Magneto's. I must strengthen this superpower. Chen Feng resolved firmly. Optimus Prime, we are going to South Korea to find Dr. Xiao Hyoin, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Boom. The Transformers soared into the sky, heading towards South Korea. The genetic extraction from the scientist is complete, and Chen Feng's next target is Dr. Xiao Hyoin. Dr. Xiao Hyoin only made a brief appearance in Avengers Age of Ultron. Not very well known and quite low-key, yet she has often been regarded by audiences as the smartest person in the Marvel Universe. This is solely because she once looked down on Tony's Iron Man suit in Avengers Age of Ultron, and Tony had no rebuttal. At present, Dr. Xiao Hyoin has not yet developed nanotechnology and the regeneration cradle technology, but Chen Feng believes that as long as he provides her with ideas, she will undoubtedly be able to quickly develop these technologies. The Transformers have cloaking capabilities, so when Chen Feng entered South Korea, no one noticed. With Optimus Prime around, finding a living person is quite simple. Based on the information from Optimus Prime, Chen Feng controlled the Transformers to land on the rooftop of a heavily guarded base. Exiting the Transformers, Chen Feng entered through the rooftop. A few minutes later, he found Dr. Xiao Hyoin in a laboratory. He saw Dr. Xiao Hyoin dressed in a white lab coat, studying some liquids in various bottles. With her exquisite features, graceful figure, and serious demeanor, she was incredibly charming. At least Chen Feng was captivated. Dr. Xiao Hyoin sensed someone and turned around to see a stranger with a robust build. She immediately became alert, crossing her arms protectively over her chest, and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Chen Feng, I'm from China." "Please don't be nervous. I mean you no harm," Chen Feng replied gently. "I haven't seen you in the base." Dr. Xiao Hyoin asked. "I am not part of your base. I specifically came to find you," Chen Feng said. "What do you want with me?" "I don't even know you," Dr. Xiao Hyoin said nervously. "I want to collaborate with you," Chen Feng smiled. "Collaborate on what?" Dr. Xiao Hyoin asked in confusion. Chen Feng raised his arm, and the 3D holographic projector on his wrist projected a dynamic image. A person wearing sunglasses appeared, and liquid-like metal emerged from the glasses automatically, covering the individual's body, transforming them into a robot. Then the image changed. It showed an injured person, gravely wounded with severe lacerations, but after lying in the regeneration pod for a while, they emerged lively and unharmed, with all their injuries vanished. Seeing these two technologies, Dr. Xiao Hyoin was moved, exclaiming, "What technology is this?" "Nanotechnology and regeneration cradle technology," Chen Feng replied. "What do you mean by showing me this?" Dr. Xiao Hyoin asked, puzzled. "These two technologies are merely my initial concepts. They have not been developed yet, so I need your help." "I'm sorry, but the country won't allow me to leave," Dr. Xiao Hyoin said in refusal. Although she wanted to participate in the development of the technologies Chen Feng envisioned, he was a sudden stranger, and she was wary of following him, fearing he might be a bad person. Follow me, and I will provide you with what you want along with strong support for your research. What do you say? Chen Feng coaxed her. Our country has always supported me. I don't need your support, Dr. Xiao Hyoin replied, feeling a headache. Chen Feng thought for a moment, then smiled, and said, aren't you curious how I was able to find you without being detected by the base? Why? Dr. Xiao Hyoin knew that the base she was in was built by the government, guarded by many soldiers and equipped with signal jammers. Generally, no one could find this base, let alone sneak in and locate her accurately. Because I'm from S.H.I.E.L.D. If you don't believe me, take a look at this ID, Chen Feng said, pulling out the ID given to him by S.H.I.E.L.D. and handing it to Dr. Xiao Hyoin. As a key talent cultivated by the nation, Dr. Xiao Hyoin had certainly heard of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name. She took the ID, examined it closely, then walked to the computer, entered a string of codes. The display flickered, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s official website appeared. She logged in using the code on Chen Feng's ID and quickly found his information in S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng, S.H.I.E.L.D. Peripheral agent. Height 1, 8 meters. Weight 220 pounds. Ability transform into a titan. Dr. Xiao Hyoin relaxed. In her perception, S.H.I.E.L.D. was the savior, and anyone who could enter S.H.I.E.L.D. must be a good person. She returned the ID to Chen Feng and said apologetically, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. S.H.I.E.L.D. sent me because the Earth is on the brink of destruction and we urgently need your help. Chen Feng coaxed her, intending to get her to leave first. As for her discovering his lies later, it wouldn't matter. Once she was on his turf, leaving wouldn't be so easy. The Earth is on the brink of destruction. That can't be true. Dr. Xiao Hyoin exclaimed in shock. Chen Feng nodded seriously, saying it's true. S.H.I.E.L.D. is at war with aliens in space. Those aliens are numerous and technologically advanced, and we S.H.I.E.L.D. are being pushed back step by step. Soon those aliens will reach Earth, and at that time Earth will be destroyed by them. So Earth needs you. We need you to develop nanotechnology so that Earth's warriors can wear nanotechnology armor. We need you to develop regeneration cradle technology so that injured people on Earth can receive treatment. What if I can't develop it? Dr. Xiao Hyoin asked, anxiously, feeling immense pressure from Chen Feng's words. Just do your best. Chen Feng smiled. Then I'll go inform my superiors, Dr. Xiao Hyoin said as she prepared to walk out. Chen Feng grabbed Dr. Xiao Hyoin's hand and said, no need. Oh, I've already communicated with S.H.I.E.L.D. and your superiors before I came. You can just come with me. Dr. Xiao Hyoin was slightly dazed. For world peace, come with me. Chen Feng stated emphatically, pulling Dr. Xiao Hyoin along. Wait, I need to grab my wallet. No need, I have plenty of money. You can take as much as you want. But my ID is inside. No need, I'll get you a S.H.I.E.L.D. ID that can be used in all countries. And just like that, Dr. Xiao Hyoin was pulled away by Chen Feng. Upon reaching the rooftop, Dr. Xiao Hyoin was stunned by the imposing figure of the Transformers. Is this a robot? Dr. Xiao Hyoin asked in surprise. This is a transformer developed by us at S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng continued to coax her. You guys at S.H.I.E.L.D. are truly impressive, Dr. Xiao Hyoin admired. Optimus Prime, transform into airplane mode, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord. Click, click. The Transformers quickly transformed into a sleek airplane. Wow, Dr. Xiao Hyoin exclaimed in amazement. The cabin door opened automatically. Chen Feng sat in the pilot's seat. Dr. Xiao Hyoin excitedly took the initiative to sit in the co-pilot seat without needing to be invited. Optimus Prime, return home. Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord. Optimus Prime complied. The airplane-shaped transformer slowly ascended, activating its stealth mode, gradually becoming transparent, and silently flew out of the base. After a dozen minutes, Chen Feng returned to his private island. Xiao Hyoin, stepping down from the plane, was delighted to see the paradise-like island running around the villa, resembling a little girl who had not grown up. Chen Feng paid no mind to Xiao Hyoin, thinking to himself that as long as she was happy, she should not cry in the future. Xiao Hyoin forgot all her worries, having a great time on the island. She occasionally ran to the villa's rooftop to admire the scenery, climbed mountains, and went to the seaside. The private island was not very large, but it kept Xiao Hyoin entertained for 2 hours. Feeling tired from playing, Xiao Hyoin returned to the villa, pouting at Chen Feng, saying, it's all your fault. I didn't even bring any clothes. What should I wear? Looking at Xiao Hyoin, who was sweating profusely, Chen Feng smiled and said, you go take a shower first and wear my pajamas. They'll have Optimus Prime buy some clothes right now. By the time you're done, the clothes will be here. Okay, I'll go shower first. Hyoin replied sweetly. Perhaps due to the joy she just experienced, she felt very reassured with Chen Feng. Seeing Hyoin going to shower, Chen Feng commanded Optimus Prime, put on a set of steel battle armor and disguise yourself as a human, then go buy some women's daily necessities in the city. Understood, my lord. Optimus Prime complied. The villa's ceiling opened and a steel robot flew out. Women enjoy treating showers as a form of indulgence, especially loving to sleep in the bathtub. As it turned out, Optimus Prime had already bought all the women's daily necessities, yet Hyoin had not yet emerged from the bathroom. After more than half an hour, Hyoin finally appeared in loose pajamas, walking out while drying her hair with a towel. Her fair skin and rosy cheeks resembled a beautiful lotus emerging from the water. Chen Feng saw her and felt his heart racing. Have my clothes arrived? Hyoin asked. They're in your room. Chen Feng replied, then said to Optimus Prime, take Miss Hyoin to her room. Understood, my lord. Optimus Prime complied, controlling a robot to lead Hyoin away. Soon a youthful and beautiful Hyoin appeared. With a smile on her face, her long hair cascading down, she wore a white shirt on top and tight jeans below, complemented by a pair of cute slippers. Chen Feng's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "You are truly beautiful." Hyoin blushed from Chen Feng's gaze and shyly replied, "Thank you. Miss Hyoin must be hungry. Come sit down. Oh, I've had Optimus Prime prepare a sumptuous dinner." Chen Feng warmly invited. "Yes, thank you." Hyoin walked over and sat down. "This is red wine from 1982. Give it a taste. This is Matsutake. Quite good. Try it. This king crab was personally caught by Optimus Prime at the seaside. Give it a try. And this pigeon." Chen Feng was very enthusiastic, which left Hyoin feeling overwhelmed and unsure of how to respond. Hyoin, a complete homebody, spent her time reading or conducting research. The place she inhabited was inaccessible to others, so she had little entertainment and no friends her age, which is why she had never been in a relationship. Chen Feng's kindness made her feel flustered, her heart racing wildly with a mix of nervousness, excitement, and fear. Complex emotions she had never experienced before. If it were Natasha, Chen Feng would not have gone to such lengths to please her. But Hyoin was just too beautiful, young, and vibrant, giving off a sunny feeling, and she was pure. Unlike Natasha, where dating felt as casual as eating. Therefore, if Chen Feng were to marry, his partner would definitely be a girl like Hyoin. After nervously finishing dinner, Hyoin hurriedly fled, unable to withstand Chen Feng's fiery hospitality. Chen Feng watched her retreating figure with confidence, saying, "Now that you are here, you cannot escape." Chen Feng collected his thoughts and began to organize his understanding of nanotechnology and regeneration cradle technology from the movies so that Hyoin could develop them as quickly as possible. Of course, he could develop them himself, but it would take a long time. He didn't want to wait, especially since there were other technologies needing his attention. If he were to handle everything alone, it would take decades to finish. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Chen Feng took Hyoin to the underground laboratory. "Miss Hyoin, you will conduct experiments here from now on. If you need anything, just tell Optimus Prime. He will assist you." Chen Feng said. "Okay, thank you." Hyoin replied sweetly. "I will be gone for a while. During this time, you will be alone on the island, all right?" "No problem. As long as there's a laboratory, I can stay here forever without feeling lonely." Hyoin smiled. "That's great." Chen Feng felt relieved, thinking how wonderful she was. Understanding, obedient, pure, beautiful, and intelligent. Simply perfect. Unfortunately, this was a dangerous Marvel world. Otherwise, he genuinely wished to spend a lifetime with Hyoin on this isolated island. Chen Feng piloted the transformer and reluctantly left the private island. The next person Chen Feng needed to find was Hank Pym. Hank Pym's Pym particles can enlarge or shrink anything. With enough energy, even a speck of dust can become a planet, and conversely, a planet can also be reduced to a speck of dust. With Pym particles, the transformers he created could transform in size, which was incredibly magical. But that wasn't the main point. The key was that with Pym particles, he could enlarge scarce resources, allowing for infinite acquisition. For instance, vibranium, of which very little exists globally, but with Pym particles, it would be different. It could be directly enlarged for unlimited extraction. Upon arriving in the city where Hank was located, Chen Feng had the transformer land and transform into a heavy-duty truck. Vroom vroom. The heavy-duty truck's powerful engine roared as it sped down the road. The heavy-duty truck braked, producing a screeching sound from the friction with the ground. Chen Feng got out of the truck, saying, "Optimus Prime, park the truck in the parking lot." "Understood, my lord." Optimus Prime complied. Chen Feng stood in front of a tall building and looked up to see several large characters Pym Technologies on the upper floor. Pym Technologies was founded by Hank, specializing in research on Pym particles. Chen Feng entered Pym Technologies and said to the receptionist, "Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Hank." "Sir, do you have an appointment?" The receptionist asked politely. "No, but tell him I'm with Shield, and he will certainly meet with me." Chen Feng said. He had no choice. The Shield Badge was too useful. If S. H. I. E. L. D. Knew Chen Feng was using their name to deceive others, they would surely expel him. The receptionist made a phone call, and after hanging up she stood up and politely said to Chen Feng, "Sir, please wait a moment, secretary. Sue will come to take you to see our boss right away." After a short wait, a short-haired beauty walked over and said to Chen Feng, "Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Mr. Hank's secretary, please follow me." Chen Feng followed behind the secretary. Upon arriving at Hank's office, Chen Feng sat down confidently and directly stated, "Hello, Mr. Hank, I am here on behalf of S. H. I. E. L. D. And I will be straightforward. We want your Pym particles. Name your price." Hank leaned back in his executive chair, appearing lazy, and said, "What do you want?" "To manufacture weapons to protect the Earth," Chen Feng replied with righteousness. "I can't give you weapons," Hank refused. He was a person opposed to war, otherwise he wouldn't have had a fallout with his disciple Darren Cross. "Mr. Hank, you should understand how dangerous the world is right now. Aliens have descended on Earth multiple times, each time bringing catastrophic harm. Without sufficiently powerful weapons, humanity will either be enslaved by aliens or destroyed by them. As a genius scientist, don't you feel any sense of responsibility? If everyone cherishes their own interests, and all people perish, who will protect you and your wife and daughter?" Chen Feng said. Hank suddenly sat up straight, anxiously asking, "You just mentioned protecting my wife and daughter. You know my wife is not dead. Where is she? Tell me, and I will give you the Pym particles." Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. There was hope. He said, "Your wife Jan is not dead. Oh, she is in the quantum realm." Hank stood up, trembling with excitement, his speech quivering. "Really? Really? Yes, your wife is lost in the quantum realm, and due to being in the quantum realm for so long, her body has absorbed a large amount of quantum energy, so she hasn't aged a bit, and she looks just like she did when you last saw her," Chen Feng said. This time he was not deceiving. He had seen this in the movie Ant-Man 2. "Great, I knew Jan wasn't dead," Hank said happily. Hank and his wife were very much in love, and he had been researching the mysterious quantum world to save her. "Then can you give me the Pym particles?" Chen Feng said with a sly smile. Hank responded joyfully, "Yes, not only can I give you the Pym particles, but I can also share the technology to extract them with you." "Wow, is this for real?" Chen Feng found it hard to believe. Hank nodded seriously, saying, "It's true, but you must help me rescue my wife Jan." Chen Feng extended his right hand and said, "Pleasure to cooperate." "Dad, you can't cooperate with him. He's lying to you." A short-haired woman with fiery red lips and a slender figure barged in, speaking loudly. "Hope, how rude. How can you speak like that? Mr. Chen is a member of S. H. I. E. L. D. How could he deceive me?" Hank scolded his daughter. "Dad, think about it. Many people already know about Mom being lost in the quantum realm because of you, so it's no surprise that S. H. I. E. L. D. knows too. And only our Pym Technologies company possesses the technology for the quantum realm. Even we can't find Mom in the quantum realm, so how can they find her without any quantum technology?" Hope argued convincingly. "That does seem to be the case," Hank suddenly realized. "Mr. Hank, have you heard of the Zola algorithm?" Chen Feng switched to his persuasion mode. Hank shook his head no. The Zola algorithm is the work of the genius scientist Dr. Zola from World War II, capable of seeing through everything. "The reason I know where your wife is and how to rescue her is that I have the Zola algorithm," Chen Feng explained. The Zola algorithm is actually a method of calculation similar to the ancient Chinese I Ching, relying on vast amounts of data to derive the desired information. "I can give you the Pym particles and the quantum technology, but the premise is that you first rescue my wife," Hank said seriously. By doing so, he wouldn't be afraid of Chen Feng deceiving him. Chen Feng extended his right hand again, saying, "Pleasure to cooperate." Chen Feng believed that with his own abilities combined with Hank's, rescuing Jan would undoubtedly be easy. Hank also extended his right hand and said, "Pleasure to cooperate. To study the quantum realm sooner, I suggest you come with me. I live on an island where I have various materials for research, and there are other scientists as well." "Okay," Hank agreed without much thought. He was willing to do anything to rescue his wife. "Dad, I want to go too. I'm worried about you." Hope stepped forward, feeling that Chen Feng had ulterior motives. "If you go, who will manage the company?" Hank said irritably. Hope couldn't refute. "That's settled. Then you manage the company for me while I pack my things," Hank said as he left carefree. After Hank left, Hope walked up to Chen Feng, showing no regard for his imposing physique, and coldly threatened, "If you dare to deceive my dad or harm him, I guarantee I won't let you off." "Uffed," Chen Feng laughed, saying, "Did you overlook my sturdy physique? No matter how strong you are, you still have to be able to fight," Hope retorted. She was agile and had never met a match in hand-to-hand combat. Even Ant-Man Scott was trained by her. Plus, she had a set of wasp suits that could change size, so she wasn't afraid of Chen Feng at all. "How about we have a match?" Chen Feng said with a sly smile, wondering how she would be taught a lesson. "Sure. Let's go to the rooftop." Hope accepted the challenge. Chen Feng and Hope arrived at the rooftop, which was empty and spacious, indeed a good place for a match. Chen Feng beckoned to Hope with a finger, smiling. "Come on." Sweetheart. Hope bit her lip, approached Chen Feng, and suddenly threw a fast punch. However, halfway through she kicked towards Chen Feng's groin. Chen Feng clamped his legs, preventing Hope from retracting her foot, then smiled and said, "You're too weak." Hope's response was a punch aimed at Chen Feng's head. Chen Feng grabbed Hope's wrist with his left hand and smiled again, saying, "Still too weak." Hope extended 2 fingers from her remaining right hand and aimed them at Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng tilted his head, extended his right hand, and grabbed Hope's right hand, smiling once more. "Can you still move?" Hope's hands and 1 foot were controlled by Chen Feng, leaving her unable to break free. She was furious and cursed, "You bad guy, let me go. If you have the ability, let me go, and see if I don't beat you to the ground looking for my teeth." Chen Feng released Hop. Freed Hop immediately attacked Chen Feng, swinging a knife hand towards his neck. Chen Feng tilted his head, using his cheek and shoulder to trap Hop's palm. "You!" Hop exclaimed, feeling that any attack he made would be easily countered by Chen Feng. Chen Feng released him again, smiling at the frustrated Hop, saying, "I was born for battle. You are a latecomer. How could you possibly be my match?" He wasn't lying. He had started learning combat sports from a young age with a wealth of battle experience. When fighting others, he didn't need to think. His subconscious could defeat them. This time, Hop didn't attack Chen Feng again, clearly aware that she was not his opponent. "What I excel at isn't combat skills, but technology. My wasp suit can change size. You better not deceive my father, or I will definitely make things difficult for you," Hop warned defiantly. Chen Feng's expression suddenly changed. He turned serious and coldly said, "Miss Hop, do you know? If it weren't for your father, you might have already been defeated by me, as I detest being threatened, especially by a weakling." How embarrassing for Hop. She was furious. "If you better take my words to heart, or you will surely regret it." After saying this, Hop turned and left, unable to stay any longer after being humiliated. Hank had a lot of stuff, a pile of strange machines, and even a few boxes of ants. Fortunately, the Transformers had great power, allowing him to carry it all back to the private island. Upon returning to the private island, Chen Feng arranged Hank's living quarters and laboratory, sharing some technological theories he learned from the movie Ant-Man 2 with Hank before leaving again. Hank was initially skeptical that Chen Feng was deceiving him, but after hearing the quantum theories Chen Feng presented, he confirmed that Chen Feng was honest. From the theories he provided, Hank could already see the door to the quantum realm opening. When Chen Feng left the private island, he didn't even have time to say goodbye to Hyoin. He received a reminder from Optimus Prime stating that Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man were fighting. Although in Spider-Man 2, Dr. Octopus perished alongside the artificial sun in the end, what if he dies early? It was important to note that the Marvel Universe had already changed significantly due to his arrival, and he also felt that the familiar timeline of the Marvel world was becoming different. Chen Feng piloted the Transformers, flying at top speed towards New York. Whoosh! The Transformers soared through the sky in airplane form. New York is a major city in the United States, so Chen Feng arrived quickly. When he got there, he saw Dr. Octopus engaged in a fierce battle with Spider-Man outside a skyscraper. Chen Feng controlled the Transformers to fly closer and shouted, "Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man, stop." The battling Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man, upon hearing the voice, looked up to see a massive robot, over 8 meters tall, immediately halting their fight, watching Chen Feng warily. "Who are you?" Dr. Octopus asked, angrily, feeling that he was on the verge of defeating Spider-Man, and was quite displeased to be interrupted. "My name is Chen Feng, and I am here to help you," Chen Feng replied. "Help how? Do you have tritium?" Dr. Octopus asked rudely. "Yes, I do, and I have also developed a stable synthetic element that converts into cold fusion. The energy source for the robot I control is cold fusion. If you cooperate with me, I will greatly support your research. Whatever materials you need, I can help you acquire. Do you have a technological empire?" Dr. Octopus asked, wanting to extract a large amount of rare elements, knowing that without a massive technological empire, it would be impossible. He was aware of how to extract them, but could only manage a small quantity due to insufficient manpower and funds, though otherwise he wouldn't have had to oppose Spider-Man to gain Harry's support. "You should know from seeing the robot I control that my technology is quite advanced, so don't underestimate my capabilities just because I don't own a tech company. Currently, I have a genius scientist from Han Country, Dr. Hyoin, who under my funding is developing nanotechnology and regenerative cradle technology. Also, Dr. Hank, who has developed the Pym particles that can change size, is working on the quantum realm under my support. Additionally, I have acquired the memories of the greatest scientist from World War II, Dr. Zola. I believe you must have heard of his great name. And then there's Tony from Stark Industries. You've heard of him, right? I programmed an intelligent program that took control of his AI, butler, forcing him to give me a private island. On my private island, there aren't many people, but they are all genius scientists. Therefore, if you join my team, your artificial son will surely come to fruition." Dr. Octopus was moved. This was far more support than Harry could provide, not just in resources, but also in the opportunity to communicate with other scientists. He replied, "What do I need to give up to cooperate with you?" "Share the results of your research with me," Chen Feng said. All right, I agree, Dr. Octopus replied, then turned to Spider-Man angrily saying, but first I need to take care of this spider. Dr. Octopus believed that the reason his last experiment with the artificial sun failed was entirely because of Spider-Man. Spider-Man had pulled the power source of the equipment, preventing him from controlling the artificial sun. Thus, he had to eliminate Spider-Man, otherwise he couldn't quell his resentment. Spider-Man Peter quickly dodged to the side and called out to Chen Feng for help, saying, Chen Feng, didn't you say you came to help us? You helped Dr. Octopus, but what about me? Can you make Dr. Octopus release Mary? Chen Feng said, wanting to extract Spider-Man's genes, otherwise he wouldn't care at all. Dr. Octopus shot a glare at Chen Feng, displeased, saying, if you want to cooperate with me, don't meddle in other matters. With that, he controlled his mechanical tentacles to attack Spider-Man. Spider-Man shot out a web, sticking it to the wall. Pulling on it, he immediately flew away, successfully dodging Dr. Octopus' attack. Bang, bang, bang. Dr. Octopus' mechanical tentacles created holes in the wall, traversing it with incredible speed, thanks to their powerful grip. Watching Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man battling, Chen Feng felt a headache. What to do? He wanted Dr. Octopus' artificial sun technology. The Transformers desperately needed such energy. And he also wanted Spider-Man's genes. With them, his ordinary form would become stronger, more agile, and his reaction speed would increase immensely, among other benefits. If Chen Feng helps Dr. Octopus deal with Spider-Man, Spider-Man will certainly be unwilling to let him extract his genes. Conversely, if he helps Spider-Man defeat Dr. Octopus, the latter will be furious and refuse to cooperate, even becoming his enemy. Right. Chen Feng had a sudden flash of inspiration, thinking of a brilliant plan. He could rescue Spider-Man's girlfriend Mary. Then Spider-Man would be able to leave without worry. With Spider-Man's agility, Dr. Octopus would certainly be unable to catch him. While Chen Feng was contemplating this, Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man were already fighting on the front of the train. In the movie, Dr. Octopus was unable to handle Spider-Man, and in a fit of rage, he sabotaged the braking and acceleration systems of the train. Spider-Man almost died while trying to save the passengers aboard the train. In the movie, Dr. Octopus agreed to capture Spider-Man alive for Harry, which allowed him to attack recklessly with magic. But now that he had agreed to cooperate with me, without any concerns, Dr. Octopus would definitely sabotage the train systems again and prevent Spider-Man from saving anyone. If I leave, everyone on the train will die. Should I save them or not? Chen Feng muttered to himself. Dr. Octopus was kicked off the train by Spider-Man. Dr. Octopus' mechanical tentacles were quite powerful. At the moment he escaped the train's front, they grabbed the edge of the front and smashed through the glass window, allowing him to dive into the cockpit. What are you doing? The driver panicked and stood up. Dr. Octopus' mechanical tentacles swung and instantly killed the driver. Don't you like heroes? Then I will let you be one more time. Dr. Octopus sneered as he grabbed the acceleration switch and pushed it up. The train's power surged rapidly, increasing its speed. He then controlled his mechanical tentacles to smash the braking and acceleration systems before finally escaping the cockpit. Returning to the top of the train, he threw the brake handle to Spider-Man, sneering. I have sabotaged the train's systems. This train cannot brake and will continue to accelerate until it reaches its destination, crashing and exploding to stop. Spider-Man was immediately at a loss. Dr. Octopus didn't care about the lives of the passengers. Seeing Spider-Man frozen in place, he seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The mechanical tentacle struck like a sword, aimed at Spider-Man's heart. With his heightened sixth sense, Spider-Man sensed the danger and instinctively fell back, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Then Spider-Man rolled and, using all four limbs, climbed into the cockpit. Seeing the already damaged cockpit, he looked worried and said, what to do? What should I do? There are so many people on the train, how can I save them? As the train accelerated, the passengers began to feel something was wrong and started to panic, with the more timid ones crying out for help. Help? Wah! Who will save my child? What to do? Jumping off will kill me, and staying on will mean death by crash. Oh, what should I do? Who can tell me? Hello, is this the police? I'm on the train, and the train we are on has been sabotaged by two monsters and is accelerating rapidly. Please come save us. Wah! Calls for help. Cries of despair. The panicked cries of children. These sounds made Chen Feng hesitate no longer. Though he was not a good person, seeing so many innocent civilians about to die, he couldn't remain indifferent. He began piloting the Transformer toward the front of the train. In order to stop the train, Spider-Man ran to the front and jumped down, bracing his upper body against the front of the train and landing on his feet. Puff, puff, puff. The fixed bars in the middle of the tracks broke apart. In just a few seconds, Spider-Man could no longer hold on. His feet were ablaze, and he had to quickly rise and press against the front. What's wrong? No way out. If everyone on this train dies, it will be because of your incompetence that they perished. Dr. Octopus said gleefully. He deliberately refrained from attacking Spider-Man, wanting to see how he would save everyone on the train. Spider-Man couldn't afford to argue with Dr. Octopus. He thought for a moment and made a decision, spreading his arms and shooting webs from his wrists. Bang, bang, bang. The webs snapped. Spider-Man didn't give up. He shot out more webs and stuck them to the buildings on either side. Chen Feng arrived and said to Spider-Man, "Get out of the way, let me do it." As Spider-Man shot out a large number of webs, he responded, "Let's do this together." "Chen Feng, do you still want to cooperate?" Dr. Octopus said discontentedly. "The passengers are innocent," Chen Feng replied, then controlled the transformer to descend. After Chen Feng landed, he directly grabbed Spider-Man and threw him into the cockpit because Spider-Man was obstructing him. He controlled the transformer leaning against the front of the train with all four limbs forward, fully activating the jet system. Boom. The train slowed down due to the resistance from the transformer. Optimus Prime increased the thrust. Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime replied. The transformer's limbs emitted stronger jets. The train slowed down further. The passengers' hearts, which were hanging in anxiety, finally began to calm down. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of a problem. The train was still in motion, so he said to Spider-Man, "Peter, quickly smash all the systems in the front of the train." "Oh," Spider-Man replied, finding a wrench and starting to smash the train systems. While smashing, Spider-Man suddenly stopped, surprised, and said, "How did you know my name is Peter?" "Many people know your name is Peter, it's just that you yourself didn't realize it. Moreover, every time you catch a villain, there are people supervising you." Chen Feng said. The one supervising Peter was H-I-E-L-D, which Chen Feng learned from Optimus Prime. Spider-Man was stunned. He had always thought he had hidden himself, well, that even his closest ones didn't know he was Spider-Man. But he never expected that many people knew his true identity. "Hurry and smash. If you don't stop the train, I won't care anymore," Chen Feng reprimanded angrily. He had already slowed the train down, but it was still moving. If he let go, the train would speed up again. Only by completely braking the train could it truly stop. Oh, Spider-Man hurriedly smashed. Bang, bang, bang. The equipment in the cockpit was smashed to bits by Spider-Man. At this moment, Dr. Octopus felt a bit conflicted. Chen Feng's robot was over 8 meters tall and could block even a rapidly moving train, a shape he couldn't handle, so he didn't want to be enemies with Chen Feng. In the end, he chose to pause the battle with Spider-Man, intending to save the passengers on the train first, then fight Spider-Man to the bitter end. After Spider-Man completely smashed the train, the now powerless train gradually came to a stop under the obstruction of the transformer. As the train came to a halt, Dr. Octopus made his move. 2 mechanical tentacles secured themselves to the train, while the other 2 arched left and right, attacking Spider-Man. Spider-Man, who was just celebrating with the passengers, was caught by Dr. Octopus' mechanical tentacles. The strength of the tentacles was immense, rendering Spider-Man immobile. However, Spider-Man had his web. He shot out a strand of webbing, pulling Dr. Octopus along and crashing him against the wall of a building. Since Chen Feng discovered he could extract the genes of the deceased, he no longer cared about the fate of superheroes. Just like now, he was fully capable of taking down Spider-Man. Then he could extract Spider-Man's genes. But since Spider-Man was a hero beloved by all, he couldn't bring himself to kill him, especially since Spider-Man was a good person. Moreover, if he killed Spider-Man's H-I-E-L-D would definitely come after him. His reputation would be tarnished, as humanity would despise him for killing Spider-Man. Optimus Prime locked onto Dr. Octopus' lab. "We're going to rescue Mary," Chen Feng commanded, knowing this was the only way he could assist Spider-Man. He hoped Spider-Man would willingly allow him to extract his genes afterward. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime replied. "My lord, location locked. Mary is currently safe and alone." "Let's go save her," Chen Feng said. The Transformers soared into the sky and vanished in mere moments. In just a few seconds, Chen Feng located Dr. Octopus' laboratory. It was originally a spacious vintage-style building, but now it lay in ruins, visible from the outside. Perhaps it was because Dr. Octopus had experimented with artificial suns here, and the police were concerned about radiation, so they had sealed off the area, leaving it deserted. Chen Feng emerged from the transformer and walked inside. A quick glance around revealed a beautiful woman hanging in a corner. The woman had messy blonde hair, her hands bound, and her waist wrapped in chains. The scene was somewhat provocative, tempting one to commit a crime. Seeing a stranger enter, Mary quickly shouted, "Hey, over here. Help me. I've been captured by bad guys." Chen Feng approached and helped Mary free her wrists from the ropes, then removed the chains from her waist. Grateful for her freedom, Mary said, "My name is Mary. Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome. I was sent by your boyfriend Peter to rescue you," Chen Feng smiled. "Peter, I knew he would find a way to save me," Mary exclaimed joyfully. "All right, enough chatter. Dr. Octopus is using you to threaten Peter, making it difficult for him. I need to get you to safety and then inform Peter to stay away from Dr. Octopus," Chen Feng said. Mary nodded and replied, "Okay, thank you. He'll follow your lead." Chen Feng took Mary outside. Once outside, Mary saw the towering transformer standing at 5 meters tall and gasped, "Wow, it's huge." Chen Feng burst into laughter. Her mouth formed an O shape, and saying it was big could easily be misunderstood. "Is this your robot?" Mary asked in astonishment. She had seen robots before, especially Iron Man's, frequently appearing in newspapers and on television, but they were all about human size. This one, towering over 3 stories, looked incredibly imposing. Yes, he is the first-generation Transformer, named Optimus Prime, Chen Feng introduced. You're truly amazing, Mary admired. It's nothing special. Chen Feng smiled slightly, and then commanded, Optimus Prime, transform into jet mode. The Transformer could carry Mary in its current form, but it would be inconvenient, as she would have to hold on tightly, risking being blown away at such speed. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime obeyed. With a series of clicks, the Transformer quickly morphed into a sleek jet. Wow, that's impressive, Mary exclaimed again. Chen Feng climbed into the cockpit and said to Mary, hurry up and get in. They'll take you home. Okay. Mary cheerfully climbed into the passenger seat, her lively eyes darting around the cockpit. Optimus Prime set the destination to Mary's home and take her back. Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Having an impressive intelligence system made things so convenient, just say the word. The jet ascended quickly, heading towards Mary's home. In just about 20 seconds, they arrived at her house, which was quite lavish and had a villa. The jet landed inside the villa. As the cabin door opened, Chen Feng said, Miss Mary, you have arrived home. So fast. Mary exclaimed, surprised that she barely had time to look around the cockpit before they reached her house. The speed was simply astonishing. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, it is that fast. But I haven't had enough of the ride. Can you take me up to fly around a bit? Mary pleaded, eager to experience such high-tech machinery. It was her first time, and she didn't want it to end so quickly. Miss Mary, if you take too long, your boyfriend Peter will be in danger from Dr. Octopus. Chen Feng reminded her. Mary suddenly remembered her boyfriend and hurriedly exited the jet. Miss Mary, once Peter returns, please have a good talk with him and get him to cooperate with me on something. That will be my reward, Chen Feng said. Mary nodded earnestly. Okay, you'll talk to him. Chen Feng waved goodbye. I hope to take you to space someday. Mary clasped her hands together in excitement, exclaiming, really? Can we go tomorrow? The thought of going to space was so romantic. She had dreamed of going. Chen Feng casually mentioned it, not realizing Mary genuinely wanted to go to space. He hadn't been to space himself. If you can persuade Peter to cooperate with me on something that won't affect him as long as he is willing, then he'll take you to space for fun, okay? Chen Feng said. Mary nodded vigorously. All right. Optimus Prime, let's go find Dr. Octopus and the others, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. The jet took off, leaving Mary's house. With Optimus Prime's assistance, Chen Feng easily located Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man. Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man had been battling along the railway, traversing several streets, leaving chaos in their wake. Chen Feng did not descend immediately. He waited for Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man to separate so he could discreetly inform Spider-Man that Mary had been rescued. Spider-Man's most powerful attack involved using his web as a spring to launch himself. Sure enough, he soon began using his launching technique again. With a loud bang, Dr. Octopus was kicked away by Spider-Man, crashing into a clothing store. Chen Feng made his move, controlling the Transformers as it descended from the sky, landing in front of Spider-Man. Spider-Man immediately felt the pressure, grimacing, and said, Chen Feng, you aren't trying to help Dr. Octopus, are you? I rescued your girlfriend and brought her home. She is safe now, Chen Feng replied. Really? That's great. Spider-Man was overjoyed. So you need to cooperate with me. I'll pretend to be hit by my attack, then find an opportunity to escape so Dr. Octopus won't suspect me. Chen Feng instructed. Okay, Spider-Man readily agreed. Chen Feng kicked toward Spider-Man. Spider-Man initially did not want to dodge, as they had just agreed to pretend to be attacked by Chen Feng. However, upon seeing the massive foot of the Transformers, he felt a chill and chose to evade out of fear. He rolled backward successfully, avoiding the giant foot of the Transformers. Boom. A massive pit was created where Spider-Man had been standing. The surrounding concrete cracked and extended several meters away. Chen Feng reached out to grab him. Spider-Man nimbly dodged, stepping on Chen Feng's fist and leaping onto his head. Chen Feng performed a backflip, forcing Spider-Man down, and then punched at him as he landed. Boom. Spider-Man was sent flying by Chen Feng's punch. He collided with Dr. Octopus, who had just exited a clothing store, and they both tumbled into the store. Bang, bang, bang. Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man began fighting inside the clothing store. Spider-Man never kills. Even if his opponent is evil, he only captures them to hand over to the police. Dr. Octopus, influenced by his mechanical tentacles, had lost his humanity. Anyone who displeased him would be killed. Thus, even though Spider-Man was stronger, he found himself fleeing from Dr. Octopus. After a while of fighting, Spider-Man seized the opportunity and crawled into a vent. Dr. Octopus, being larger and hindered by his mechanical tentacles, could not enter the vent and began destructively tearing it apart. Boom, boom, boom. Dr. Octopus' mechanical tentacles transformed into a digger, quickly excavating toward the vent. His method was no match for Spider-Man's speed. Spider-Man entered the vent, extending his hand to shoot a web that stuck at the corner of the vent. With a pull, he swiftly moved inside as fast as the wind and fierce as fire, disappearing in an instant. Chen Feng emerged from the Transformers, walked to the clothing store, and said to Dr. Octopus, "Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man has escaped. You won't be able to catch him." "No, I can definitely catch him," Dr. Octopus insisted, continuing to manipulate his mechanical tentacles to dig into the vent. "Just give it up. With Spider-Man's agility and webs, you cannot catch him. He can swing through the city and slip into the sewers moving silently. Finding him is difficult. Even for me, it would be challenging," Chen Feng advised. Dr. Octopus exhaled in frustration, unwilling to accept defeat. "As a collaborator, shouldn't you help me kill Spider-Man?" Chen Feng shook his head regretfully, saying, "Now I understand why your artificial son failed." "Why?" Dr. Octopus inquired. "Because you haven't devoted yourself wholeheartedly to your research, leading to your experiment's failure. Failure is the mother of success. Scientists rely on countless failures to develop technologies that change humanity. And you, look at who you are now. You are filled with killing intent and hatred, lacking even a trace of a scientist's spirit. Especially after your failure, placing all the blame on others. Therefore your failure was inevitable," Chen Feng analyzed. Dr. Octopus could hardly bear Chen Feng's words. Covering his ears, he shouted, I didn't. His emotions spiraled out of control, causing his mechanical tentacles to flail wildly, smashing everything around him. "Dr. Octopus, I just said that scientists succeed through countless failures. This failure does not mean you will fail for life. As long as you let go of your hatred and cooperate with me to study the artificial sun, I believe you will soon create an artificial sun to replace the real sun. At that time, you will be the greatest scientist in the universe." Chen Feng persuaded. "Yes, you're right. I am a scientist. I cannot let hatred change my life. I will not seek revenge, I will study the artificial sun," Dr. Octopus realized, murmuring to himself. Chen Feng stepped forward and extended his right hand. "Pleasure to cooperate." Dr. Octopus also extended his right hand. "Pleasure to cooperate." "Dr. Octopus, I believe researching the artificial sun in a bustling city is inappropriate. The experimental site is not spacious enough, and the noise from the nearby people will affect you. Therefore, I suggest moving the laboratory to my private island where Dr. Xiao, Hyoin, and Dr. Hank can communicate with you, and the environment is beautiful. I am sure you will love it there," Chen Feng stated. "As long as you support me in developing the artificial sun, I have no problem going anywhere," Dr. Octopus replied. "I will have Optimus Prime help you transport things. You can directly find him if you need anything," Chen Feng instructed. Dr. Octopus nodded. "All right." Chen Feng turned and said, "Optimus Prime, help Dr. Octopus transport the items to the private island, then wait for my summons," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Optimus Prime and Dr. Octopus left. Chen Feng did not follow. He needed to find Spider-Man. He was determined to secure Spider-Man's genes. Chen Feng took a taxi to Mary's house. Upon arrival, he did not knock, but like Spider-Man, stealthily climbed inside. He was very agile, quickly entering the villa and then climbing up along the water pipes on the wall. With Optimus Prime's guidance, he accurately found Mary's room. What he did not expect was that he seemed to have come at the wrong time. Spider-Man was currently exercising with Mary. Chen Feng did not want to disturb their moment, so he deliberately crouched outside the window waiting for them to finish. However, Spider-Man had astonishing hearing. While exercising, he heard the noise outside. "Peter, what are you doing?" Mary complained, feeling that she hadn't had enough yet. "How could they stop?" "Someone is outside," Spider-Man whispered. "Who? It can't be my dad, right?" Mary gasped, anxiously asking. "It's not your dad. He doesn't have such skills," Peter replied. "Then who could it be? A thief? Or has Dr. Octopus sent someone?" Mary worriedly said. "Anyone with such skills would never resort to thievery, and Dr. Octopus doesn't seem like that," Peter responded. Hearing Peter and Mary's conversation from outside the window made Chen Feng feel a bit embarrassed, but since he had been discovered, there was no need to hide. He stood up directly. "Aunt!" Mary let out a shriek, the kind that broke her voice. Chen Feng waved his hand awkwardly and greeted. "Hi, how are you?" "Oh my gosh," Spider-Man quickly shielded his girlfriend. Chen Feng was unceremonious, opened the window, and climbed in, saying, "Peter, it's me, Chen Feng. What are you doing in Mary's room at this late hour?" Spider-Man questioned, suspecting that Chen Feng might have something going on with his girlfriend. "Peter, don't misunderstand, there's nothing going on with your girlfriend. I'm here to find you," Chen Feng explained. "What do you want from me?" "I saved you and your girlfriend, you should repay me," Chen Feng stated emphatically. "What do you want as a reward?" Spider-Man asked readily. "I have a superpower that allows me to extract others' genes, but it requires their willing consent." "Don't worry, extracting genes won't harm anyone," Chen Feng said. "Why do you want my genes?" Spider-Man asked warily. To be honest, he didn't want to share his abilities because he wished there was only one Spider-Man in the world, not two or more. "I need to become stronger, it's that simple," Chen Feng explained. Spider-Man wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by his girlfriend Mary. "Peter, just let him extract your genes. If it weren't for him today, you wouldn't have seen me, you might have even been killed by Dr. Octopus." He is our savior, and we should repay him, Mary urged. Chen Feng secretly gave Mary a thumbs up. Oh, what a perceptive woman. Under his girlfriend's persuasion, Spider-Man ultimately agreed, saying dejectedly, fine. I agree to let you extract my genes. Chen Feng revealed a happy smile, took a few steps to the bedside, extended his hand to Spider-Man, and said, just hold my hand, I'll remember it must be voluntary, otherwise I cannot extract it. All right, Spider-Man replied weakly. Click. The door swung open. Mary, what's wrong? Mary's parents barged in. Seeing Peter with a strange man in their daughter's room, they were stunned, especially with one on the bed and the other standing beside it while their daughter lay there. They had a shocked expression. Oh my gosh, Mary's mother covered her mouth, exclaiming she didn't expect her daughter to be so bold as to have two men at once. Mary, how could you do such a thing? You are already engaged, you know, Mary's father said angrily. It was bad enough to cheat, but to do it with two men, especially while being so loud, was too much. Mary looked completely bewildered. Spider-Man quickly withdrew his hand, got off the bed, and awkwardly called out to Mary's parents, Uncle, Auntie. If I warned you before, why are you still looking for Mary? Do you think my words are meaningless? Mary's father scolded angrily. Uncle, Spider-Man hesitated, not knowing what to say. Chen Feng was different. He had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior, so he wasn't afraid. He walked up to Mary's parents, greeted them politely, saying, Hello, Uncle Annie, I'm Chen Feng. I'm sorry for entering without using the front door. What do you do? Mary's father asked sternly. He was someone who only liked the wealthy and would not have let his daughter get engaged to a rich second generation if he didn't. Chen Feng thought for a moment and said, I could say I'm a scientist, I could also say I'm a seeker of power. Mary's father ignored his two statements and bluntly asked, Are you rich? Chen Feng was taken aback, then smiled, saying yes. I'm not just rich, I also own a private island. Mary's father's expression changed, revealing a kind smile as he warmly took Chen Feng's hand, saying, Chen Feng, only you can save me. My company is about to go bankrupt due to cash flow issues. You must help me. That's a small matter, Uncle. Oh, just tell me how much you need. Chen Feng said grandly. During this time, Optimus Prime had been helping him make money in the stock market, making him a world-class millionaire. He was just a little behind Iron Man Tony, but there were probably no more than 100 people in the world who were richer than him. $1 million will do, Mary's father said happily. They'll give you $100 million. Oh, I hope you can make the company grow big and strong. Chen Feng said grandly. Since having Optimus Prime money had become nothing more than a string of data for him. Since arriving in the Marvel world, he hadn't held a single cash bill. All transactions were online. Mary's father's hands trembled. He never expected Chen Feng to be so generous. It was truly surprising. Mary's mother covered her mouth, showing a shocked expression. After the shock, her gaze towards Chen Feng changed, as if she were a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Chen Feng wasted no time, contacted Optimus Prime and commanded, Optimus Prime, transfer $100 million to the gentleman's bank card. Understood, my lord. Optimus Prime's voice came from Chen Feng's watch. Wow, this is high-tech, Mary's father exclaimed, realizing that only the rich could afford such high-tech products. If Uncle likes it, I can send you one another day, Chen Feng said generously. He did all this to please Mary and Spider-Man, as he had just been interrupted by Mary's parents, which prevented him from extracting Spider-Man's genes on time. All right. Mary's father repeatedly expressed his approval, clearly satisfied with Chen Feng. My lord, the transfer is successful, Optimus Prime reminded. As Optimus Prime's voice fell, Mary's father's phone pinged with a message. Ding. Mary's father knew what that sound meant. Trembling hands took out his phone and opened the message. American Bank, your account ending in 27, on the date of 0 month 0 day at 2216 completed a transfer transaction of $100 million, balance 100,009,156. Hiss. Mary's father gasped. It was his first time seeing so much money. Honey, has the money arrived? Mary's mother asked anxiously. Mary's father nodded and happily said, Yes, it has arrived. It's $100 million. Great, now our company is saved. Mary's mother exclaimed joyfully. Mary looked at Chen Feng chatting happily with her parents, feeling strange as she and her boyfriend were being ignored. Suddenly, Mary's father grabbed Chen Feng's hand once more excitedly, saying, You are my son-in-law, I have decided. I also recognize you as my son-in-law, Mary's mother echoed. Both Chen Feng and Mary were bewildered. Spider-Man was also bewildered. No, uncle, you have misunderstood. I am Mary's boyfriend. Spider-Man was on the verge of tears. Dad, Chen Feng is here to see Peter, not me. You misunderstood, Mary explained with a mix of laughter and tears. Chen Feng found it amusing to explain that being recognized as a son-in-law by Mary's father was quite a misunderstanding. Mary's father looked bewildered. Mary's mother was also confused. What was going on? In her daughter's room, yet he wasn't her daughter's man. This misunderstanding was too embarrassing. Mary's father still held Chen Feng's hand, asking seriously, Are you really here to see Peter? Chen Feng nodded. Yes, I'm really here to see Peter. Do you like Mary? Mary's father asked, hoping Chen Feng, being wealthy, could become his son-in-law. Uncle, I just met Mary today, Chen Feng replied with a bitter smile. As long as you like Mary, you'll take charge and marry her off to you, Mary's father said generously. Mary couldn't take it anymore and protested that I already said Peter is my boyfriend. Although she had a good impression of Chen Feng, she felt embarrassed to be with him after getting to this stage with Peter. Mary's father turned and glared at his daughter, saying sternly, I didn't ask you. Chen Feng shook his head and declined. Uncle, it seems I have to disappoint your good intentions. I'm sorry, I can't marry Mary. Mary's father let go of Chen Feng's hand, looking displeased, questioning. If you don't like my daughter, why are you in her room? You can't say you were looking for Peter. How could you possibly find my daughter's room? Who would believe that? Chen Feng was speechless, but what Mary's father said made sense. Of finding someone and ending up in a girl's room certainly didn't align with logic. Uncle, I have an intelligence system called Optimus Prime. It can access any camera and locate anyone's phone. I came here because my system pinpointed Peter and he ran to Mary's room, so I followed him here, Chen Feng explained. Then why did you give me $100 million? Mary's father asked, perplexed. It was baffling that someone he had just met would give him such a large sum without hesitation. I have money, and besides, I'm Peter's friend, so it's only right that I help you, Chen Feng smiled. What if I can't pay back such a large sum? Mary's father asked anxiously. If it was his son-in-law's money, he wouldn't pay it back. But Chen Feng didn't want to be his son-in-law. He would naturally repay that money unless it was given freely, which he estimated was unlikely given that $100 million was no small amount. I have money, you don't need to pay it back. Just take it and use it. If you need more, you can come to me again, Chen Feng said generously. Mary's father sighed in relief, glad he wouldn't have to repay the money. Spider-Man thought that if he continued to be ignored, his girlfriend would surely end up with someone else, so he loudly told Chen Feng, Chen Feng, don't worry, I will pay you back $100 million. Uffed. Chen Feng burst out laughing. Uffed. Mary's father couldn't help but chuckle. You might as well give up. Mary's mother shook her head in disappointment. Seeing the expressions and reactions of everyone, Spider-Man felt hurt, wondering if he was really that disappointing. After all, he was a superhero who had saved countless people. $100 million was just a matter of effort. Peter, my dad, doesn't like people who boast, Mary reminded. After enough laughter, Mary's father said to Spider-Man, Peter, it's not that I look down on you. Oh, just think about yourself. You are just a small reporter. How much do you earn in a month? You can't even support yourself, yet you want to earn $100 million. Dream on. Unless you're as talented as Mr. Chen Feng, with your intelligence, earning even $1 million in your lifetime is uncertain, Mary's mother mocked. I will work hard, Spider-Man shouted loudly, feeling cornered by everyone's words. Recalling how his aunt had given him the last $20 as a birthday gift, he felt a pang of pain. He was Spider-Man. How could life be so impoverished? He hadn't felt this way before. Now, seeing how Mary's father treated him and Chen Feng differently, he suddenly realized that to be a hero, one must also earn money. He decided that he must earn a lot of money, proving to everyone who looked down on him that Peter was also a wealthy man, not just a loser. Then come back to find Mary once you've earned $100 million. Mary's father said irritably. He had little faith in Peter, a person with no talent and a timid personality who struggled to even eat. How could he trust him with his daughter? Spider-Man clenched his fists, saying seriously, all right, I'll come back to find Mary once I've earned $100 million. Okay, I'll be waiting, Mary's father replied nonchalantly. Uncle Andy, could you step out for a moment? I still need to talk to Peter, Chen Feng said politely. I understand, Mary's father said with a sly smile. As Mary's mother closed the door, she reminded her daughter, Mary, remember to take good care of Chen Feng. Chen Feng thought to himself, what does that even mean? Spider-Man was about to explode, thinking how could parents be like this? Mary's face turned red as she dared not look directly at Chen Feng. After Mary's parents went out, Chen Feng said to Spider-Man, Peter, don't worry, I'll give you money to start a business. It won't be long before you can earn $100 million. Spider-Man shook his head gratefully, saying, no, I want to earn that $100 million with my own ability. All right, I respect your choice. So can we continue to extract the genes now? Chen Feng said eagerly. Spider-Man nodded, it's ready. Chen Feng shook hands with Spider-Man. System, extract Spider-Man's genes and merge them with me. Chen Feng thought to himself. Ding, Spider-Man gene extraction successful, merging in progress, said the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for merging with Spider-Man's genes. The system announced. As the system's prompt sounded, a strange power began to alter Chen Feng's body. Damn, it itches. Chen Feng's hands began to itch painfully at the wrists, involuntarily scratching each other. While scratching, he produced a strand of spider silk. Chen Feng, can you really extract someone else's genes? Spider-Man asked in surprise. Yes, Chen Feng replied. Chen Feng, can you also give me Peter's abilities? Mary asked, eagerly, feeling that swinging between skyscrapers as Spider-Man would be thrilling and wanted such abilities. Chen Feng shook his head. You definitely can't do it my way, but you can take Peter's genes for research. Maybe you can develop spider serum from it. Mary revealed a look of disappointment. Chen Feng had acquired Spider-Man's genes and no longer needed to stay there, so he waved to Spider-Man and Mary, saying, Peter, Mary, I'm leaving. May we meet again someday. Seeing Chen Feng about to leave, Mary suddenly remembered that he had promised to take her to space. She hurriedly called out, "Chen Feng, wait. You promised me during the day that you would take me to space." Chen Feng stopped in his tracks, turned to look at Mary, and said with a wry smile, "Then let's go now." While watching the movie, he felt that Mary and Spider-Man were deeply in love, but now he felt that the bond between them was negligible because Mary didn't seem to care about Spider-Man's feelings at all. Mary was very happy, clapping her hands and joyfully saying, "That's great." Spider-Man, with a pained expression, thought to himself, "Mary, in front of me you go out with another man. Have you considered my feelings?" "Optimus Prime, come here for a moment," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, my lord, I will arrive on time within 5 minutes," Optimus Prime responded. He awkwardly waited for 5 minutes. Whoosh. The Transformers arrived with a gust of wind hovering in the air outside the window. "My lord, I have arrived," Optimus Prime shouted. "Transform into plane mode," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Click, click. The Transformers quickly transformed into a cool airplane. Chen Feng turned to Mary and Spider-Man and said, "You both can go up together." How could he only invite Spider-Man's girlfriend without inviting Spider-Man himself? Without a second thought, Mary ran to the window, climbed out using both hands and feet, and skillfully squeezed into the co-pilot's seat. "Your plane only has a pilot and a co-pilot seat. I think I'll pass," Spider-Man said awkwardly. "You can hold Mary," Chen Feng replied. Spider-Man looked at Mary, who was happily examining Chen Feng's plane, feeling dejected. When Mary was with him, she had never seemed this happy except during physical activities. "Forget it. You two go have fun," Spider-Man said gloomily. "All right then," Chen Feng replied. Having obtained Spider-Man's genes, he no longer needed to consider Spider-Man's feelings. If he wanted to go, he would go. If not, then forget it. Chen Feng jumped through the window, soaring over Mary's head and landing perfectly in the pilot's seat. Such a difficult maneuver was something he could never have accomplished before. Now he could do it entirely thanks to Spider-Man's genes, which endowed him with agility. Once Chen Feng was seated, Optimus Prime closed the hatch. "Optimus Prime, maintain normal speed. Destination outer space," Chen Feng commanded. Mary was an ordinary person, and too much speed would be unbearable for her. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Whoosh. The plane took off, accelerating rapidly and flying thousands of miles away in mere moments. Soon the plane broke through the Earth's atmosphere and entered the weightlessness of outer space. Without the Earth's gravity, the plane's speed increased even further. "Wow, space is truly beautiful," Mary exclaimed. Without the atmospheric cover, she could see the most authentic view of space. In the sky, all that could be seen was either the dark void of space or the dazzling planets. Under the sunlight, the planets shone like little lanterns, radiating their own light in the monotonous expanse of space. The beautiful scenery of the stars in space captivated even Chen Feng. "It's really beautiful," Chen Feng sighed. Mary turned her head and sweetly said to Chen Feng, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never see such a beautiful space in my lifetime." Mary was very happy, feeling that this moment was very romantic. Although it was just an outing and not a date, it still felt quite romantic. In such a romantic setting, if Chen Feng confessed to Mary, she would definitely be moved and agree. "The moon is the closest to Earth. How about we take a trip to the moon?" Chen Feng suggested. Mary nodded obediently, saying, I'll follow your lead." "Optimus Prime, is there any problem with the Transformers' performance?" Chen Feng asked. "My lord, everything is normal. If there are any issues, I will notify you promptly." "Please rest assured," Optimus Prime replied. "That's good. Now let's head to the moon quickly," Chen Feng said. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. The plane expelled powerful gas, rapidly flying toward the moon. As they moved further away from Earth, Chen Feng and the others could see a full view of the planet, half black and half blue. The distance from Earth to the moon is 384,000 kilometers. Human-engineered rockets take several days to reach the moon from Earth because they must follow a large elliptical orbit. However, Chen Feng's Transformers advanced in a straight line. With the Transformers' immense energy and speed, they successfully reached the moon in just a few hours. The plane landed on the moon. Chen Feng turned to Mary and said, "Mary, would you like to control the Transformers and play freely on the moon?" Mary's eyes lit up with excitement as she said, "Can I really?" Chen Feng then asked, "Optimus Prime, if I transform into a Titan giant, how long can I stay on the moon?" "Based on the physique of my lord, as a Titan giant you can stay on the moon. However, I'm unsure how long you can last without breathing," Optimus Prime replied. Chen Feng controlled a helmet to descend, placing it on Mary's head. He gently said, "Put on this helmet and you will be able to control the Transformers with your mind." "Oh, thank you," Mary said, unable to resist, giving Chen Feng a kiss. "You're welcome," Chen Feng replied, not minding too much. Americans are famously open and often express gratitude or greetings with a kiss. "Optimus Prime, separate the co-pilot and pilot seats, then let me out," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Once the cockpit was separated, the hatch opened. "Roar!" Chen Feng instantly transformed and roared as he jumped out of the cockpit. He transformed into a 3-meter-tall Titan giant landing on the moon's surface. The moon's gravity is only 1/6 that of Earth, so with a gentle push Chen Feng could jump several meters high. With a bit more force, he could even break free from the moon's gravitational pull. As the Titan giant on the moon, Chen Feng felt a bit cold and couldn't breathe, but otherwise he experienced no discomfort. Inside the cockpit, Mary covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my God, he can actually transform into a giant. My lord, the moon is too quiet. Humans typically do not like this kind of environment. Should we play some music?" Optimus Prime suggested. Chen Feng did not speak, but nodded. Every night in mid-dreams, a beautiful and romantic song broke the silence of the moon. Hearing the familiar song, Chen Feng was speechless. Why play the Titanic theme song, My Heart Will Go On? A DJ would have been better. He wasn't even dating Mary. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of a question. How could his ears hear the sounds emitted by the Transformers? This left him astonished. Because sound requires a medium to propagate, solid, liquid, or gas, and there is none on the moon, which is close to a vacuum. Yet he could hear sounds. Moreover, the sounds were quite clear. He suddenly recalled a news report he had seen before, an article from America. The Voyager spacecraft had detected signals that could be played at frequencies audible to the human ear. He understood this principle. He also knew that space is not an absolute vacuum, otherwise countless celestial bodies wouldn't exist. It's just that the molecules in space are too sparse with too much distance between them, making sound propagation difficult, leading to the common belief that space is an absolute vacuum. In fact, space is not 100% a vacuum. Sound can propagate there, but just does so differently than on Earth. In space, sound propagates through electromagnetic vibrations. The presence of plasma in space, which is compressible, naturally generates sound waves. There is much plasma in the solar system. Solar winds and coronal mass ejections continually emit plasma outward. Long ago, scientists created a machine capable of recording electromagnetic vibrations and converting them into sounds audible to the human ear. Chen Feng was astonished to find that his ears possessed this miraculous ability as well. With a thought, he tried to listen to other sounds. To his surprise, he really heard other sounds, and they were the sounds of the universe, loud, chaotic, and painfully piercing to his ears. He quickly focused his mind to change the frequency of sounds his ears could perceive. When the beautiful melody of My Heart Will Go On played in his ears again, his spirit lifted. It was so enchanting. Mary had successfully learned how to control the Transformers with her mind. She seemed like a child at heart, controlling the Transformers, jumping around, while occasionally lifting meteors and tossing them into the distance. This is so much fun. I feel like a strong man. I can lift such huge meteors, Mary exclaimed excitedly. After staying outside for a while, Chen Feng felt uncomfortable from holding his breath too long, so he ran over and made a few gestures to Optimus Prime, signaling that he wanted to go inside. Optimus Prime transformed into a heavy-duty truck form, separated the driver's seat from the passenger seat, and opened the driver's door. Once Chen Feng transformed back into a normal human, he immediately felt the sharp chill of, fortunately, he had merged with Spider-Man's genes. Otherwise, in his previous human state, he would have surely perished instantly. He hurriedly climbed into the vehicle. After the door closed, Optimus Prime quickly supplied oxygen. Taking a deep breath of oxygen, Chen Feng felt much better. The partition between the driver and passenger seats lowered. Mary, noticing Chen Feng's pale face, asked with concern, "Chen Feng, are you okay?" "Don't worry, I'm fine," Chen Feng replied with a smile. Although he had just endured a bit of hardship, he did not regret the dangerous act he had just performed. He still felt thrilled, exhilarated, and reluctant to leave. "I'm glad you're okay." Mary sighed in relief. "Let's drive around on the surface of the moon in the truck form for a bit, and then we'll head back." "All right," Chen Feng said. Mary nodded. "Okay, I'll follow your lead." The moon's surface was even flatter than grasslands and deserts, so Chen Feng drove quite fast. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The heavy-duty truck crashed through obstacles. As long as it wasn't a massive barrier, he would ram straight through. Given the Transformers' heavy weight, there was no fear of damage. "Oh, this is so thrilling. Go faster." "Chen Feng, there's a dirt slope ahead. Let's charge through it and see how high we can fly." Mary went wild, frequently screaming and making bold suggestions. Some of her ideas left Chen Feng speechless. Mary suggested writing a few super-large characters. Mary was here on the moon's surface. Under Mary's coaxing, Chen Feng agreed. Controlling the Transformers, he flew several kilometers above the moon's surface, then used the pulse cannon to bombard the moon until the words "Mary was here" were etched into it before stopping. Writing those characters consumed more than half of the Transformers' energy. It's worth noting that the energy of the Transformers was equivalent to 2 mushroom clouds. Mary, looking through the special glass, saw the enormous characters on the moon's surface and was moved to tears. "Hey Mary, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying out of nowhere?" "I didn't provoke you," Chen Feng said, confused. "I'm just touched." "Thank you, Chen Feng. You're the first person to treat me this well. I'm really moved." Chen Feng thought, what the heck? What does that mean? Could it be that Mary has developed feelings for him? "It's getting late. We should head back," Chen Feng said. Mary nodded, her voice still choked with emotion. "Okay, let's go back." Optimus Prime, return to Earth and take Mary home. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. By the time Chen Feng and the others returned to Earth, the sky was nearly bright. The Transformers in airplane mode landed on the rooftop of Mary's house. The cabin door opened, but Mary did not get out. We're home, Chen Feng reminded her. Mary lowered her head, rubbing the hem of her dress, responding in a low voice. Oh, then why aren't you going home? Chen Feng urged. Mary suddenly looked up, her eyes full of affection as she gazed at Chen Feng, biting her lip, and taking a deep breath, she asked, do you like me? Oh, Chen Feng was stunned. He had never pursued Mary, nor had he ever thought of developing mutual feelings with her. He agreed to save Mary and to take her to space only to create a good impression on Spider-Man, hoping to persuade him to willingly allow him to extract his genes. Yet he never expected that his actions would lead Mary to fall in love with him. Should he agree or refuse? As Chen Feng looked at Mary, who appeared infatuated, he recalled her past. She had dated Spider-Man and a wealthy heir. She had been involved with more than just two people. Upon realizing this, he awkwardly said, Miss Mary, your boyfriend is Peter. It's true that Peter is my boyfriend, but I love you more now. I want to break up with Peter and be with you, Mary declared passionately. Oh, we only met yesterday. You're changing your mind too quickly, Chen Feng said, both amused and exasperated. I was with Peter because he was honest and wouldn't deceive me. But now I realized that it wasn't true love and it wasn't what I wanted. He couldn't provide the romance I desired nor the life I wanted, and he certainly couldn't ensure my safety. But you are different. You are talented, wealthy, a powerful man. Most importantly, you give me the romance I wish for, Mary said earnestly. Miss Mary, it was you who suggested going to space, and writing Mary was here on the moon. I'm merely helping you realize your romantic desires. This romance is of your own making, not mine. Chen Feng defended himself, but you're the one who made it happen. Mary was unwilling to give up the romance, and space had ensnared her completely. I helped you purely because you are Peter's girlfriend, Chen Feng explained. I don't care why I've fallen for you regardless. Mary acted unreasonably and pounced on Chen Feng. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Feng raised his hands to block her advance, but the positioning was a bit awkward as his hands landed right on Mary's chest. I want you to accept me, Mary said passionately. Spider-Man, worried about Mary, chose not to return home, instead sleeping in her room. In a daze, he seemed to hear the sound of an airplane engine. He quickly flipped over and stood up, listening intently to the voices outside. Hearing Chen Feng and Mary's voices, he felt a surge of joy. Chen Feng and Mary are back. He quickly climbed out of the window, using both hands and feet to scale the wall. Reaching the rooftop, just as he was about to shout for someone, he saw a scene that brought him to tears. Chen Feng had his hands on his girlfriend's sensitive areas. Furthermore, he recalled his girlfriend saying to Chen Feng, I don't care, I've fallen for you regardless. His heart was bleeding. Although he had sensed something was off earlier when the events unfolded, he realized he could not withstand such a blow. Chen Feng had good hearing. He heard someone crying nearby. Turning around, he blurted out, damn. He subconsciously withdrew his hands. With Chen Feng's hands no longer blocking her, Mary successfully lunged at him, transforming into a hungry tigress, ferociously gnawing at him, her hands not remaining idle. The scene was too intense. Spider-Man could not take it anymore and shouted, Mary, how could you do this? Oh, Mary exclaimed, quickly getting up. When she saw Spider-Man, her face turned pale. How could you do this? Spider-Man said with a quivering voice. Too. Mary stammered, unsure of what to say. Peter, if I say it's your girlfriend's unilateral affection, would you believe me? Chen Feng said with a bitter expression. Spider-Man jumped up, pointing at Chen Feng, and shouted, believe you. I knew you had ulterior motives, deliberately helping me to rescue Mary like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Then he came to Mary's room late at night, claiming to be looking for me. Who would believe that? And then he took Mary on a trip to space. Mary is my girlfriend. Why should you take her on an outing? You just want to steal Mary away from me. I don't know. How dare you make excuses? Just like just now with your skills, would you have been unable to avoid Mary's lunge and let her gnaw at you? You're a terrible person. Ooh, I will never trust you again. Chen Feng lamented inwardly about the deepening misunderstanding, unable to explain, especially when Spider-Man was so filled with jealousy. He simply decided not to explain further and turned to Mary, saying, Miss Mary, you're home now, you can get out. Mary stubbornly grasped the hatch handle, saying, I won't get out, I want to be with you. Chen Feng turned back to Spider-Man and shouted, Peter, come over and take your girlfriend away. However, Spider-Man remained unmoved, continuing to stand there crying. Get out, I want. If you don't get out, I'll take action. Chen Feng threatened. Come on. Do you dare to hit a woman who loves you? Mary was resolute, thinking that since Peter had seen it, she might as well live with Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng was so excellent, a million times better than Peter. Mary tightly grasped the hatch handle. Forcing her hand open might break her fingers. So Chen Feng suddenly reached out and grabbed her chest. Mary instinctively cried out, losing her grip. Chen Feng quickly picked her up and tossed her toward Spider-Man. Even though Spider-Man hated Mary for betraying him, his kind heart could not bear to see her hurt, so he opened his arms and caught her. Optimus Prime, let's go, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. The airplane-shaped transformer took off. Boom. The tail of the aircraft emitted powerful gases. The plane tore through the sky. Chen Feng's physique was now strong enough that even breaking the sound barrier posed no issue for him. Seeing Chen Feng leave, Mary burst into tears, her cries filled with grievance. This left Spider-Man unsure of how to respond. Should he comfort her or scold her? After crying for a little while, Mary turned to Spider-Man and accused, "It's all your fault. You can't give me happiness, and yet you want to stop me from finding happiness, too." Spider-Man, lacking eloquence, didn't know how to retort. Mary pointed at the moon, angrily shouting at Spider-Man, "Did you see the words on the moon? Mary was here was written by Chen Feng for me. Can he not give me everything I desire? So is it wrong for me to fall in love with him?" Spider-Man's eyesight was excellent. Even without binoculars, he could vaguely see the words "Mary was here" on the surface of the moon. To be able to see clear words from Earth directed at the moon, how large must they be? Honestly, he was shocked. Mary's next words were, "He can give me anything I desire, so is it wrong for me to fall in love with him?" He thought carefully about it and realized she was right. After all, everyone has the right to pursue happiness. Just like himself. Mary was already engaged and about to marry a wealthy heir, yet he was still messing around with her. With this thought, he suddenly understood Mary. His resentment towards her diminished significantly. Spider-Man placed his hands on Mary's shoulders and gently said, "Mary, I'm sorry, I was wrong. You have the right to pursue your happiness. My happiness has already flown away. Oh, where can I go to find it?" Mary lamented tearfully. "Harry is a good friend of mine. He can help me find Chen Feng." Spider-Man replied earnestly, "He'll help you." Mary wiped her tears, breaking into a smile. "Really?" Spider-Man nodded vigorously. "Really? Then I forgive you. Oh, let's be good friends from now on," Mary said. "All right, good friends." Spider-Man felt a pang of pain. Chen Feng left Mary's house, returned to his private island, replaced the cold fusion reactor, and even made a spider silk launcher to wear on his wrist, enabling him to shoot spider silk like Spider-Man. Then he returned to New York. He needed to find the Green Goblin Harry for tritium. While he could extract tritium himself, it would take too long. He didn't want to wait, so he thought it better to go directly to the Green Goblin. Osborn Group. Harry was handling official duties when he heard his secretary mention that someone claiming to be from S.H.I.E.L.D. was looking for him, which struck him as odd. The Osborn Group had always maintained no contact with S.H.I.E.L.D., and they did not interfere with each other. So why did S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly come looking for him? Could it be because of Dr. Octopus intentionally seeking trouble with him? The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. It was better to just ask directly. He instructed his secretary to bring Chen Feng to his office. When he saw Chen Feng, who had a robust build and exuded a wild aura, appear before him, he couldn't help but marvel at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s consideration in sending such a powerful individual to meet him. The Osborn Group is one of the top 10 corporations in America, comparable in strength to Stark Industries, but he dared not disregard S.H.I.E.L.D. like Iron Man. After all, the Osborn Group's main business was not arms, so he had to show respect to S.H.I.E.L.D. He stood up, gestured for Chen Feng to sit down, and warmly said, "Please take a seat." Chen Feng sat down casually in the office chair and said to Harry, "I'm here today to discuss a collaboration with you." Harry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he was not here to cause trouble. He smiled and asked what kind of collaboration. "I need all the tritium from the Osborn Group," Chen Feng replied. Harry's expression shifted and he tapped his fingers on the desk. "Tritium exists only in 25 pounds globally. Dr. Octopus wasted a lot of my tritium last time, and now our group's supply is limited. If you want all of it, what do you plan to offer in exchange?" "I can cure your family's hereditary disease," Chen Feng said. The Osborn family's hereditary illness could be easily treated with Dr. Xiao Halen's regeneration cradle technology. Harry stood up abruptly, shocked, and asked, "Is what you're saying true?" The hereditary disease had plagued his family for hundreds of years. Despite the numerous geniuses in his family, they were still unable to cure it. Thus, the greatest dream of his family was not to earn money or gain power, but to eliminate the hereditary disease. That's why he was so astonished. Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, it's true. However, you will need to wait for a while. My team will be able to develop the regeneration cradle technology soon, and at that time, all hereditary diseases in your family can be treated." Bang! Harry sat back down in his boss chair, disappointment written all over his face. He said, slightly annoyed, "You haven't even developed a cure for my family's hereditary disease, and you come asking for tritium. Is this your S.H.I.E.L.D. sincerity? I rushed over for the tritium, which is why I came early," Chen Feng explained. "I'm curious, what do you want to use the tritium for? Are you making weapons? Or do you intend to blow up the Earth?" Harry inquired. The power of tritium was terrifying. Even a drop could obliterate the entire city of New York. "I intend to support Dr. Octopus' artificial sun technology," Chen Feng replied. Harry suddenly understood he had high hopes for the artificial sun technology, and had strongly supported Dr. Octopus, but unfortunately it had failed. I can provide you with the tritium from the Osborn group, but I have 2 conditions, Harry said. Go ahead. Chen Feng was delighted and said 2 conditions. I'd agree to even hundreds of them because by then I would have become stronger, and whether to fulfill previous promises would depend entirely on my mood. First, cure the hereditary disease of everyone in my family. Second, when the artificial sun technology succeeds, you must share it with me, Harry stated seriously. Chen Feng stood up, extended his right hand, and said happily, hey, race to a pleasant collaboration. He was thrilled, not expecting to easily acquire the tritium from the Osborn group. Harry and Chen Feng shook hands and smiled, hey, race to a pleasant collaboration. Chen Feng and Harry happily signed a contract. After signing, Harry readily handed the tritium over to Chen Feng. The tritium was only the size of a ping-pong ball, seeming small, but in fact it was quite a lot, as the entire Earth only had 25 pounds. Last time Dr. Octopus created such a commotion with just a thumbnail-sized amount of tritium, almost blowing up New York, so one can imagine how precious this ping-pong ball-sized tritium is. After leaving the Osborn group, Chen Feng initially planned to ask S.H.I.E.L.D. for some vibranium, but when he heard several passers-by discussing him, he stopped. Listening closely, the passers-by were discussing how he had carved a line on the surface of the moon to impress Mary. He couldn't help but laugh and cry, as many people regarded him as a romantic hero, joking that the highest achievement in courting girls was to carve the girl's name on the moon. He took out his phone and commanded Optimus Prime, pull up news about me. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. The phone immediately displayed a plethora of news, followed by a video news segment. In the video, a reporter was interviewing Mary. Miss Mary, how did Mr. Chen Feng take you to the moon? The reporter asked. He has a robot called Transformers that can change into many forms. He turned the Transformers into a plane and flew me to the moon, Mary answered, her face beaming with happiness. Was it fun on the moon? The reporter inquired. Mary nodded vigorously, reminiscing as she said it was super fun with a dazzling starry sky and an endless lunar surface, especially in the silent space, playing that romantic song My Heart Will Go On. It was particularly romantic. Wow, Miss Mary, I really envy you, the reporter said with admiration. Mary smiled blissfully. Miss Mary, how was that line of text Mary was here engraved on the lunar surface? We all want to know, the reporter asked curiously. That was done by Chen Feng, controlling the Transformers, firing a pulse cannon. The scene felt as beautiful as fireworks, Mary explained. Miss Mary, can you tell us Chen Feng's true identity? The reporter asked curiously. Mary, who had originally been smiling happily, suddenly looked dejected and said unhappily, he was driven away by my ex-boyfriend, and I can't find him anymore. The reason I accepted your interview was to tell him through the television that I love you. Please don't leave me. Chen Feng couldn't help but turn off his phone. What on earth was this? Are foreign girls so fickle? Just yesterday she was with Spider-Man, and now just a few hours later she's professing her undying love for him. At this moment Spider-Man must have soaked his pillow with tears. Chen Feng speculated. Ding ding ding. Chen Feng's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, he found it was Spider-Man calling. He had given his phone number to Spider-Man yesterday. Chen Feng frowned and said with displeasure, Peter, are you really that foolish? I've already told you it's your girlfriend's one-sided affection. I do not like her. She was captured by the lizard professor. You should go save her instead of coming to me for help. He was busy. Who had the spare time to rescue someone? He also understood why the lizard professor had captured Mary. It was entirely Spider-Man's own trouble that caused Mary to be taken. Chen Feng, I misunderstood you. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I called you out of desperation. I really couldn't find the lizard professor and had to seek your help. Spider-Man pleaded. Hearing Spider-Man's words, Chen Feng's mood improved a bit. He ordered Optimus Prime. Optimus, locate Mary's phone and check where the lizard professor is. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. My lord, the lizard professor is very clever. I reviewed the street surveillance footage and saw him throw Mary's phone into the river, then he took Miss Mary into the sewer. Since neither the lizard professor nor Miss Mary had any electronic items that could emit signals, and there are no cameras in the sewer, I couldn't find the lizard professor or Mary. Optimus Prime reported. Upon hearing Optimus Prime's report, Chen Feng apologetically said to Spider-Man, Peter, I'm sorry you heard what Optimus said. I'm also powerless. No, Chen Feng, you surely have a way. I'm begging you, you must save Mary, Spider-Man pleaded. I have something very important to attend to, and I can't find Mary. Chen Feng replied. Chen Feng, if you help me rescue Mary, I will owe you a favor, Spider-Man pleaded. Spider-Man's favor. Chen Feng thought for a moment. While Spider-Man wasn't very strong, he had some skills that other superheroes could not compare to. For instance, in stealth. Spider-Man can silently crawl on walls, shoot webbing to ensnare things, and pull them into his hands. Chen Feng thought that if S.H.I.E.L.D. did not agree to give him vibranium, he could have Spider-Man steal it. Moreover, the lizard professor's genetics are quite impressive. His regeneration ability is incredibly strong, and even the heaviest injuries can heal instantly. With such abilities, he wouldn't fear harm in the future. Thinking of this, he said to Spider-Man, "All right, I agree to help you." On the other end of the phone, Spider-Man heard Chen Feng's agreement and relaxed a bit gratefully, saying, "Chen Feng, thank you." "You're welcome. Now tell me where you are, and I will come find you," Chen Feng replied. "I'm on the street. That's where Mary was captured by the lizard professor," Spider-Man said. "All right, wait for me. You'll be there right away," Chen Feng answered. This time, Chen Feng did not drive the transformer to the location. The transformer was too large to navigate the narrow sewer, so he sent it to escort the tritium back to his private island to hand it over to Dr. Octopus. Chen Feng took a taxi to the street that Spider-Man mentioned. He got stuck in traffic, causing him to arrive at the street over an hour later. Spider-Man had been waiting by the roadside. Seeing Chen Feng get out of a taxi, he hurried over and called out, "Chen Feng." Seeing Spider-Man's anxious expression, Chen Feng comforted him. "Peter, don't worry. The lizard professor won't harm Mary for now." "Why not?" "The lizard professor is a villain," Spider-Man said, confused. "Let me ask you, why did the lizard professor capture Mary?" Chen Feng inquired. "Because of me. I disrupted the lizard professor's mutation plan, and he hates me, often causing me trouble," Spider-Man explained. "So he captured Mary purely to take revenge on you. He won't harm Mary until he has his revenge, so you don't need to worry too much," Chen Feng clarified. Spider-Man was even more puzzled, saying, "But very few people know my identity. The only ones who know my identity are Dr. Octopus, you, Mary, and a few others. No one else knows, so how could the lizard professor know that Mary is my girlfriend?" "You're foolish. Who sent Dr. Octopus to trouble you?" Chen Feng said with a mix of laughter and exasperation. "Harry," Spider-Man replied. "Then how did Dr. Octopus lure you out?" Chen Feng asked. Spider-Man clapped his hands, realizing, "Oh, I understand now. The lizard professor was also sent by Harry to cause me trouble." Chen Feng nodded. "Exactly. It's all my fault for not hiding my identity well, which has implicated Mary," Spider-Man said with self-reproach. "Let's go. We need to find some good scent tracking dogs, and then we'll search the sewer for Mary," Chen Feng said. After merging with Spider-Man's genes, Chen Feng's physique, hearing, eyesight, sense of smell, and sixth sense had all improved. But in terms of smell, he was still no match for a dog. Besides, the sewer smelled so foul that even if he could compete, he wouldn't want to sniff it. Spider-Man initially thought Chen Feng was going to buy dogs from a pet market, but he didn't expect Chen Feng to bring him to the police station. When he saw Chen Feng take out SHIELD credentials, the police immediately provided him with several military dogs. He envied Chen Feng immensely and thought to himself that he wanted to join SHIELD in the future. After leaving the police station, Chen Feng and Spider-Man each held 2 military dogs. They took a trip to Mary's house to get something she had used for the dogs to sniff in order to find Mary. What left Chen Feng speechless was that Mary's parents treated him as if he were their savior, pleading with him to rescue Mary. In contrast, Spider-Man was completely ignored by Mary's parents. This was undeniably an era that valued money. Chen Feng's side. If Spider-Man had money, Mary's parents would definitely not ignore him. After obtaining some of Mary's clothes, they returned to the street from Mary's house. Chen Feng and Spider-Man arrived at the entrance to the sewer where the lizard professor had entered and let the dogs sniff Mary's clothes. Woof, woof, woof. After the military dogs caught the scent, they barked a few times, and then, without needing any commands from Chen Feng and the others, they took the initiative to enter the sewer. As soon as they entered the sewer, Chen Feng quickly held his breath. It was so foul he felt like vomiting. Spider-Man, wearing his suit, could filter out some of the stench, so it was a bit more bearable. In the sewer, twisting and turning, stopping and going, it wasn't long before Chen Feng became smelly and covered in disgusting dirt. He endured it to earn Spider-Man's favor. He endured it to acquire the lizard professor's genes. Chen Feng silently thought. Chen Feng and Spider-Man, with 4 military dogs in tow, had searched the sewer for a long time without finding Mary or the lizard professor. Chen Feng lost his temper and decided to take a break. He said to Spider-Man, "Peter, let's go out and think of another way to find them." Chen Feng, "Just hold on a bit longer. We might find Mary soon." Spider-Man urged, unwilling to give up. "What a joke do I look like? More disheveled than a homeless person. If I go out now, everyone will avoid me, not because I am powerful, but because I stink so badly. How about I get you a breathing filter?" Chen Feng said angrily, feeling nauseated after countless dry heaves. Spider-Man said weakly. He knew he was putting Chen Feng in a difficult position. Chen Feng was a powerful figure, yet he was accompanying him through the sewers, which made him feel guilty, but he had no choice but to save Mary. "Let's go out. I have a way to lure Professor Lizard out," Chen Feng said. "What way?" Spider-Man asked. "We'll talk outside," Chen Feng replied impatiently. "All right," Spider-Man replied. The two of them, along with 4 dogs, emerged from the sewer, the foul odor emanating from them, causing passers-by to cover their noses and flee, truly achieving a retreat. Chen Feng took Spider-Man to a high-end hotel, planning to wash off the stench, but unexpectedly they were stopped by the doorman and security. "Stinky beggar, get lost," the security guard shouted angrily. "Go beg somewhere else. This is not a place for you," the doorman mocked. Spider-Man looked very uncomfortable and embarrassed. Chen Feng loosened the dog leash in his hand, pointed at the doorman and security, and commanded the military dogs attack them. The once obedient military dogs went wild upon hearing Chen Feng's command. Woof, woof, woof. They lunged at the doorman and security guard. Oh, help. Don't bite me. Stop your dog. Oh, it bit my foot, help me. The military dogs were not ordinary dogs. They were specially trained and knew exactly where to bite. If provoked, they would even jump and go for the neck, delivering a fatal blow. Dogs loved to join in the commotion. The two dogs that Spider-Man was holding saw their companions biting people and wanted to join in, pulling forward with all their might. Spider-Man tightened his grip on the leash, preventing his dogs from attacking, and advised Chen Feng. Chen Feng, forget it. In our current state, misunderstandings are inevitable. Come back, Chen Feng shouted. The two military dogs immediately released their bite and obediently returned to Chen Feng's side, sitting down. Chen Feng stepped forward, looking down at the moaning doorman and security guard on the ground, and domineeringly asked, "Will you still stop me from going in?" The doorman and security quickly waved their hands timidly, saying, "We won't stop you, we won't stop you, you can go in." Chen Feng with Spider-Man and the four military dogs entered the hotel, causing the staff to panic and flee. They were afraid that Chen Feng would unleash his dogs on them. The staff could run away, but the receptionist could not, as her position required her to stay. Leaving would be dereliction of duty. The receptionist held her breath and asked Chen Feng and the others, "Sir, I'm very sorry, but our hotel does not allow pets. $1 million to book the hotel for a day." Chen Feng said grandly. "Ah." The receptionist exclaimed in surprise, subconsciously inhaling deeply, then bending over to vomit. It was too stinky, she couldn't take it anymore, and vomited for a while until her stomach was empty, then stopped. After vomiting, the receptionist looked weak, almost sickly, and forced a smile at Chen Feng, saying, "Sir, do you really want to spend $1 million to book our hotel for a day?" Chen Feng nodded impatiently, saying, "Yes, hurry up, I smell terrible and need to wash up quickly." "Oh, sir, don't worry, I will notify the manager right away." The receptionist politely added that she couldn't make such a big decision on booking the hotel, it required the manager's approval. In America, having money means you are treated like royalty regardless of your identity. Upon hearing that someone wanted to book the hotel for $1 million for a day, the hotel manager rushed to the front desk with enthusiasm for Chen Feng. "Sir, here is our hotel's bank account. You just need to transfer the money here," the manager said with a smile. "Optimus Prime, transfer $1 million over," Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime responded. Ding. The hotel's computer made a notification sound. Seeing the bank information, the manager's face was nearly bursting with joy, saying to Chen Feng, "Sir, please come in to our hotel's presidential suite. Will definitely satisfy you." "Send my 4 military dogs back to the police station," Chen Feng said, tossing the dog leashes to the manager. The manager didn't mind the dirt and took the leashes. Spider-Man cleverly handed the leashes to the manager as well. The manager gave the leashes to a staff member, instructing them to take the military dogs back to the police station. The manager became even more enthusiastic towards Chen Feng. Money and connections to the police meant he was definitely a big shot, and befriending him could lead to great success. Under the manager's guidance, Chen Feng entered a presidential suite. The first thing he did was take a shower. After an hour in the bathroom, he finally emerged, feeling elated in the room filled with a faint fragrance. Spider-Man, not as particular about cleanliness as Chen Feng, washed up casually and came to Chen Feng's room to wait. Seeing Chen Feng come out of the bathroom, he quickly asked, "Chen Feng, what was the method you mentioned earlier?" While drying his hair with a towel, Chen Feng said, "It's simple. Just tell Professor Lizard your location and he will come looking for you." "But how can we let him know?" Spider-Man said, distressed. "You deliberately let Harry know your location and Professor Lizard will definitely come looking for you." Chen Feng said. "All right, I will put on my spider suit and head to Oscorp," Spider-Man said. "Go ahead. I will provide support for you again," Chen Feng said. After Spider-Man left, Chen Feng asked the hotel manager to help him acquire several special fabrics, some rigid, some highly elastic, and others soft. He intended to make a spider suit similar to Spider-Man's. Once he wore it, he wouldn't have to worry about Harry recognizing him. Chen Feng wasn't afraid of Harry. Rather, he simply did not want to oppose such a powerful force for the time being. After all, his own influence had not yet been established. Having money is great, you can have whatever you want. With the help of a sewing machine and Optimus Prime, Chen Feng crafted a fitted spider suit. His spider suit was different from Spider-Man's. His spider suit was entirely black with no other colors. This was the effect he desired so that he could hide in the darkness. As for aesthetics, they were unnecessary. A practicality was the true essence. Chen Feng asked Optimus Prime to activate the 3D holographic projector to observe Spider-Man's situation. To his surprise, he saw Harry in the Green Goblin armor chasing after Spider-Man. Why is Harry taking matters into his own hands? Did Spider-Man do something to provoke him? Chen Feng wondered. He did not intervene to help as he was waiting for Professor Lizard to appear. Spider-Man has a significant advantage when facing those supervillains who cannot fly and are clumsy, such as Dr. Octopus and Lizard Professor, who are utterly helpless against him. However, when confronted by the Green Goblin, who can fly and wields firearms, he finds himself at a complete disadvantage, forced to flee and seek an opportunity to counterattack. Spider-Man desperately utilizes his webbing to perform various acrobatic maneuvers, swinging through the air while evading the Green Goblin's attacks. The Green Goblin, leisurely gliding on his glider, follows closely behind Spider-Man, and upon seeing Spider-Man in a distressed state from his attacks, he bursts into laughter. "Run, little spider, run faster." The Green Goblin taunts with a sinister smile, then silently hurls a few throwing knives. Hearing the whirling sound of the knives, Spider-Man quickly shoots out a web forcefully, changing his direction, narrowly avoiding the blades. "Not bad, not bad, keep it up," the Green Goblin claps in praise. Then he pulls out a pumpkin bomb, sets the timer, and throws it at Spider-Man, who is swinging in midair. Beep, beep, beep. Having faced the Green Goblin multiple times, Spider-Man is well aware of his tactics, so he swiftly shoots out another web, pulling himself forward to increase his speed. However, the power of the pumpkin bomb is extraordinary. It explodes in midair, producing a shockwave that sends Spider-Man crashing to the ground. With a loud thud, Spider-Man lands on his back, crashing onto a taxi, denting it severely, shattering the glass, and bursting all 4 tires. Spider-Man feels sore all over from the fall and struggles to roll off the taxi. Knowing that Chen Feng's Optimus Prime can hear him, he shouts, "Chen Feng, come help me." From inside the damaged taxi, Chen Feng's voice comes through, "If you can't win, why not hide? If I hide, Harry won't be able to find me, and that means he might not notify Lizard Professor. What should I do?" Spider-Man expresses his concern. "All right, just hold on, I'm coming over," Chen Feng replies helplessly. He thinks about going to help and teaming up with Spider-Man against the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin is certainly no match for him. If the Green Goblin cannot withstand them, he will surely seek help. Dr. Octopus has left New York, leaving only Lizard Professor as a potential ally. Once Lizard Professor appears, Chen Feng's objective will be achieved. He dons his spider suit, opens the hotel window, takes a deep breath, and jumps out. Whoosh! The sound of wind rushes past as his body descends rapidly, the speed increasing. After all, it is his first time jumping from a building, and he has no experience worrying about the possibility of falling to his death. When Chen Feng's body descends to the height of 5 stories, he extends his right hand and shoots a white web towards the opposite building. Grasping the web with his right hand, he swings toward the other building as the web adheres to it. As he approaches the opposite building, he reaches out with his left hand to shoot another web towards a building even further ahead. He releases his right hand and tugs with his left. His body swings forward faster than before. Thus, he continuously shoots webs, propelling himself swiftly ahead. Unlike Spider-Man, who enjoys performing flashy moves while swinging, Chen Feng prioritizes practicality and avoids any unnecessary flourishes. Chen Feng's speed increases, and soon he is no longer swinging, but flying in a straight line. With both hands, he continuously shoots webs, and by quickly pulling on them, he keeps propelling himself forward, making it appear as if he is flying. "Oh, this is amazing, ha ha ha." Chen Feng laughs exuberantly. This mode of travel, relying on his own strength in the air, feels exhilarating and incredibly liberating. Soon Chen Feng arrives at the site where Spider-Man is battling the Green Goblin. Spider-Man is already battered and bruised, his clothes tattered, and even his mask is missing. Many citizens are gathered around, some filming with their phones and yelling in excitement. Some of Spider-Man's fans are fervently cheering him on. "Spider-Man, you're the best. Spider-Man, I love you. Spider-Man, kill that demon and avenge the innocent victims. Kill the demon, kill the demon." Spider-Man has many supporters, but what does it matter when he is still being mercilessly beaten by the Green Goblin? With a loud explosion, Spider-Man is injured again by another pumpkin bomb thrown by the Green Goblin, collapsing to the ground and unable to rise. "Chen Feng, why aren't you here yet?" Spider-Man mutters in despair, realizing that the Green Goblin has become even stronger than before. He is no match for him now, and can only pray for Chen Feng to arrive quickly. The onlookers, seeing Spider-Man knocked down by the Green Goblin, immediately begin to shout, "Spider-Man, get up, you can't fall. Spider-Man, keep going. Spider-Man, keep going." Harry, now clad in the Green Goblin armor, undergoes a drastic personality change, becoming incredibly evil and devoid of any compassion, even believing that the screams of others are the most beautiful music in the world. For this reason, he often tortures innocent citizens just to hear their screams, cries, pleas for help, and wails, which he refers to as the Hell Symphony. Upon hearing the citizens curse him, he cannot contain himself. He pulls out 2 pumpkin bombs and tosses them carelessly into the crowd. The onlookers are instantly terrified and flee in all directions. "Spider-Man, help. Spider-Man, I'm your fan, save me. Spider-Man, even if I die, I must tell you that I love you." The Green Goblin, seeing the panicked citizens, laughs maniacally and taunts, "Weren't you just so tough a moment ago? Now you're running away. Don't run. Play with me, ha ha ha." Lying on the ground, Spider-Man attempts to use his web to stick the pumpkin bombs and throw them into the air to detonate. He stretches out both hands, but the web only shoots out 2 meters. This won't do. I don't have the strength anymore. What should I do? Spider-Man laments. Just as the pumpkin bombs are about to land among the citizens, 2 white webs suddenly shoot out and latch onto the bombs, lifting them high into the air. Boom. 2 loud explosions ring out. The pumpkin bombs detonate in the sky, causing no harm to anyone. After the explosion, a shadow slowly descended from the sky, landing beside Spider-Man. The shadow was Chen Feng, clad in a black spider suit, seemingly invisible in the high sky, which is why no one had seen him just now. Chen Feng lowered his head and quietly said to Spider-Man, "Peter, don't call my name. I don't want Harry to recognize me." "Then how should I address you?" Spider-Man asked. "Just call me Spider Tyrant." Chen Feng replied, as he now wielded the abilities of a spider, and his domineering personality made the term tyrant most fitting. Spider plus tyrant, Spider Tyrant, it was apt. "All right, Chen, Spider Tyrant, I'm out of strength. I need to rest a bit." "You deal with the Green Goblin," Spider-Man said weakly. "Leave it to me," Chen Feng responded. He also wanted to test his combat strength after acquiring Spider-Man's genes. The Green Goblin was arrogant and dismissive of others, lacking fear, a truly lawless demon. The Green Goblin stood on his glider, looking down at Chen Feng, sneering. "Another spider seeking death. I think it's you who's seeking death." Chen Feng shot back. Before the Green Goblin could finish his words, Chen Feng shot out a spider silk that wrapped around his neck. Had the goblin's feet not been fixed to the glider, he would have been yanked down by Chen Feng. Chen Feng was already strong with power far beyond ordinary people. Now, having fused with Spider-Man's genes, his strength was astonishing even in a normal state. With a powerful pull, the Green Goblin dropped over a meter. "With such little strength, you dare to mock me? You really overestimate yourself," Chen Feng taunted. Slapped in the face, the Green Goblin was indignant. With a thought, he extended 2 gun barrels from his glider. As the gun barrels emerged from the glider, Chen Feng immediately released the spider silk and jumped to evade the gunfire. Successfully dodging, Chen Feng shot out another spider silk, once again ensnaring the Green Goblin's neck, pulling hard. The goblin was forced to bend down. "Damn black spider," the Green Goblin cursed angrily. Chen Feng's speed was too fast and his strength too great. It seemed he had no way to deal with him. "My name is Spider Tyrant," Chen Feng said coldly. "Spider Tyrant, just wait as I blast your head off," the Green Goblin swore, then once again controlled the glider to shoot at Chen Feng. Chen Feng released the spider silk, dodged again, and then with both hands launched 2 strands of spider silk fast as lightning. The Green Goblin was once more ensnared by Chen Feng. "Oh, I'm going to kill you," the Green Goblin screamed madly. He felt humiliated by Chen Feng, his dignity trampled, and he could not endure such humiliation. He wanted to go berserk and kill Chen Feng. "Come down, you madman." Chen Feng pulled with all his might. The violent tugging brought the Green Goblin crashing down from the sky. As soon as the goblin hit the ground, Chen Feng rushed over. A punch landed on the Green Goblin's head, knocking it to one side. Fortunately, he had his armored helmet, otherwise his face would surely have been swollen. Before the first punch was finished, Chen Feng engaged in close combat, driving his elbow hard into the Green Goblin's neck, causing him to scream in pain. Following that, Chen Feng executed a powerful chest charge, crashing his shoulder into the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin was sent flying. Yet he hadn't traveled a meter before Chen Feng grabbed his wrist and pulled him back. Chen Feng turned around, facing away from the Green Goblin, grasping his hands tightly, applying pressure, bending over, and with a perfect shoulder throw slammed the Green Goblin onto the ground, cracking the concrete. The temporarily incapacitated Green Goblin moaned in pain. Chen Feng lifted his heavy foot and stomped on the Green Goblin's chest, pressing the incredibly hard armor down slightly. Looking down at the Green Goblin, he said coolly, "Do you still dare to mock me?" The Green Goblin's armor had healing functions, and since he was inside it, his injuries were not too severe. This brief moment allowed him to recover some strength. He was clever. Using the Green Goblin's armor, he controlled the glider to attack Chen Feng. The sound of gunfire erupted. Chen Feng had long discerned the Green Goblin's intentions. He had seen this tactic in movies many times, so he would not be fooled. Hearing the sound behind him, he immediately dodged. Seizing the opportunity, the Green Goblin jumped onto his glider and immediately ascended into the air. He felt no fear and did not fear anyone. But that didn't mean he was foolish. He knew how to strategize when he couldn't win. His strength lay not in physical prowess, but in high technology, and he could easily kill Chen Feng from a distance with weaponry. Chen Feng shot out a strand of spider silk, sticking it to the Green Goblin's glider. Then with a forceful push, he pulled on the silk and rapidly ascended toward the Green Goblin. "Damn!" the Green Goblin exclaimed in surprise, quickly pulling out 2 throwing knives, tossing one at Chen Feng and using the other to cut the spider silk. The Green Goblin's throwing knives were coated with poison, and Chen Feng dared not catch them barehanded. He accurately shot out a strand of spider silk, wrapping it around the throwing knife, and then flicking it away. The Green Goblin successfully cut the spider silk. However, Chen Feng's spider silk was unlimited as long as his body could manage it. He shot out another strand of spider silk, pulling hard, and successfully flew up, grabbing the edge of the glider. The Green Goblin controlled the glider to release an electric shock. Chen Feng did not expect this feature of the glider, and he was shocked, causing his body to convulse, unable to let go. "You're finished," the Green Goblin sneered slowly, pulling out a throwing knife aimed at Chen Feng's hand. His throwing knife was laced with potent poison. If hit, it would be certain death. Chen Feng gritted his teeth against the pain and shot out a strand of spider silk toward the ground, pulling with all his strength. The glider suddenly dropped, preventing the Green Goblin from hitting Chen Feng. Thanks to the pull of the spider silk, Chen Feng successfully separated from the glider. Landing on the ground, Chen Feng's hair stood on end, and he spat out white smoke, cursing, "Damn it, that hurt." Him about to explode. Chen Feng was angry, and the consequences would be severe. Spider-Man managed to recover and ran to Chen Feng's side, saying, "Spider Tyrant, let's team up against him." Chen Feng pushed Spider-Man away with one hand and refused, saying, "Stay out of this, he's mine." Spider-Man was speechless. Was this really the time to show off? Chen Feng said to the Green Goblin, "You will face my fierce attack. Are you ready?" The Green Goblin quickly controlled the glider, flying high up to 100 meters, then taunted Chen Feng, "If you have the ability, come up and fight me, humph. Do you think I can't do anything just because you're flying high?" Chen Feng said coldly. "Is that so? Then come up, ha ha ha." The Green Goblin mocked. "First catch this little missile." The Green Goblin controlled the glider and launched a small missile. Spider Tyrant quickly dodged. After Spider-Man shouted, he selfishly ran away, first hiding in the pit created by the Green Goblin's previous bombardment. Chen Feng did not run or hide. He looked up, focusing his gaze on the two small missile launchers beneath the Green Goblin's glider. When the small missiles emerged, they were launched. Chen Feng quickly extended his right hand, shooting out a strand of spider silk that adhered to the small missile, then swiftly flicked it away, sending the missile flying dozens of meters away. With a loud bang, the explosion generated a shockwave that scattered many objects. A piece of car debris was blasted toward Chen Feng. Without even glancing, Chen Feng flicked his hand, swatting the car debris aside with impressive speed and style. "Damn it, you can even make my small missiles turn. How did you do that?" The Green Goblin was astonished. He thought to himself, the Spider Tyrant's abilities are clearly the same as Spider-Man's, so why is the Spider Tyrant so much stronger? In his attack, Spider-Man could only dodge. But the Spider Tyrant didn't even dodge the small missiles, he simply used spider silk to swat them aside. This ability was truly shocking. Spider-Man, who had hidden in the pit, also witnessed Chen Feng's impressive display and was equally astonished. He also had spider silk, but he had never considered using it to alter the trajectory of a missile. Chen Feng looked up, glaring at the Green Goblin, coldly stating, "Show me everything you've got." Unable to affect Chen Feng, even with his small missiles, the Green Goblin no longer dared to underestimate him. He pulled out a flying knife and swiftly threw it at Chen Feng, one after another. The sound of the flying knives slicing through the air was heard. Chen Feng's hands moved like a machine gun, continuously shooting down the flying knives thrown by the Green Goblin with precise accuracy. Clang, clang, clang. Each of the razor-sharp flying knives fell to the ground like rain, producing crisp sounds. The Green Goblin was stunned. He had thrown dozens of flying knives at the fastest speed. Chen Feng actually used spider silk to knock down each of his flying knives. This impressive maneuver left him dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the Spider-Man, who had been watching, exclaimed, "Chen Feng, you are amazing." If there were any onlooking citizens who hadn't been scared away by the Green Goblin, they would surely have erupted into applause at this moment. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on the Green Goblin, coldly stating, "Continue." Chen Feng had now employed a special technique to stimulate his own potential, allowing his strength to surge several times. This was what enabled him to completely overpower the Green Goblin. However, this technique took a toll on his body. The longer it was used, the more exhausted his mind and body would become afterward, potentially leading to a debilitating state. But now Chen Feng need not worry about any after effects, for his bonus recovery ability was extraordinarily strong. The Green Goblin could no longer smile or act arrogantly. He aimed the machine gun on the glider at Chen Feng. Before the glider fired, Chen Feng heard the sound of it spinning. He waved his right hand, shooting out a strand of spider silk that adhered to a stone block that had separated from the ground, pulling it with force. The stone block quickly flew toward Chen Feng. He caught it with both hands, lifting it above his head. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine gun's bullets rained down on the stone block. As Chen Feng heard the sound of bullets striking the stone block, growing increasingly crisp, he realized the block was about to be pierced. He squatted down, slightly retracted his hands, and then suddenly stood up forcefully, pushing the stone block toward the Green Goblin in midair. The Green Goblin hurriedly flew aside to dodge the stone block. "Continue," Chen Feng arrogantly commanded. Fuming with anger, the Green Goblin gritted his teeth. He took out his final weapon, a pumpkin bomb, set its timer to 1 second, and threw it at Chen Feng. Chen Feng focused his mental strength. The moment the pumpkin bomb was just 1 centimeter away from the Green Goblin's hand, he struck, shooting out a strand of spider silk faster than lightning, as swift as a bullet. After the spider silk adhered to the pumpkin bomb, he yanked it toward himself. As the pumpkin bomb was about to reach him, he twisted his right hand, causing the bomb to spin, then released it. The pumpkin bomb flew toward the Green Goblin at an even faster speed. Damn it! The Green Goblin was stunned by Chen Feng's incredible skill, cursing as he controlled the glider to fly away. Unfortunately, it was too late. The pumpkin bomb did not hit the Green Goblin, but exploded beside him with a loud bang. The Green Goblin was directly blasted away, falling from the sky. The glider was also blown down, landing on the ground devoid of any glimmer. Chen Feng approached and picked up the glider, examining it. "This thing is quite good," he praised. The Green Goblin's equipment, while not the most powerful, was definitely the coolest, even surpassing Iron Man's armor. Especially the glider standing on it and soaring through the air was incredibly stylish. Chen Feng thought about integrating this technology into Transformers. A Transformer standing 5 meters tall, riding on a massive glider, gliding through the air. Just imagining that scene was awe-inspiring. Chen Feng shook the glider and commanded Optimus Prime to control it, but the glider showed no response, completely broken. Seeing that it was safe, Spider-Man ran out and praised Chen Feng, saying, "Spider Tyrant, you are truly amazing, defeating the Green Goblin Harry, with no chance of retaliation, especially your moves so cool. Stop flattering me and hurry to interrogate about Mary's whereabouts," Chen Feng reminded. "All right, I'm on it." The previous battle between Chen Feng and the Green Goblin was so spectacular that Spider-Man completely forgot about his girlfriend. If it weren't for Chen Feng's reminder, he surely wouldn't have remembered, as his mind was filled with Chen Feng's moves. He wanted to learn if he mastered Chen Feng's moves, he wouldn't have to worry about being chased by supervillains wielding firearms. Spider-Man jumped a few times, reaching the Green Goblin's side, squatting down, shaking the Green Goblin's shoulder, and asking, "Harry, where did the lizard professor take Mary, eh? Tell me quickly." The Green Goblin, protected by armor, slowly regained consciousness. Hearing Spider-Man's anxious voice, he cackled, "It's no use, the lizard professor won't return Mary to you." The Green Goblin maliciously added, "Because the lizard professor said he wants to turn your girlfriend into a lizard person just like him." Spider-Man angrily punched the Green Goblin's helmeted head with a loud thud. The Green Goblin, protected by his helmet, felt nothing, while Spider-Man's fist throbbed with pain. "Quickly tell me where Mary is." "Hurry, hurry," Spider-Man urged anxiously. The Green Goblin kept laughing without saying a word, displaying a very irritating demeanor. "Just say it already." Spider-Man was nearly in tears, almost kneeling before the Green Goblin. Chen Feng walked over, kicked Spider-Man aside, and domineeringly said, "Let me handle this." Harry, transformed into the Green Goblin, fears nothing, but Harry as an ordinary person is terrified. If only the Green Goblin's armor is removed, Harry will revert to his normal self, and at that moment no information will be extracted through coercion. Faced with Chen Feng, the Green Goblin could no longer smile. His eyes shifted as he pointed to a hotel not far away, saying, "Professor Lizard and Mary are inside the hotel." Upon hearing this, Spider-Man immediately turned and ran toward the hotel. Chen Feng, however, remained still. He did not trust the Green Goblin because the goblin was devoid of integrity. Seeing that Chen Feng was not falling for his trick, the Green Goblin performed a roll, tumbling a couple of meters before getting back up and running. But could he outrun Chen Feng's web? Chen Feng shot out a strand of webbing, ensnaring the Green Goblin's neck. The goblin immediately found himself unable to move. "You think you can escape? It's not that simple." Chen Feng smirked wickedly. Just then a sharp, curved blade sprang from the goblin's elbow, and with a twist of his body, he slashed with the elbow blade, severing the webbing instantly. The Green Goblin cut the webbing but did not run away, knowing that without his glider, he could not outpace Chen Feng's webs. "Get Professor Lizard to bring Mary over," Chen Feng instructed. "All right, but you have to answer a few questions first," the Green Goblin replied helplessly. "Go ahead," Chen Feng said. "Who exactly are you? Why do you have abilities like Peter's, and why are you so strong? Also, why do you want to save Mary?" The Green Goblin asked several questions in quick succession. "I am known as the Spider Tyrant. I was bitten by a spider as well, which granted me powers similar to Peter's. As for my strength, it is because I am born a powerhouse. Saving Mary was a request from Peter. Now I've told you all you wanted to know. Now can you call Professor Lizard?" Chen Feng coaxed. "Sure, I'll call him right now," the Green Goblin said with a wicked grin, then reached into his armor, pulling out not a phone, but a pumpkin bomb. "Damn you." Chen Feng quickly jumped aside. Seeing Chen Feng's flustered state, the Green Goblin laughed gleefully, throwing the pumpkin bomb at him and saying goodbye. He then took off running. Chen Feng distanced himself, watching the pumpkin bomb roll on the ground without exploding for a long time, infuriated that he had been played. The Green Goblin was clever. Instead of running toward the street, he dashed into a large department store. Once inside, he used the system in his armor to call his subordinates, "Bring weapons and my spare armor to assist me, and also inform Professor Lizard that Spider-Man is right here. He needs to hurry over." Chen Feng chased into the department store. Inside, people were running around in a panic. "Help! Mommy, mommy!" People screamed, helplessly crying and pleading for assistance. The Green Goblin did not care about the lives of others. Anyone in his way was sent flying. Occasionally, he grabbed a few people and tossed them towards Chen Feng to hinder his pursuit. Chen Feng caught each person thrown at him and set them down. "Oh, don't kill me, please." The Green Goblin seized a voluptuous woman with no thoughts of mercy and hurled her directly at Chen Feng. Chen Feng caught her, but unexpectedly the woman clung tightly to him, wrapping her legs around his waist. Chen Feng panicked, thinking he couldn't let this woman hinder the Green Goblin's escape, and urged, "Let go." "No, I'm scared," the woman replied, clearly terrified and trembling. Chen Feng discarded any thoughts of gallantry and, using brute force, pulled her off him before continuing to chase the Green Goblin. The woman seemed reluctant to part with Chen Feng and shouted, "Hey, who are you? I want to repay you. How about I become your woman?" Chen Feng chose to ignore her. American women were too forward, and she was not his type. Knowing he could not outrun Chen Feng, the Green Goblin ran into a corner where dozens of people were hiding. He approached holding a pumpkin bomb in each hand and shouted, "Everyone get down, or it'll blow you all up." "Oh, no, I'll get down. Big brother, please don't be impulsive. We will listen to you." Dozens of people trembled in fear, crouching on the ground and not daring to resist. Chen Feng caught up. The Green Goblin was unafraid, laughing, "Ha! Spider Tyrant, come at me. I have 2 pumpkin bombs here with a lethal radius of 20 meters. If they explode, everything within that radius will be reduced to rubble. If you come closer, it'll manually trigger the explosion, taking these dozens of people with you to hell. Save us. Hero, please, you must save us. My elderly mother needs care. Ooh, I can't die. Hero, please save us. Hero, if you can please rescue my daughter. She's only 3 years old." Whoa. The words of the hostages put immense pressure on Chen Feng. He felt uncomfortable, particularly uncomfortable. Chen Feng did not know any of these hostages. Why should he compromise with the Green Goblin for their sake? Chen Feng did not want to yield, but thinking of the dozens of hostages potentially dying due to his actions weighed heavily on his conscience. "Spider Tyrant, we were deceived by Harry. There is no Professor Lizard or Mary at the hotel." Spider-Man arrived. Chen Feng had a sudden idea. He turned to Spider-Man and said, "Peter, you're just in time. I'll leave the Green Goblin to you. I'm tired and need to rest for a bit." Chen Feng retreated 20 meters, stopping at a wine rack, casually grabbing a bottle of red wine and sipping it through a straw while leisurely observing the scene. Spider-Man was bewildered. What was going on? He was being made responsible for the lives of dozens of hostages and tasked with dealing with the ruthless Green Goblin. Wasn't this putting him in a difficult position? Seeing Chen Feng retreat, the Green Goblin laughed gleefully, completely dismissing Spider-Man. He knew Spider-Man had too many weaknesses. For example, Spider-Man's compassion had allowed him to live until now. For another, Spider-Man's heroic aura compelled him to save people, which often led him to play games with the lives of hostages. Unlike Chen Feng, who posed little threat to the Green Goblin. "Peter, help me take down the Spider Tyrant, or it'll blow up these dozens of people." This. Spider-Man was at a loss, unsure how to decide. From 20 meters away, Chen Feng coldly said, "Green Goblin, do you really think I would surrender just because of the lives of those hostages? Dream on. If you provoke me, I will wipe out the Osborn family." Misunderstanding. The Green Goblin laughed nervously. He feared nothing but valued his family. The Osborn family was his foundation. Without them, he would not dare to act so recklessly, as he would surely be killed. "Then why don't you hurry and have Professor Lizard bring Mary over?" Chen Feng shouted angrily. "Don't be angry. I've already had someone notify Professor Lizard. He will bring Mary over soon. However, I must clarify that Professor Lizard is not my subordinate. He won't listen to my orders. So if he offends you, don't vent your anger on my Osborn family," the Green Goblin said politely. After being intimidated by Chen Feng, he backed down, no longer daring to provoke him. Of course, this was under the condition that Chen Feng did not trouble him. If Chen Feng actively sought trouble, even if his family were destroyed, he would still fight Chen Feng to the end, for he was the Green Goblin and had his own principles. Not knowing how to save the hostages, Spider-Man heard the conversation between Chen Feng and the Green Goblin. He hurriedly pleaded with Chen Feng, "Spider Tyrant, please let Harry spare these innocent people." He thought to himself, the Green Goblin fears Chen Feng and believes that as long as Chen Feng speaks, the Green Goblin will surely agree to release the hostages. "I am not a hero, though I have no ties to those hostages. Why should I demand the Green Goblin listen to me?" Chen Feng said coldly. If Spider-Man were not present, he might have gone to save them. After all, there were so many lives at stake. But now that Spider-Man was here, why should he care? Hearing Chen Feng's words, the Green Goblin couldn't help but cackle, praising Chen Feng. "Not bad, Spider Tyrant, you are indeed an understanding person. How about this? Let's turn hostility into friendship, who after all we have no grudges against each other." Chen Feng let out a sound. "Ha ha ha. Then I can trouble Spider-Man and you won't object, right?" the Green Goblin said happily. "Do as you wish, but you must not harm Mary," Chen Feng replied. "Okay," the Green Goblin agreed readily. "How can you do this?" Spider-Man said angrily, feeling frustrated, yet unable to do anything about Chen Feng and the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin puffed out his chest, each hand clutching a pumpkin bomb, and boasted to Spider-Man, "Peter, I now command you to kneel." "You wish." Spider-Man gritted his teeth. The Green Goblin pressed a button with his right hand, making a sound that indicated the pumpkin bomb was activated. He grinned wickedly, haha. Do you hear that sound? If I release my thumb from the button, it will explode. The hostages weren't foolish. Seeing Spider-Man hesitate, they urgently cried out to him. Spider-Man, save us. Just kneel. We beg you. Spider-Man, I'll kneel with you. Kneeling to save lives is noble, with nothing to be ashamed of. Spider-Man's face turned ashen. He wanted to explode and fiercely beat the Green Goblin. But seeing the hostages pleading pitifully, his kind heart couldn't bear to ignore them. Thud. Spider-Man knelt down. Whoa. Spider-Man, you will always be a hero in our hearts. We love you. Spider-Man, you are the true hero, the hero of Americans. We will always support you. Spider-Man, don't be afraid. When I grow up, I will help you beat the bad guys. Everyone in the department store was moved by Spider-Man's actions. One by one, they expressed their gratitude toward him. Many girls were even moved to tears. Hearing the grateful voices from the crowd, Spider-Man felt a bit better and no longer felt ashamed. Peter barked like a dog for me, the Green Goblin said, pushing his luck. The more the citizens liked Spider-Man, the more he wanted to torment him. He wanted everyone to see Spider-Man as a clown in front of him, easily manipulated. Spider-Man struggled internally for a moment, but ultimately chose to compromise and barked a few times, woof woof woof. The Green Goblin burst into laughter. Ha! Is this the hero in your hearts? Ha ha ha! I see, just a dog, ha ha. The Green Goblin laughed so hard he became a bit carried away. At that moment, Spider-Man seized the opportunity, drawing back his arms and shooting out a dozen strands of webbing, wrapping them around the Green Goblin's hands. With his hands wrapped in webbing, the Green Goblin couldn't throw the pumpkin bombs, so he dared not loosen his grip. If he did, he might blow himself up. Although he was wearing the Green Goblin armor, what if the defense wasn't enough? The Green Goblin wasn't stupid. Realizing he couldn't threaten Spider-Man anymore, he kicked a person towards Spider-Man and then turned to run. Spider-Man, kind-hearted, caught the person kicked by the Green Goblin and then pursued him. Spider-Man's body was agile, but due to the constant troubles created by the Green Goblin, he couldn't catch up to him. The Green Goblin ran from the first floor to the 8th floor and then jumped directly out of the window. Harry! Spider-Man shouted. He and the Green Goblin were classmates and very good friends. Even though the Green Goblin had turned bad, his friendship with him remained unchanged. Therefore, he did not want the Green Goblin to die. Seeing the Green Goblin choose to jump from the building in a desperate situation, he immediately felt guilt and regret. He jumped out of the window at his fastest speed, hoping to save the Green Goblin with his webbing. When he jumped out the window, he saw not the Green Goblin falling down, but the Green Goblin standing on a glider, grinning smugly. Ha ha ha. Peter, you really can't bear to see me go, the Green Goblin said with a wicked smile. He had just jumped from the building because he sensed the backup glider had arrived. What surprised him was that Spider-Man actually couldn't bear to see him die. Although Spider-Man didn't want to kill him, he still wanted to kill Spider-Man because his father, the first Green Goblin, had died at Spider-Man's hands. The grudge of killing his father was unrelenting. Spider-Man, hanging upside down with the webbing, said, Harry, we are friends. How could I just watch you die? The Green Goblin used the curved blade of his elbow to shake off the webbing wrapped around his hand, and then mockingly said to Spider-Man, friends. Peter, do you really think I'm your friend? Of course we have always been friends, Spider-Man said earnestly. When he was in school, he was a loser, often bullied by classmates and looked down upon, being the target of everyone's ridicule. However, the super-rich Green Goblin never looked down on him and was willing to be his friend. Thus, he genuinely regarded the Green Goblin as a friend, no matter how the Green Goblin changed. In short, it can be summarized as, even if you mistreat me 1,000 times, I will still treat you like my first love. Then did you kill my father? Don't you know how much I love my father? Or is this how you treat friends? The Green Goblin questioned coldly. Your father was corrupted. If I didn't kill him, he would kill more people. I hope you can understand, Spider-Man explained with guilt. Understand? Ha ha. You killed my father and expect me to understand you. Am I a fool? The Green Goblin raised his voice at the end. I was trying to save someone, Spider-Man argued fervently. If I don't care what your intentions were, all I know is that you killed my father and you must pay with your life. After finishing his words, the Green Goblin threw the pumpkin bomb in his hand at Spider-Man. Spider-Man shot a web towards the opposite side, swinging away to evade the explosion. The Green Goblin flew away on his glider. He wasn't cowardly. He intended to restock on ammunition before returning to continue the fight with Spider-Man. Spider-Man thought the Green Goblin had left, so he returned to the department store, where he found Chen Feng enjoying a fine wine. Chen Feng, you went too far just now. Spider-Man complained, angrily frustrated that Chen Feng, who clearly had the strength to help him, chose to stand by and do nothing. Chen Feng set down the wine bottle and replied nonchalantly, I went too far. Fine, then I'm leaving. You can save Mary yourself. With that, he stood up to leave. Spider-Man instantly panicked, grabbing Chen Feng's hand and pleading, No, you promised you'd save Mary. You can't go back on your word. He knew his own abilities. Dealing with just one Green Goblin had nearly cost him his life, especially since the lizard professor who couldn't be killed had married the person he cared about most as a hostage. He truly felt a lack of confidence. Chen Feng turned back and asked, "Am I being unreasonable?" Spider-Man shook his head, forcing a pained smile as he replied, "Absolutely not unreasonable. When the lizard professor arrives, I will handle him. The rest is not my concern," Chen Feng said. Spider-Man nodded. "I understand." He thought to himself that this was better otherwise if he gave Chen Feng another chance to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. His girlfriend would be completely lost. "This isn't a battlefield. Let's go to the square," Chen Feng said. Spider-Man nodded in agreement. All right. Chen Feng wasn't worried that the lizard professor wouldn't find him, as the Green Goblin would notify the lizard professor. Chen Feng and Spider-Man left the department store and went to a spacious square not far away. Soon they heard the wail of police sirens. A large number of police officers emerged from the area where Chen Feng and the others had fought, beginning to assist the injured. The police only arrived after the battle had ended. It seemed quite ironic, but Chen Feng could understand completely. In the face of a battle between strong opponents, the police were simply no match. Their presence would only lead to their demise. "Chen Feng, how did you execute those moves just now? Chen Feng, how did you become so fast with your hands? How did you suddenly become so strong in your battle with Harry? He couldn't do anything to you." Spider-Man was a chatterbox, incessantly bombarding Chen Feng with questions. "I already told you to call me Spider Tyrant. If Harry finds out my true identity, I won't let you off," Chen Feng retorted irritably. "Oh, Spider Tyrant, why are you so afraid of Harry discovering your identity?" Spider-Man asked, puzzled. "Because he is still of use to me, and I don't want to become his enemy just yet," Chen Feng explained. "What use, Spider-Man was just a curious little kid." "Shut up," Chen Feng snapped, feeling annoyed by Spider-Man's incessant chatter. Spider-Man felt extremely awkward. Chen Feng and Spider-Man waited in the square for more than an hour. Suddenly, they heard a rumbling sound coming from underground. Spider-Man jumped onto a tree in fright, exclaiming, "Spider Tyrant, come up quickly, there's danger underground." Chen Feng did not join him, remaining where he was. Though unaware of what was happening below, he knew it must be the lizard professor causing the commotion. "Gagaga! Spider-Man, I'm back," the Green Goblin declared triumphantly from above the square. Spider-Man looked up at the Green Goblin and shouted, "Harry, where is Mary?" "Her? I don't know, you should ask the lizard professor." "Gagaga!" the Green Goblin sneered. Chen Feng could tell from the Green Goblin's laughter that the lizard professor had granted him a great deal of confidence. Chen Feng had learned from movies that the lizard professor was not particularly strong. His only strength lay in his regeneration ability. As long as the lizard professor's brain was not damaged, he would not die. But how did such a lizard professor give the Green Goblin so much confidence? That was a question. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of earth being broken. Gigantic lizards began to emerge from underground, filling the entire square. The sheer number was astonishing. Chen Feng was shocked at this sight. All the lizards in the square were giant lizards standing half a meter tall, 3 meters long, and weighing over 300 pounds. With such enormous lizards and such a vast quantity, it was no wonder the Green Goblin was so confident. The Green Goblin in the air said smugly, "So how do you like this? Surprised? Are you scared?" Both Chen Feng and Spider-Man ignored the Green Goblin. With a loud crash, a humanoid giant lizard burst out of the ground, throwing its head back and howling at the sky. Aru. This half-human, half-lizard monster was the lizard professor, standing 2 meters tall and weighing over 500 pounds. "Lizard professor, where is Mary?" Spider-Man asked impatiently. "If you want to know Mary's whereabouts, you must first defeat my lizard army," the lizard professor declared arrogantly. Previously, he had been unable to deal with Spider-Man, often thwarted by him. To seek revenge, he proactively contacted the Green Goblin, who was also an enemy of Spider-Man. With the support of the Green Goblin's Osborn group, he developed a large number of potions capable of evolving small lizards into giant lizards that would obey him. To completely take down Spider-Man, he formed the Lizard Army, which numbered 30,000. This massive lizard army allowed him to disregard Spider-Man. Thus, he kidnapped Mary, intending to lure Spider-Man out and eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Spider-Man lowered his head, worriedly speaking to Chen Feng. "Spider Tyrant, can you handle so many giant lizards?" This, Chen Feng was troubled. He had initially thought it would just be the lizard professor, not realizing the lizard professor had summoned a whole lizard army. If he transformed into a Titan giant, these lizard troops would be no threat to him. But now he couldn't reveal his identity. He didn't know if his Spider-Man gene abilities could defeat the lizard army. However, one thing he knew was that the lizard army couldn't do anything to him. He could escape at any time. The lizard professor waved his hand and loudly commanded, "Kill them." Aru. The lizard army erupted into chaos, charging at Chen Feng and Spider-Man. Boom, boom, boom. The charge of over 30,000 giant lizards shook the ground, a grand spectacle. "Spider Tyrant, let's run," Spider-Man suggested fearfully. In the city with tall buildings, he could utilize his spider abilities to evade by swinging on webs. But in this spacious square, there were only a few trees with nothing taller. He couldn't take to the skies to escape. So he thought of fleeing to an area with tall buildings to maneuver around the lizard professor's lizard army. Peter, go find me a sharp big knife, or a spear will do, Chen Feng said. The lizard professor's lizard army certainly has strong regeneration abilities, and their fists are definitely hard to kill. The best method is to use sharp weapons to deliver a fatal blow. All right, I'll go now. Take care, Spider-Man replied, then quickly stepped on the giant lizards to escape. The Green Goblin learned his lesson and silently chased after the direction Spider-Man fled. The lizard professor did not chase after Spider-Man because he knew that as long as Mary was in his hand, Spider-Man could not escape. Therefore, he planned to first eliminate Spider-Man's partner, a strong man dressed in all black. Faced with 30,000 giant lizards charging at once, Chen Feng was not foolish enough to confront them head-on. Just as the lizard army was about to reach him, he leaped, stepping onto the head of a giant lizard, avoiding the terrifying charge of the lizard army. He stepped on the body of the giant lizard and reached the center of the lizard army. The lizard army then stopped its charge surrounding Chen Feng and began to attack. With a loud bang, Chen Feng kicked down on a giant lizard, flattening its head against the ground, but as he withdrew his foot, that giant lizard shook its head as if nothing had happened. Damn, this defense is strong, Chen Feng exclaimed. If it were an unknown fight, he could easily dominate such a giant lizard. But against such a massive lizard army, his fists and feet could not harm the giant lizards at all. Helpless, he had to look for a suitable weapon. There are usually fitness equipment at the edge of the square. Chen Feng found one, and with sheer brute force, he snapped a fitness apparatus in half. Holding the iron pipe, Chen Feng fearlessly charged toward the lizard army. He leaped, twisting in midair, and thrust the iron pipe forcefully into the head of a giant lizard, killing it on the spot. Chen Feng pulled out the iron pipe, which was now somewhat bent, showing that the head of the giant lizard was exceptionally hard. In this way, after killing more than 20 giant lizards, the iron pipe in his hand was rendered useless, twisted beyond recognition, so he ran back and dismantled another fitness apparatus. Seeing this, the lizard professor waved his hand, saying, "Flatten everything around." The giant lizards that did not attack Chen Feng began to destroy everything in sight. Boom, boom, boom. The grass was flattened, utility poles and trees were knocked down, and everything in the square was laid to waste. Without a weapon, Chen Feng was frustrated as he could not kill the giant lizards. He could run, and the lizard professor had no way to deal with him. But if he ran, the lizard professor would surely order the lizard army to hunt him down. Wherever the lizard army passed, there would be no grass left, causing mass slaughter, a disaster for humanity. But lingering like this was not a solution. Must I really transform into a titan? Spider-Tyrant, I'm coming. Spider-Man's voice came. Chen Feng turned around and saw a disheveled Spider-Man holding a long weapon, quickly stepping on the bodies of giant lizards as he approached. Behind Spider-Man was the menacing Green Goblin. As Spider-Man got closer to Chen Feng, he forcefully threw the long weapon toward him. Chen Feng stepped on a few giant lizards and jumped high into the air, catching the long weapon without a moment to spare and stabbed downward with it. With a squelch, a giant lizard was directly pierced through. Then Chen Feng pulled out the weapon and spun around, inflicting deep wounds on every giant lizard nearby, causing disgusting green blood to flow. Seeing this effect, Chen Feng could not help but carefully examine the weapon in his hand. The weapon weighed over 100 pounds, was more than 3 meters long, and had a handle with a golden dragon coiling. The weapon's head resembled a gigantic tiger roaring, shaped as a combination of a halberd and a spear, featuring both a straight blade and a cross blade appearing in a cross shape. He could also sense the dense, malevolent energy on this weapon. "Isn't this the halberd from our Huagua?" Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise. "Spider-Tyrant, this weapon is pretty good, right?" Spider-Man said while dodging attacks from the giant lizards and the Green Goblin. Chen Feng swung the halberd in his hand, slicing a giant lizard that came close to him in half, asking Spider-Man, "Where did you find this?" "Not far from a museum. It seems to be a weapon used by someone called Chu Bawang from ancient Huagua," Spider-Man said. "Damn Chu Bawang's weapon, the Bawang halberd. Peter, you're so lucky to find such a powerful weapon for me." Chen Feng marveled. The Bawang halberd was forged from a meteorite, its body strong, and its head sharp, making it one of the rare heavy melee weapons in the world. The Bawang halberd can hook, peck, stab, and cut. But Chen Feng doesn't know how to use it. Fortunately, the Bawang halberd is sturdy enough that he could use it like a club without breaking it. Thus, wielding the Bawang halberd, Chen Feng resembled the spirit of Chu Bawang, getting close to the giant lizards, either piercing their heads or slicing them in half. Wherever he passed, a pool of green blood and the remains of giant lizards were left behind. He understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Chen Feng swung the Bawang halberd, charging toward the lizard professor. Seeing Chen Feng, who resembled a demonic entity, the lizard professor felt a bit panicked. He loudly directed the lizard army to stop Chen Feng, saying, "Block him, kill him." After merging with Spider-Man's genes, Chen Feng's body became extremely agile, coupled with great strength and the lethal Bawang halberd in hand, making it impossible for the lizard army to stop his advance. They could only slow him down a little, nothing more. Worried that Chen Feng might directly kill the lizard professor, Spider-Man loudly reminded Spider Tyrant, "Don't kill the lizard professor, yet save Mary first." Swish, swish, swish. Giant lizards fell tragically at Chen Feng's hands. The lizard professor kept retreating. Chen Feng grew more proficient with the Bawang halberd, even able to execute some difficult moves. The Green Goblin, not wanting to accidentally kill the giant lizards and unable to deal with Spider-Man, angrily said to the lizard professor, tell your little lizards to get out of the way, they're hindering me." Green Goblin, don't worry about Spider-Man for now. Hurry and help me take care of this guy. He's about to kill my lizard army. The lizard professor said anxiously. Lizard professor, I'm sorry I've made a deal with him. Well, I won't go against him. My only opponent is Spider-Man, so I apologize. The Green Goblin said. You're here to help me, but you won't help me. Very well, I remember this. The lizard professor said angrily. Lizard professor, our enemy is Spider-Man, not the Spider Tyrant. How about you release Mary first and let the Spider Tyrant take her away? He won't oppose you then. The Green Goblin suggested. It's easy to say. If I let Mary go, where will I find Spider-Man? Professor Lizard said angrily. Don't worry, I already know Spider-Man's true identity. He can't escape. The Green Goblin sneered. But you still can't let her go, Professor Lizard insisted to himself. With Mary in his hands, he didn't have to worry about Spider-Man daring to kill him. A hostage for his life was something a fool would give up. Then deal with Spider Tyrant yourself. I don't want to provoke him, the Green Goblin said irritably. Don't expect me to help you again in the future. Professor Lizard said angrily, directly severing ties with the Green Goblin. On Chen Feng's side, he wielded the Overlord's spear, wreaking havoc. The giant lizard was strong with tough skin, great strength, and an astonishing bite force. However, it moved slowly. Thus, Chen Feng could easily dodge the giant lizard's attacks and continue his massacre. Chen Feng charged towards Professor Lizard, and when he was 10 meters away, Professor Lizard threw out several gas bombs, which released a large amount of green gas upon hitting the ground. Chen Feng quickly held his breath. Having watched the movie, he knew that if this poison gas was inhaled, it would mutate him into a lizard person. The thick green gas obscured his vision. With a bang, a giant lizard whipped Chen Feng away with its tail. He flew backward and crashed into another giant lizard. Chen Feng felt as if he had been hit by a fast-moving heavy truck. He was in bad shape. Professor Lizard, seeing Chen Feng taken down by the giant lizard, was quite pleased and continued to command the lizard army to attack Chen Feng. Despite his internal injuries, Chen Feng persevered, stepping on the giant lizard's body to leave the area where the poison gas spread. Without the interference of the gas, he regained his momentum and continued to hunt down the giant lizards. Professor Lizard quickly threw more gas bombs near Chen Feng. This time Chen Feng was smarter and ran away. While fighting, he got closer to Spider-Man. He saw Spider-Man dodging left and right, entangled with the Green Goblin and the giant lizards. He felt like vomiting blood. He was fighting his hardest against 30,000 giant lizards, while Spider-Man seemed to be playing a game, not having killed a single giant lizard or subdued the Green Goblin since the beginning. Peter, if you don't help kill these giant lizards, I'm just going to leave. Chen Feng shouted angrily. Spider-Man exclaimed, quickly explaining. Don't get me wrong, it's not that I can't kill them, it's just that I have no way to deal with these giant lizards. They are just a bunch of indestructible monsters. Are you an idiot? Can't you use weapons? Chen Feng said in frustration. I really can't. I only know how to use spider silk and my fists and feet. Spider-Man confessed. Fine, you're impressive. I'm not going to play anymore. Chen Feng decided to abandon him. Having such a teammate would drive him crazy. Seeing that Chen Feng was really going to leave, Spider-Man was almost in tears. He abandoned the Green Goblin and hurriedly stepped on the giant lizard's body to chase after Chen Feng. Spider Tyrant, don't leave. I'm begging you. Can't I kill the giant lizards? Spider-Man pleaded desperately. Then show me you can kill them. Chen Feng stopped in his tracks, killing giant lizards while talking to Spider-Man. Spider-Man was conflicted. He knew his own damage output. He could temporarily control the giant lizards, but he absolutely couldn't kill them. Seeing Spider-Man's conflicted expression, Chen Feng was about to explode. He threw the Overlord spear to Spider-Man, saying, Here, if you can't kill the giant lizards with this, then just go die. Spider-Man accurately caught the Overlord spear, which weighed over 100 pounds, but in his hands it felt as light as a feather. Gritting his teeth, he mimicked Chen Feng's moves and aimed for the giant lizard's head. Chen Feng left. He needed to find weapons. The range of cold weapons was too small, and he was dissatisfied. Killing 30,000 giant lizards relying solely on cold weapons would take an eternity. As soon as Chen Feng left the square, he contacted Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, check where there are hot weapons nearby. Master, the Green Goblin's subordinates are in a nearby underground garage. They have a large number of hot weapons and the Green Goblin's spare armor. Optimus Prime said. Good, that's the place. Chen Feng said happily. Following Optimus Prime's guidance, he arrived at an underground garage where he saw the Green Goblin's fully armed subordinates ready for action. Chen Feng cut off the power supply to the underground garage before striking. In the darkness, his spider suit activated its cloaking feature, making it impossible for the Green Goblin's subordinates to catch sight of him. The power is out. What happened? Someone go check the circuit. Everyone stay put. Anyone unfamiliar kill on sight. The Green Goblin's subordinates were clearly not ordinary people, maintaining their calm in the face of the sudden blackout. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chen Feng hid in the darkness, shooting out strands of spider silk. Those caught by his spider silk were unable to break free. Bang bang bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire and machine gun fire erupted. The Green Goblin's subordinates fired at the direction of the spider silk shot. Chen Feng had already dodged and climbed to the ceiling, positioning himself above the Green Goblin's subordinates. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He shot out more than 10 strands of spider silk, sticking the firearms from the Green Goblin's subordinates, and yanked hard to snatch the weapons. Then he jumped down from the ceiling. Bang bang bang. In just a few moves, he dealt with the Green Goblin's subordinates. There was no way around it. He was superhuman, while the Green Goblin was just an ordinary person, an entirely different level. After taking care of the Green Goblin's subordinates, Chen Feng began to select weapons. Handguns had too little power and slow firing rates. He discarded them. Machine guns had average firing rates and power. He also discarded them. The Gatling heavy machine gun had a torrential firing rate and great power. He took it. Grenades had little power and wouldn't kill the giant lizards. He discarded them. Pumpkin bombs had tremendous power and could be timed. He took those. In the end, Chen Feng chose the glider Gatling heavy machine gun and pumpkin bombs. Originally, he wanted to wear the Green Goblin's armor, but he was too bulky to fit it, so he gave up. Chen Feng entered the underground garage empty-handed, but when he exited, he looked like a completely different person, particularly imposing. Draped in a golden chain of bullets with a belt of pumpkin bombs, wielding the Gatling heavy machine gun, and standing on the glider. This outfit made him look undeniably fierce and extraordinarily cool. When Chen Feng returned to the square fully armed, and standing on the glider, the Green Goblin was stunned. Professor Lizard was stunned. Spider-Man was stunned. Boom boom boom. Chen Feng, standing on the glider, dropped pumpkin bombs one after another, causing the giant lizards in the square to fall like corpses. He also controlled the glider through Optimus Prime, launching a series of small missiles. After exhausting all the pumpkin bombs and the glider's small missiles, half of Professor Lizard's lizard army was dead. Buzzing. Chen Feng raised his hands, wielding a Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage upon the giant lizards below. The power of the Gatling gun was tremendous. Those giant lizards caught in its fire were either pierced through or shredded apart. The Gatling gun, driven by an electric motor, rotates 6 barrels, firing at an astonishing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, a terrifying force indeed. Indeed, after just one sweep, the entire square was engulfed in a thick green mist of blood. The exhilaration was undeniable. Chen Feng relished this feeling, but the ammunition consumption was too high. Half of the bullet chain draped over him was spent after just one barrage. The lizard professor, witnessing the fallen subordinates, felt his heart bleed. This was the lizard army he had painstakingly gathered. He had hoped the lizard army would eliminate Spider-Man for him. Unexpectedly, Spider-Man was still alive and well, while his lizard army was on the brink of annihilation. He looked up at the stunned Green Goblin in the air and roared, "Green Goblin, you deceived me. You and Spider-Man are in cahoots." "What are you talking about? Spider-Man killed my father. How could I possibly be in league with Spider-Man?" The Green Goblin retorted angrily. "Then how do you explain Spider-Bully's equipment? Don't tell me that's not yours," the lizard professor insisted firmly. "How would I know?" The Green Goblin was at a loss for words. The pumpkin bombs and gliding wings on Chen Feng were undoubtedly his possessions. He speculated that Chen Feng must have stolen them from his subordinates. But he was puzzled as to how Chen Feng managed to control the gliding wings. The gliding wings were connected to the Green Goblin's armor and could only be controlled with it. Yet Chen Feng was not wearing the Green Goblin's armor, yet he could use the gliding wings with ease, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Green Goblin, from now on we are enemies. Either you die or I perish." The lizard professor made a serious threat. The Green Goblin did not respond to the lizard professor, but turned to Chen Feng, who was still spraying bullets at the giant lizard, saying, "Spider Bully, how did you control my gliding wings?" While spraying bullets at the giant lizards, Chen Feng chuckled and replied to the Green Goblin, "Don't think your internet skills are so impressive. There are many people in this world whose tech skills surpass yours." His implication was clear. He had used his tech skills to hack into the Green Goblin's armor system and gain control of the gliding wings. "Didn't we agree to turn weapons into peace? Why are you still causing trouble for me?" the Green Goblin accused. "Your subordinates provoked me, and I simply dealt with them. The equipment I have now is my spoils of war," Chen Feng declared arrogantly. "You?" The Green Goblin was furious, yet he found himself powerless against Chen Feng, having to swallow his anger as he couldn't match Chen Feng's strength. While the Green Goblin couldn't defeat Chen Feng, he could certainly take on Spider-Man. Thus, he vented his frustrations on Spider-Man. Ignoring the remnants of the lizard professor's army, he launched a furious assault on Spider-Man. Poisoned throwing knives, pumpkin bombs, small missiles, and gliding wing machine guns were unleashed mercilessly upon Spider-Man. Spider-Man was forced into a corner, desperately fleeing. The lizard professor, seeing his army being controlled and slaughtered, was filled with rage, grinding his teeth. On the ground, he could still maneuver against Chen Feng, but now that Chen Feng was in the air, he was utterly helpless. To prevent his lizard army from being wiped out, he chose to retreat. Retreat. Back to the sewers, commanded the lizard professor. The sewers were his domain. The remaining giant lizards, upon hearing the command, scrambled underground. The lizard professor fled with his army, leaving behind a field of giant lizard corpses. Chen Feng did not hesitate. He dropped his weapon, jumped off the gliding wing, and dove into the sewer. The gliding wing, under the control of Optimus Prime, flew away towards a private island. Spider-Man also wanted to enter the sewer to pursue the lizard professor and rescue Mary. However, he was stopped by the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin collapsed the entrance to the sewer, preventing Spider-Man from entering. Upon entering the sewer, Chen Feng was met with a strong stench and thick poisonous gas. He held his breath and moved quickly. The giant lizards attacked him, but he did not retaliate. Instead, he dodged and continued to pursue the lizard professor. In the sewer, the lizard professor had a significant advantage, able to maximize the effectiveness of his poison gas bombs, moving nimbly, especially being very familiar with the terrain. However, Chen Feng had his own advantages in the sewer. He was no longer afraid of the lizard professor's army. In the narrow confines of the sewer, the lizard professor's army could not exert their collective power. Chen Feng's body was exceptionally agile. As long as there was a gap, he could squeeze through effortlessly. The giant lizards could not stop him at all. Before long, he caught up with the lizard professor. Seeing Chen Feng closing in, the lizard professor quickly threw several poison gas bombs at his feet. The poison gas spread out. Relying on his sharp sixth sense, Chen Feng rushed forward, crashing into the lizard professor, then shot several strands of webbing that stuck to the lizard professor, preventing him from escaping. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Feng and the lizard professor engaged in close combat. Both possessed great strength. Chen Feng was agile, his attacks fierce, but his striking power was limited. The lizard professor was sluggish, yet his claws could tear through steel plates, his teeth could snap steel bars, and his tail could sweep aside power poles, making him formidable. Chen Feng sustained several scratches from the lizard professor, but eventually maneuvered him into an area free of poisonous gas. It was time for him to unleash his true strength. Using a special method, he stimulated his potential, causing his power to surge several times its usual strength. The lizard professor's attacks seemed to slow down in his eyes, and he could easily evade them. With a loud bang, Chen Feng delivered a powerful punch to the lizard professor's jaw. The lizard professor's head snapped back, and his right claw swung out. Chen Feng sprang forward, deftly avoiding the lizard professor's claws, and shot out strands of webbing from both hands, wrapping them around the lizard professor's neck and pulling hard. The lizard professor's body was uncontrollably pulled toward Chen Feng. With a leap, Chen Feng's knee slammed heavily against the lizard professor's head, leaving him dazed. But that was not the end. Knowing the lizard professor's incredible regenerative abilities, Chen Feng offered him no chance to recover and relentlessly struck at the lizard professor's head. He avoided striking the lizard professor's body, as that was where the lizard professor's regeneration was most formidable. Even if he broke the lizard professor's body in half, he would still heal back to normal. Thus, he focused solely on attacking the lizard professor's head, for the brain was the most crucial area. Even if it could regenerate, the memories within it would surely be lost. Even if memories are not lost, the brain's reorganization can lead to confusion, potentially turning one into a fool or an idiot. Under the relentless assault of the storm, Professor Lizard was knocked unconscious, lying motionless in the filthy sewage. The giant lizards roared at Chen Feng from both ends of the sewer, yet they did not advance to attack, likely awaiting orders from Professor Lizard. Chen Feng placed his hand on Professor Lizard silently, saying, "System, extract Professor Lizard's genes and fuse them into my body." Ding, gene extraction from Professor Lizard successful, fusing in progress. Chen Feng felt a surge of joy, surprised by the successful extraction. He speculated that it was because Professor Lizard had lost consciousness from his beating that the extraction succeeded. Ding, congratulations to the host for fusing with Professor Lizard's genes. As the system's prompt sounded, a terrifying power began to alter Chen Feng's body. Oh, he let out a scream. His body felt like it was being forcibly stretched, akin to the genes he despised, causing unbearable pain, making him feel as if death would be preferable. Slowly, Chen Feng's spider suit tore apart. A robust tail sprouted from his backside, and his feet transformed into powerful beast-like claws. His hands morphed into claws as well, effortlessly scratching the sewer wall and leaving deep gashes. The mutation of his head was undoubtedly the most painful. His skull contorted as his entire head gradually reshaped into that of a lizard, becoming quite grotesque. Roar. Chen Feng emitted a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. After successfully fusing with Professor Lizard's genes, he collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath. Roar. Professor Lizard awoke, crying out in pain. Upon seeing the lizard man kneeling on one knee, he was momentarily stunned, then asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Professor Lizard's gene recovery ability is unparalleled among all superheroes, recovering far too quickly. In just a few minutes, Chen Feng, who had been too weak to stand, regained his strongest state. Chen Feng stood up, observing his claw-like hands and shaking his unfamiliar tail. He could sense that his current power was comparable to that of Spider-Man, but not as formidable as the Hulk or his despised form. Though his power was insufficient and his transformation was hideous, it did not matter. Chen Feng desired not these, but the miraculous regenerative ability. With regenerative capability, as long as his brain remained unharmed, he could regrow any lost body parts. Professor Lizard remained lying down. Thus, standing above Professor Lizard, Chen Feng smirked and said, "I am here to save you." Professor Lizard is highly intelligent and possesses extensive knowledge, especially in genetics. His developed lizard DNA serum has been quite successful despite its side effects that turn people into half-human, half-lizard monsters, becoming evil. These issues can be improved. If he could recruit Professor Lizard to work for him, his subordinates would not be inferior to any superheroes. "What about that detestable spider tyrant?" Professor Lizard inquired. "I scared him off," Chen Feng replied. He's so powerful, you managed to scare him off." Professor Lizard was somewhat skeptical, having previously experienced the spider tyrant's might when he was rendered utterly defenseless and knocked out. "If you knew my true identity, you wouldn't doubt my abilities." Chen Feng spoke with pride. "And what is your identity?" Professor Lizard asked curiously. "Listen closely, I am Chen Feng, the lord of a private island." Chen Feng introduced himself. "I've never heard of you." "That's all right, you must have heard of Dr. Octopus and Dr. Hank, two titans in the scientific community. They are both famous. Dr. Octopus is even my friend." Professor Lizard nodded. "How could I not have heard of them? Both of them are currently working with me. Additionally, I must tell you that I have a genius girl, Dr. Hyoin, collaborating with me, and even the Green Goblin Harry has worked with me. Most importantly, I am a senior agent of SHIELD. Chen Feng desperately elevated his status to win over Professor Lizard. "Really?" Professor Lizard appeared significantly impressed by Chen Feng's prowess. Chen Feng nodded, "Yes, indeed. So will you join me? I can support your research to develop an even more powerful lizard DNA serum. I want to turn humans into powerful lizard people. Help me, and I will agree to follow you," Professor Lizard stated. "Oh, why do you insist on turning humans into lizard people?" Chen Feng was at a loss for words. "Because humans are too weak. Over 90% die from illness or accidents, with less than 10% naturally surviving. If humans became lizard people, they would never suffer from illness. Even severe injuries could heal quickly, definitely a boon for humanity." Professor Lizard spoke with conviction, his actions terrifying, yet stemming from good intentions misunderstood by the world. "In fact, you have a better option, such as developing a lizard DNA serum without side effects, which would be accepted by humanity," Chen Feng suggested. "Developing a lizard DNA serum without side effects." Professor Lizard mumbled to himself. After a while, Professor Lizard said, "Lizard people possess immense physical strength and agility. They can scale walls and burrow underground. I find that quite appealing. Why can't humans accept that? Why must they oppose me at every turn?" Professor Lizard, don't be so stubborn. Understand this: being larger doesn't necessarily mean being stronger, and being smaller doesn't equate to weakness. Take that spider tyrant, for instance. He isn't larger than you, right? Chen Feng argued. But could you defeat him? If you could grant humans the abilities of lizards without transforming them, and without any side effects, you would undoubtedly be humanity's savior. Everyone would love you rather than fear you as they do now," Chen Feng stated. Professor Lizard pondered for a moment, then looked at Chen Feng seriously and said, "All right, I will follow you, but you must promise to support me in developing a lizard DNA serum without side effects." "No problem," Chen Feng replied happily. This outing had brought him tremendous gains. He had acquired Tritium Gliding Wing, Spider-Man's genes, and Professor Lizard's genes. He had also recruited Dr. Octopus and Professor Lizard, two genius scientists. Definitely a massive profit. Chen Feng followed Professor Lizard for a long time, arriving at a vast underground cave filled with countless lizards of various sizes, sending shivers down Chen Feng's spine. Fortunately, those lizards sensibly made way, otherwise stepping on them would surely result in casualties. Professor Lizard led Chen Feng to his laboratory. Professor Lizard's laboratory was extremely rudimentary, cluttered with jars and bottles in a chaotic mess. Suddenly, Chen Feng heard someone muffled and struggling to make noise. He walked over and opened a large box, discovering Mary bound at hands and feet, curled up and gagged with a cloth. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Mary was frightened, her eyes wide, desperately struggling. Seeing Mary's terrified expression, Chen Feng understood that his appearance had scared her. He controlled his emotions, calmed down, and gradually transformed back into an ordinary person. Just like transforming back from a titan, Chen Feng also felt a moment of weakness when returning to his ordinary state. Mary, seeing Chen Feng in his normal form, was overjoyed, but her mouth was gagged, or else she would have shouted in delight. Professor Lizard, seeing that Chen Feng could revert to his ordinary state without relying on an antidote, curiously asked Chen Feng, "How did you manage to return to your ordinary state without the antidote?" "I can revert to my ordinary state by controlling my emotions and calming down," Chen Feng replied. "Then why can't I?" Professor Lizard questioned in confusion. "He needed the antidote to revert to his ordinary state." "That's because you haven't calmed down enough," Chen Feng explained. Whenever Professor Lizard's emotions flared, he would transform into a lizard man, and conversely, calming down would certainly allow him to revert to his ordinary state. "Is that so?" Professor Lizard asked, half convinced. Chen Feng tore the ropes binding Mary and removed the cloth from her mouth, then lifted her out. Mary tightly hugged Chen Feng's neck, burying her head in his embrace, sobbing in excitement. "Chen Feng, I knew you would come to save me. I knew it. I knew you cared about me. I knew you thought of me. Woo woo woo. I'm not crying, I'm happy. I'm happy you came to save me. I'm happy you care about me. I'm so happy," Mary replied through her tears. Professor Lizard, noticing Chen Feng's connection to Mary, immediately became alert and asked Chen Feng, "What is your relationship with Mary? Are you with Spider-Man?" Chen Feng set Mary down and explained to Professor Lizard, "Mary and I are friends, so I had to save her. As for my relationship with Spider-Man, don't worry, it's just a casual acquaintance. If you want to trouble Spider-Man, I definitely won't stop you. I hope you're not lying to me, otherwise I will make sure you pay," Professor Lizard threatened. "I would never lie to you," Chen Feng replied earnestly. "What if I did?" He wasn't afraid at all. He believed that as long as Professor Lizard joined his team, he certainly wouldn't mind being deceived. After all, a scientist's greatest passion is research. And since he strongly supported Professor Lizard's research, Professor Lizard would surely be too engrossed to care about being deceived. Mary suddenly spoke up. "Chen Feng, Professor Lizard kidnapped me and locked me in a cramped box. I almost got scared to death. You have to help me get revenge." Chen Feng's expression darkened silently, cursing Mary for being naive, not realizing he was cooperating with Professor Lizard. Chen Feng could only comfort Mary, saying, "It's all right, Professor Lizard doesn't know about our relationship. It's all a misunderstanding." "Yes, it's all a misunderstanding," Mary agreed. Professor Lizard nodded awkwardly. Mary pouted, displeased. Chen Feng handed Professor Lizard a business card, saying, "Take everything you need, then call this number, and I'll send someone to pick you up." Professor Lizard took the business card and asked, "Can I bring the lizard army?" "Of course," Chen Feng replied. Although the private island is not large, keeping some lizards isn't a problem, especially since Professor Lizard needs a lot of lizards for research. "That's good to hear," Professor Lizard said happily. "Then I'll take Mary and leave now," Chen Feng said. "Yes, you two may go. I'll call you once I've packed my things," Professor Lizard said. Chen Feng supported Mary and left Professor Lizard's cave. Once outside, Mary suddenly hugged Chen Feng. Chen Feng stiffened. "Damn, I forgot that I tore my Spider-Man suit when I transformed into a lizard man." At that moment, Chen Feng was bare, and with his burly physique, especially that. No wonder Mary couldn't help herself. "Chen Feng, I love you," Mary said passionately, her voice laced with affection. "Don't mess around." Chen Feng forced himself to stay calm. "I'm just being playful," Mary said coyly. "Then I won't pay attention to you," Chen Feng said, pushing Mary away and walking ahead. Mary hurriedly chased after Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, wait for me. I'm scared alone. I won't be playful anymore." Chen Feng led Mary out through a sewer entrance. Immediately, he used his web to steal someone else's clothes left hanging outside and wore them. Seeing Chen Feng dressed, Mary couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. Chen Feng said to Mary, "Let's go. We need to find Peter. He must be very worried about you right now. It's really late now, and I'm very tired. Let's find a hotel to sleep," Mary said, biting her lip and speaking sweetly. "Then I'll carry you," Chen Feng said as he crouched down. Mary was furious. She had heard of a straight man, but never expected to encounter one herself. She didn't want Chen Feng to be a gentleman, as she preferred him to be a hungry beast that would devour her. She felt frustrated that he had the means, but wouldn't touch her. Sigh, what a tragedy. Mary sighed in disappointment, and then lay on Chen Feng's back. Chen Feng hurriedly carried Mary, swiftly running towards the square where they had fought. Soon Chen Feng returned to the chaotic square. In the square, there were no signs of the Green Goblin or Spider-Man, only numerous police officers clearing the scene. "Chen Feng, Mary," Spider-Man's voice called from behind. Chen Feng turned around to see Spider-Man dressed normally running towards them. Chen Feng set Mary down, but Mary still clung to Chen Feng's arm, unwilling to let go. "Peter, I helped save Mary. Remember, you owe me a favor." "Yes, don't worry, I remember," Spider-Man nodded. He then turned to Mary with a concerned expression. "Mary, are you alright? Did you get hurt?" "If it's none of your business," Mary snorted coldly, giving Spider-Man no good grace. "It's Peter who asked me to save you. How can you treat him like that?" Chen Feng said. He wanted to bring Spider-Man and Mary together to prevent her from clinging to him. "If it weren't for him offending Professor Lizard, would he have kidnapped me?" Mary said angrily. "I'm sorry, Mary, I dragged you into this," Spider-Man said with guilt. "No need, just stay away from me," Mary said without courtesy. After this incident, she realized one thing: when looking for a man, it is essential to find one who is responsible. Like Chen Feng, who only does things he is sure of. Unlike Spider-Man, who stirs up trouble and drags those around him into suffering. Spider-Man felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. Chen Feng finally found you. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Feng looked up and saw Natasha walking towards him. Seeing Natasha's graceful figure, Mary felt threatened. She hugged Chen Feng's arm and asked, "Darling, who is she?" "She is Natasha, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., famously known as the Black Widow. She's very powerful, so don't provoke her," Chen Feng introduced. "Do you like her?" Mary asked seriously. That was what mattered most to her. Clap, clap, clap. Natasha applauded mockingly, saying, "Oh, Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, stealing Spider-Man's girlfriend while Spider-Man can't do anything about it. Impressive." Natasha made Spider-Man feel particularly awkward, so he said, "I have something to do, I'll leave first. Goodbye." Then he quickly left this sad place. "Chen Feng and I are in a free relationship, don't say random things," Mary said sweetly. "Do you love Chen Feng?" Natasha asked with a grin. Mary nodded heavily, saying yes. "Does Chen Feng love you?" Natasha asked cheerfully. Mary raised her head and said yes. "But he said he loved me when we were at the bar. What happened then?" Natasha said wistfully. "What?" Mary's eyes widened in shock. She then looked up at Chen Feng and, feeling jealous, said, "Chen Feng, how can you be with a woman like her and not be with me? I'm mad. Maybe I'm prettier than you," Natasha said, flipping her hair narcissistically. Mary puffed her chest and replied, "But mine is bigger. You two chat slowly, I'll take my leave." Annoyed by the two women quarreling, Chen Feng decided to leave directly. He shot a web line towards the tall buildings and flew up into the sky. "Chen Feng, wait for me, don't leave me behind." Mary chased after him like a little wife who had been abandoned. "Chen Feng, we still have an account to settle from last time. Don't think you can run away." Natasha, clever as ever, rode a cool motorcycle, revving the engine, and quickly pursued Chen Feng. With his spider silk, Chen Feng could swing anywhere, and in a few swings he shook off Natasha, then contacted Optimus Prime to send a transformer to pick him up. What Chen Feng did not expect was that Natasha actually came in a helicopter, accurately finding his location. Bang! Natasha jumped from the helicopter to the rooftop, rolling a few times to dissipate the impact of the descent, and stood before Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, I have something important to tell you," Natasha said seriously. "Go ahead," Chen Feng replied. "The recent trouble you've caused in New York has not pleased S.H.I.E.L.D. You clearly know that Dr. Octopus has gone rogue, yet you let it slide, almost causing a catastrophe. Moreover, regarding the battles between you, the Green Goblin, Spider-Man, and Professor Lizard, you clearly had the strength to subdue them instantly, yet you didn't, resulting in numerous civilian casualties. Is this what you should do as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent?" Natasha questioned. "Can I hide my strength?" Chen Feng replied irritably. "No, as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, your duty is to protect human safety, and you failed to do so. Our director said that if you continue like this, your S.H.I.E.L.D. agent identity will be revoked," Natasha said. "Whatever," Chen Feng said nonchalantly. The utility value of being a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had already been mostly exhausted for him, so it was irrelevant. "You don't want to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent anymore?" Natasha asked in surprise. "Let's not talk about that." "Natasha, I asked you, can you get me some vibranium?" Chen Feng asked. If he could obtain vibranium, he wouldn't care about 10 S.H.I.E.L.D.s. What do you need vibranium for? It's not abundant. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. only has a little, not even enough to make a dagger. Natasha asked curiously. "If you can help me get a bit, even just a small piece of vibranium, I will reward you greatly," Chen Feng said. "If it's just a small piece of vibranium, that's not difficult, but how will you reward me?" Natasha asked sweetly, secretly thinking that she must not be deceived by Chen Feng again this time. Whoosh! The transformer descended from the sky and landed beside Chen Feng with Optimus Prime's voice saying, "Master, I'm here." Seeing the transformer, Natasha's eyes lit up. She wasn't very familiar with transformers, but she had seen their power in video footage, able to transform into planes, heavy trucks, and humanoid robots, their strength so immense that they could even stop fast-moving trains, far superior to Iron Man's robots. She pointed at the transformer excitedly and said, "I want him." Chen Feng nodded without hesitation, saying, "Sure, as long as you give me the vibranium, I'll immediately give you this transformer." Although the first-generation transformer was much more advanced than Iron Man's, he was still very dissatisfied. He believed that the energy was insufficient, the defense power was lacking, the attack power was inadequate, the size was too large, and it was inconvenient to carry, among other shortcomings. So he didn't care at all. Not to mention Natasha, even if Iron Man offered vibranium to trade for the transformer, he would agree without hesitation. Because after obtaining vibranium, he could create the most advanced transformers in the universe. "Let me borrow the transformer, and I'll head back to S.H.I.E.L.D. right now to get you the vibranium." Natasha said eagerly. A small piece of vibranium for a transformer was quite a deal. Vibranium is very precious, but the technology to liquefy it and manufacture weapons is not available at S.H.I.E.L.D. So they don't pay much attention to vibranium. Otherwise, Natasha wouldn't have confidence in obtaining such a valuable item. Optimus Prime, you will temporarily take orders from Miss Natasha, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, Master. Optimus Prime acknowledged, then said to Natasha, Miss Natasha, hello, I'm glad to serve you. Seeing the Transformer so intelligent, Natasha was very pleased and sweetly commanded, take me back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha dressed as a Transformer flew off to S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng watched the departing Transformer and muttered to himself, could it be that the goddess of luck has favored me? With such good luck, whatever I desire comes effortlessly. It's simply too delightful. Chen Feng sat on the edge of the rooftop waiting for Natasha to return. After more than 10 minutes, instead of Natasha, it was Mary who arrived. Mary ran out from the rooftop entrance. Seeing Chen Feng, she dashed over with great joy, exclaiming, Chen Feng, I finally found you. As Mary was about to leap into Chen Feng's arms, he swiftly dodged. Oh! Mary screamed, nearly falling off the building due to Chen Feng's sudden movement. Chen Feng shot out a web to catch Mary, otherwise she would have surely fallen. Mary quickly recovered, bouncing towards Chen Feng, sweetly calling out, Chen Feng, I've been looking for you. How did you find me? Chen Feng asked curiously. Unlike Natasha, who had S.H.I.E.L.D. as her backing, finding someone was not so easy for her. Mary, an ordinary girl with a modest background, managed to accurately locate him, which piqued his curiosity. With a childlike demeanor, she lifted her chin proudly and said, I may not be able to outrun you, but am not foolish. I took a taxi and followed the helicopter here. Mary, can you please stop deceiving yourself? You should know that I don't like you at all, and I've never considered breaking you and Peter apart. Chen Feng said earnestly. Seeing Mary's deep feelings for him, he truly did not want her to continue this way. Because he absolutely could not be with Mary. His woman could not be ordinary. His woman must be intelligent. Thus he and Mary were destined never to be together. Of course he could treat Mary as a mistress, but that wasn't his style, because he would only love one woman in his life. Just like his pursuit of martial arts, he had only one dream throughout his life, which was why he reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Perhaps it was also for this reason that he crossed over to the Marvel world. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Mary's tears flowed like a river. This isn't real. Tell me this isn't real. Woo-woo. Mary cried sorrowfully. Having never been rejected by a boy throughout her life, being turned down repeatedly by Chen Feng shattered her heart. She felt as if the entire world had abandoned her, experiencing heartache and a desire to cry. Although I don't want to hurt you, I can't deceive you. This is real. Oh, I don't like you. Taking you to space before was to give your boyfriend Peter a good impression. Today, saving you was also for him. He asked me to save you and promised to do something for me in return. His feelings for you, I believe you know he is the one you should love. Chen Feng said gently. Mary wiped her tears, stared at Chen Feng and shouted, but I love you now, it's you. Fuck, who the hell is making noise in the middle of the night? Do you believe I will beat you to death? If you keep making noise, I'll call the police. Crazy yelling at this hour. Tell me where you are, and I'll come and kill you. Fuck. Mary's voice was too loud, waking the nearby people, who began to curse from their windows. Mary, already emotionally unstable, became even more agitated when cursed by those nearby. She ran to the railing, cupped her hands to her mouth, and shouted, my man is Chen Feng. If you have the guts, come and hit me. Chen Feng chuckled, not expecting Mary to have such a side. The nearby people who were woken up were furious and began to curse in unison. Chen Feng, I've never heard of him. Call him down, and let me see if I won't beat him to death, damn it. Fuck, having a boyfriend is impressive. How strong is your boyfriend to dare challenge so many of us? Just wait, don't leave. I've already called the police. Let's see whether your Chen Feng is more formidable or the police are. I can't find you. If your boyfriend has the guts, let him come down on my gun, doesn't just sit idle. You little brat, come down and fight. Chen Feng, fuck you. I want to duel with you. Chen Feng's expression changed, and he roared, transforming into a titan giant. Cursing him depended on his mood. If he was in a good mood, he could ignore it, but if he was in a bad mood, then sorry, just wait for a beating. However, cursing his family was absolutely unforgivable. Chen Feng stood by the railing shouting, so you want to challenge me, huh? I'm coming. The titan giant's voice was astonishingly powerful, far exceeding that of a giant horn. Everyone nearby was awakened by Chen Feng's roar, and many children were frightened and began to cry. The previously arrogant person who wanted to duel with Chen Feng fell silent. The people who had been cursing before also stopped. Besides the sound of car alarms and the terrified cries of children, there were no other sounds. Did stopping the curses mean everything was fine? No, there was still something. Chen Feng remembered the person who cursed his family. He jumped directly off the rooftop. With a thunderous crash, he landed and created a massive crater. By a window of a house, a trembling black man crouched quietly, muttering a prayer. God, please help me that the monster doesn't find me. Indeed, the arrogant person who had just challenged Chen Feng was him. He had acted on impulse, and being woken up in the middle of the night, he had been in a bad mood and shouted along with the crowd. Little did he know that the boyfriend of that crazy woman on the rooftop was actually a monster. Although he hadn't seen the figure, just hearing the roar was enough to guess it was definitely a monster. News of monster rampages is frequently aired on American television, so he was aware of how formidable monsters were. However, now that the insults had been thrown, it was useless to regret. He could only pray for God's protection. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Feng started running, causing ruptures wherever he stepped, making the surrounding vehicles and trees shake. He crouched down and pushed off with force. With a loud crash, his body shot upwards. Bang, bang. Chen Feng's hands penetrated the fifth-floor wall, and then he crashed into the glass window. With a crisp bang, his head poked inside the room, and hearing noise below, he looked down to see a black man huddled beneath the window, trembling in fear. Was it you who was cursing my family earlier? Chen Feng said coldly. The black man was paralyzed with fear, yellow liquid seeping from his pants as he stammered, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me. I didn't curse you, I really didn't. But I remembered your voice," Chen Feng said coldly. The distinct voice of the black man was something he would never mistake. Thud. Bang, bang, bang. The black man knelt on the ground, desperately banging his head, pleading, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, please spare me. I know I was wrong. If you insult my family, I will cut off my tongue as penance. If you want to fight me, you'll break your arms and legs," Chen Feng said coldly, showing no mercy. In this Marvel world where the strong dominate, Chen Feng had no need to show weakness to the weak. His punishment of the black man was already quite lenient. If it were someone else like those supervillains, he would have wiped out not just the black man, but everyone around him. Bang, bang, bang. The black man banged his forehead until it bled, crying out in a pleading voice, "Don't hurt me, I beg you, I beg you." Boom. Chen Feng's fist struck out, crashing through the wall and hitting the black man. The black man was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall on the other side. Once the impact subsided, he collapsed helplessly to the ground, coughing up blood weakly. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Feng violently tore down the outer wall and walked into the black man's house. He found a fruit knife in the living room, holding it in his hand, feeling as if he was holding a needle, it was so small. He walked in front of the black man, grabbing his hair with his left hand and lifting him up with one hand, coldly stating, "Stick out your tongue, or he'll cut off your head right here." The black man was severely injured, but still conscious. He was afraid. He didn't want to lose his tongue, but clearly his life was more important. After struggling internally for a moment, he slowly extended his tongue. With a swift motion, Chen Feng swung the knife. Up. The black man screamed in agony, his body writhing in pain. Crack, 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 crack. Chen Feng broke the black man's arms and legs. This was the price for the weak to be arrogant in front of the strong. Boom. Chen Feng jumped out of the black man's house, landing in the middle of the street, and shouted loudly, "Who else wants to challenge me?" The volume was so loud that some nearby glass shattered. The sound traveled far. Once the echo faded, there was a silence. Those who had been awakened wisely chose to remain silent, swallowing their anger. Seeing no one respond, Chen Feng controlled his emotions and returned to his normal state, then shot off a few times, flying back to the rooftop where he had been. Mary saw Chen Feng, who looked like a god of war, her eyes almost sparkling with admiration, secretly praising, "This is the man I want, so domineering." Seeing Chen Feng's dominance, she couldn't help but think of Peter's cowardice. Peter as Spider-Man was often scolded by his boss, a mere ordinary person, and had to beg not to be fired, which was simply pathetic. Unlike Chen Feng, who used his fists to silence anyone who dared to confront him. No matter whether Chen Feng liked her or not, she liked him simply because he possessed the charm of a man, the dominance of a man, the resources of a man. Mary couldn't control her impulse, rushing over to hug Chen Feng's waist, pleading, "Chen Feng, please accept me." "Mary, why are you like this again? If you keep this up, don't expect to see me again," Chen Feng said with distress. Mary looked up at Chen Feng with tear-filled eyes, pitifully asking, "Do you really hate me so much?" "How should I put it? As a friend it's fine, but I can't handle you like this," Chen Feng replied. "Are you doubting my sincerity towards you?" Mary speculated. "No," Chen Feng responded. Mary released him, quickly climbed over the railing, and turned to Chen Feng, saying, "I'll prove my sincerity to you right now." After saying that, she closed her eyes and jumped down. Whoosh. Chen Feng shot out a strand of web wrapping around Mary's waist. To avoid hurting her, he slowly extended the web to give her a cushion. Once Mary stopped descending, he pulled her back up to the rooftop. After coming up, Mary had no trace of fear on her face, only a blissful smile. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Chen Feng asked in confusion. How could someone who jumped off a building still be able to smile? "You know my sincerity, and I also know you actually care about me, you just don't want to admit it," Mary said with a smile. Sighed. Chen Feng sighed. He was completely at a loss with Mary. Mary stepped closer, gently hugging Chen Feng, resting her head on his chest, listening to the strong and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, softly saying, "I love you, that's enough, no matter if you accept me or not." What Mary said was absolutely touching. However, Chen Feng still remembered that the night Mary and Peter expressed their love, she confessed to him. He really couldn't dare to accept Mary's sudden love. Today she could love him, but tomorrow she might love someone else. It was too unreliable. Chen Feng remained silent, too lazy to speak, because a woman like Mary was too crazy, and he worried that if he said the wrong thing, she might jump off again. Thus Mary hugged Chen Feng, standing motionless at the edge of the railing. Half an hour later, she unknowingly fell asleep. Chen Feng took out his phone and called Spider-Man. "Peter, your girlfriend is asleep. Come and pick her up." He kindly informed him, but unexpectedly received a furious roar from Spider-Man. "Chen Feng, you're too much. I've already let Mary go to you. You slept with her, and now that she's tired and asleep, you want me to pick her up. Do you think I'm a pimp? Let me tell you, even though I can't beat you, I'm not afraid of you," Spider-Man shouted, feeling completely green, realizing he couldn't find any other color on himself. Chen Feng recalled his words and realized that Spider-Man had misunderstood. He explained, "I was with her on the rooftop." Before Chen Feng could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Spider-Man. "Was it necessary to tell me you were playing Tremor on the rooftop? Or do you feel the humiliation I gave you wasn't enough and deliberately pulled this stunt? Damn it, Peter, can you calm down a little?" Chen Feng's temper began to rise. Mary, who was sleeping in Chen Feng's arms, stirred a bit, but didn't wake up. She must have been too exhausted from being held captive by the lizard professor for so long, which was why she was sleeping so soundly. "You slept with my girlfriend and expect me to pick her up? How can you expect me to be calm?" Spider-Man yelled. "Listen, I did not sleep with your girlfriend," Chen Feng explained. "Haha, who are you kidding?" Spider-Man scoffed. "Damn it, if you want me to sleep with your girlfriend so badly, then I'll do it now and put a big green hat on you," Chen Feng said angrily. He had good intentions in trying to bring Spider-Man and Mary together, but unexpectedly Spider-Man was so ungrateful. Not only did he refuse to pick up Mary, but he also accused him of sleeping with her. It made him furious. Since Spider-Man wanted it so badly, then he would go ahead and do it, making Spider-Man regret it later. "Oh!" Spider-Man exclaimed, realizing he might have misunderstood Chen Feng's words. "Chen Feng, brother Feng, please don't," Spider-Man shouted. "What not?" Chen Feng asked. "I was wrong. Please don't sleep with my girlfriend," Spider-Man pleaded. "If I'm telling you it's too late, I'm definitely going to sleep with your girlfriend today," Chen Feng shouted. In Chen Feng's arms, Mary, still half asleep, murmured, "Don't make noise, it'll let me sleep a little longer." Mary's words made Spider-Man even more anxious. He asked urgently, "Brother Chen Feng, I truly made a mistake. Please tell me the address, I'll go pick Mary up right now." Doo-doo. Chen Feng hung up the phone. If Spider-Man dared to confront him, he would give Spider-Man a little green on the side. Of course not now, he had more important things to do. Chen Feng held Mary sitting on the railing and stayed there the entire night. In the morning, as the sun rose, a beam of sunlight fell on Mary. The glaring sunlight woke her up. She opened her eyes and found herself still in Chen Feng's embrace. Looking up at Chen Feng, she saw him gazing into the distance. Following his line of sight, she beheld the beautiful sunrise. The light of the rising sun resembled threads of gold intertwining and stitching the black and white clouds into an incredibly beautiful pattern. "So beautiful," Mary said happily. "Yes, it's beautiful, but how long can this serene and beautiful sunrise last?" Chen Feng sighed. In the Marvel world, things were too chaotic enough that the Earth could explode at any moment. "If only I could watch the sunrise with you like this every day," Mary longed. "Sigh." Chen Feng sighed, remaining silent. He continued to sit on the railing while Mary obediently stayed in his arms. But as the sun rose high, the intense sunlight made Mary sweaty and her skin turned red. Eventually, unable to bear it, she said to Chen Feng, "Let's go back. It's too sunny here, I can't take it." Chen Feng turned around, let Mary down, and said, "You can go back. I'm waiting for someone." Mary grabbed Chen Feng's hand, reluctant to part. "We can wait downstairs." "No, I'll wait here," Chen Feng stubbornly replied. The intense sunlight had no effect on him. There was no need to seek shade. "Then you wait for me here. I'll be back soon." After saying this, Mary quickly ran downstairs. Mary bought a set of sexy clothes, found a hotel, freshened up, and after putting on the sexy outfit, she discreetly took a box of condoms as she left the hotel. Mary bought an umbrella, a battery-operated fan, and 2 bottles of mineral water from the store before returning to the rooftop. Seeing Chen Feng still sitting on the railing, Mary let out a sigh of relief. Holding the umbrella and the fan, Mary walked up to Chen Feng, set the fan down, and handed him a bottle of mineral water, gently, saying, "Chen Feng, this is for you." Chen Feng didn't hesitate. After taking it, he twisted the cap open, grasped the bottle with his right hand, and with his left hand, he slapped the bottom of the bottle. The bottle instantly crumpled, and the water gushed out as he opened his mouth and swallowed it down. While Mary stared in awe. It was the first time she saw someone drink mineral water like that, as she thought it was really cool. Chen Feng tossed the crumpled bottle behind him and continued watching the people coming and going below. Mary put down the sun umbrella, imitating Chen Feng's earlier action. Grasping the bottle with her right hand, she slapped the bottom with her left hand. The bottle crumpled instantly and the water gushed out, but her reaction couldn't keep up. She got splashed in the face, soaking her upper body. The fabric of her top, subtly transparent, showcased her sensuality. "Oh," Mary shouted. Chen Feng turned around and saw Mary's appearance. He was truly helpless, realizing she was trying to entice him again. "Chen Feng, my clothes are wet," Mary said pitifully. "Then take them off," Chen Feng replied irritably. Mary's face flushed bright red, and she shyly said, that wouldn't be good. Someone might see us here. How about we go to the hotel across the street? I really want to knock your head and see why you're so perverted." Chen Feng said, exasperated. "How can you say that about me? I'm only like this with you. I'm very serious with others." Mary winked, speaking sweetly. "You serious? The day I went to your house to find Peter, I didn't see you being serious. You were directly on top of Peter," Chen Feng said deliberately. Sure enough, Mary's expression soured, pouting and falling silent, sulking. Mary didn't speak, and Chen Feng was more than happy about it. Sitting on the railing, he continued to wait, believing that Natasha would definitely come, especially since vibranium wasn't as precious as his transformers. At noon, Mary thoughtfully went downstairs to buy a heart-shaped lunch, planning to share it with Chen Feng, taking turns to eat one bite after another. What Mary didn't expect was that Chen Feng didn't show any tenderness and finished the heart-shaped lunch in just a few bites, leaving her with an empty lunchbox. Falling for such an unromantic man was truly painful. Mary sighed inwardly. "Finally, I found you guys." Spider-Man appeared on the rooftop. He had been desperately searching for Chen Feng and Mary since the moment Chen Feng hung up the phone, finally locating them at this moment. Seeing that Mary wasn't wearing the clothes from last night, he frowned, suspecting that Chen Feng had really lost his temper and hurt his girlfriend, even tearing her clothes, which was why she had changed into a new outfit. Mary saw Spider-Man put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Peter, what are you doing here? Do you want to disturb my time alone with Chen Feng again?" "Chen Feng sent me to pick you up," Spider-Man explained. As for the topic from yesterday with Chen Feng, even if it were true, he wouldn't dare bring it up or mention it. It was better to keep the green hat in his heart than to wear it on his head. "You can leave. I don't need you to pick me up. I have Chen Feng, and that's enough," Mary said firmly. She used to have a good impression of Spider-Man, but ever since he interrupted her alone time with Chen Feng several times, she no longer felt fondness for him. In fact, she even blamed Spider-Man, believing that his presence was what kept her from being with Chen Feng. Chen Feng turned to Spider-Man and said, "Peter, do you know? You're not manly at all, and you're even more feminine than women." Spider-Man frowned, displeased, and asked why. "Because you listen to whatever women say, lacking any opinions. Haven't you heard that when a woman says no, it actually means yes?" Chen Feng lectured, exasperated. "I've never heard that. Why don't you tell me more?" Spider-Man said with keen interest, doubting that it was Chen Feng's secret to picking up girls. "Simply put, a man should take charge. To put it plainly, a man should be domineering. For instance, right now, if Mary doesn't want to go back with you, then tie her up and let your big conquer her," Chen Feng said with conviction. Spider-Man felt a surge of passion upon hearing Chen Feng's words. They made perfect sense. His gaze towards Mary transformed, no longer filled with tenderness, but instead imbued with a wild desire. "Mary, come back with me," Spider-Man said with a stern face. Mary rolled her eyes, ignoring him. Taking Chen Feng's advice to heart, Spider-Man shot a web that stuck to Mary, pulling her towards him with force. Her body flew uncontrollably towards him. He then reached out, wrapping his arms around Mary with a smile, saying, "You are my woman." A slap echoed as a red mark appeared on his face. Mary struck him. "Let go of me," she said with a haughty tone. "I won't let go," Spider-Man stubbornly replied, determined to follow through on his intentions. Another slap landed on the other side of Spider-Man's face, leaving a red mark. Mary struck him again. "Let go of me," she repeated with the same haughty tone. "I will not let go, not even if it kills me," Spider-Man declared loudly. Thud. Mary raised her leg, her knee striking mercilessly against Spider-Man's groin with all her might. "Oh!" Spider-Man howled in pain, releasing Mary as he knelt on the ground, clutching his groin and moaning in agony. Though not an ordinary person, even he had vulnerabilities. Having taken such a hard hit from Mary without collapsing was a testament to Spider-Man's strength. However, the pain felt like a fate worse than death, nearly knocking him out. Mary showed no remorse, instead chastising him. "Peter, I am not your woman. You have no right to tell me what to do. Besides, if you want me to go back with you, where are we going?" "To your aunt's house." "Humph. A person who has no home has no right to ask me to go with him." Spider-Man's healing abilities were impressive, and after a few minutes he recovered. He stood up, though his legs were still trembling, perhaps due to lingering pain. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Mary, I used to be stubborn, refusing to use my superpowers to earn money, which left me a penniless fool, bullied by others. Now I understand. I will no longer hide my identity. I want to use my powers to earn money and provide you with a happy family." Spider-Man was quite capable, strong enough to make a decent income as a police officer or a mover. Yet he chose to be stubborn, unwilling to expose his identity or use his powers for profit. Thus he lived a life worse than an ordinary person. It's no wonder Mary looked down on him now. "Peter, can't we part on good terms? If you keep this up, we'll be unable to remain friends at all. Mary, give me a chance. I will cherish you, protect you, and ensure you do not suffer," Spider-Man said earnestly. Unknowingly, he forgot the words follow the husband and reverted to his timid self. Chen Feng shook his head in disappointment from the side. He was utterly disheartened. At first, when Spider-Man forcibly embraced Mary, he thought Spider-Man was genuinely asserting himself. But unexpectedly, Spider-Man did not retaliate against Mary's strikes or insults, and after receiving a painful blow to a sensitive area, he recovered only to beg Mary, losing all semblance of masculine pride. Such a weak man, not that he was weak, but rather a weak superhero, was truly baffling. Mary stood with her hands on her hips, confidently declaring, "My boyfriend will only be Chen Feng." After saying this, she turned and returned to Chen Feng's side, wrapping her arms around his, resting her head on his shoulder, looking demure. Spider-Man looked at Chen Feng, seeking help, saying, "Brother Chen Feng, please help me." "Peter, I must seriously give you a word of advice," Chen Feng replied earnestly. Spider-Man nodded, thinking Chen Feng was going to impart some dating wisdom, respectfully responding, "Brother, please speak. From now on, you are not allowed to tell anyone you know me. I cannot afford to lose face. This is just too damn weak," Chen Feng said angrily, truly feeling like he was dealing with a hopeless case. Spider-Man's face fell, feeling severely struck. "Chen Feng, this isn't weakness. It's because I love her too much that I don't want to hurt her, which is why I accommodate her everywhere." "This is love, not weakness," Spider-Man insisted. "I really don't know what to do with you. You take your time accommodating her." "I'm going to sleep with your girlfriend now," Chen Feng said dismissively. He then wrapped his arms around Mary and walked toward the rooftop entrance. Upon hearing Chen Feng mention sleeping along with him, taking the initiative to embrace her, Mary felt particularly delighted, her heart blooming with joy as her little hands involuntarily patted the bag, holding a box of helmets. Spider-Man jumped up, shouting, "Chen Feng, don't provoke me like this. I'm already feeling miserable enough." Chen Feng paused and turned back to Spider-Man, saying, "Oh, by the way, since you have nothing to do, help me wait for a woman named Natasha. Call me when she arrives." "You want me to wait for someone while you go to sleep with my girlfriend? That's just too much," Spider-Man exclaimed furiously. "He'll show you what it means to be a man," Chen Feng declared domineeringly. "Chen Feng, I like your domineering side," Mary said shyly as the two embraced and disappeared from the rooftop, leaving behind a frustrated Spider-Man, fists clenched on the verge of exploding. "Oh," he shouted, tilting his head back to vent his pent-up emotions. As Mary descended the stairs, she teased Chen Feng, saying, "You're so bad using this method to hit Peter, but I like you being this bad. Mary, think carefully. If I sleep with you, it's because your boyfriend has upset me. So this is merely a physical need, not emotional." "I absolutely will not take responsibility," Chen Feng said seriously. "Giving my body to you is my own willing choice. Regardless of whether you treat me well or poorly afterward, I will not regret it," Mary said affectionately. "I don't believe a word of that." Chen Feng absolutely did not trust Mary's words. He even wondered that if Mary met Iron Man Tony, she would surely fall for him. Because Tony was a master of wooing women, incredibly wealthy, good-looking, famous, and of noble status, very few girls could resist his charm. Chen Feng was serious. Following Mary, he arrived at the nearest hotel. They entered and got straight to it. Chen Feng's physique was incredibly strong, while Mary was just an ordinary girl. But Chen Feng paid no mind to that, nor did he show any pity, for Mary had been persistently clinging to him. 2 hours later, Chen Feng returned to the rooftop, and to his surprise, Spider-Man had not left. Spider-Man jumped up upon seeing Chen Feng and asked, "What did you do to Mary?" Chen Feng tossed a card to Spider-Man and said, "This is the room card. You can go in and see for yourself." Spider-Man looked at the room card in his hand, feeling a pang in his heart, his nose tinged with sorrow, wanting to cry. Then, without saying a word, he took the room card and left. It goes without saying that Spider-Man was definitely going to find Mary. Chen Feng was indeed here, but he wasn't afraid. He acted openly and honestly, and even admitted to the facts while refusing to take responsibility. Who told Spider-Man to wrongfully accuse him last night and confront him? Who told Mary to keep bothering him? If he didn't show his power, would they really think he was easy to bully? Chen Feng continued to sit on the railing, waiting for Natasha to return. As the sun set, Chen Feng began to doubt whether Natasha had encountered trouble. With the speed of a transformer, it was unlikely she would take so long to return. Chen Feng took out his phone and contacted Optimus Prime. "Optimus, what is Natasha's situation now?" "My lord, Natasha was discovered while stealing vibranium at Hyoin last night and is currently conversing with Director Fury. From the tone, Fury does not seem angry, which is why I did not inform you." Optimus Prime replied. "Do you have a way to steal the vibranium?" Chen Feng asked. If Optimus Prime had a way to steal the vibranium, he would be willing to offend the entire Hyoin. Vibranium is the best defensive material for making transformers. "I'm sorry, my lord. Transformers are too large to enter, and many areas of Hyoin are not automated. There are no humanoid robots, so I cannot access the vibranium through the network," Optimus Prime stated. "Oh, then continue to wait for news from Natasha. If she is in danger, go save her," Chen Feng ordered. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. At 8 p.m., a Spider-Man returned to the rooftop supporting Mary. Mary's walking posture was a bit strange, as if her feet couldn't come together resembling a duck's walk. With every step her brow furrowed, yet she wore a smile of happiness and satisfaction. Chen Feng, Mary called out weakly. Aren't you satisfied yet? If not, we can go to the hotel and continue. Chen Feng replied impatiently, not expecting Mary to be so troublesome. Mary seemed to recall something, her body trembling, involuntarily biting her lip as she said, "No, I'm already satisfied." "Then why are you here?" Chen Feng asked. I missed you," Mary shyly admitted. Chen Feng looked at Spider-Man. Spider-Man's face was particularly ugly, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. He said, "Peter, although I really dislike your cowardice, I have to admit that you have a big heart. Your girlfriend has been with me, yet you still brought her to find me. Don't you feel your head is turning green?" "Chen Feng, I know you are deliberately trying to provoke me. I admit I am very angry, but I want to tell you that I love Mary very much and I am willing to do anything for her," Spider-Man said passionately. "Oh my, you two are quite the oddities who I can't take it anymore. You two enjoy yourselves, I'm leaving." As Chen Feng spoke, he jumped off the railing and swung away using his web. Seeing Chen Feng leave, Mary hurriedly urged Spider-Man, "Peter, quickly, take me to chase Chen Feng." Spider-Man hesitated. Mary stamped her foot angrily and said you loved me and would support me unconditionally. Why are you going back on your word now? No, I won't go back on my word. Spider-Man gritted his teeth. Then what are you waiting for? If you don't hurry, Chen Feng will be gone, Mary said anxiously. Spider-Man wrapped an arm around Mary's waist and quickly rushed towards the rooftop's edge, jumping down. With his free hand, he shot out webbing, rapidly chasing after Chen Feng. Chen Feng leisurely swung through the city, occasionally performing difficult maneuvers. Suddenly, he heard Mary's joyful shout from behind. Turning around, he was completely speechless. Spider-Man was indeed chasing after him with Mary. Spider-Man's integrity had completely shattered. He was simply the best Green Hat King in the Marvel Universe. Chen Feng used both hands to quickly shoot out webs flying at a straight line. Spider-Man was already not as strong as Chen Feng and could not perform the high-difficulty maneuvers of flying straight, using webbing, especially not while carrying someone. After a few breaths, Spider-Man and Mary could no longer see Chen Feng's figure. Seeing that Chen Feng had escaped, Mary expressed her dissatisfaction towards Spider-Man sarcastically, saying, "Peter, Chen Feng is using your ability. Why are you so inferior? You can't catch up to him, or are you saying you are deliberately letting him escape?" Hanging from a streetlight by a strand of web, Spider-Man said with a bitter face, "Chen Feng is inherently stronger than me. I can't help it. You're just doing it on purpose." "No, I'm not. You're doing it on purpose." "I'm wronged." Spider-Man and Mary began to argue. Chen Feng bought a sports car from a passerby and drove towards the seaside, while also ordering Optimus Prime to dispatch an iron battle armor to the seaside to pick him up. He planned to return to his private island to wait for Natasha. In New York, he no longer wanted to see Spider-Man and Mary. These two were simply oddities. Bored, Chen Feng sped down the road. His driving skills were average, but his reflexes were quick, allowing him to dare to push the car to its limits. He overtook vehicle after vehicle, scaring those he passed. Hours later, when Chen Feng reached the seaside, he did not slow down and drove the sports car straight into the ocean. Splash! The car slid hundreds of meters on the water before slowly sinking. Chen Feng opened the car door and swam out. As he broke the surface, he saw the iron battle armor hovering in the air. "My lord, I have come to pick you up." Optimus Prime's voice came from the iron battle armor. Chen Feng replied, raising his right hand. The iron battle armor grabbed Chen Feng's right hand, lifted off, and then enveloped him. Optimus Prime returned to the private island. Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord." Optimus Prime acknowledged. Chen Feng left wearing the iron battle armor. As for the expensive sports car, he didn't need it anymore. Being rich allows such indulgence. Chen Feng returned to his private island, which was as tranquil as before. Chen Feng went to check on Dr. Octopus, Dr. Hank, and Dr. Xiao. The three genius doctors were busy with their respective research. When he arrived, they didn't even glance at him, not even greeting him, treating him as if he were invisible. Seeing that Dr. Hank and the others were so focused on their research, he felt pleased, believing that it wouldn't be long before his second-generation super invincible life mechanical transformer would be created. Chen Feng returned to his room, washed up, dressed neatly, and went to the living room, commanding Optimus Prime. Optimus notified Dr. Hank, Dr. Hyoin, and Dr. Octopus to come to the living room for a meeting. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Dr. Hank and the others sluggishly arrived in the living room, looking displeased. Dr. Hank, upon seeing Chen Feng, bluntly retorted, "We are conducting research. Why are you interrupting us? Didn't we agree to focus solely on our research and ignore everything else?" Dr. Hyoin chimed in, "My research is at a critical juncture and Optimus stopped assisting me with virtual calculations for the preliminary nanotechnology because I refused to attend this meeting. This is outrageous." Dr. Octopus, with a stern expression, said, I dislike being disturbed while I am researching, and my current temperament is quite impulsive, and in a moment of rashness, I could ignite a man-made sun. Chen Feng's expression soured as he was reprimanded by his subordinates. However, he could only swallow his anger. After all, these individuals were his prized assets. He coughed and said, I called this meeting because I care about your progress. Just say what you need to say. Dr. Octopus showed no regard for Chen Feng, stating, I still have research to conduct. First, in a few days, we will have a brilliant scientist joining us, Professor Lizard, who has significant expertise in biology. I hope you can all get along with him when he arrives, Chen Feng announced. We are all focused on our own research, which is unrelated, so why is this a topic for discussion? Dr. Octopus remarked. Biological research. Dr. Hyoin asked, will his research aid my regeneration cradle? Chen Feng nodded. Yes, it will be beneficial. He has developed a lizard DNA serum that when injected into a human causes them to mutate into a lizard person. The side effects are severe, but once mutated, as long as the brain is intact, any missing body parts can regenerate swiftly. Wow, when is he coming? I have so many questions for him, Dr. Hyoin said eagerly. Don't rush, it will be in a few days, Chen Feng smiled. Chen Feng, is there anything else to discuss? Hank asked. He was eager to continue his research, not wanting to stop for a moment as he aimed to rescue his wife, who was lost in the quantum realm. I want to understand your research progress, Chen Feng stated. My man-made sun can be controlled at will as long as the energy is not excessive, essentially functioning as a perpetual motion machine, providing unlimited energy. My quantum research has not yielded any leads yet, Dr. Hank replied dejectedly, as his research was the most profound among the three. My nanotechnology and regeneration cradle are still in the preliminary conceptual stage with no results as of now, but I believe it won't be long before I can develop these two technologies, Dr. Hyoin asserted. Chen Feng nodded, feeling gratified. Yes, everyone is working hard. I have learned through Optimus that you all spend most of your time researching and only sleep a few hours a day. What I want to say is that while you can persevere, your brains cannot. You need to let your brains rest so that they can provide more inspiration. Although Chen Feng wanted to develop the second generation of Transformers, soon he did not wish for his subordinates to exhaust themselves. It is important to note that these subordinates are top scientists from the Marvel Universe, and they are invaluable. His path as a strong individual greatly relies on their assistance. Oh, understood, Dr. Hank and the others nodded in agreement, but they seemed somewhat unconcerned. There is one more thing to announce. I will soon acquire vibranium from SHIELD. With vibranium, the equipment you will use for research in the future will be of the highest quality. Therefore, I hope that once I obtain the vibranium, you can collectively figure out how to melt it down, Chen Feng said. That sounds great, I fully support it. Dr. Octopus agreed. I support it as well, Dr. Hank added. When the time comes, I will turn the vibranium into nanovibranium, which will definitely be very cool. Dr. Hyoin said joyfully. And lastly, I am in a good mood today, so we will not return until we are drunk tonight. Compared to drinking, I prefer conducting research, Dr. Hank stated. Count me in, Dr. Octopus echoed. I don't drink, Dr. Hyoin chimed in. Oh, fine. You all go do research. He'll drink alone, Chen Feng said with a wry smile. Chen Feng didn't mind being alone. Before traversing into the Marvel world, he had been accustomed to solitude, for the path of the strong is destined to be lonely. Carrying a box of whiskey, Chen Feng went to the beach. Lying on a deck chair, feeling the sea breeze, listening to the sound of the waves, gazing at the beautiful starry sky, and sipping the fiery liquor was a rare enjoyment. Optimus Prime, controlling a steel armor, stood beside Chen Feng, serving him, and said, My lord, Miss Mary has posted a missing persons notice on the internet platform. Do you want me to delete those notices? Delete them. Take my name and photo off the internet, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, it has been deleted, Optimus Prime replied. Help me send a text message to Mary's father telling him that if his daughter bothers me again, I will make him bankrupt, Chen Feng ordered. Understood, my lord, the message has been sent, Optimus Prime acknowledged. The phone rang. My lord, it's a call from Mary's father, Optimus Prime alerted. Answer it, Chen Feng commanded. He preferred using the steel armor or Transformers as a phone instead of picking up his own. Ding. The steel armor transmitted the timid voice of Mary's father, Mr. Chen. I sincerely apologize, my daughter is being childish and has upset you. Rest assured, when she returns, I will teach her a lesson so she won't disturb you again. That's more like it, Chen Feng replied with satisfaction. Mr. Chen, do you really dislike my daughter at all? Mary's father asked weakly. He still wanted Chen Feng to marry his daughter. After all, Chen Feng was wealthy and powerful. Your daughter is just a clingy little imp. I don't like her. You should marry her off to Peter instead, Chen Feng remarked. Oh, Mary's father responded perfunctorily, secretly thinking that marrying her off to Peter was impossible, but that previous rich second-generation suitor was not bad. Optimus Prime, hang up the phone, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. At Mary's family villa, upon hearing the sound of the call being disconnected, Mary's father sighed, saying, "Alas, such a good son-in-law is lost just like that. I don't know how that girl Mary chased someone who made others so repulsed." The next day at noon, Chen Feng received a call from Natasha. Natasha informed Chen Feng that she had been caught while stealing vibranium. Hyoin did not make things difficult for her and agreed to hand over a small amount of vibranium to Chen Feng. However, there were conditions. Chen Feng needed to provide Hyoin with the technology for the transformers. He also needed to share the technology for refining vibranium with Hyoin. The transformers technology combined with the technology for refining vibranium would be exchanged for a small amount of vibranium. Chen Feng suspected that Hyoin was out of their minds. The transformers technology is incredibly precious, containing a wealth of advanced techniques. Forget about trading for a small amount of vibranium. Even if you were to ask Iron Man for half of Stark Industries, he believed Iron Man would agree. After all, leading technology is the true form of wealth. The technology for refining vibranium has been studied by scientists in the Marvel Universe for centuries. Only Dr. Myron McLean succeeded once during World War II, and that success was accidental. It has never been replicated since. Such precious technology far exceeds that of the first generation of Transformers. Two incredibly powerful technologies exchanged for a small amount of vibranium. Unless Chen Feng were a fool, he would never agree. Thus he refused without further thought. If he couldn't reach an agreement with Hyoin, he planned to send Spider-Man to steal it. Alternatively, he considered collaborating with Iron Man to have him handle it. It should be noted that Iron Man's strength is on par with Hyoin, as he is involved in arms manufacturing and has good relations with many high-ranking officials and military leaders from various countries. Iron Man would pressure Hyoin through these connections. It would be difficult for Hyoin to refuse. After all, Hyoin relies on government support to function. Without the support of the government, Hyoin would be a scattered mess, and it would be labeled an illegal organization ostracized by nations. Therefore, it would be easier for Iron Man to obtain vibranium than it would be for Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng would not collaborate with Iron Man until the very end. He ended the call with Natasha. An hour later, Chen Feng received another call from Natasha. Natasha angrily informed Chen Feng that Hyoin refused the deal. Infuriated by Hyoin, Natasha resigned on the spot and wanted to go to a private island to clear her mind. The private island has now been transformed by Chen Feng into a research base. He did not want Natasha to cause trouble, so he refused her and ordered Optimus Prime to return immediately. When the Transformers returned, Chen Feng piloted the Transformers and went to New York again. He initially did not want to come, but he endured it for the sake of vibranium. Through Optimus Prime, Chen Feng found Spider-Man, who was working at the newspaper. When Chen Feng arrived at the newspaper, he was met with an unbelievable sight. Spider-Man was actually beating up his boss. Bang, bang, bang. Spider-Man was not an ordinary person, and his boss was utterly defenseless against the onslaught. It wasn't until his boss passed out that Spider-Man finally stopped. When he stood up and turned to leave, he saw Chen Feng and was momentarily stunned. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Feng applauded and said, "Peter, you did brilliantly. Now, that's what a real man looks like." "Chen Feng, what are you doing here?" Spider-Man's expression was not good as he coldly replied, "I have something to discuss with you, but first I need to ask, do you like the journalism industry?" Chen Feng asked. Spider-Man nodded and replied somewhat irritated, "What does it matter if I like it? I've already been fired." Chen Feng did not respond to Spider-Man's comment, but addressed the surrounding staff, saying, "Who can help me contact the owner of your newspaper? I will reward you with $10,000. "I know. Sir, choose me, I know. Sir, I have already called the owner. You can talk to him." A clever employee handed the phone to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took the phone, dialed, and confidently said, "Name your price. Hey, I want to buy your newspaper." "Miller, are you crazy? You, a mere editor, have the audacity to claim you want to buy my newspaper. Do you have the money?" The voice of the newspaper owner boomed through the phone. "I am not Miller. I am Chen Feng, a very wealthy person. I have my eye on your newspaper. Name your price, and I will buy it." "Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you were that little editor from my newspaper who said he wanted to buy my newspaper. Do you really have that much money? You should know my newspaper is worth $230 million. I will offer $500 million to buy your newspaper." Chen Feng said generously. Money. With Optimus Prime making money for him around the clock, he now had so much that he couldn't spend it all. "Okay, as long as you genuinely give me $500 million, I will sell you my newspaper," the newspaper owner said excitedly. Chen Feng hung up the phone and told Optimus Prime transfer $10,000 to the owner of this phone and then transfer $500 million to the owner of this newspaper. After saying that, he returned the phone to the little editor. The editor took the phone and saw a text message from the bank. Upon opening it, he smiled happily as he found that there was indeed an additional $10,000 in his bank account. Chen Feng loudly declared to everyone at the newspaper, "I have bought this newspaper," and gifted it to Peter. "From now on, Peter is your boss. Those who obey may stay, those who disobey may leave." Oh, is it real or fake? He hasn't even signed a contract with the owner. How can he start acting like a big shot? The staff at the newspaper questioned whether Chen Feng had genuinely bought the newspaper. "Did you really buy the newspaper for me?" Spider-Man asked in disbelief. Chen Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I need you to help me with something, and this is your reward." The little editor who had handed the phone to Chen Feng received a call on his phone. After saying a few words, he walked over to Spider-Man, bowed respectfully, and said, "Hello, boss. You can command me whenever." The other staff members understood that the newspaper had indeed been bought by Chen Feng, so they all surrounded Spider-Man, each one flattering him. "Peter, congratulations on becoming the owner of the newspaper. Peter, I knew from the beginning that your future was limitless. Look at you now. You've become the boss. Peter, we are good brothers. Do take care of your brother. Peter, I made you a cup of coffee. Give it a try." Previously, Spider-Man was the object of ridicule for everyone at the newspaper. Thus, the sudden transformation made Spider-Man feel quite uncomfortable. Spider-Man said to Chen Feng, "Let's find a place to talk." Spider-Man guessed that Chen Feng's generosity must be due to an important matter for which he needed his help. Spider-Man took Chen Feng to a cafe. "Speak up. What do you need me to do?" Spider-Man asked. "I need you to help me steal a special metal called vibranium from Xiao. I don't need much, just a small piece will do. If you successfully help me acquire it, the debt I owe you will be cleared," Chen Feng stated. "All right, I agree to help you," Spider-Man said. Chen Feng felt that Spider-Man had changed, perhaps due to Mary. Chen Feng took out a small box and handed it to Spider-Man, saying, "Inside there is a multifunctional watch and a wireless headset. With these two items you can get help from my intelligent assistant Optimus Prime, who can solve all your electronic problems." "When do you plan to make your move?" Chen Feng asked. "Tomorrow. I need to learn more about SHIELD. To avoid making a mistake," Spider-Man replied. "Okay, I'll wait for your good news," Chen Feng said. After parting ways with Spider-Man, he went to the lair of Professor Lizard. Professor Lizard was still packing up and was quite happy to see Chen Feng, thinking he had come to pick him up. "Chen Feng, you'll be done packing soon, and I can go to the private island with you tomorrow." "No rush, I just came to see you," Chen Feng smiled. "By the way, you asked Mary to come and get a vial of lizard DNA serum for me yesterday. What's it for?" As Professor Lizard continued to pack, he asked. Chen Feng's smile vanished as he replied, "I didn't send her to get the lizard DNA serum. After leaving New York, I cut off all contact with her." "Oh, she lied to me. What does she want the lizard DNA serum for?" Professor Lizard questioned. Chen Feng was also unsure and commanded Optimus Prime. "Optimus Prime, call Peter." "Understood, Master," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Once the call connected, Chen Feng asked, "Peter, your girlfriend tricked Professor Lizard into taking a vial of lizard DNA serum in my name. Do you know about this?" Spider-Man on the phone was silent for a moment before saying, "Although I don't know why she tricked Professor Lizard into taking the lizard DNA serum, I know what she wants." "What does she want?" Chen Feng asked curiously. "She wants to kill you," Spider-Man replied seriously. Chen Feng was speechless. He knew that refusing Mary would make her hate him, but he never expected her to be so crazy that she wanted to kill him. Mary must have realized that as an ordinary person she couldn't kill him, so she tricked Professor Lizard into giving her the lizard DNA serum, hoping to use it to become stronger. "Do you know where she is now, Chen Feng asked. "I don't know. After a big fight with her family, she ran away from home and took nothing with her. I've been looking for a long time and couldn't find her. I didn't expect she was hiding in the sewers and had tricked Professor Lizard into taking the lizard DNA serum," Spider-Man replied. "Chen Feng, you'd better be careful. Mary has really gone crazy," Spider-Man said. "If you love her so much, why don't you keep looking for her?" Chen Feng asked. "I don't love her anymore, because she is no longer the Mary the first knew. I've chosen to let go," Spider-Man said dejectedly. "Your girlfriend is coming to kill me, and you're not going to do anything," Chen Feng said angrily. Among Chen Feng, Spider-Man and Mary, Chen Feng was absolutely innocent. He never pursued Mary, it was always Mary who clung to him. Spider-Man misunderstood him, making him the unwarranted victim. Who wouldn't be angry to find themselves in such a predicament? "I have no relationship with her anymore, so I won't interfere. You can handle it yourself," Spider-Man said. "Damn," Chen Feng cursed, then instructed Optimus Prime to hang up the phone. Professor Lizard, who overheard the conversation between Chen Feng and Spider-Man, proactively offered, "Chen Feng, he'll help you kill Mary." "You should forget it." Chen Feng shook his head. He knew Professor Lizard's combat ability was weak. He was worried that instead of killing Mary, Professor Lizard would be killed by her. That would be a huge loss for him. "Optimus Prime, check on Mary's whereabouts," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, Master." Optimus Prime complied and soon reported, Master, I found that Mary entered the Osborn group and has not come out since. My analysis indicates that she is seeking help from Green Goblin Harry. Sigh. Forget it. Chen Feng sighed. He initially wanted to eliminate Mary as she intended to kill him, but thinking that Mary once loved him and they had shared intimate moments, he found it hard to go through with it. After considering, he realized that since Mary couldn't reach the private island if she caused destruction, H-I-E-L-D, and some superheroes would take action. Chen Feng turned to Professor Lizard and asked, Professor Lizard, how much more do you have to pack? If it's not much, I can take you to the private island today. Not much left. Just wait a few hours and I can get it done, Professor Lizard said. Okay, Chen Feng replied. Then he commanded Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, send all the steel armors from the private island and arrange for a cargo ship to wait by the sea, as well as 100 trucks in the outskirts of the city to wait for us. In the age of the internet, even though Optimus Prime was not human, he could use the network and money to hire humans to do his bidding. Professor Lizard didn't have many devices, and most of his supplies were various liquids and vials and a large number of lizard minions. He asked Optimus Prime to arrange for the cargo ship specifically to transport the lizard minions. Chen Feng actively helped with the packing. 2 hours later, Chen Feng and Professor Lizard emerged from a secluded sewer entrance in the outskirts of the city with a large number of lizard minions. Most of the lizard minions had been dealt with by Chen Feng, so only a few hundred remained, while the rest were unmutated little lizards, of which there were tens of thousands. The transportation company sent 100 large trucks. When they arrived at the designated location and saw the lizards everywhere, they all stepped on the gas, wanting to flee. With a wave of his hand, several steel armors armed with Gatling guns, rotating missile launchers, and shoulder-mounted guided missile launchers aimed at the 100 trucks. The 100 drivers immediately panicked and obediently returned their trucks. Under Professor Lizard's command, the lizard minions quickly climbed into the trucks. Once all the lizards were loaded, Chen Feng controlled the transformers, holding Professor Lizard in one hand, and flew towards the sea. After the 100 trucks transported the lizard minions to the seaside, Professor Lizard directed the lizard minions onto the cargo ship. 3 hours later, they finally arrived at the private island. Chen Feng instructed Professor Lizard to arrange the lizard minions in the woods of the island, then took Professor Lizard into the villa while Optimus Prime would handle Professor Lizard's vials. Chen Feng asked Optimus Prime to notify everyone to come out and meet Professor Lizard. Hyoin was the first to come out, and when she saw Professor Lizard's appearance, she covered her mouth with both hands and screamed loudly, "A monster!" Chen Feng rushed forward and caught Hyoin before she fell to the ground. Hyoin had fainted from fright. Initially, Chen Feng planned to pinch Hyoin's acupoint to wake her up, but upon seeing her exquisite features and striking beauty, he thought of another method. That is to perform chest compressions and artificial respiration. A man should not be timid. Chen Feng picked up Hyoin and headed back to his room. Professor Lizard hurriedly shouted, "Chen Feng, wait. I have a revival potion, or just let her smell it, and she will wake up." "No need." Chen Feng did not look back as he carried Hyoin back to his room. He placed Hyoin on the bed. After a series of intimate rescue methods, Hyoin groaned softly and woke up. Feeling something slippery in her mouth, she unconsciously took a sip, then opened her eyes and suddenly realized Chen Feng was kissing her. Chen's hand was still on her chest, occasionally squeezing it. She exerted all her strength to push Chen Feng away with both hands, then sat up, her face flushed as she questioned him, "What are you doing?" Chen Feng, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "You just fainted from shock and your breathing and heartbeat had stopped, so I was performing chest compressions and artificial respiration. Phew. Fortunately, I brought you back, otherwise I would be very sad." "You're talking nonsense. You can't do artificial respiration and chest compressions like that. You were taking advantage of me." Hyoin said, her face red and her voice filled with anger. "No, I absolutely did not mean to take advantage of you. You have to believe me." Chen Feng insisted, knowing it was impossible to admit otherwise. He couldn't confess in this lifetime. "Humph." Hyoin pouted, turning her head aside, pouting in frustration at Chen Feng. Chen Feng changed the subject, saying, "All right, don't be angry. Now that you're awake, come with me to greet Professor Lizard. After all, you'll have to collaborate with him on research in the future." Hyoin's previously flushed face turned pale upon hearing Chen Feng mention Professor Lizard. "I don't want to see him. He looks too frightening," Hyoin said timidly. "It's fine, I'm here. No need to be afraid," Chen Feng reassured her. Hyoin shook her head and said timidly, "No, I'm just scared." Chen Feng walked over and picked Hyoin up in his arms. What are you doing?" Hyoin exclaimed in panic. "If I hold you, you won't be scared anymore," Chen Feng said with a smile. "Put me down. They'll go see him myself," Hyoin shyly responded. Being held by a boy for the first time made her very nervous, a bit excited, and somewhat sweet. It was an odd feeling. "Let me carry you down." Chen Feng didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. Professor Lizard was in the living room happily chatting with Dr. Octopus and Dr. Hank. The three of them saw Chen Feng carrying Hyoin down and all wore mischievous smiles. Xiao Hyoin was a naive girl who had never been in a relationship. Being held by Chen Feng made her extremely shy so much so that she buried her head in Chen Feng's arms, not daring to look at anyone else. Dr. Xiao Hyoin, did you hurt your foot? Dr. Octopus teased deliberately. Dr. Hank nodded seriously and said, of course, otherwise she wouldn't let Chen Feng carry her. Dr. Xiao Hyoin, I have a potion for treating injuries. He'll go get it for you right now, Professor Lizard said as he stood up and headed outside. Chen Feng wanted to strangle Professor Lizard. What kind of look was that? Can't he see he's flirting? Xiao Hyoin struggled and said, Chen Feng, put me down. Reluctantly, Chen Feng had no choice but to let Xiao Hyoin down. Professor Lizard saw that Xiao Hyoin could stand and thus returned saying, oh, so you're fine. Although everyone was present, Xiao Hyoin was still a bit afraid of Professor Lizard. She grabbed Chen Feng's arm and greeted him with a quivering voice. Professor Lizard, hello, my name is Xiao Hyoin. I've heard about you from Chen Feng. Your research on the lizard DNA serum is impressive and has regenerative abilities. My regenerative cradle is somewhat similar to your research, so I hope we can collaborate more in the future. Professor Lizard was very happy to meet a fellow scientist and approached to shake hands with Xiao Hyoin. Xiao Hyoin, seeing Professor Lizard's claw, was terrified and hid behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head and sighed. Professor Lizard, can't you use the antidote to turn back into a normal person? Professor Lizard looked down at his burly body and said narcissistically, I look great like this. Strong, energetic, and much better than a normal state. Professor Lizard, you should just turn back into a normal person. Dr. Xiao Hyoin is timid, Dr. Octopus commented. All right. Professor Lizard replied helplessly, then pulled out a vial and injected it into himself. Professor Lizard cried out in pain a few times, and his body gradually shrank, returning to a normal human form. Though previously dressed in tattered clothing, his towering and massive figure made him look quite unique. However, after returning to a normal state, his tattered clothes, messy hair, and haggard face made him look like a beggar. In his still weak state, Professor Lizard said to Xiao Hyoin, now you're not afraid of me anymore, right? Not afraid anymore, Xiao Hyoin replied happily. Xiao Hyoin, you should avoid that small forest on the island, Chen Feng warned. Why, oi? Xiao Hyoin asked in confusion. Because there are tens of thousands of lizards raised by Professor Lizard inside, Chen Feng explained. Ah, so many, Xiao Hyoin exclaimed. Don't be afraid of my children, are all well behaved. They won't attack humans without my orders, Professor Lizard comforted. That's good, Xiao Hyoin said, patting her ample chest. To celebrate Professor Lizard joining our team, I'll have Optimus Prime get some food now. Later we'll have a barbecue and drinks on the beach for a party, Chen Feng announced. All right, I agree. Dr. Octopus was the first to respond as Professor Lizard was his friend, and it was indeed right to treat friends well on their first visit. On the private island, several humanoid steel battle suits flew out. Some flew toward the city to buy food, others dived into the sea to catch seafood, and some set up barbecue equipment on the beach. Stark Industries. Iron Man Tony had thoroughly researched Chen Feng's supercomputer. He could also connect his brain to the computer. Relying on this technology along with the computer experts from Stark Industries, he had upgraded Jarvis several times. Each time he thought Jarvis had reached the pinnacle of intelligent systems. However, every time he attempted to have Jarvis infiltrate Chen Feng's intelligent system Optimus Prime, it ended in failure. This surprised him greatly, and he wanted to know just how advanced the Optimus Prime system really was. The next day, Chen Feng got up early and activated the 3D holographic projector in the room to track Spider-Man's whereabouts. Since Spider-Man was wearing the multifunctional watch that Chen Feng had given him the day before, Chen Feng could see Spider-Man's figure through the projector. Through the 3D holographic projector, Chen Feng saw a well-dressed Spider-Man driving an elderly person's car heading towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Seeing that Spider-Man was driving an old person's car, Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim, a loser is still a loser. Even with billions of wealth, one cannot change a loser's lifestyle. That old car is so slow. Chen Feng wished he could smash that old car and give Spider-Man a sports car to speed up his journey to S.H.I.E.L.D. At noon, while Chen Feng was having lunch, Spider-Man was still slowly driving the old car on the road, not even halfway through the journey. In the evening during dinner, Spider-Man was still slowly driving the old car, and seeing the dim headlights, Chen Feng worried that Spider-Man might have an accident. Late at night, while Chen Feng was having a late-night snack, Spider-Man finally arrived near S.H.I.E.L.D. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is an airborne aircraft carrier that can fly in the sky, float on water, and even serve as a submarine, making it a multifunctional carrier. Typically, when all of S.H.I.E.L.D. is deployed, they would launch the airborne aircraft carrier. When not in use, it is usually stationed in these remote mountains. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters is extremely secretive. Not only is its location remote, but there isn't even a road leading to it. Without the help of Optimus Prime, Chen Feng would never have discovered Hyoin South hiding place. Chen Feng watched as Spider-Man got out of the old car and, following Optimus Prime's directions, rushed into the deep mountains. Without the burden of the old car, Spider-Man's speed was astonishing. In just half an hour, he successfully reached Hyoin. Upon arriving, Spider-Man did not act immediately. Instead, he lingered around. This time, Chen Feng did not rush him. He could tell that Spider-Man was waiting for the right moment. The best time for theft is in the dead of night when others are sound asleep. Sure enough, at 4 a.m., Spider-Man took action. He climbed up the airborne aircraft carrier using both hands and feet, avoiding the patrolling guards, and brought the multifunctional watch close to the electronic lock at the door. To enter the interior of the airborne aircraft carrier's personnel require an electronic key card. Spider-Man did not have an electronic key card, but he had something even better: the multifunctional watch. The multifunctional watch itself isn't powerful. What's powerful is the remote control system of Optimus Prime. When Spider-Man brought the watch close to the electronic lock, Optimus Prime instantly hacked it and even silenced the sound of the lock opening. Thus, the two guards stationed by the door were completely unaware that someone had entered the airborne aircraft carrier. Spider-Man cautiously opened the door just a crack, then nimbly slipped inside and gently closed the door. Through the 3D holographic projector projected by Optimus Prime, Chen Feng watched Spider-Man's skilled movements and thought to himself that Spider-Man must have done a lot of stealing. Upon entering the interior of the airborne aircraft carrier, Spider-Man did not walk like a normal person, but instead crawled on the ceiling, swift and light, making not a single sound. Suddenly, Spider-Man quickly crawled and stopped at a corner, pressing himself against the ceiling, completely still. As Chen Feng felt puzzled, he saw through the 3D holographic projector two fully armed soldiers patrolling the corridor. Chen Feng understood that it was Spider-Man's superpower Spider Sense that detected someone, prompting him to find the best hiding spot. Spider-Man's Spider Sense allows him to perceive his surroundings by detecting air vibrations, just like a spider. Chen Feng sighed, thinking that it would be a waste for Spider-Man not to become a thief. He even speculated that if Spider-Man were to become a thief with his talent and abilities, stealing anything from a sewing needle to the moon wouldn't be impossible. Spider-Man moved forward successfully, avoiding all the guards thanks to his Spider Sense. With Optimus Prime's assistance, he navigated freely within Hyoin. The problem was Spider-Man didn't know where the vibranium was stored, so he could only search everywhere. Hyoin was massive like a maze, and Spider-Man was getting dizzy from running around in search of vibranium. As dawn approached, Spider-Man stole a few pieces of bread and hid in the ventilation duct. He did not leave, so Chen Feng speculated that Spider-Man intended to continue searching for vibranium at night. Spider-Man fell asleep in the ventilation duct. Chen Feng then ordered Optimus Prime to alert him when Spider-Man woke up to act, and then he went to rest. Night fell. In the dead of night, Chen Feng received a notification from Optimus Prime. He had Optimus Prime activate the 3D holographic projector and immediately saw Spider-Man sneaking around. After searching for several hours, Chen Feng said to Optimus Prime, "Does an S system have any information on vibranium?" "My lord, there is indeed information on vibranium in S system, but it does not specify where it is located," replied Optimus Prime. "There are the weapon laboratory and the armory in Hyoin. Instruct Spider-Man to check there," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord." "Yes, my lord," replied Optimus Prime. After receiving the alert from Optimus Prime, Spider-Man headed to Hyoin's weapon laboratory. The weapon laboratory of Hyoin is very large, and even though it was already late at night, many enthusiastic scientists were still engaged in research. Spider-Man cleverly stole a set of protective gear. After putting it on, he could not be recognized by anyone. He lingered in the weapon laboratory for quite a while, searching through many items, but still could not find any vibranium. With no other option, he had to exit the weapon laboratory and head to the armory. The armory of Hyoin was quite impressive. Among the rows of shelves were various weapons, from mini pistols to tank cannons and even several large missiles. The armory is a very important place, so there are a large number of patrols here 24 hours a day. Although the patrolling personnel were unarmed, their skills were formidable, and in an unknown situation, Spider-Man might not necessarily be a match for these patrolling agents. This is because these individuals are highly trained agents of Hyoin, who have been injected with super serums similar to Natasha's. With so many patrols in the armory, Spider-Man's search speed was very slow. He could only quickly rely on his web to ascend to the ceiling to avoid the patrolling personnel. As Chen Feng sipped on a bottle of 1982 Lafite red wine, he saw through the 3D holographic projector the densely packed advanced weapons in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s armory, muttering to himself, when I become powerful in the future, it'll take all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s weapons and equip my own subordinates. Spider-Man spent 3 days searching through the entire armory, but still could not find the vibranium. After sneaking around all day, he felt depressed and expressed to Chen Feng his desire to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. and come back to steal later. Chen Feng did not agree and insisted that Spider-Man continue looking for it within S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, Chen Feng could have had Spider-Man capture someone from S.H.I.E.L.D. to forcefully extract the whereabouts of the vibranium. However, he was worried that if Spider-Man made a mistake and alerted S.H.I.E.L.D., they would definitely hide the vibranium even more carefully. After several days of searching seriously without success, he had no choice but to shamelessly seek out Natasha. Optimus Prime, call Natasha, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. In Los Angeles at a bar, Natasha was drowning her sorrows, downing one drink after another. She felt that what she was drinking was not alcohol, but rather sorrow. She had resigned from S.H.I.E.L.D., no longer a senior agent, and had lost all her impressive privileges. Originally, this was nothing to be upset about. After all, she had learned that S.H.I.E.L.D. was created by Hydra, and through her secret investigation, she discovered that many members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were actually Hydra agents, so she did not regret leaving. However, what troubled her was Chen Feng. She wanted to go to Chen Feng's private island to clear her mind, but to her surprise, he rejected her, even bringing back the Transformers, which infuriated her. She had taken on the entire pressure from S.H.I.E.L.D. when she was discovered while trying to help Chen Feng steal the vibranium. As a result, Chen Feng's attitude towards her was infuriating. It was too much. If she could, she would want to run to the private island and give Chen Feng a good beating. Unfortunately, the private island was protected by Optimus Prime, and she could not go there. She could only drink in the bar to ease her frustration. Ding ding ding. Natasha's phone rang. When she took it out and saw who was calling, she immediately became angry. Damn Chen Feng, how dare he come looking for me? Does he really think I'm easy to bully? Humph! Natasha cursed under her breath and pressed the reject button. Ding ding ding. Natasha's phone rang again. Natasha pressed the reject button again. However, she did not expect her phone to malfunction. No matter how many times she pressed the button, it did not work. Then she saw her phone flash with white light showing Chen Feng's image. Hello, Natasha. Chen Feng greeted. Chen Feng, you are so unreasonable for letting Optimus Prime invade my phone. How could I accept your call? Natasha retorted angrily. Chen Feng replied, isn't it just that I wanted to invite you to my private island? I agreed to it. Natasha responded angrily. Do we know each other that well? Knowing why Natasha was angry, Chen Feng said, I just wanted you to come to the private island for a visit. It will build a nice wooden house by the sea for you, so you want to disturb Dr. Hank and their research. Natasha retorted, do you think that's paradise? Everyone wants to go, I tell you I don't want to go. That's it, I'm hanging up. Natasha angrily declared, then tried to turn off her phone, but couldn't, as Optimus Prime had even taken control of her phone's power system. Realizing she couldn't do anything to Optimus Prime, Natasha shoved her phone into her pocket and continued drinking. The noise in the bar was too loud for the phone speaker to be heard by Natasha. So Chen Feng ordered Optimus Prime to cut the power to the bar where Natasha was. Optimus Prime effortlessly shut down the bar's electricity through the power grid. As soon as the bar lost power, chaos erupted. Some thugs took the opportunity to cause trouble, taking advantage of girls and robbing money. Natasha, being beautiful and charming, soon attracted the attention of two thugs. But Natasha was not an easy target, as she knocked down the two thugs with just 2 punches, and to vent her anger, she kicked them a few times, crushing them completely. Then, as if nothing had happened, she continued sitting at the bar and drinking. Natasha, can we talk? Chen Feng said. Without the interference of the bar's music, Chen Feng's voice was transmitted clearly to Natasha's ears through her phone. Natasha took out her phone and smashed it hard on the ground. Smash! A globally advanced phone was shattered by Natasha just like that. Natasha's phone was broken, but the other people's phones in the bar were still intact. The bartender closest to Natasha heard Chen Feng's voice from his phone. Natasha, I want to ask you something. As long as you tell me, you'll give you a Tony Stark Iron Man suit and a copy of the Jarvis system. How about it? Natasha replied, the Iron Man suit from Tony has already been replaced by you. I don't want it. If you have sincerity, then give me the Transformers. Find a quiet place and we can have a good talk. Chen Feng suggested. I won't find one. I'm right here. Either you come find me or don't bother me. Natasha said arrogantly. Since Chen Feng had to seek her out, she had to let out her frustrations. Okay, I'll be there shortly, Chen Feng said helplessly. After hanging up, Chen Feng ordered, Optimus Prime, restore power to the bar, then prepare. We are heading to Los Angeles. Chen Feng put on a specially made suit which had a stretchable effect. With this suit, he wouldn't have to worry about it tearing when he transformed. Before long, Chen Feng drove the Transformers to Los Angeles, hovering above the bar where Natasha was. He parked the Transformers on the rooftop and then jumped down. With a web shot, he swung down and landed at the bar entrance. Entering the bar, he immediately spotted Natasha sitting at the bar drinking. He walked over, sat next to Natasha, and said, "I'm here, can we talk now?" Natasha waved her hand. "Waiter, bring this gentleman a bottle of whiskey, the largest one available." The waiter happily placed a supersized bottle of whiskey in front of Chen Feng, thinking that the commission from this bottle would allow him to splurge for months. Natasha pointed at the whiskey on the bar and said to Chen Feng, "Drink this entire bottle, and then we can talk." She was still angry and wanted to take revenge on Chen Feng this way. Chen Feng thought to himself, "Just keep being arrogant. Once I obtain the vibranium, let's see how you'll be arrogant then." For the sake of the vibranium, Chen Feng chose to accept the penalty. He stood up, placed one foot on the chair, picked up the supersized bottle of whiskey, tilted his head back, and opened his mouth. Glug, glug, glug. Chen Feng drank without even swallowing. His way of drinking was so impressive, especially holding the supersized bottle of whiskey, that many patrons in the bar gathered to watch. Some even took out their phones to record. Some even cheered and applauded for Chen Feng. A large bottle of whiskey was downed. Chen Feng's stomach had bloated up. He let out a burp and heavily placed the bottle on the bar, saying to Natasha, "Now can we talk?" Applause erupted in the bar. "Bro, you have a great capacity for alcohol. What's your name, bro? Incredible, you managed to finish that huge bottle of whiskey in one go. That's impressive. I salute this guy's drinking ability. Big brother, can I buy you a drink?" Some people were cheering for Chen Feng. Some wanted to know Chen Feng's name. Some wanted to befriend him. A girl wanted to have a deep conversation with Chen Feng. Natasha watched the few sexy dressed women surrounding Chen Feng with a smile, saying nothing. Chen Feng could be very accommodating at times, but he could also be extremely difficult. With a loud bang, Chen Feng slammed his palm on the bar, creating a thunderous sound. The force was too strong. A handprint was left on the bar. Many drinking utensils were knocked over. Chen Feng roared at the women clinging to him, "Get lost." The women clinging to Chen Feng ran away in fright. The onlookers were also scared off. It was too terrifying. A single palm could leave a handprint on the bar, and it was better to keep a distance from such a person. Seeing that even the bartender had run away, Chen Feng was satisfied and said to Natasha, "Tell me where vibranium is located in S-H-I-E-L-D. Natasha asked sternly, suspecting that Chen Feng was asking this question with the intention of stealing vibranium. "Don't worry about that, just tell me where vibranium is in S-H-I-E-L-D. Chen Feng said. Natasha rolled her eyes and cleverly replied, "You give me the transformer first, and then he'll tell you." "That's just one piece of information, and you want the transformer." "That's too greedy," Chen Feng replied. "It is indeed a bit greedy, but you deceived me before, and you had Optimus Prime destroy my plane, causing me to fall into the sea. Later I went to S-H-I-E-L-D to steal vibranium for you, and after being caught, I resigned, wanting to relax with you. But what did you do? You rejected me. You've deceived me, hurt me, and rejected me. Don't I deserve compensation? So I want your transformer, which is a great deal." Natasha said emphatically, "I will upgrade Iron Man Tony's armor and Jarvis system for you, ensuring it will be more powerful than what Tony has currently produced." Chen Feng knew that after being struck, Iron Man Tony had been vigorously upgrading his armor and Jarvis system. He learned from Optimus Prime that Tony's latest upgraded armor and Jarvis system were 2 to 3 times stronger than before. They were far behind his Transformer and Optimus Prime's intelligence system. Chen Feng was well aware of Tony's research achievements from Optimus Prime, so upgrading Tony's things a bit and giving them to Natasha was no trouble at all. Natasha hesitated for a moment and then said, "Okay, but the Iron Man armor I want must be the female version, and it should also be transformable, like the Transformer turning into a plane, speedboat, submarine, drilling machine, sports car, etc." The requirements Natasha put forth were not difficult, so Chen Feng readily agreed. "All right. You make my Iron Man armor first, and then I will tell you where vibranium is located in S-H-I-E-L-D. Natasha cleverly replied. Having been tricked by Chen Feng several times, she no longer trusted his character and felt this was the safest approach. "Can't you tell me first? I'm in urgent need." Chen Feng said angrily. "Spider-Man is still on standby at S-H-I-E-L-D. And based on Natasha's requirements, the female version of the Iron Man armor wouldn't be produced in just a few days. He was worried about Spider-Man becoming restless after staying a few more days, since he was already impatient to leave. Natasha pouted and said, "Your character is bad, and you didn't get the stuff, so I'm worried you'll trick me again." Should he agree or refuse? Chen Feng was conflicted. He thought about kidnapping a S-H-I-E-L-D agent to force them to reveal the specific location of vibranium, but he was worried about alerting them. Natasha was different. S-H-I-E-L-D had already neglected her. Even if Natasha didn't know where S.H.I.E.L.D. had placed vibranium, now she could still find out through friends in S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, she had quite a few admirers in S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng secretly muttered, "Natasha is too stubborn, should I just kidnap her?" Seeing Chen Feng staring at her, Natasha smiled slightly and joked, "Is it because I'm too beautiful? Look, I'm not even blinking. Are you really unwilling to tell me first?" Chen Feng asked seriously. "You give me what I want, and then he'll talk," Natasha insisted. "All right, then you can't blame me," Chen Feng said, and stood up. Natasha immediately sensed something was off, looking at Chen Feng warily, asking, "What do you want to do? Don't you want to go to a private island?" "I'll take you there now," Chen Feng said with a wicked smile. "I don't want to go right now," Natasha replied cautiously. "Then it's not up to you," Chen Feng said, and made his move. Chen Feng's skills were formidable, and his speed was quick. But Natasha was no slouch either. Having lived for over 90 years, her combat experience was incredibly rich, and she was facing a life-and-death battle. Moreover, her body was enhanced during World War II by the Soviet secret organization Red Room, which strengthened her physical capabilities and delayed her aging. She was also an expert martial artist skilled in karate, judo, ninjutsu, aikido, French boxing, and various styles of kung fu. In terms of weaponry, she was also formidable, a sharpshooter and a weapon expert. She was even a tactical expert, highly efficient as a strategist, tactician, and commander. Thus, it was not an easy task for Chen Feng to defeat Natasha in a normal state. Chen Feng reached out with both hands towards Natasha, intending to use his strength to limit her freedom. Natasha leaned back, kicking Chen Feng in the stomach with both feet, propelling herself 2 meters backward, performing a cool roll and standing up. This was the first time Chen Feng had fought Natasha, and he didn't expect her reaction speed to be so fast. So he commanded, "Optimus Prime, shut down all the power sources nearby." He had merged with Spider-Man's genes and had spider sense, so darkness didn't affect him much. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime complied. With a click, the bar and its surroundings instantly lost power. The bar was thrown into chaos once more. To prevent others from interfering with his battle against Natasha, Chen Feng shouted loudly, "Everyone get out now, or don't blame me for being ruthless." The patrons of the bar had already witnessed Chen Feng's strength, so upon hearing his harsh words, they hurriedly rushed out of the bar. Chen Feng possesses the ability of spider sense. Natasha has the ability to discern positions by sound. Although her auditory acuity is slightly inferior to spider sense, Natasha's extensive combat experience compensates for this. In the dimly lit bar, apart from Chen Feng and Natasha, there is no one else. Within the shadows of the bar, Chen Feng and Natasha engage in a fierce battle. With a swish, Chen Feng relies on his spider sense to accurately locate Natasha's position and shoots out a strand of spider silk. The silk sticks to Natasha's hand. With a flash, Natasha swiftly draws the dagger hidden in her calf and slashes, severing the spider silk. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Feng shoots out strand after strand of spider silk. Natasha keeps dodging. Occasionally, she gets caught by the spider silk, but her speed allows her to cut it with her dagger in the first instance, rendering Chen Feng unable to capture her. Chen Feng stops shooting spider silk and quickly charges towards Natasha. Natasha, undeterred, having been on the battlefield and killed before, is not afraid as long as Chen Feng does not transform into a titan. Chen Feng leaps high, kicking towards Natasha. Natasha, dagger in hand, leans back as Chen Feng flies over her head, thrusting her dagger upward. Chen Feng shoots a strand of spider silk upward, sticking it to the ceiling, and pulls hard, instantly rising into the air to evade Natasha's deadly strike. Natasha cannot fly, but her bullets can. She swiftly draws her pistol from her waist, not even glancing, and fires 2 shots at the ceiling. Hearing the sound of bullets being chambered above, Chen Feng immediately shoots a strand of spider silk toward the wall, using it to move quickly. As Chen Feng moves quickly, the wind he stirs up creates sound. Natasha uses the sound of the wind to locate Chen Feng's direction and quickly runs toward the wall. Chen Feng kicks off the wall with both legs, lunging at Natasha. Bang, bang, bang. Natasha fires multiple shots. Natasha hits Chen Feng, and he also tackles her. Chen Feng has integrated the genes of the lizard professor, so he is not afraid of non-fatal injuries. Natasha has many treasures on her, and her watch emits a strong electric current. Chen Feng is stunned by the electric shock. Natasha also gets shocked, but she is used to it, so she is fine. Seizing the opportunity, she kicks Chen Feng away and runs off. "Chen Feng, how come you're fine? I clearly hit you," Natasha asks in surprise. In the dark bar, although she cannot see, she can smell the strong scent of blood in the air, estimating that Chen Feng has been shot at least 3 times. Yet Chen Feng remains vigorous and shows no signs of injury. He does not attack again and says, "Tell me the exact location of the vibranium, and I will tell you in return." "Do you have an immortal body?" Natasha questions. Seeing that she does not answer, Chen Feng continues, "It's a special serum. As long as the brain is intact, even severe injuries can heal rapidly. Do you want it? I can trade this with you. Are there any side effects?" Natasha asks carefully, clearly intrigued. All right, no more lies. I am using the lizard DNA serum developed by the lizard professor. The side effect is that you'll become a half-human, half-lizard monster, but as long as you can control your emotions you want turn into a lizard person, Chen Feng explains. If I want a vial of the lizard DNA serum and a female version of the iron battle armor, would you agree? Natasha proposes. I can give you the lizard DNA serum first, but the female version of the iron battle armor will take a few days to manufacture, Chen Feng replies. Okay, you give me the lizard DNA serum first. After I inject it, and there's no problem, I will tell you the exact location of the vibranium, Natasha compromises. Then come with me to the private island. Chen Feng invites, asserting that once on his territory Natasha won't be in charge. Let me make a call first, Natasha says. Natasha is smart, worried that Chen Feng might turn on her after arriving at the private island. She calls a good friend at S.H.I.E.L.D., informing her that she is going to a private island. If anything happens to her, it is definitely Chen Feng's doing, and she asks her friend to help her seek vengeance. By making the call in front of Chen Feng, Natasha is essentially warning him not to act recklessly. As long as her desires are met, Chen Feng is indifferent. In the face of mutual benefit, even the deepest vendettas can be set aside. For instance, Chen Feng and Natasha, who were just fighting fiercely, have now become partners. Chen Feng commands the Transformers to transform into airplane mode and takes Natasha back to the private island. Once back, Chen Feng calls out the lizard professor. Upon hearing that someone wants to inject his lizard DNA serum, the lizard professor happily grabs a vial of the serum and a syringe, rushing out of the lab into the living room, eagerly exclaiming, "Who is it? Who wants to inject the lizard DNA serum?" The lizard DNA serum developed by the lizard professor has always been rejected by humanity. Now that someone wants to inject it, he thinks that humanity is starting to accept his serum, which is why he is so happy. Chen Feng points at Natasha and says to the lizard professor, "It's her. She is a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., modified by the secret organization Red Room during World War II, and is a superhero. She is very interested in your lizard DNA serum, so I brought her here." She is from World War II. But how is she so young? The lizard professor asks in surprise. Her aging process is about 100 times slower than that of ordinary people. "Oh, that's impressive," the lizard professor exclaims, then turns to Natasha with a flattering expression, saying, "Miss, I study biology. May I take a sample of your blood for research?" "What benefits can you offer me?" Natasha replies. Her blood has already been taken for research at S.H.I.E.L.D. So unlike others who cherish their blood, she is willing to contribute a bit as long as the offer is enticing. Benefits. The lizard professor is troubled. He is just a penniless researcher with only some equipment and a lot of lizards. "How about I give you $100 million? Chen Feng offers. Natasha's genes are not of much use to him, so he has not considered her until now. The main reason is that Natasha is too cunning, making it difficult to extract her genes. Chen Feng is somewhat interested in her ability to slow aging. If he can develop a similar serum from Natasha's blood, spending $1 billion would be worth it. If it truly works, he would let others test it. If successful, he would extract genes from them, thus avoiding any danger." Natasha said, "I sold the supercomputer you gave me to Iron Man Tony and made $1 billion, so I'm not short on money now." "What do you want then?" Chen Feng asked. Natasha thought for a moment and said, "I want a fitted combat suit that I can wear as clothing normally, and that can withstand attacks during battles. I believe with your ability, you can definitely create such a suit." Chen Feng nodded. "All right, I promise you." Natasha rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms, and said to Professor Lizard, "Come on, draw my blood." Professor Lizard's eyes lit up as he took the syringe meant to inject Natasha with lizard DNA serum and drew her blood, only stopping after filling an entire vial. After carefully putting away the vial containing Natasha's blood, Professor Lizard emerged again, holding a syringe filled with lizard DNA serum, and asked Natasha, "Are you ready?" Natasha looked at Chen Feng and asked seriously, "Chen Feng, the serum really won't have any issues. Don't worry. Professor Lizard's lizard DNA serum has been injected into many animals without issue, and the same goes for humans. Otherwise, I wouldn't be injecting this lizard DNA serum myself." Chen Feng reassured her. Professor Lizard, holding the syringe, said proudly, "Miss, please trust my expertise." Natasha walked to the window, grabbed the curtain, and pulled it down with force, draping it over herself, worried about being exposed after the mutation. Professor Lizard injected Natasha's arm. "Ah!" Natasha cried out in pain. As the lizard DNA serum entered her bloodstream, her skin began to turn green, and scales slowly started to grow. With a loud crack, a small tail sprouted from Natasha's backside, slapping the ground and shattering the floor tiles. Then her hands became longer and her fingernails sharpened. Once the green scales covered Natasha's entire body, she underwent another transformation. The green scales changed color again, turning into a fiery red. When Natasha's screams ceased, Professor Lizard was stunned. Chen Feng was also dumbfounded. After the pain faded, Natasha looked down at her body. Hey, didn't it say I would get bigger? Why didn't I? And why have I turned fiery red? Natasha questioned. Miss, could you try out the power of your claws? Professor Lizard asked. All right, Natasha replied, tossing aside the curtain, relieved that she hadn't changed in size and wouldn't need to worry about exposure. Wow, is she adorable? Chen Feng exclaimed. Without the curtain blocking her, he saw Natasha after her transformation. She didn't become ugly, instead she became even more attractive. With her slender figure, artistic hands, golden hair, fiery red scales, and a little tail swaying behind her, she looked beautiful, sexy, charming, and a bit cute. If the previous Natasha gave off a mature and beautiful vibe, the current Natasha resembled a goddess from mythology, strange yet beautiful. Natasha scratched the floor, leaving 5 deep marks that made a piercing sound. Such sharp nails, Natasha exclaimed, feeling that they were sharper than the dagger she usually carried. Try out your strength, Professor Lizard said excitedly. This was a new discovery. Natasha looked around and said, I can already lift things like sofas, there's nothing suitable here. Optimus Prime, come and compete in strength with Natasha, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Optimus Prime, controlling a steel armor, approached Natasha and extended his hands politely, saying, Miss Natasha, please teach me. All right, Natasha replied, placing her hands against the steel armor's hands. Begin, Chen Feng said. Boom, 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 boom. With 4 loud bangs, both Natasha and the steel armor had their feet sunk into the floor, ensuring they wouldn't slip and be unable to exert their strength. Natasha was thrilled as she could feel the power within her was more than 10 times greater than before. Natasha and the steel armor pushed with all their might. SSSSS. The sound produced by their immense strength squeezing together. Natasha held on for only a few seconds before being pushed back continuously by the steel armor. Boom, boom, boom. Each step of the steel armor created a pit. Optimus Prime, stop, Chen Feng commanded. Natasha, this lizard DNA serum is incredibly powerful. I feel like I can tear everything apart now. Natasha said excitedly. Chen Feng pointed at the steel armor and said to Natasha, use your claws and see if you can leave marks on it. Natasha jumped over and swiped her claws. Whoosh. 5 marks were left on the steel armor. This steel armor was personally made by Iron Man Tony using special steel, so you're really strong now. Chen Feng praised. This deal is worth it, Natasha said with satisfaction. Now you can try to control your emotions and see if you can return to your normal state. Chen Feng said. All right, Natasha replied, then began to adjust her emotions. Unlike Professor Lizard, Natasha was different. Professor Lizard couldn't control his emotions. To revert to a normal state, he needed an antidote. Having lived for over 90 years, Natasha had seen all sorts of ups and downs and had experienced intense romances. Controlling her emotions was child's play for her. Soon Natasha succeeded. The scales on her body gradually faded, and the tail behind her shrank until it disappeared. Chen Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter as he saw a hole behind Natasha, and the scene inside was clear. Seeing herself return to normal, Natasha jumped up in joy, cheering, Yay, I'm back to normal. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her backside, and before she could reach back to touch it, Chen Feng draped the curtain she had previously torn off around her and smiled, saying, You need to be mindful of your appearance. This made her even more curious, and she reached back to touch. Natasha screamed, her face turning bright red. Professor Lizard, thinking something was wrong with Natasha's body, asked with concern, Natasha, what's wrong? Is there an issue with your body? Actually, his concern was about the fusion of the lizard DNA serum with Natasha. Covering her backside, blushing, Natasha awkwardly said, It's nothing at all. Optimus Prime, get a woman's outfit for Natasha to wear, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Natasha, being somewhat curvy, couldn't wear the tight clothes of Hyoin, so Optimus Prime selected a dress for her. Wearing a dress, Natasha looked like a completely different person, no longer the sultry and mature figure, but rather like a quiet and intellectual woman. Natasha's unusual beauty caught Chen Feng off guard as he eagerly asked Natasha, Can you now tell me the exact location of the vibranium? Natasha nodded and replied softly, Yes, it's fine now. The vibranium was originally kept in the weapon laboratory, accessible to anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. Unfortunately, I had bad luck that day and was spotted by a scientist who was researching weapons, which led to my capture. Although I am no longer with S.H.I.E.L.D., I have not wasted the past decades. Many people in S.H.I.E.L.D. are my friends. Therefore, I learned from them that Fury took the vibranium and placed it in the most secure safe in S.H.I.E.L.D. That safe is quite large, about the size of your living room. The safe does not have an electronic lock, but rather a massive iron lock that is quite special. It requires 3 keys to open. If any one key is incorrect, or if someone tries to force it open, an alarm will be triggered, emitting a loud alert. Thus, it is essential to gather all 3 keys. One key is with S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury, and the other is with S.H.I.E.L.D. Deputy Director Maria Hill. The last key is located in the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng, do you find what I said difficult? Not very difficult, please continue. Chen Feng replied as stealing was Spider-Man's specialty, and he believed that Spider-Man should be able to successfully obtain all 3 keys. Alright, I will continue. Gathering the 3 keys is indeed not very difficult as Fury and Hill are not particularly strong, their strength lies only in their command abilities. However, the challenge lies with the door of the safe. That door made of special steel weighs 20 tons, which is around 4,000 gene. If it were a pushing mechanism, it would be fine, but some genius decided that it should be lifted to open, so multiple strong individuals are required to access the safe. When I saw Fury enter before, he sent in 4 mutated strongmen to lift the iron door. Therefore, even if you gather all 3 keys, it would be impossible for one person to enter. Natasha explained in detail. Optimus Prime display the blueprints of S.H.I.E.L.D. using the 3D holographic projector, Chen Feng ordered. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. A steel exosuit emitted a beam of light projecting an enormous image of an airborne aircraft carrier in the air. Chen Feng said to Natasha, locate the position of that safe. The 3D holographic projector is quite common in this world, so Natasha did not find it surprising. Natasha extended her hand, manipulated the controls, and then pointed to a spot, saying to Chen Feng, right here. At first glance, this area looks like an ordinary wall, but in fact it's a disguised door. By pressing down with both hands, it can be moved sideways, revealing the safe I mentioned. Alright, thank you. You can go rest now. I promise I will keep my word, Chen Feng said happily. After Natasha left, Chen Feng returned to his room and commanded Optimus Prime inform Peter of the exact location of the vibranium and how to access the safe. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. In a ventilation shaft of S.H.I.E.L.D., the sleeping Spider-Man was awakened by Optimus Prime. Upon learning the exact location of the vibranium and the method to access the safe, he grimaced, gritted his teeth, and set out to steal the keys. Fury and Hill, one being the director and the other the deputy director, wield significant power, so they are always surrounded by guards. Spider-Man could not enter Fury's room through the front door, so he entered through the ventilation shaft. The ventilation opening was small and Spider-Man had to squeeze his body to get in. Once inside Fury's room, Spider-Man smiled, for he saw the key to the safe right on the bedside table. Whoosh! Spider-Man shot a web that stuck to the key, then gently lifted it up. With the key in hand, he hurried to Hill's room. Hill was a beauty not inferior to Natasha. As Spider-Man entered Hill's room, he almost had a nosebleed at the sight of her alluring pose. Spider-Man rummaged through drawers, but found no key. So he secretly lifted Hill's collar and saw a key alongside her ample bosom. Spider-Man couldn't help but stare a bit longer, and after he had his fill, he began to take action. He found a pair of scissors and was about to cut the string holding the key when he suddenly saw Hill open her eyes. He couldn't afford to be gentle and covered Hill's mouth, delivering a punch to her temple. Hill had no superpowers. She became the deputy director due to her training as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and extensive experience in intelligence work, along with her superior combat skills and proficiency in various weapons. Thus, Hill was knocked out by Spider-Man's punch. He quickly bound her and left in haste, heading to the command center. Although the command center had more guards, Spider-Man easily blended in and effortlessly obtained the last key. With all 3 keys in hand, Spider-Man's gloomy mood lifted significantly. Following Optimus Prime's guidance, he arrived at a corridor and stayed there for 2 hours, memorizing the patrol schedule before taking action. In the middle of the corridor, he pressed against a wall, moving it to the right, revealing a heavy iron door. He quickly took out all 3 keys. Click, click, click. He turned the keys 3 times. Click. The lock opened. After unlocking, he crouched down, grasped the iron door with both hands, and exerted all his strength to lift it. The door lifted slightly, but would not budge further. Estimating that the patrol was about to arrive, he quickly lowered the door, gently secured the disguised door, and crawled back up to the ceiling. On Chen Feng's side, witnessing the entire process, he said, Optimus Prime, have Peter find some tools. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Prompted by Optimus Prime, Spider-Man found various tools, including a jack and iron bars. Spider-Man set out again, first prying the door open a bit with the iron bar, then grasping the bottom of the door with both hands, exerting all his strength to lift it. With a sudden burst of energy, he managed to raise the 20-ton door by 50 centimeters, which was enough. He then kicked the jack under the door before letting go. With the jack in place, he easily raised the door again and quickly squeezed inside. Inside, the safe was pitch black without a hint of light. Fortunately, he had a multifunction watch, and with its light, he was able to see the contents of the safe. There weren't many items in the safe, but they were neatly arranged. On a private island, Chen Feng looked at the rows of potions in the safe, feeling a surge of excitement. If he guessed correctly, those were the serums of superpowered individuals throughout the Marvel Universe. Optimus Prime have Spider-Man retrieve the vibranium and then find a way to acquire more superhuman serum. Once he is safely back, I can provide him with money, women, a career, and more. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Optimus conveyed Chen Feng's words to Spider-Man. Upon hearing this, Spider-Man felt tempted yet conflicted. His spider suit had no pockets, While he could tuck some vibranium into his clothes, he dared not place the superhuman serum there. If those vials were to break, it could mean death. Even if it wouldn't kill him, it could turn him into a monster. He was well aware of this. Spider-Man didn't have much time to ponder this issue. He quickly rummaged through and found an iron box labeled with the word vibranium. The box was unlocked, and upon opening it, he saw a small pile of metal varying in size. He swiftly grabbed several small metal pellets, stuffed them into his clothing, and then quickly took 10 vials of superhuman serum, wrapping them in webbing and strapping them to his back before fleeing. As he completed these tasks, the patrol time for S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel arrived. He had no time to close the iron door or take the jack with him, so he simply abandoned all and ran out using his webbing to escape rapidly. Having secured the vibranium, he was no longer afraid of being discovered. As soon as Spider-Man left the corridor where the vault was located, the alarm at S.H.I.E.L.D. went off. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. was thrown into chaos as countless personnel rushed out, guards, soldiers, agents, and superhumans. A thief has broken into the vault. Immediately shut all doors, capture any strangers on sight, and show no mercy to those who dare resist. Everyone come quickly. I just saw a red shadow flash by. It must be the thief. You go catch him. He'll find the director and the others. They might be in danger. Oh no, Deputy Director Hill has been knocked out. Damn, how audacious. To break into S.H.I.E.L.D. Not only stealing my key, but also attempting to rob from the vault. Capture that bastard. Spider-Man had become a rat in the street, hunted by all. S.H.I.E.L.D. entered a state of emergency, with all entrances and exits being guarded, and even the vents were being searched to ensure no hiding place was overlooked. Spider-Man went unnoticed as he hid in a trash bin, covering himself with garbage to avoid detection. Inside the trash bin, he felt anxious, fearing capture by S.H.I.E.L.D. He knew well the might of S.H.I.E.L.D. If discovered, he would surely be caught. Meanwhile, Chen Feng on his private island was also tense, worried that if S.H.I.E.L.D. captured Spider-Man, his vibranium would be lost. Optimus Prime, send the Transformers to pick up Spider-Man. If necessary, they can engage in battle with S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng commanded, willing to oppose S.H.I.E.L.D. for the sake of gaining strength. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. The Transformers on the private island under Optimus' control took to the sky and flew towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon learning that Chen Feng had sent the Transformers to rescue him, Spider-Man felt a bit of relief in his nervous heart. He knew Chen Feng's Transformers were formidable, capable of flying and moving through the earth. Once the Transformers arrived, he could find a way to escape S.H.I.E.L.D. A few minutes later, Optimus notified Spider-Man that the Transformers had arrived. Spider-Man could not speak as people passed by his hiding spot and occasionally rummaged through. If he hadn't hidden so well, he would have been discovered long ago. He knew that if this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was found. But he had no other options. This left him quite distressed. On the private island, Chen Feng couldn't see the situation inside S.H.I.E.L.D. because Spider-Man was hidden in a trash bin covered with garbage. However, he could hear the sounds. From the frequent footsteps, he deduced that Spider-Man was temporarily unable to escape S.H.I.E.L.D. He didn't care about Spider-Man's fate. What he cared about was the vibranium on Spider-Man's person. Thus, he had to rescue Spider-Man. To divert S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel and create an opportunity for Spider-Man to escape, he ordered Optimus Prime. Optimus, does the command center at S.H.I.E.L.D. have a 3D holographic projector? Yes, my lord, and quite a few. S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel frequently use the 3D holographic projector for meetings with national leaders. Optimus replied. Infiltrate the command center system of S.H.I.E.L.D. and use the 3D holographic projector to project a red silhouette to quickly hide within S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus replied. At that moment, Director Fury was in the command center with Deputy Director Hill reviewing surveillance footage to locate the thief's hiding spot. Fury was intently watching the surveillance video when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a blurred red shadow flash by. He quickly turned around, but saw nothing. Hill noticed Fury's odd behavior and curiously asked Director, what's wrong? I just saw a red shadow flash by you. I am certain it was real and not an illusion, Fury replied seriously. Then I'll immediately send people to search, Hill stated, not doubting Fury's words. Have Hawkeye bring a team, Fury said. Hawkeye was a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Lacking superpowers, but endowed with excellent vision, remarkable reflexes, and hand-eye coordination, making him the strongest archer on Earth. With Hawkeye on the case, the thief could not possibly remain hidden. Hence, Fury sent Hawkeye to catch the thief. Hawkeye arrived at the command center and searched thoroughly, but found nothing. Chen Feng observed the situation in the S.H.I.E.L.D. command center. Chen Feng thought for a moment and commanded Optimus imitate Fury's voice and issue commands to everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D., instructing them to assemble on the deck of the airborne aircraft carrier. Understood, my lord, Optimus replied. Everyone immediately gather on the deck. Fury's voice echoed in the ears of every S.H.I.E.L.D. member. Clatter. Footsteps. Upon hearing Fury's command, S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel promptly assembled on the deck. Everyone received Fury's order, including Fury himself. Fury was taken aback upon hearing his own command through the wireless earphone. Everyone in the command center turned to look at Fury. He'll ask, Director, was that your order? But I didn't hear you speak. Someone is impersonating the director and giving orders. Hawkeye stated. Everyone listen, the previous order was not given by me. Everyone should return to your posts immediately and ensure the thief does not escape. Fury hastily commanded. After Fury issued the command, Hawkeye said, Director, my wireless earpiece didn't transmit your voice. I suspect others are experiencing the same issue. Yes, we didn't hear anything either, the others echoed. Hawkeye quickly run out and inform everyone to return to their posts. We mustn't let that arrogant thief escape. Fury said anxiously. Yes, Director, Hawkeye acknowledged, leading his subordinates to notify others. Hill sat at a computer, her hands flying over the keyboard as she entered a series of command codes. Suddenly, the computer emitted a beep and then went black, yet it continued to operate normally. Seeing this, Hill helplessly said, Director, we are facing a top-tier hacker. Our system is completely under their control. Then cut off the network. Without the internet, no matter how skilled they are, they won't be able to control our systems, Fury replied. Hill agreed and took people to unplug the network cables, shutting down the command center's computers to prevent hacker intrusion. Fury and Hill thought they were clever by cutting the network and shutting down the computers, believing the enemy could no longer control S.H.I.E.L.D.'s electronic devices. However, they were unaware that they had overlooked the electronic devices carried by S.H.I.E.L.D. members, such as walkie-talkies and mobile phones, which could still transmit information. Hawkeye ran to the deck to notify everyone to return to their posts. Those returning heard Fury's voice through their walkie-talkies. Everyone be aware. The thief is impersonating a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Then all the phones received a text message from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s system stating the thief can disguise themselves and take on the appearance of anyone. Be cautious of those around you. If you notice someone familiar behaving strangely, they could very well be the thief, and you should apprehend them immediately. As a result, everyone became suspicious, watching those around them as if they were enemies. Meanwhile, Spider-Man, after receiving the alert from Optimus Prime, crawled out of a trash bin and quickly ran outside. Due to the distraction created by Optimus Prime at the entrance, Spider-Man managed to escape S.H.I.E.L.D. without any trouble. The Transformers activated their cloaking mode and swiftly flew to Spider-Man's side. Spider-Man entered the body of the Transformers. Under Optimus Prime's control, they quickly took off. After the Transformers left S.H.I.E.L.D. with Spider-Man, the agency slowly returned to normal. On a private island, Chen Feng watched as Optimus Prime successfully retrieved Spider-Man, and he joyfully downed a bottle of 1982 Lafite. He then hurried to the villa's rooftop to await the return of the Transformers. Whoosh! Chen Feng did not wait long before the Transformers returned. The Transformers landed on the villa's rooftop, opened their body, and Spider-Man immediately stepped out. Chen Feng gave a thumbs up, praising, Peter, you are amazing. Chen Feng, please don't ever ask me to do something like this again, Spider-Man replied with a wry smile. All right, now quickly give me my vibranium and the serum for superhumans. Chen Feng urged impatiently. Spider-Man handed over the 10 vials of serum tied to his back, then took off his spider suit, shaking out a few small vibranium particles. Chen Feng quickly took the vibranium, holding the particles in one hand and the 10 vials of serum in the other, happily telling Spider-Man, Peter, I keep my promises. Women, career, money, whatever you want, just ask. Spider-Man's thieving talent was already on display, and Chen Feng admired him, thinking he might need Spider-Man in the future, so he planned to build a good relationship with him. I'll find my own women. I want to turn the newspaper into the largest in the world, and as for money, just give me $100 billion. Spider-Man stated. Ever since he was abandoned by Mary and subsequently discouraged by Chen Feng, he had changed and was no longer naive. He wanted to regain the dignity he had lost, so He aimed to achieve great things, proving to those who once looked down on him and mocked him that Peter was indeed formidable. Although both career and money were provided by Chen Feng, he believed that these were earned through his own abilities, albeit through unconventional methods. I will provide you with an intelligent system that will help promote your newspaper across the entire network. As long as your news is good enough, becoming the largest newspaper in the world will be a piece of cake. As for $100 billion, that's too little. Instead, I will give you $1 trillion. Feel free to spend it as you like, Chen Feng said grandly. Thank you, then I won't be polite, Spider-Man replied gratefully. First, come to my villa for a cup of coffee. I will give you the intelligent system and the $1 trillion shortly, Chen Feng said enthusiastically. All right, Spider-Man agreed and followed Chen Feng downstairs. Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to entertain Spider-Man, then returned to his room telling Optimus Prime, Optimus Prime, make a copy of the Jarvis intelligence system and then issue orders that it will only obey Peter. Understood, Master, Optimus Prime acknowledged. 10 seconds later, Optimus Prime said, Master, the copy is ready. The intelligence system will only obey Peter. Now transfer $1 trillion to Peter's bank card, Chen Feng ordered. Master, the transfer has been completed, Optimus Prime replied. Download the copied intelligence system onto my phone, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, Master, Optimus Prime acknowledged. After preparing these, Chen Feng went downstairs, handed the phone to Spider-Man, and said, This phone contains a high-level intelligence system. It will only obey you, and it doesn't have a name, yet you can name it. Spider-Man took the phone and gratefully said thank you. I just transferred $1 trillion to you. Did you receive it? Chen Feng asked. Spider-Man nodded. Yes, I received it. Do you have any other business? Chen Feng inquired. None, Spider-Man replied. Then I will have Optimus Prime take you back, Chen Feng said. All right, Spider-Man agreed. Just as Chen Feng was about to give the order, he saw Professor Lizard running out with a syringe, smiling at Spider-Man. Peter, can I draw a vial of your blood? Professor Lizard no longer harbored hatred for Spider-Man, as he had found a new target. Seeing Spider-Man hesitate, Chen Feng spoke up. Peter, Professor Lizard wants to research a serum that enhances human abilities without any side effects. That's why I fully support his research. You are a hero to everyone, and you should contribute to humanity. Oh, just give a little blood to Professor Lizard. All right. Spider-Man reluctantly agreed, wanting to save face for Chen Feng. Professor Lizard was delighted, took a vial of blood from Spider-Man, and happily returned to the lab to continue his research. After Spider-Man left, Chen Feng took 10 vials of superhuman serum and headed to Professor Lizard's laboratory. Professor Lizard's laboratory was an absolute mess, with bottles and jars scattered haphazardly and numerous lizards crawling around, resembling more of a garbage dump than a lab. Professor Lizard, hold on. I have something great to show you, Chen Feng shouted. The professor, who was extracting serum from Spider-Man's blood, looked up at Chen Feng and asked, What good thing? Here are 10 vials of superhuman serum that I obtained from S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't know whose serum it is, but you can research it and let me know if you find anything interesting, Chen Feng said, placing the vials on the lab table. Professor Lizard picked up one vial of serum, delighted, and said, This is fantastic. If you can get more of this in the future, I will definitely develop the perfect potion. I wish you success, Chen Feng smiled. Seeing Professor Lizard working so hard filled him with satisfaction. As he exited the lab, he was intercepted by Natasha. Chen Feng, you've acquired vibranium, so you should fulfill your promise now, Natasha said. All right, Chen Feng replied helplessly. According to Natasha's request, Chen Feng began to create a costume-like battle suit. He asked Natasha to design a style of clothing that he liked, which he would then transform into a battle suit. Natasha was busy designing the outfit, while Chen Feng researched a battle suit that could be worn as clothing. The battle suit Natasha requested didn't require overly advanced technology. Thus, Chen Feng quickly developed a fabric with good defensive qualities that day. The fabric was of high quality, containing a significant amount of metal. Although it was relatively heavy, it wouldn't affect Natasha. Pursuing perfection, Natasha, being a genius, took 3 days to finalize the clothing design. As soon as Chen Feng received her design, he got to work. He had already prepared the fabric, and within a few hours he had produced the battle suit. Natasha, upon wearing the battle suit, happily admired herself in the mirror, saying, It looks great, but I wonder how well it will hold up defensively. Your battle suit is highly valuable, making it resistant to ordinary bullets and impervious to fire and water. The cape on your back has a switch at your wrist. Once pressed, it expands into a powerful barrier capable of withstanding small missiles, Chen Feng explained. Chen Feng, you truly are a genius. You thought of all this, Natasha praised. If you're satisfied, then go ahead and design your female version of the iron battle armor. I want to help make it for you as soon as possible, Chen Feng said. The battle armor doesn't need to be overly aesthetic. Give me an hour, and he'll provide you with the design, Natasha replied happily. Natasha wasn't lying. She genuinely handed the female version of the iron battle armor design to Chen Feng in just an hour. Upon receiving the design, he began crafting the armor. while Chen Feng was busy making the iron battle armor H-I-E-L-D. Welcome Tony Stark. Tony was invited by Fury to investigate the hacking incident. Tony's computer skills were world-class, especially with his creation of the J-R-V-I-S intelligent assistant, which was decades ahead of others. This is why Fury invited Tony, hoping he could use his network skills to track down the audacious thief. Tony instructed J-R-V-I-S to access S-H-I-E-L-D-S system, while he personally searched only to come up empty-handed with no signs of an intrusion. Proud Tony was unwilling to accept that he couldn't find anything on the computer, so he took several S-H-I-E-L-D members' phones to investigate. Yet again, he found nothing, leaving no trace. With a furrowed brow, Tony pondered for a moment before seriously addressing Fury, saying, "The person who hacked into S-H-I-E-L-D-S system is quite formidable. With my skills, I couldn't find a single trace, so I suspect one individual." "Who?" Fury asked anxiously. "Chen Feng. His computer skills are far superior to mine, and the Optimus Prime intelligence system he created can dominate the entire network. My intelligent assistant J-R-V-I-S was once held captive by his Optimus Prime system, and I couldn't do anything about it. He even extorted an island and rare materials I painstakingly collected from me." Tony gritted his teeth. "It's indeed him. He previously asked Natasha to steal vibranium, but after that failed, I didn't expect him to attempt another theft. He's truly audacious, thinking S-H-I-E-L-D wouldn't dare to act against him." Fury exclaimed angrily. Fury was furious. The stolen items from the safe included a few small pieces of vibranium and 10 vials of superhuman serum. He didn't particularly care about those losses. What mattered to him was being outsmarted by Chen Feng, who had invaded S-H-I-E-L-D-S system, practically trampling on S-H-I-E-L-D-S dignity. Clenching his fists, he declared, "I will confront him." Having made up his mind, he decided to take S-H-I-E-L-D to the private island to confront Chen Feng. He wouldn't rest until he regained his pride. "Director Fury, if you go after Chen Feng, you absolutely cannot use electronic devices, otherwise it will be very dangerous," Tony advised. "I understand. S-H-I-E-L-D has many capable superheroes. Capturing him shouldn't be an issue," Fury replied confidently. "Hep." Tony scoffed. He didn't even regard S-H-I-E-L-D as a threat. How could they possibly handle Chen Feng, who was even stronger? He was certain that if S-H-I-E-L-D confronted Chen Feng, they would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat, as Chen Feng not only possessed an advanced intelligence system, but also created incredibly powerful transformers. "Tony, Chen Feng is your enemy. Don't you want revenge? Come with us to deal with him," Fury urged. "My corporation is quite busy lately. I don't have time. You all go ahead. If you successfully capture Chen Feng or kill him, I will reward S-H-I-E-L-D $1 trillion, Tony declared grandly. Tony wasn't short on cash. "All right, it's a deal," Fury said, pleased. With Tony's $1 trillion, he wouldn't need to worry about the higher-ups in the country, as he now had the funds to pay his subordinates and develop weapons. On the private island, while Chen Feng was busy creating the female version of the iron battle armor, he suddenly heard Optimus Prime say, "My lord, I intercepted information from Iron Man. Tony S-H-I-E-L-D has already discovered that you stole the vibranium and the 10 vials of superhuman serum, and they are coming to trouble you. Tony has even placed a bounty stating that as long as S-H-I-E-L-D can capture you or kill you, they will reward S-H-I-E-L-D $1 trillion. Fury, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, agreed. "How can they be so sure that I stole it?" Chen Feng questioned. Director Fury of S-H-I-E-L-D asked Iron Man Tony to investigate at S-H-I-E-L-D to see if any clues could be found in the system. Tony found no leads and told Fury that the only person capable of leaving no trace online is you. Optimus Prime explained. "Tony, you're looking for trouble," Chen Feng said coldly. He had not yet sought trouble with Tony, but Tony came looking for him, thinking he was easy to bully. Optimus Prime issue a global bounty. Whoever kills Iron Man Tony will receive a reward of $100 trillion. Chen Feng commanded. Since the emergence of the Optimus Prime intelligence system, it had been continuously helping Chen Feng make money. Online Optimus Prime was frantically plundering resources, bringing Chen Feng astonishing wealth. Especially in the stock market, it was simply Chen Feng's ATM. His current wealth surely exceeded that of Iron Man Tony. However, in terms of overall strength, he still couldn't surpass Tony. Being weaker doesn't mean he would back down. He intended to confront Tony head-on. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. The moment Optimus Prime finished speaking, a bounty of $100 trillion appeared across the entire network of the Marvel world. This bounty could be seen on any device connected to the internet, whether it was a computer, television, or smartphone. Chen Feng issued the bounty in his own name, showing his boldness. Moreover, he paid hefty deposits to various assassin organizations to make them believe he had money. People worldwide saw the bounty issued by Chen Feng, including S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., looked at the bounty displayed on his phone, infuriated, and shouted, "It's definitely that damn Chen Feng, or he wouldn't have issued such a bounty." Hawkeye sympathetically said to Tony, "Tony, you're in big trouble. Tony, I think it's best if you don't leave S.H.I.E.L.D. With our protection, no one dares to touch you," Hill said with concern. "Chen Feng must be eavesdropping on our conversation," Tony said with a gloomy face. He regretted it. Had he known Chen Feng was this wealthy, he wouldn't have placed a $1 trillion bounty on him. Now Chen Feng had money, technology, and immense strength. He could move freely in and out of a top-tier organization like S.H.I.E.L.D., making him a terrifying opponent. "Tony, let's join forces against Chen Feng," Fury invited. "Now I have no choice, I agree," Tony said helplessly. At this point, it was either him or Chen Feng who would die for the sake of survival. He could not back down any further. Suddenly, the Iron Man suit beside Tony activated, and Chen Feng's domineering voice echoed, "If you want to fight, then fight. Whoever backs down is a coward." Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. tensed up, appearing as if they were facing a formidable enemy, each drawing their weapons at the Iron Man suit. Seeing his Iron Man suit being controlled by Chen Feng, Tony felt like crying. This was going to ruin his Iron Man identity. Without the help of the intelligence system, he couldn't restore the full power of the Iron Man suit, so he naturally couldn't be Iron Man. "Chen Feng, you stole from S.H.I.E.L.D. and dare to declare war. Do you really think we can't handle you?" Fury shouted angrily. "I did steal it. What are you going to do about it?" Chen Feng retorted. "I will destroy you," Fury yelled. He wielded immense power with a group of formidable subordinates, and on Earth, apart from President One, he looked down on everyone else. He even dared to oppose Hydra. Now Chen Feng dared to disrespect him like this. He felt Chen Feng was challenging his authority, and he must teach him a memorable lesson to set an example. "Fury, do you really think that with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power you can eliminate me? What a joke, I'll be waiting for you on my private island," Chen Feng said coldly. "Next Monday we'll meet on time," Fury declared. "Whatever," Chen Feng said nonchalantly. He then turned and mocked Tony. "Tony, I always thought you were a genius, but since you rejected my cooperation and instigated me this time, I've realized that aside from your genius in technology, you're quite foolish in other aspects. Defeat S.H.I.E.L.D. first before you come to mock me. You don't have the capital for that yet," Tony retorted angrily. "You'll soon know whether I have it or not," Chen Feng said with a sinister smile. Tony wanted to say more, but suddenly he heard the Iron Man suit counting down, which scared him into running outside. What's going on? Is Tony scared of something? Hawkeye looked around and said in confusion, "There's nothing here." At that moment, the Iron Man suit announced self-destruct program activated, countdown 10, 9, 8. "Damn, everyone run!" Fury exclaimed, and then quickly ran outside. Hill, Hawkeye, and other core members of S.H.I.E.L.D. hurriedly followed suit. They knew the power of Tony's Iron Man suit. It could easily destroy a building, and self-destruction would be even more devastating. Those nearby wouldn't just be blown to pieces, they would turn to mist. With a thunderous explosion, the entire aerial aircraft carrier shook and alarms rang out automatically. S.H.I.E.L.D. fell into chaos, and everyone thought it was under attack. The command center of S.H.I.E.L.D. was obliterated, and several rooms near the command center were also devastated by the shockwave. Fury and the others managed to escape just in time, but they were still shaken with internal injuries. The only one unharmed was Iron Man Tony, who managed to run fast and stay far away, thus escaping unscathed. Fury looked at the destroyed command center, seething with rage, and said, "This is too much, really too much. I must kill him. With Chen Feng's advanced network technology, if he doesn't die, S.H.I.E.L.D. will never dare to use the internet," Hill remarked. "Yes. His network technology is so advanced that even Tony's Jarvis was easily replaced," Hawkeye sighed. "With the command center destroyed, the aerial aircraft carrier cannot take off. How are we going to the private island next week?" a core member of S.H.I.E.L.D. said. Fury looked at Tony and complained, "Tony, it was your Iron Man suit that exploded. You're responsible for the repairs. It must be fixed by next Monday." "All right," Tony said with a grimace helplessly. He had no choice. After all, it was his Iron Man suit that had exploded. Moreover, apart from him, no one else could repair the command center in such a short time. Oh, so hot. Suddenly a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. yelled and pulled out his phone from his pocket, throwing it away. Oh, the phone is so hot. Mine too. It's about to explode. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. threw their phones away because they were too hot. Bang, bang, bang. The phones exploded one after another. It must be Chen Feng's doing, Tony said as his phone exploded too. Chen Feng is too despicable. Oh, I must kill him, Fury said angrily. Director, without phones or any other communication tools, how do we contact the other members? This is a problem. Until we resolve the Chen Feng situation, we can only rely on manpower to relay messages, Hill said with a troubled expression. We should use planes as information carriers, Tony suggested. It seems we have no other choice. Fury sighed helplessly. S.H.I.E.L.D. had completely lost its network functionality. After causing all the phones to explode, Chen Feng smirked and said, "If you challenge me, I'll make sure to destroy you." Then he grinned wickedly and commanded, "Optimus Prime, bring all the Iron Man suits that Tony created and make sure to include plenty of weapons." "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime responded. Additionally, mimic Tony's voice and instruct Stark Industries to deliver all weapons to the private island. Once the weapons arrive, transfer the money from Stark Industries. Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime responded. Having an intelligent system like Optimus Prime was great. He could execute commands flawlessly. Also mimic Fury's voice and announce to the U.S. High Command that S.H.I.E.L.D. is breaking away from the U.S. and will no longer be under its control, Chen Feng ordered. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime responded. Moreover, send sensitive information from S.H.I.E.L.D. to U.S. One, especially the data on Hydra members within S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime responded. Chen Feng aimed to bring down Stark Industries run by Iron Man Tony. He also intended to create trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D. He planned to use the internet to pressure the U.S. High Command against S.H.I.E.L.D. He simply wanted to make things difficult for them. At Stark Industries, Tony's laboratory, numerous Iron Man suits equipped with advanced weapons took flight, totaling dozens. Everyone at Stark Industries was mobilized because they received Tony's order to transport all weapons to the private island. Everyone in the U.S. was plunged into a state of panic as the entire network collapsed. They couldn't go online, make calls, or watch TV. The U.S. High Command was stunned upon receiving a notification from S.H.I.E.L.D. They never expected S.H.I.E.L.D. would break away from the U.S. One was even more shocked because the S.H.I.E.L.D. he strongly supported was not only breaking free from his control, but also had many Hydra members. Thus the U.S. High Command unanimously decided to declare war on S.H.I.E.L.D. They would not tolerate betrayal. Stark Industries had been nearly emptied, and Iron Man Tony was completely unaware. The U.S. High Command was set to declare war on S.H.I.E.L.D., while the S.H.I.E.L.D. members had no idea. This illustrates the severity of a network collapse. Through his technological prowess, Chen Feng manipulated various factions. After giving numerous commands to Optimus Prime, Chen Feng went to find Natasha. At this moment, he urgently needed her assistance, because Natasha was a highly efficient strategist, tactician, and commander. As for himself, his strength lay in his own power. He needed Natasha to help him command the Iron Man suits and the Lizard Professor's Lizard Army. This was temporary. Once he had more subordinates and created a mechanical army, he wouldn't need Natasha's command. Natasha was leisurely fishing on the beach. Hearing footsteps, she turned and saw Chen Feng smiling slightly and greeted, "Aren't you busy? How do you have the time to come here?" "Natasha, are you interested in joining my team?" Chen Feng asked seriously. Natasha was taken aback and questioned, "Why are you suddenly inviting me to join your team?" "Iron Man Tony declared war on me," Chen Feng replied. Didn't he say he wasn't your match last time? Why is he suddenly declaring war on you? Did you offend him again?" Natasha wondered. "Because S.H.I.E.L.D. also declared war on me, that's why he dared to declare war on me," Chen Feng explained. "What?" Natasha stood up abruptly, looking at Chen Feng in disbelief. Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. declared war on me and set a date for next Monday. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. knows you stole the vibranium, and that's why they declared war on you?" Natasha asked. "Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. declared war on me, and I declared war on them as well. My strength is temporarily not strong enough, so I need your help and hope you can join my team. Chen Feng said. Natasha frowned and said, you've already provoked Hyoin, and now you invite me to join. Am I brave enough? Hyoin is the top organization globally with all members being experts. Just the two of us, how can we possibly fight against Hyoin? I got dozens of Iron Man suits from Tony, and the Lizard Professor's Lizard Army can also participate. Plus, with 5 days left until Monday, I can manufacture hundreds of Iron Man suits in that time. Therefore, we might not necessarily lose, and I also had Optimus Prime take control of the global network, including satellites in space. Chen Feng said confidently. Are you really that powerful? Natasha asked in surprise. If what Chen Feng said was true, the battle against Hyoin might not end in defeat. Chen Feng nodded. Absolutely true. Moreover, to enhance my strength, I took a large number of weapons from Stark Industries, basically emptying it out. Additionally, I mimicked Furious voice and announced an Hyoin's name to the U.S. High Command. That Hyoild is breaking away from the U.S. You're really devious, Natasha exclaimed. Natasha, you should know, although my team is small, every member is a top talent in the world. With them, I will grow stronger. One day I will tell everyone in this world, whether the Marvel world is chaotic or not, I have the final say. Chen Feng declared boldly. If I join, what benefits can you offer me? Natasha asked. I can make you stronger, immensely powerful, even grant you immortality. Chen Feng said seriously. In the Marvel world, anything is possible. Really, you're not lying to me. Natasha was tempted. Powerful strength and immortality were what everyone desired. Chen Feng nodded and continued to persuade. Really, I promise I am not deceiving you, and you should know that I was just an ordinary person, but look at me now. I control the online world, wield the most advanced technology, my body can transform into a titan with immense strength, and I can also become an almost indestructible lizard man. I possess abilities akin to those of Spider-Man. Everything I have now you will have in the future. Natasha recalled her days at Hyoild. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, she had been with Hyoild for decades, contributing immensely to its glory, which would not have been possible without her efforts. However, Hyoild only paid her a salary and granted her a few privileges. Beyond that, she received nothing. If what Chen Feng said was true, it would be very appealing to her. She felt that although Chen Feng had a bit of a strange and even irritable temperament, he was still a good person who wouldn't recklessly harm the innocent due to his immense power. Seeing Natasha hesitating, Chen Feng added fuel to the fire, saying, weren't you wanting a transformer? I'll give you one right now. Really? Natasha asked in surprise. Yes, and I will help you customize it into a female version with the most advanced intelligence system. All right, I accept, and will join your team, Natasha replied with a smile. Chen Feng and Natasha shook hands happily, saying, welcome aboard. With Natasha's addition, the Iron Armor and Lizard Legion would have someone to command them. He could then focus on fighting without worrying about other matters. After gaining Natasha's support, Chen Feng returned to the villa and summoned everyone. In the living room, Dr. Hank and the others sensed something was amiss. Chen Feng, what do you need us for? Dr. Hank asked. Hyoild. And Iron Man Tony want to declare war on me, and I hope you can support me. What? Dr. Hank exclaimed. What? Hyoild declared war on you. Professor Lizard was shocked. Hyoild is not to be trifled with. Chen Feng, weren't you one of Hyoild? Why would they declare war on you? Helen Xiao asked in confusion. Because I offended Iron Man Tony, and I also stole some vibranium and 10 vials of superhuman serum from Hyoild. They felt embarrassed, so they declared war on me to regain their dignity. Chen Feng explained. Stealing is wrong, Helen Xiao commented. It's not wrong to steal, the mistake is stealing from Hyoild. We should consider moving away, Dr. Hank suggested. He disliked war, and he had collaborated with Chen Feng for research in the quantum field, not to assist him in battles. I only need your support, not for you to take action. Before the war arrives, I will ensure you are sent to safety. I will not let you be in danger. How do you want us to support you? Dr. Hank asked. Of course, by using your specialties. Professor Lizard, please expand the scale of the Lizard Legion, and then let your Lizard Army participate in the battle. Sure, Professor Lizard readily agreed. Chen Feng turned to Dr. Hank and said, Dr. Hank, I know you have a group of flying ants. I hope you can enlarge them, and then hand them over to Natasha for command. Dr. Hank had a device that simulated ant pheromones which would allow Natasha to command the ants in battle. Although Dr. Hank was internally reluctant, he feared that refusing Chen Feng would mean he wouldn't get help with his quantum research, so he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I agree." Chen Feng looked at Dr. Octopus and said, "Dr. Octopus, I hope you can help me produce a large number of intelligent weapons like the mechanical tentacles behind you." Dr. Octopus' mechanical tentacles had an incredibly fast reaction speed capable of catching bullets. With Dr. Octopus' impressive mechanical skills, he would surely be able to manufacture a large number of combat machines in a short time with his assistance. "No problem," Dr. Octopus said. Chen Feng turned to Helen Xiao, who blinked her eyes waiting for Chen Feng to make a request. Seeing Helen Xiao's cute demeanor, Chen Feng chuckled and said, "You can sit this one out." "Why? I am also quite capable. I can manufacture weapons as well," Helen Xiao insisted. "All right, then you can help me make weapons," Chen Feng replied with satisfaction. Chen Feng stood up and said loudly, "All right, the tasks have been assigned. Everyone hurry up and implement them. Whether we can keep our private island depends on you all." Professor Lizard returned to the laboratory, took a large amount of lizard DNA serum, and went to the small forest on the island, preparing to turn all the lizards into giant lizards to help Chen Feng defeat his enemies. Dr. Hank returned to the laboratory, brought the flying ants to an open space outside the villa, and used Pym particles to enlarge them. To increase their combat power, he also made the flying ants as large as elephants and commanded them to search for companions elsewhere to bring back, thus expanding the flying ant swarm. Helen Xiao returned to the laboratory and began pondering weapon manufacturing. Being kind, she focused on how to incapacitate the enemies rather than inflicting lethal damage. Dr. Octopus was undoubtedly a workaholic. Upon returning to the laboratory, he began creating intelligent weapons. With the assistance of his 4 mechanical tentacles, he worked at an incredible speed, almost completing an intelligent weapon every few minutes. Although the weapons were small, they were intelligent and would automatically attack enemies with just one command. Chen Feng also returned to his own laboratory to start manufacturing the iron armor. He intended to create a transformer, but it was too complex. Manufacturing one would take several days, unlike the iron armor, which could be made in 1 to 2 hours. With Optimus Prime's assistance, Chen Feng's speed in manufacturing iron armor was remarkably fast. Every time he completed a new iron armor, it would automatically begin producing more under Optimus Prime's control. Thus, Chen Feng's speed increased exponentially. Everyone on the private island was busy. Natasha was no exception, as she was learning how to command the Lizard Legion from Professor Lizard and how to direct the flying ant swarm from Dr. Hank. The private island was in a state of emergency, with everyone working hard for the imminent battle. Beep! The horn sounded before the cargo ship docked. In the laboratory, upon hearing this sound, Chen Feng felt delighted. Stark Industries was delivering weapons and equipment. With Stark Industries' weapons, his speed in creating intelligent weapons would increase even further. Perhaps due to the presence of a vast amount of steel armor, the personnel of Stark Industries noticed nothing amiss, believing that Chen Feng was merely assisting their boss, Iron Man Tony. Thus, with the help of Stark Industries employees, the mountains of equipment and weapons from the cargo ship were transported to the private island. Standing atop a mountain of weapon-filled crates, Chen Feng revealed an evil smile and said with S-H-I-E-L-D, "And Tony arriving, I will warmly welcome you all with these weapons." Natasha pried open a crate, pulled out a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, examined it for a moment, then set it back down and turned to Chen Feng, saying, "These weapons are incredibly advanced. It is unfortunate for S-H-I-E-L-D to encounter an opponent like you. I actually don't want to be enemies with S-H-I-E-L-D, but since they declared war on me, I can't be blamed for my ruthlessness," Chen Feng replied. "Chen Feng, with so many weapons here, how many robots do you plan to create to use them all?" Natasha inquired. "I won't create too many robots because time is of the essence, and making ordinary robots would just waste materials. Instead, I will install these weapons on aircraft and vehicles, equipping every mobile machine with a substantial arsenal, transforming them into mobile fortresses, definitely a force to be reckoned with," Chen Feng explained. "I can't believe you managed to create such a formidable force with just Optimus Prime and us few people. I actually begin to admire you," Natasha remarked. "Time is tight, hurry and train the Lizard Legion and Flying Ant Swarm," Chen Feng urged. Natasha obediently went to train her subordinates. With the help of Optimus Prime, Chen Feng designed dozens of mobile fortresses. There were speedboat fortresses capable of navigating on water and submarine fortresses that could operate underwater. There were also car fortresses that could race across land and flying fortresses that could soar through the skies. These fortresses were equipped with a multitude of weapons, including pistols, machine guns, and artillery. Additionally, they were loaded with a vast amount of ammunition. The fortress systems included automatic missile interception, enemy targeting, and evasion protocols. Although they could easily be destroyed by enemies, their overwhelming numbers and concentrated firepower left little chance for enemy resistance. The mobile fortresses designed by Chen Feng were not of high technological content easily replicable by ordinary scientists, so he set them aside for now, planning to have robots assist in their production once he created a large number of them. Chen Feng left 2 sets of steel armor to guard the mountain of weapons, then returned to the laboratory to frantically produce robots. Chen Feng's speed of production was terrifying. As he created more and more robots, his spacious laboratory transformed from a cold environment into a lively hub with numerous robots under the control of Optimus Prime, working together to manufacture more robots. Meanwhile, Dr. Octopus, aided by his mechanical tentacles, worked at an incredibly fast pace, even quicker than Chen Feng. However, he could only produce alone and not replicate like Chen Feng. Dr. Octopus crafted peculiar items, some being robots, others machine dogs, and robotic snakes. The items he produced were small in size, but highly durable, capable of being truly invulnerable to blades and bullets. Furthermore, they had self-destruct functions, essentially becoming walking bombs that would guarantee death to any enemy that approached. A day later, Chen Feng had manufactured 10 sets of steel armor and 100 robots, while Dr. Octopus created 60 mechanical creatures. Professor Lizard had evolved all the lizards into giant lizards, totaling a staggering 100,000, as he had even transformed the newborn hatchlings into giant lizards. Dr. Hank's flying ant swarm was the most numerous, as he feared that Chen Feng might be killed by Hyoin. So he continuously dispatched flying ants to find other swarms and bring them back. Now the number of flying ants was beyond his counting, as they swarmed everywhere. Dr. Hyoin, undoubtedly the smartest female in the Marvel Universe, developed a gas in a single day that was harmless to humans but rendered them weak upon inhalation. She also created an antidote, allowing those who consumed it to be immune to the gas. Hyoin, like a child, approached Chen Feng with the newly developed gas to claim credit. She ran into Chen Feng's laboratory joyfully, exclaiming, "Chen Feng, look. The gas I developed makes you weak upon inhalation. Will it keep you weak forever?" Chen Feng asked. Hyoin nodded excitedly and replied, "Yes, you'll be weak for life unless you take this antidote I have in hand to restore your strength. Then I'll give it a try," Chen Feng said. If what Hyoin claimed was true, this gas could be mass-produced, and with a fan blowing it, any enemy would surely collapse. "Yes, feel free to try. I've tried it myself, and it's harmless," Hyoin sweetly said. Chen Feng opened the bottle cap, and a puff of black smoke emerged. He leaned down and inhaled the black smoke, then commented, "It has a bit of a spicy taste." Hyoin knew how powerful her gas was. Anyone who inhaled it would immediately collapse, feeling weak. She stepped forward to support Chen Feng and asked with concern, "Chen Feng, how do you feel right now? Are you unable to exert any strength?" Chen Feng shook his head and stomped his foot, causing a tremendous noise as the ground beneath him caved in. "It seems your gas has no effect on me. How could that be? It's supposed to be very powerful," Hyoin said, disappointed. "Your gas can only affect ordinary people. It should have no effect on superhumans or true powerhouses," Chen Feng explained. "Then I worked for nothing," Hyoin pouted, sulking. "No, you didn't work in vain. Your gas can be used against those ordinary people in Hield. Chen Feng reassured her. "No, I need to keep researching and upgrade the gas," Hyoin insisted. "Hyoin, don't bother with that. Come help me instead," Chen Feng said. "What do you need help with?" Hyoin asked excitedly. "Are you afraid of Dr. Hank's flying ant swarm?" Chen Feng inquired. Hyoin shook her head, saying, "I'm not afraid. Those flying ants are quite obedient." "Then help me equip those flying ants with armor," Chen Feng requested. "Sure," Hyoin readily agreed. Chen Feng not only wanted to equip the flying ants with armor, but also the giant lizards, enhancing both Legion's defense and attacking power. While Chen Feng was busy on the private island, the personnel of Hield finally learned about the situation outside. They could no longer remain ignorant, as the government had sent troops to attack them. The attacking forces against Hield were led by General Ross. General Ross holds the greatest power within the military, though otherwise he would not harbor ambitions of world domination. Especially now, having acquired the abomination, he extracted a serum from it, creating 10 monsters identical to the abomination. He dared not create too many, fearing that monsters like the abomination might rebel. With 11 nearly invincible monsters as his enforcers, and the most elite military forces of the United States at his command, his ambitions swelled ever further. Thus, upon hearing that Hield was severing ties with the United States, he took the initiative to assault them with his forces. Of course, he had ulterior motives. He sought to acquire Hield's technology and the serums of those superhumans to forge the most powerful army. Everyone at Hield was in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend why General Ross would lead his troops to attack them. The director of Hield, Nick Fury, was especially furious. H-I-E-L-D. Under Fury's leadership was the world's foremost power tasked with safeguarding Earth's safety. Never had anyone dared to provoke them. Yet now, ever since Tony crafted the Iron Armor S-H-I-E-L-D, dared to confront others, Chen Feng went even further, audaciously infiltrating S-H-I-E-L-D to steal, and even declared war on them, showing utter disregard for their authority. Now even General Ross from the military sought to give S-H-I-E-L-D trouble. Fury was truly enraged, yet also felt a sense of helplessness. General Ross was set to attack S-H-I-E-L-D, but they could not take the initiative to strike back. After all, they were citizens of the same nation under the same leadership. Helpless, he had to gather his subordinates and step out onto the deck of the aircraft carrier, holding a megaphone, and loudly declared, "General Ross, what do you mean by surrounding S-H-I-E-L-D with your troops?" General Ross stood majestically atop a massive tank flanked by 5 humanoid beasts on either side, surrounded by rows of fully armed soldiers, while helicopters and fighter jets occasionally flew overhead. The air was thick with the scent of war. General Ross also held a megaphone, loudly proclaiming, "Fury, I advise you to lay down your weapons and surrender, or my soldiers will crush you." Hearing Ross' words, Fury's expression darkened, and he angrily questioned General Ross, "You are attacking S-H-I-E-L-D without authorization. Are you not afraid of the number one? Or do you not take number one seriously?" General Ross smiled slightly and said, "Fury, spare me your pretense. The entire nation knows about S-H-I-E-L-D's intention to sever ties with the United States. Are you now asking me why I am attacking S-H-I-E-L-D? Have you lost your mind? What do you mean, General Ross? S-H-I-E-L-D is severing ties with the U.S. How come I didn't know?" Fury asked in shock. The others at S-H-I-E-L-D were equally stunned. "If I don't care whether you acknowledge it or not. I am asking you now, surrender or fight." General Ross barked, not wanting to waste time, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. S-H-I-E-L-D was no ordinary organization. Fury raised his hands high and anxiously said, "General Ross, don't be impulsive. This is absolutely a misunderstanding. S-H-I-E-L-D has no intention of severing ties with the United States. You can ask others if you don't believe me. Don't explain to me who I want. Listen. I am asking you, surrender or fight." General Ross said impatiently. Iron Man Tony, standing beside Fury, spoke up, saying, "Fury, I suspect this is Chen Feng's doing." "Yes, Director, it must be Chen Feng. Just like last time, when he impersonated your voice to give orders to others, this time, he must have also impersonated you, suggesting to the high-ranking officials of the U.S. to secede, which led to this misunderstanding." "I share the same suspicion," Hill added. "That Chen Feng is too cunning. He would do anything to achieve his goals," Hawkeye remarked. Others also expressed their views, all unanimously believing that it was Chen Feng's machination. Fury himself also thought the same, so he hurriedly said to General Ross, "You must know Chen Feng, right?" The originally decisive General Ross halted his orders upon hearing Fury's words and replied, "Why are you bringing him up?" He had offended Chen Feng before, and the scene of Chen Feng standing atop the abomination with the Hulk in hand was one he could never forget. So, lacking sufficient strength, he did not wish to provoke Chen Feng. "General Ross, you don't know. Chen Feng once joined S-H-I-E-L-D. He used our name to swindle. Just yesterday, he arrogantly entered S-H-I-E-L-D to steal, and after being caught, he was enraged and declared war on us." "What does that have to do with me?" General Ross asked, confused. "Of course it matters. Chen Feng's hacking skills are unrivaled. He can control the entire digital realm. To retaliate against us, he blew up S-H-I-E-L-D's command system and damaged all our communication devices, leaving us unable to communicate with the outside world. Also, if I'm not mistaken, he must have either mimicked my voice or hacked into S-H-I-E-L-D's official site, proposing a secession to the government. He is sowing discord, aiming to incite us to harm one another. General Ross, we must not fall for it," Fury explained. "You mean the current paralysis of the U.S. network is also Chen Feng's doing?" General Ross asked, astonished. Tony stepped forward and boldly stated, "General Ross, I am Tony from Stark Industries. I can confirm that what Fury said is true. If the U.S. network is indeed paralyzed, it is undoubtedly Chen Feng's doing, for only he has the capability. On a private island, Chen Feng was in the laboratory. After receiving notification from Optimus Prime, he assigned the work to robots and used a 3D holographic projector to watch the spectacle, hoping for a conflict between General Ross and S-H-I-E-L-D. However, upon hearing Tony's words, he was so furious he wanted to kill Tony. The impending fight was defused by a few words from Tony. Chen Feng stroked his chin and murmured, "I must make S, H, I, E, L, D, and General Ross fight each other. Optimus Prime simulate General Ross voice amplify it, and don't stop. Just say 2 words attack." Chen Feng commanded. General Ross wanted to ask something else, but as he spoke the megaphone emitted not his original words, but the command to attack. With synchronized steps, thousands of soldiers advanced fearlessly towards S, H, I, E, L, D, weapons in hand. The abomination accompanied by 10 humanoid beasts charged ahead towards S, H, I, E, L, D. General Ross panicked, but no matter what he said the megaphone continuously echoed the command to attack, drowning out his voice. As he ran the abomination arrogantly declared S, H, I, E, L, D. S little lackeys, I will crush you all, haha. With a thunderous crash the abomination violently smashed open the door of S, H, I, E, L, D, accompanied by 10 humanoid behemoths unleashing a brutal rampage. Rat-a-tat, bang bang bang. Weapons such as handguns, machine guns, and grenades failed to inflict any harm on the abominations. Help! Director, save me. Run. These monsters cannot be killed. Ha ha ha. Ants should not be allowed to live, die all of you. The abomination cruelly laughed. Bronsky, this power is intoxicating, one of the humanoid behemoths lamented. Only slaughter brings me joy, so I will kill everyone from S, H, I, E, L, D. The humanoid behemoth arrogantly stated, enough talk. Let's hurry up and capture Fury. That would be a great accomplishment. Boom boom boom. The abomination leading 10 humanoid behemoths charged towards the deck, mercilessly killing anyone who dared resist, either by being crushed or trampled. On the aircraft carrier's deck, Fury saw General Ross ordering an attack on S, H, I, E, L, D. With the main gate already breached, he could no longer hesitate. If he did, all his subordinates would be slaughtered. He roared, "Kill them all." Yes, Director. Upon receiving furious command, the agents of S, H, I, E, L, D began to resist frantically. The armory opened, and one by one they armed themselves with advanced weapons. The superpowered agents of S, H, I, E, L, D started to leverage their advantages against General Ross forces. Hawkeye stood on the deck, continuously firing explosive arrows with remarkable speed and precision, bombarding General Ross troops below. On a private island, Chen Feng, witnessing the battle between S, H, I, E, L, D, and General Ross, happily popped a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Taking a sip, he joyfully said, "Fight on. It would be best if you kill them all, then no one will come looking for trouble. Lord General Ross has smashed all the loudspeakers capable of receiving signals. I can no longer impersonate his voice through them." Optimus Prime reported, "It doesn't matter, they've already started fighting. Even if they reconcile in the end, they will still be enemies." Chen Feng stated. On General Ross' side, he smashed all the speaking loudspeakers and quickly ordered his secretary Catherine, "Hurry and relay my orders for everyone to retreat." "Oh, General, why is this happening?" Catherine exclaimed, puzzled. Just moments ago, General Ross was shouting to attack, and now he inexplicably smashed the loudspeakers and was calling for a retreat, leaving her utterly bewildered. "That command wasn't mine, as someone impersonated my voice. If I'm not mistaken, it must be Chen Feng's doing," General Ross explained angrily. "Oh, then what do we do now? Our men are already engaged in battle with S, H, I, E, L, D, and there have been many casualties," Catherine said with concern. "First we retreat. We cannot be used as pawns by Chen Feng," General Ross advised. "But General, if we retreat, S, H, I, E, L, D will take the opportunity to attack us. What then?" Catherine expressed her worries. General Ross gritted his teeth, saying, "When we retreat, tell the S, H, I, E, L, D personnel that the order was given by Chen Feng, impersonating my voice. If they continue to attack my troops, then let's not hold back. Oh, let's slaughter S, H, I, E, L, D and seize their wealth for ourselves." General Ross had risen to power as a significant force in America through ruthlessness and ambition, achieving his current status. Thus, if S, H, I, E, L, D did not recognize the situation, even if it was a mistake, he would still proceed to attack and conquer S, H, I, E, L, D. The personnel of S, H, I, E, L, D were all elites, some even superheroes or superpowered individuals with astonishing combat capabilities. However, they were too few in number. Faced with an army of over 100,000, they retreated time and again. Hawkeye continued to bombard the soldiers with explosive arrows from the deck. The soldiers below were not idle, either using tanks, artillery, and rocket launchers to bombard S, H, I, E, L, D. The sounds of explosions were continuous. Catherine, under the cover of soldiers, rushed forward, constantly issuing retreat orders to the soldiers. The soldiers at the back heard her, but those charging ahead could not. As a result, the soldiers in the rear retreated, while those in the front continued to charge. Catherine watched as the soldiers in front fell rapidly due to lack of support, hundreds dying in the blink of an eye, and she grew increasingly anxious. After thinking for a moment, she came up with a brilliant idea. Although this plan would embarrass General Ross, she was willing to risk it to save her comrades. With a rip, she tore her white shirt from her military uniform, grabbed it in her hand, and waved it frantically, shouting, "Stop! Everyone stop! This is a misunderstanding. It was all Chen Feng's fault. Our General Ross did not order an attack." Catherine's voice could not reach H-I-E-L-D, but those on the deck could see her actions. Waving a white flag was indeed a sign of surrender. Hawkeye, with the best eyesight, clearly recognized Catherine's face. He quickly reported to Fury Director, "The one waving the white flag is General Ross' secretary Catherine. It seems they are retreating and no longer want to fight us. Relay my command. Everyone cease fire," Fury ordered. With S-H-I-E-L-D halting their fire, Catherine finally managed to reach the front to inform the soldiers to retreat. The soldiers outside of S-H-I-E-L-D retreated. However, the abominations and the 10 humanoid behemoths did not retreat. They continued their slaughter within S-H-I-E-L-D. Due to the lack of communication tools, everyone had to run to notify their comrades. All personnel of S-H-I-E-L-D received the order to stop attacking General Ross' troops, yet the abominations continued their assault. Fury had no choice but to send Hawkeye to handle the situation. Although Hawkeye had no superpowers, his eyesight and archery speed were unparalleled globally, and with the help of his companions, he was completely unfazed when facing monsters like the abominations. At this moment, Catherine had already rushed into S-H-I-E-L-D, witnessing the devastation, blood-soaked scenes that made her as a soldier feel her scalp tingle. Boom, boom, boom. Ha ha ha. Ants, truly ants, so weak, utterly pathetic. Don't run. I want to stomp you to death, ha ha ha. Catherine heard the arrogant laughter of the abominations and hurried over, shouting loudly, "Bronsky, General Ross has ordered everyone to retreat immediately." The abomination, caught up in its killing spree, angrily retorted, Why retreat? Wasn't it agreed that I would slaughter S-H-I-E-L-D? It hasn't been long, yet you want me to retreat. I refuse you. I haven't killed enough yet. This is General Ross' order. You must obey. Catherine said sternly. Oh. The abomination roared, crushing S-H-I-E-L-D guard into a mush. Just as the abomination was about to give the order to retreat with his 10 humanoid beast subordinates, an arrow suddenly shot towards him. The arrow was exceptionally fast, even faster than a bullet. The abomination didn't have time to dodge and was struck on the spot. In the moment he was hit, the arrowhead exploded violently. Boom. The abomination was blown away, a small hole blasted in his abdomen, oozing green blood. Rising from the ground, the abomination tilted his head back and roared in fury roar. Then, disregarding everything, he charged at Hawkeye, the one who had shot at him. Hawkeye, the world's top archer, maintained his composure even facing the massive abomination. Calmly, he took an armor-piercing arrow from his quiver, drew his bow fully, and released. Whoosh! The armor-piercing arrow entered through the abomination's mouth and exited through his back. Arg! The abomination screamed and fell to the ground with a crash. The 10 humanoid beast subordinates of the abomination, seeing their leader wounded by Hawkeye, all roared in anger and charged at him. Stop! I command you in the name of General Ross, stop! Catherine shouted. If these humanoid beasts continued to fight against S-H-I-E-L-D, the hard-won ceasefire could reignite into war. Thus she had to intervene. After all, with the abomination's formidable constitution, he wouldn't die so easily. The authority of General Ross made the 10 humanoid beasts hesitate, forcing them to remain in place while letting out dissatisfied roars. Roar, roar, roar. Catherine saw Hawkeye draw another arrow and quickly shouted, Hawkeye, stop. If you attack again, I will inform General Ross that you are provoking us. Hawkeye stopped, lowered his bow, and said to Catherine, you need to make these monsters leave. The abomination rested for a moment, and his injury had already healed. He absolutely refused to back down, standing up and roaring at Hawkeye roar. Although Hawkeye was more than 10 meters away, the air pressure from the roar rustled his clothes. Hawkeye dared not underestimate the abomination. At range, his arrows could intimidate the creature, but in close combat, he would surely be crushed. To be safe, Hawkeye raised his bow again, aiming at the abomination. If the abomination came any closer, he would shoot. Blonsky, stop messing around, or General Ross will be angry. Catherine urged loudly. The abomination turned around fuming and said to Catherine, let me kill him, and I will retreat. Yes, Blonsky, kill that kid. Blonsky, we support you. Take him down, and we'll have one less enemy. Let's go together. The humanoid monsters shouted angrily, all wanting to kill Hawkeye. Since their debut, they had always been invincible, and seeing someone who could hurt them naturally displeased them. Retreat. Everyone retreat. I am here to deliver General Ross' orders. If you don't listen, you will certainly face a military tribunal and your lives will be ruined. And have you forgotten your oath to General Ross? To be loyal to him alone for life. Now you disobey his orders. Is this how you show your loyalty? Catherine scolded. Her words resonated with everyone, causing them to obediently retreat. Even the abomination was no exception. After General Ross' forces completely retreated from the airborne aircraft carrier, both Ross and Fury emerged simultaneously and began to converse between the two factions. Fury, the order to attack just now was not given by me. We were all tricked by Chen Feng, General Ross said with a wry smile. Really not you? Fury questioned. Just before the battle, General Ross had been very eager to attack, so he suspected Ross was lying. My army has already entered your S.H.I.E.L.D. base. If I don't order a retreat, do you think your S.H.I.E.L.D. can withstand it? General Ross said irritably. Fury thought for a moment and agreed. With Ross' massive army plus 11 terrifying humanoid beasts, it was indeed possible to wipe out S.H.I.E.L.D. Fine. I believe you, Fury said. This is a misunderstanding. However, you've killed so many of my elite forces. If you don't compensate me, I won't agree to a retreat. Moreover, without my help, number one will definitely not believe your explanation, and then the whole of America will be your enemy. General Ross threatened cunningly. Fury was furious. He was clearly the victim, yet he had to compensate the enemy, which felt terribly unfair. But he really had no choice. The airborne aircraft carrier couldn't take off and couldn't escape from the enemy's encirclement. Of course, he could abandon the airborne aircraft carrier and lead all S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel to escape, but doing so would cost him dearly. The weapons, materials, technology, and so forth on the carrier would significantly weaken S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strength. General Ross, just say what you want. Fury gritted his teeth. I want the serum of all superhumans in S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross demanded exorbitantly. He didn't lack money. He didn't lack talent. What he lacked was strength. As long as he had the serum of numerous S.H.I.E.L.D. superhumans, he could create a large number of super soldiers and gain immense power himself. Fury shook his head without a second thought. Absolutely not. Choose something else. Fury was no fool. He had already torn his face with General Ross. If he gave the serum of superhumans that S.H.I.E.L.D. had treasured to Ross, it would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. Once Ross became completely strong, he would surely turn against S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross snorted coldly and threatened, then let's fight. You. Fury was furious. Seeing that Ross was still unwilling to agree, he turned to leave. Fury did not want to start a war again. He hurriedly shouted, wait. I agree to give you 10 vials of superhuman serum. There are no more because the rest was stolen by Chen Feng. Chen Feng. What does he want with so much serum? General Ross asked, puzzled. He must be planning something bad, which is why we at S.H.I.E.L.D. declared war on him. Monday is the time I agreed to duel with him. Fury paused for a moment and continued, General Ross, just now Chen Feng impersonated you to give orders to the army to attack. If he could do it once, he could do it a second time. Just this one instance has caused heavy losses for both sides. So I sincerely invite you to join forces against Chen Feng to eliminate this menace, or else America will never find peace. General Ross couldn't help but recall the terrifying image of Chen Feng stepping on hatred, raising the Hulk as he heard Fury's words. He shuddered and replied to Fury, I don't want to be enemies with Chen Feng for now, so I apologize. Chen Feng has treated you this way, and you still don't hate him. Moreover, if you cooperate with me to take down Chen Feng, all the serums he stole from you will be yours. How does that sound? Fury urged. General Ross hesitated for a moment before wickedly grinning. No, just give me 10 vials of serum. Once I have them, he'll leave. He had already planned in his mind to prepare an army waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Chen Feng to weaken each other before he would strike, reaping maximum benefits at minimal cost. With no other choice, Fury had his subordinates bring him 10 vials of serum, and his subordinates were clever enough to only take the weakest ones. General Ross took the serum and left, and Fury couldn't stop him. After General Ross left with his elite troops, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents looked at the ravaged state of the airborne aircraft carrier, and none of them felt happy. Instead, they were very worried. Due to the misunderstandings from the U.S. High Command, there was a looming threat of attacking S.H.I.E.L.D., creating an atmosphere of unease throughout the organization. Furthermore, after the assault from General Ross' troops, the airborne aircraft carrier was severely damaged, and it would be impossible to restore it with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strength before Monday. Without the airborne aircraft carrier participating in combat, S.H.I.E.L.D. D's strength would be significantly diminished. Without the carrier to confront Chen Feng, their chances of winning were slim, and they might even end up being defeated by him. Faced with such a dilemma, Fury had no choice but to seek help from Iron Man Tony Stark. Tony, you've seen the situation at Hyoin. If you don't help, we won't be able to attack Chen Feng. As for ourselves, we're fine, we have the numbers, and he wouldn't dare provoke us lightly, but what about you? Chen Feng knows about the bounty of $10 trillion you've put on his head. He won't let you off the hook, and since your iron armor is countered by him, you can't unleash your full power. Without us at Hyoin, you're in danger. Fury said. Stop talking, I'll do everything I can to help Hyoin. Tony replied with a frown. He deeply regretted coming to assist Hyoin. With the thief issue as it had now brought him trouble, he couldn't shake off. For his own safety, he had to fully support Hyoin. In dealing with Chen Feng, Tony, the airborne aircraft carrier is severely damaged, and I need you to send people from Stark Industries to repair it. Fury continued. I also need you to explain to the U.S. High Command that Hyoin has no intention of breaking away from the country. It's all Chen Feng's doing. All right, I understand, Tony replied. Hawkeye, take a few people and escort Tony back. Fury commanded. Yes, Director, Hawkeye acknowledged. Tony, accompanied by Hawkeye and a few others, boarded a plane to Stark Industries. Half an hour later, the plane Tony was on landed on the rooftop of Stark Industries. Upon returning to the company, he suddenly noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely. He asked Pepper, and after learning the truth, he nearly fainted. Chen Feng had somehow emptied Stark Industries of all its weaponry, and the company account was drained with the money transferred away in his name. Once a billionaire, he was now left penniless. Although the company still belonged to him, he couldn't even pay his employees. Most importantly, Chen Feng had cleared out all the weapons and equipment from the company, including those pre-ordered by various countries and warlords. Others had paid deposits, and if he couldn't deliver on time, he would owe them huge compensation. Unfortunately, he had no money now. Now the only entity that could help him through this crisis was the government. So he hurriedly took Hawkeye and the others to meet with the president. On the private island, Chen Feng was very pleased to see Tony's frantic demeanor. Without even starting a war, he had nearly brought Hyoin and Tony to their knees, and he was very satisfied with this outcome. The battle between General Ross and Hyoin had already concluded, and he witnessed Tony's defeat. Not wanting to continue eavesdropping on the conversation between Tony and the president, he deemed it unnecessary. The U.S. is strong, but it's not the country itself that is powerful. Rather, it is the organizations and warlords. So he didn't take the president too seriously. After Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to turn off the 3D holographic projector, he continued with his work. The robots had already manufactured a lot on their own, so he didn't need to intervene. He then began to create the female version of the iron armor that he had promised Natasha. In the past, Chen Feng was reluctant to provide Natasha with such advanced technology, but now that she had joined his team, he could no longer be wary of her as before. Thus, he planned to create a female version of a transformer for Natasha. After a few days, he had prepared most of the materials. The next day, Chen Feng happily emerged from the laboratory, followed by a graceful robot. Outside, Natasha was training the lizard army and flying ant swarm. When she saw the robot behind, Chen Feng gasped and quickly ran over to touch it. Chen Feng, is this my iron armor? Natasha asked excitedly. This isn't iron armor. This is a female transformer I made for you, Chen Feng replied. Chen Feng smiled. Wow, that's amazing. Chen Feng, I love you. Natasha exclaimed before jumping onto Chen Feng and giving him a passionate kiss. Chen Feng didn't mind if foreign girls are known for being open. Wiping off the saliva Natasha left on his face, he smiled and introduced, this female transformer, due to size constraints, isn't as powerful as mine, but it's still formidable, several dozen times more powerful than Tony's iron armor. The female transformer has 5 forms: an airplane, a sports car, a drill machine, a submarine, and a humanoid robot. Additionally, I set up a high-level intelligence system for you which was copied from Optimus Prime. This means your system is as advanced as his, but I must inform you that your intelligence system will also obey my commands. My orders take precedence over yours. Also a reminder, the female transformer's defense isn't very strong. It can ignore regular bullets and bombs, but it's best to avoid small missiles and cannons. Thank you, Chen Feng. I'm very satisfied. Natasha expressed her gratitude. Unlike Chen Feng, who was a battle maniac, Natasha wanted the female transformer purely for convenience and her own safety. Why don't you try it on? Chen Feng smiled. How do I put it on? Natasha asked. First, give her a name, and then command her, and she will automatically cover you, Chen Feng explained. Natasha nodded. What should I name it? Natasha pondered. Just pick one, you can always change it, Chen Feng replied. No way. Once I decide on a name, it can't be changed, Natasha insisted. Natasha said seriously. Chen Feng waited for 10 minutes, but Natasha still hadn't thought of a name, so he casually suggested how about we call it Alita. Alita, just like my name has the character Ta in it. Not bad. He'll use the name Alita, Natasha said happily. I just said it casually, and you actually want to use it. Chen Feng said with a mix of laughter and tears. Of course. Why not use a good name? Natasha giggled. Alright, let me tell you, Transformers is a comic and Optimus Prime is the leader of the robots while Alita is Optimus Prime's girlfriend. Chen Feng laughed. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Natasha shot him a flirtatious glance and giggled, are you hinting at something? Chen Feng waved his hand and laughed, don't think too much, I don't mean that. Natasha rolled her eyes at Chen Feng and playfully said, as if I have feelings for you. Forget it. We'll stick with the name Alita. After all, it's a nice sounding name. She stood in front of the female Transformer and declared, from now on you will be called Alita, understand? The female Transformer responded with a melodious voice, yes, Miss Natasha. Natasha opened her arms and said, now let's merge. The female Transformer turned her back to Natasha and stepped back. As her back made contact with Natasha, it would indent and then envelop Natasha's entire body, a process filled with a sense of technology. After Natasha donned the female Transformer, she took a few steps, adjusted, and said, Chen Feng, you truly are a genius. This Transformer is even more comfortable than yours. Actually, they're all the same, Chen Feng replied. Natasha crouched down and jumped, soaring to a height of 10 meters, and that was without using the jet system. Boom. After landing, Natasha knelt on one knee, looking very cool. Doesn't it feel powerful? Chen Feng asked. I need to test other functions to see if it's really that strong, Natasha replied. Come with me to the sea bottom to test. Otherwise, the explosions will attract the attention of other forces, Chen Feng said. Okay, Natasha agreed. Optimus Prime summoned the Transformers, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, Master, Optimus Prime responded. A few seconds later, with a loud crash, a massive Transformer descended from the sky, landing in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng jumped in and directly entered the Transformer's body. Optimus Prime submarine mode, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, Master, Optimus Prime responded. With a series of clicks, the Transformer transformed into a submarine and dove into the sea. Natasha followed suit and commanded Alita submarine mode. Yes, Miss Natasha, Alita responded. With a series of clicks, the female Transformer transformed into a mini submarine. Alita, why is your submarine so small? Natasha complained. It's difficult to move in here, Natasha added. Miss Natasha, the Transformers are 5 meters tall and weigh tons, while the female Transformer is the same height as you and weighs over 300 pounds, so you should understand. Alita replied. Can it be a bit bigger? Natasha asked, feeling uncomfortable in the cramped space. It can transform into a sports car mode, which has the most space, and can also enter the water, but it won't be very fast underwater, Alita explained. Then forget it. Hurry up and keep up with Chen Feng, Natasha commanded. Understood, Miss Natasha, Alita replied. With a swoosh, the mini submarine dove into the ocean. Although small, the submarine was not slow at all. Chen Feng led Natasha to the place he had previously tested. Natasha, your female Transformer is equipped with a mini-gun and guided missiles on the shoulders, missile launchers, and flamethrowers on the forearms, and both the palms and soles have jet systems and pulse cannons, Chen Feng introduced. How can I use these weapons? Natasha asked. Just say the names of these weapons and give commands to Alita, or you can use your thoughts, Chen Feng explained. Natasha attempted to control it with her thoughts, but on her first try she was unskilled and failed. So she gave the command, Alita minigun. A minigun emerged from the shoulder of the female Transformer. Natasha pointed in a direction and commanded fire at that spot. Bang, bang, bang. Launch the missile launcher. Fire the pulse cannon. Launch the rocket launcher. Transform into sports car mode. With a series of clicks, it transformed into a cool sports car. Transform into airplane mode. Click, click, it transformed into a cool airplane. Drilling machine mode. Click, click, it transformed into a massive drilling machine. Transformer mode. Click, click, it reverted back to the female Transformer. After Natasha tried all the functions, she was very excited, feeling that the female Transformer was incredibly powerful, far superior to Iron Man Tony's armor. Once I'm proficient, let's head back. There's still a lot to do. Chen Feng said. Not so fast, take me for a flight in the sky. First, I want to see if the female Transformer is as fast as yours. Natasha said. My Transformer has energy dozens of times yours. How could you possibly be faster than me? Chen Feng laughed. Not necessarily. Your Transformer is big, so it has more drag. Mine is smaller, so the drag is less, and it will definitely fly faster than yours, Natasha replied confidently. She was very happy and didn't want to return so soon. After all, she had been very busy these past few days and finally had a chance to relax, so she wanted to have some fun and find some excitement. Alright, let's race to see who reaches space first, Chen Feng said. Sure, Natasha replied. Optimus Prime, full speed ahead, destination outer space. Chen Feng commanded. Yes, Master, Optimus Prime responded. With a loud rumble, the Transformer's feet expelled powerful thrust. The surrounding seawater churned violently. The Transformer ascended rapidly. Alita, let's also go full speed ahead. Oh, we must reach outer space before them. Natasha said anxiously. Yes, Miss Natasha, Alita replied. With a rumble, the noise was much quieter than that of the Transformer. However, due to its small size, it ascended faster than the Transformer. Boom. The Transformer burst through the water, creating a splash over 20 meters high, showcasing the speed of the Transformer. Boom. Pooh. Natasha's female version of the Transformer, due to its small size, created a splash of seawater over 5 meters high as it burst forth from the water. Chen Feng's Transformer, upon leaving the water's surface, accelerated to the first cosmic speed 7.9 kilometers per second. In just a second or two, its speed doubled, reaching the second cosmic speed 11.2 kilometers per second. As the Transformer flew rapidly, it began to transform into airplane mode. In airplane mode, the Transformer became even faster. It reached the fourth cosmic speed, 110 kilometers per second. Moreover, as time progressed, the speed continued to rise. Inside the Transformer, Chen Feng felt extremely uncomfortable, the intense sense of weight making him want to vomit. With such speed, it was fortunate that he possessed a robust physique, otherwise he would not have been able to endure it. 1 minute later, due to the excessive speed, the temperature inside the Transformer rose rapidly. Thankfully, the Transformer had a cooling system, otherwise Chen Feng would surely have been cooked alive. Natasha's female Transformer also transformed into airplane mode. At first she could keep up with Chen Feng, but after a minute and a half she could no longer see his figure. Boom. Chen Feng's Transformer broke through the atmosphere, and without Earth's gravity, its flying speed became terrifyingly frightening. Chen Feng quickly halted and used the jet system to decelerate. Shortly after, he saw a fireball breaking through the atmosphere. Natasha, you can slow down now, Chen Feng said through the communication device. Chen Feng, this is so exciting, it's really fast, haha. Natasha exclaimed joyfully. Are you satisfied now? Chen Feng smiled. Natasha, controlling her female Transformer, flew up and sat on the shoulder of the Transformer. The Transformer was so massive that its shoulder could accommodate a horse. Natasha nodded, saying, I am very satisfied. With such an impressive female Transformer, she could go wherever she pleased, and no one could stop her. All right, time is of the essence. Oh, let's head back, Chen Feng said. Okay, Natasha nodded obediently. The return journey was relatively slow, taking twice as long as the journey to outer space. If they went too fast, they would crash into Earth. While Earth would remain unharmed, their Transformer would surely be reduced to scrap. Upon returning, Chen Feng began to manufacture a glider he had seized from the Green Goblin. He intended to create a large glider for use while piloting the Transformer, and another glider the same size as the Green Goblin's for use when not transformed. This way he would not fear enemies who could fly. The Green Goblin's glider was similar to Dr. Octopus' mechanical tentacles, both controlled by nerves, making the reaction speed faster than thought, that is brainwaves. While manufacturing the gliders, Chen Feng invited Dr. Octopus to assist. He also planned to equip the back of the Transformer with 4 mechanical tentacles, ensuring he would not fear being outnumbered in close combat. As for robots, there was no need for him to create them. Optimus Prime would suffice. Optimus was simultaneously controlling dozens of iron armors and hundreds of robots, continuously replicating them. Thanks to the large amount of resources and weapons he had pilfered from Stark Industries, there was no worry about insufficient materials. A day passed. With Dr. Octopus' help, Chen Feng manufactured 1 large and 1 small glider, as well as 4 mechanical tentacles. The gliders and 4 mechanical tentacles had little modification, but in terms of energy, they used cold fusion reaction devices, thus increasing their power by more than 10-fold. Tony successfully persuaded Iron Man 1 and received support from the nation. The orders signed by his Stark Industries were to be fulfilled by the government. The task of repairing the airborne aircraft carrier was also to be completed by the government. However, he needed to share his technology with the state. Thus, the crisis between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the United States was resolved, and the airborne aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. was repaired with the help of the state. Monday. This was a day of decisive battle. On this day, all personnel from S.H.I.E.L.D. around the world returned, assembling on the airborne aircraft carrier, numbering over 10,000, all elites, with the majority being experts capable of taking on 100 men, and many were even a match for thousands. Tony was airborne, wearing manually operated Iron Man armor. Although its power was not as great as the intelligent version, it was better than nothing. Fury stood on a podium on the deck overlooking the more than 10,000 S.H.I.E.L.D. members and loudly declared, "Today is the day we confront Chen Feng in battle. We will not return home until Chen Feng is defeated. We will not return home until Chen Feng is defeated. We will not return." The more than 10,000 S.H.I.E.L.D. members shouted in unison, their momentum soaring. In a military camp somewhere in the United States, General Ross was also assembling his troops. He He was ambitious and knew Chen Feng was formidable, so he mobilized his entire army consisting of 200,000 elite soldiers and 11 humanoid behemoths. The 200,000 elites included the Navy, Army, and Air Force. General Ross stood on the platform loudly declaring, "We are the most powerful army, we fear nothing. Even if the enemy is formidable, we will crush him." Everyone should know that over the past few days our nation's network has been paralyzed. All network devices have become unusable, even mobile phones. This led to panic among the citizens, causing chaos in the country. The cause of all this was one person, Chen Feng. Chen Feng is a supervillain. He has committed every crime imaginable and wants to destroy our nation. I ask you, do you agree? We do not agree, we do not agree. 200,000 troops roared in anger. Chen Feng is very powerful. He is even stronger than the Hulk. Are you afraid? General Ross deliberately provoked, hoping to stir dissent among the troops. Not afraid, not afraid. 200,000 troops shouted fearlessly. Their numbers gave them courage, and they were naturally unafraid. All right, now hear my orders, move out. General Ross waved his hand. Tap, tap, tap. The 200,000 troops marched in perfect formation. Boom, boom, boom. Tanks, vehicles started up. Da-da-da. A large number of helicopters took off. Rumble, woo, woo. The naval ships at the seaside started up. Private Island. Chen Feng, unlike Fury and General Ross, did not deliver an impassioned speech before heading out. Because on the private island there were only him and Natasha left. Hank Pym, Dr. Octopus, Dr. Lizard, and Dr. Helen Xiao had all been sent away by Chen Feng in advance. Originally, Dr. Octopus wanted to stay and help, but he was refused by Chen Feng. Letting scientists fight was certainly a foolish choice. Chen Feng piloted the transformer, standing on the giant glider, looking down at the scene below, causing his heart to swell with pride. On the surface of the sea there was a legion of giant lizards numbering as many as 100,000. On the sandy beach of a private island there were 50,000 robots, 1,000 armored suits, and 500 mechanical creatures. A total of 10,000 mobile fortresses. A swarm of flying ants, dark and vast, their numbers unfathomable. With these, Chen Feng felt confident in taking down the Shield Bureau. The private island was Chen Feng's territory. Bringing the battle to the island would result in its destruction, so he led his team to confront the Shield Bureau. To be cautious, he left a small number of giant lizards, mobile fortresses, flying ants, robots, and mechanical creatures on the private island. The rest were taken away. Chen Feng turned to Natasha beside him and asked Natasha, "Are you ready?" Natasha nodded nervously, "I'm ready." Her nervousness stemmed not from fear of the Shield Bureau, but from commanding such a large army for the first time. She worried about her ability to lead effectively. Chen Feng waved his hand, "Let's go." The lizard army moved swiftly across the sea. Various mobile fortresses activated, some sailed on the surface, some submerged beneath the waves, and others ascended into the sky. The swarm of flying ants buzzed ominously, darkening the sky. Mechanical creatures unable to fly or attack from a distance moved with exceptional speed, climbing onto the backs of the giant lizards or the robots. Chen Feng had control over the global network and satellites, allowing him to clearly understand the situation of the Shield Bureau while they remained unaware of his circumstances. However, he was speechless to find General Ross had mobilized a large army heading towards the private island. It was 1 against 2. With no choice but to act, Chen Feng set off early. He reached the coast, organized his team, just as the Shield Bureau arrived. The Shield Bureau piloted a massive airborne aircraft carrier in flight, activating its cloaking mode. Optimus Prime detected it. Chen Feng entrusted all his troops to Natasha. Alone, he piloted the transformer and led the charge against the Shield Bureau. Given the size of his army, the Shield Bureau could not possibly miss it. Hawkeye spotted Chen Feng's massive forces and quickly reported to Fury. Director Chen Feng is down below, leading an army of strange creatures, including lizards, robots, and flying ants. It seems formidable. Prepare for battle, Fury commanded. Director Chen Feng is charging at us in a transformer, Hill reminded. Attack, use the turrets of the airborne carrier to crush him, Fury ordered. Boom. Countless shells rained down on Chen Feng. While dodging, Chen Feng operated the missile launcher on his shoulder, unleashing a torrent of missiles. He then fired guided missiles and heavy ordnance. The minigun and Gatling gun mounted on the transformer raged, shooting down the incoming shells that could not be avoided. Despite the transformer's massive size, the enemy's accuracy against him was surprisingly low, unlike the Shield Bureau's carrier, which could hit targets even with closed eyes. The Shield Bureau intercepted some of the missiles Chen Feng launched, but a few slipped through. Boom. The missiles struck the underside of the airborne carrier, disabling its cloaking mode and creating several holes. With a massive explosion, Chen Feng failed to evade the barrage of shells and was hit, falling from the sky and crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. The transformer was robust, though it was shot down, it remained unharmed. After standing up, Chen Feng pressed on towards the Shield Bureau. Flying ants, mechanical army, mobile fortresses, and mechanical creatures attack. Natasha commanded with a wave of her hand. Countless giant flying ants robots and flying fortresses surged towards the shield bureau. Some mechanical creatures climbed onto the backs of the robots following to assault the shield bureau. Natasha followed as well, but kept her distance and altitude guarded by many armored suits. As the commander, she was meant to direct rather than charge into battle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Bang. The battle commenced with an array of weapons and ammunition exchanged without restraint. Many flying ants robots and flying fortresses were shot down by the shield bureau. However, the airborne carrier was also becoming increasingly damaged from the assaults of the flying ants robots and flying fortresses. After sustaining a few casualties, Chen Feng's forces finally approached the airborne carrier. The giant flying ants, having grown larger, were impervious to ordinary weapons, but could easily take down their opponents. Moreover, their numbers were overwhelming and seemed endless. When the swarm of flying ants landed on the deck of the airborne carrier, all personnel from the shield bureau took cover, relying on shooting ports to eliminate the flying ants. Upon their arrival, the robots began to wreak havoc on the doors of the airborne carrier to allow the flying ants to penetrate and attack. The shield bureau personnel desperately tried to block them, aided by many strongmen, preventing the robots from breaking through. At this moment, Dr. Octopus mechanical creatures emerged. Some smaller mechanical creatures entered through shooting ports, water outlets, and ventilation shafts. The mechanical creatures moved swiftly and were particularly formidable in close combat. Once inside, they began to wreak havoc. The ordinary elites of the shield bureau were no match for the mechanical creatures. Only those truly powerful could destroy the mechanical creatures. Boom. With the mechanical creatures causing chaos inside, the robots successfully broke through the door. The giant flying ants took the opportunity to follow inside. In the command center of the shield bureau, everyone was shocked by the sight of Chen Feng's forces displayed on the surveillance video. Director, what do we do? There are too many of Chen Feng's monsters, and they are quite powerful. They've already breached our shield bureau, Hill said anxiously. It's fine that they breached. Inside the airborne carrier, we have many places to hide, allowing us to gradually eliminate the enemy, thus nullifying their numerical advantage, Fury replied cleverly. Boom. The entire airborne carrier shook. What's happening? Fury asked. A technician replied, Director, engine no. 2 has been damaged by Chen Feng. Hawkeye, go take care of Chen Feng, Fury ordered. Yes, Director. Hawkeye acknowledged, taking a few subordinates and leaving the command center. Chen Feng still had 100,000 giant lizards waiting on the ground ready to engage, so he aimed to bring the airborne carrier down. On the ground, his advantage would be maximized. Boom. Another engine was destroyed by Chen Feng. As he aimed for the third engine, a giant arrow struck him. Boom. The giant arrow embedded itself in the chest of the transformer. Fortunately, Chen Feng had reinforced the transformer, otherwise that arrow would have pierced him. Chen Feng looked up to see Hawkeye operating a massive crossbow. Chen Feng quickly controlled the Gatling gun and opened fire on Hawkeye. Boom. Hawkeye fired another giant arrow, this time attached to a steel cable. The moment Hawkeye shot the giant arrow attached to a steel wire, he immediately dodged. Damn, there's no way to dodge that shooting speed, Chen Feng exclaimed. If you want to pull me in and gang up on me, then I shall oblige, Chen Feng said coldly. As the steel wire pulled rapidly, Chen Feng was quickly dragged into an entrance of the airborne aircraft carrier. As soon as Chen Feng entered, he was immediately met with a barrage of attacks. First, he was slammed against the iron wall by a heavy truck. Then, he was violently beaten by Iron Man Tony along with several burly strongmen, each punch striking the transformer with explosive force rivaling Tony's armor. Get away from me, Chen Feng shouted, controlling the transformer to push back and pin the heavy truck against the iron wall. Tony and the others were determined not to let Chen Feng succeed and intensified their attack on the transformer. However, the transformer was too thick. Even though they managed to dent it, they couldn't breach it to harm Chen Feng. Let me take care of this. A large man raised a chainsaw, seemingly intent on cutting through the transformer. Chen Feng controlled the transformer's hands to withstand the collision from the truck, unable to free his hands, but he still had 4 mechanical tentacles. Swish, 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 swish. The 4 mechanical tentacles extended from the back of the transformer, sweeping away all who attacked Chen Feng. The large man struck a mechanical tentacle with the chainsaw, creating a shower of sparks and a deafening sound. Another mechanical tentacle like a sword lunged at the large man. The speed of the mechanical tentacle was too fast, and being so close, the large man had no chance to evade, directly getting pierced through and dying on the spot. High concentration energy pulse cannon, Chen Feng silently murmured. The transformer's palms erupted with a strong light. With 2 deafening booms, the heavy truck was obliterated. Tony, Hawkeye, and the others were knocked off balance by the shockwave of the explosion. The transformer, standing at 8.5 meters tall, was massive, with 4 mechanical tentacles flailing behind, resembling a divine demon. Tony felt a surge of fear. Compared to the transformer, his Iron Man suit felt like a toy. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the transformer moving. Chen Feng approached Tony and said, Tony, we finally meet. Chen Feng, what do you want? Tony's voice quivered with uncertainty, feeling the immense size of the transformer up close. Originally, I wanted you to regret and slap your face, but since you conspired with S.H.I.E.L.D. to take my life, I will take yours in return. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he controlled the transformer to punch towards Tony. Tony rolled awkwardly away and quickly fled. Seeing Tony run, Hawkeye was furious and shouted, "Tony, you bastard, how dare you leave me behind? Don't worry, none of you will escape," Chen Feng declared domineeringly. Help. No, don't. Bang, bang, bang. Hawkeye's subordinates were killed by Chen Feng's punches. Hawkeye gritted his teeth and turned to flee. The transformer was too large to enter the airborne aircraft carrier. So Chen Feng exited the transformer and charged into the aircraft carrier. Natasha, who was monitoring the situation through the 3D holographic projection, dropped by Alita, saw Chen Feng single-handedly rush into the aircraft carrier from an entrance and quickly directed some robots and mechanical creatures to assist him. Relying on spider silk, Chen Feng flew in a straight line and caught up with Hawkeye in the blink of an eye. Swish, a strand of spider silk stuck to Hawkeye's back. Hawkeye was startled and quickly rolled over, drawing a dagger from his calf to cut the spider silk. Chen Feng would never give Hawkeye that opportunity. As he yanked the silk, he delivered a flying kick towards Hawkeye. With a dull thud, Hawkeye was kicked away. Hawkeye flew back over 20 meters before coming to a stop. Coughing, Hawkeye spat out blood, clearly injured. Tat, tat, tat. The reinforcements sent by Fury arrived. In order to quickly eliminate Chen Feng, Fury deployed thousands of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, all of whom were the most formidable. The bullets were too dense, and being in the corridor left no room to dodge, so Chen Feng transformed. Roar! Chen Feng rapidly transformed into a titan 3 meters tall, weighing over 2,000 pounds with bronze skin. All attacks from S.H.I.E.L.D. hitting Chen Feng were unable to break his skin, though they could still inflict pain. Chen Feng wasn't foolish enough to just stand there and let S.H.I.E.L.D. agents attack. He lowered his head, bent at the waist, and charged forward swiftly, disregarding what lay ahead. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were not dumb either. They attacked while attempting to evade. Boom! Chen Feng crashed into the iron wall around the corner, creating a human-shaped dent. Swish! Chen Feng saw a flash of light, then felt a chill on his face, but when he touched it with his hand, it was his own blood. Looking up, he saw a man in a kimono holding a sword with both hands facing away from him, exuding a cold demeanor. "I am Matsumoto Ichiro, a master of the one-sword style. You should feel honored to die by my blade," Matsumoto Ichiro proclaimed arrogantly. "If you dare to be so arrogant just because you broke my skin, watch as I turn you into mush," Chen Feng retorted angrily. Just a martial artist from an island nation, he did not take him seriously. Matsumoto Ichiro's speed was exceptionally fast, almost disappearing in an instant. By the time Chen Feng noticed, Matsumoto Ichiro was already behind him. Swish, swish, swish. Matsumoto Ichiro in an instant struck Chen Feng's back dozens of times, leaving blood trails. Chen Feng turned around and grabbed with his large hand. Matsumoto Ichiro leaned back, and with a swift cut, he sliced Chen Feng's wrist, successfully severing a vein. "What the hell? I am not done with you yet," Chen Feng roared. He didn't expect a mere martial artist from an island nation to be so formidable. If he guessed correctly, Matsumoto Ichiro's prowess stemmed not just from speed, but primarily from the sharpness of his blade. Otherwise, with Matsumoto Ichiro's strength, it would be impossible for him to inflict any harm. Fortunately, Matsumoto Ichiro's strength was not great, otherwise Chen Feng would indeed be in danger. For now, Chen Feng ignored Matsumoto Ichiro and charged towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Roar, roar, roar. Die all of you. Chen Feng exploded with fury. In the pursuit of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Chen Feng found an iron chain, and with a wicked grin he swung the chain around, wildly flailing it. Matsumoto Ichiro was indeed powerful and fast. But Chen Feng was not slow either, moreover his strength was immense and inexhaustible. Finally, during one of Matsumoto Ichiro's missteps, Chen Feng's chain struck him. Tat tat tat. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. desperately attacked Chen Feng with remote weapons to prevent him from eliminating Song Ben Ichiro. Chen Feng lowered his head, covering his head with both hands, charging towards Song Ben Ichiro, determined to take him down at the first opportunity. Whoosh! A giant arrow pierced into Chen Feng's stomach. A roar escaped him. The intense pain rendered Chen Feng unable to charge at Song Ben Ichiro any longer. Tat tat tat. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on Chen Feng. As the relentless barrage of bullets continued, Chen Feng's tough skin was gradually broken, and the speed of his recovery could not keep up with the damage, resulting in increasingly severe injuries. If this continued, Chen Feng would undoubtedly be ground down. Gritting his teeth, he turned around, lowered his head, and faced away from the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Then with his right hand open, he forcefully slapped the base of the giant arrow. Swish! The giant arrow was forced out of his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was Hawkeye who, along with his subordinates, simultaneously manipulated several giant crossbows to shoot at Chen Feng. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Feng's body was pierced once again. Roar. Chen Feng, filled with rage, suddenly stood up violently, slapping away the giant arrows stuck to him or pulling them out. Then Chen Feng transformed. His body sprouted a robust tail. His feet became beastly strong and powerful. His hands also transformed into claws. His head morphed into that of a lizard, looking quite menacing. He had no choice but to transform. In his Titan giant form, he was severely injured, and his recovery rate couldn't keep up, leaving him unable to exert strength. Thus, he needed to transform into a lizard man. Lizard men had an incredibly fast recovery rate. Even if an arm was severed, it could regrow in a second. Indeed, after transforming into a lizard man, all the wounds that had previously pierced through Chen Feng's body healed instantly. The transformation of Chen Feng left Hyoin in shock. He really is an indestructible monster, Hawkeye exclaimed in astonishment. How on earth did he manage that? This is unbelievable, Tony exclaimed. Stop gawking and shoot him, came the order from Fury. Tat tat tat. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Chen Feng was attacked by thousands of elite agents from Hyoin. Bullets hitting Chen Feng's body would automatically squeeze out and then heal instantly. The giant arrows could pierce Chen Feng's body directly, but once the arrows left his body, he would almost immediately recover. The agents of Hyoin were intoxicated by the thrill of attacking Chen Feng, unconsciously neglecting other matters. The robots sent by Natasha had already infiltrated. Leading the charge were the robots which, under Optimus Prime's control, accurately targeted the agents of Hyoin. Optimus Prime knew that Chen Feng's defenses were formidable and his recovery was robust, hence, he ordered indiscriminate attacks. Tat tat tat. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Heavy machine guns, small missiles, rocket launchers, and other attacks caught the agents of Hyoin off guard. In just one encounter, hundreds of people died. Everyone find cover. Hawkeye shouted loudly. Whoosh. A small missile flew toward Hawkeye's direction. Hawkeye sharpied and quick-handed shot a giant arrow at Chen Feng and swiftly dodged. He evaded, but his subordinates were not so fortunate. With a loud bang, several of Hawkeye's subordinates were blown to pieces. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Hundreds of various mechanical creatures surged in. The agents of Hyoin immediately screamed in agony. The mechanical creatures were high-quality, fast, and powerful. Once they closed, an escape was nearly impossible. The robots and mechanical creatures evinced no fear. As long as commands were given, they would act accordingly. Thus, they pressed down on the agents of Hyoin, preventing any chance of retaliation. Chen Feng seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Once his body recovered, he transformed back into the Titan giant. The lizard man's recovery rate was incredibly strong, but its strength and defense were still too weak. Now it's my turn to suppress you, Chen Feng declared, charging toward the hiding members of Hyoin. Ordinary cover could not withstand his steps. One person using a table as cover found Chen Feng charging at him, and with a kick the table shattered with a loud crash. The person hiding behind the table was sent flying, falling to the ground with a tilt of the head, dead. Chen Feng is coming. Everyone get in here. Dozens of Hyoin members hurriedly rushed into a room and quickly shut the door. The quality of Hyoin's airborne aircraft carrier was indeed impressive. Even a single door was made of heavy iron. However, no matter how thick the iron door, it could not withstand Chen Feng's impact. With a thunderous crash, Chen Feng slammed his shoulder into the iron door. 4 of the dozens of people behind the door died on the spot, while the others were sent flying with it. Chen Feng was not the kind to show mercy. Regardless of whether the enemies were dead or alive, he stomped on them and punched them. Within 10 seconds, dozens of people in the room were taken out by Chen Feng. Emerging from the room, the remaining agents from Hyoin began to retreat, attacking as they withdrew. Boom boom boom. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously. Agents of Hyoin continued to fall. Chen Feng's robots and mechanical creatures were also being destroyed in an endless cycle. Fury watched through the surveillance footage as Chen Feng unleashed his might, forcing his subordinates to retreat step by step. He became anxious and afraid. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Chen Feng would reach the command center. Brutes, move out, Fury ordered. The brutes were killers trained by Hyoin, standing over 2 meters tall, muscular, and simple-minded. Stomp, stomp, stomp. 100 brutes advanced toward Chen Feng's location. On General Ra's side, he was not far from where Chen Feng and H-I-E-L-D were battling. At that moment, he was using binoculars to observe the fight. Seeing the swarm of black flying ants along with the massive number of robots and the terrifying mobile fortress, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle, utterly shocked. Chen Feng is truly a terrifying enemy, General Ross lamented. General Chen Feng's rate of growth is too rapid. We must eliminate him, otherwise once he fully develops there will be no place for us in America or even on Earth, Catherine voiced her concern. Let's cooperate with S-H-I-E-L-D. Otherwise, if Chen Feng defeats them, we may not be able to defeat him, Zheng Wu proposed. Wait a bit longer. Now is not the time, General Ross replied. Seeing the team enter the airborne aircraft carrier, Natasha found that the casualties increased, so she ordered the robots to bomb the carrier's engines. She aimed to bring the airborne aircraft carrier down to the ground. To expedite the process, she was willing to sacrifice the swarm of flying ants, ordering them to conduct a suicide attack on the engines. Thus, countless flying ants charged toward the engines, being shredded into a mist of blood by the rapidly spinning fans. As more and more giant flying ants fearlessly charged into the engines, the speed of the fan rapidly decreased. The airborne aircraft carrier quickly descended due to insufficient power. Inside the airborne aircraft carrier's command center, Fury sensed the descent and immediately alerted everyone, saying, "Everyone be careful, the airborne aircraft carrier is about to crash." General Ross, seeing the airborne aircraft carrier of S-H-I-E-L-D brought down by Chen Feng, was taken aback and quickly commanded attack. He was worried that if S-H-I-E-L-D was wiped out by Chen Feng, he would be unable to obtain the numerous serums from him. The general has given the order, attack. The general has given the order, attack. The general has given the order, attack. General Ross' command spread throughout the three armies. Various aircraft on the carrier took off one after another. The warships raised their cannons and headed towards the location where Chen Feng and S-H-I-E-L-D were engaged in battle. On the ground, the army waiting for orders also moved with tanks, armored vehicles, and troop carriers. Miss Natasha, General Ross troops have mobilized and are expected to arrive within 10 minutes, Alita reminded. Order the speedboat fortresses and submarine fortresses to intercept General Ross' navy. Order the Lizard Legion to dispatch 50,000 to confront General Ross' army. Order half of the flying ants and half of the flying fortresses to engage General Ross' air force. Natasha quickly issued the commands. After Natasha issued these commands, the airborne aircraft carrier of S-H-I-E-L-D was nearing its crash to the ground. Boom. The crash of the airborne aircraft carrier. It was like the end of the world. The earth trembled. Smoke filled the air. The people aboard the airborne aircraft carrier were thrown about, with many dying on impact. In the command center of the airborne aircraft carrier, Fury shouted, "Everyone do your utmost to kill Chen Feng. If we kill Chen Feng, we will win. What about the giants and those monsters? Are we ignoring them?" Hill asked. "We can't worry about them. There are too many monsters to kill in a short time. Even if we do S-H-I-E-L-D, we'll suffer heavy losses. The best course of action now is to eliminate Chen Feng first. Once Chen Feng is gone, the monsters will retreat." Furious 100 strongmen had already encountered Chen Feng. "Kill him, kill him, kill him." 100 strongmen shouted in unison, raising their weapons and charging towards Chen Feng. The strongmen, with their left hands holding large shields and their right hands wielding massive hammers, looked quite formidable with their burly physiques. Facing 100 strongmen, Chen Feng showed no fear. Leading the robots, he confronted them. Rat-a-tat-tat. The robots opened fire. The strongmen reacted quickly, raising their shields and advancing slowly. Boom, boom, boom. The robots launched small missiles. The explosions did not kill the strongmen, but pushed them back a few steps. Roar! Chen Feng shouted and charged forward. Boom! Chen Feng collided with the 100 strongmen. The ones in front were knocked back, spitting blood, while the ones behind were unharmed. Chen Feng tore through the defenses of a strongman with both hands. He grabbed one strongman by the neck, lifted him up, and slammed him to the ground. With a loud crash, that strongman died on the spot. Then he spread his arms and turned around, sweeping away the strongman rushing at him. With a muffled bang, one strongman leaped high, raising his giant hammer and smashing it onto Chen Feng's back. Chen Feng spat blood on the spot. He did not expect the strongman from S-H-I-E-L-D to possess such immense strength, greater than that of the lizard professor and only slightly inferior to Abomination. Their defenses were also extraordinary. Even with all his might, he could not kill a strongman. Although Chen Feng spat blood, he was not gravely injured. Within a few breaths, his internal injuries healed, showing how formidable he was. Chen Feng turned around, grabbing the shoulder of the strongman who had ambushed him with his left hand, and with a clenched fist, he struck repeatedly at the strongman's abdomen. Each blow made the strongman spit blood. With a final punch, Chen Feng pierced through the strongman's belly. The battle between Chen Feng and the strongmen was undoubtedly intense and brutal. General Ross was quite clever. He commanded the three armies to attack, but did not follow them, instead choosing to stay put and watch through binoculars. He had already discussed with his senior officials and could operate freely. This way he wouldn't need to command from afar and could avoid being impersonated by Chen Feng. When he saw half of the flying ants and the flying fortresses dispatched to confront his air force, he knew that Chen Feng had already discovered him. With the arrow on the bowstring, he had no choice but to shoot. There was no retreat left. As long as Chen Feng was alive, he would never find peace. General Ross' Air Force, featuring armed helicopters, fighter jets, and bombers, had formidable firepower. However, Chen Feng's flying fortresses were evidently superior, brimming with long-range weaponry, especially with a massive swarm of giant flying ants. They could be said to be completely overwhelming General Ross' Air Force. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy machine guns, artillery, missiles. Both sides were firing continuously. The firepower of the flying fortresses was too fierce. The firepower of one flying fortress was equivalent to that of 10 armed helicopters. Boom, boom, boom. General Ross' Air Force was continuously blown up, falling from the sky. Chen Feng's flying fortresses were also being blown up, falling from the sky. The number of flying ants that were shot down and exploded was even greater. Because the flying ants were too densely packed and massive, as long as they aimed in the right direction, they would definitely not miss. On the sea, General Ross' Navy also engaged in a fierce battle with Chen Feng's speedboat fortresses and submarine fortresses. General Ross' aircraft carriers and warships had strong firepower, but slow speed, making it difficult to attack the enemy. Although Chen Feng's speedboat fortresses did not have as strong of firepower as the Navy, they were fierce enough and fast. Coupled with the support of submarine fortresses, they completely suppressed the Navy. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, fortresses were blown up. One by one, warships sank. The battle was incredibly fierce. General Ross' army encountered the 50,000 Lizard Legion. It was undoubtedly the army's doomsday. The Lizard Legion was fast, strong, had great lethality, and even greater recovery ability. Ordinary weapons simply could not kill them. Even using cannons, as long as they did not crush the heads of the giant lizards could quickly recover. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The army fought desperately, but could not stop the advance of the Lizard Legion. Run. These monsters cannot be killed. Damn, how can we fight against so many monsters? Crap, we are not monsters like Bronsky. How can we possibly defeat them? No more fighting, no more fighting. Run. This is hell, I want to go home. Oh, help. General Ross' army collapsed under the assault of the Lizard Legion. Soldiers fled in chaos. They had no choice but to run, because it was far too difficult for them to kill the giant lizards. Of course, unless their aim was good enough to accurately blow the giant lizards' heads off, they definitely were no match for the Lizard Legion. General Ross' face turned ashen as he saw through the binoculars that his air force was being suppressed, losing a third of its strength in mere moments. His navy was continuously being sunk by the fortresses created by Chen Feng. His army was utterly pitiful. They collapsed and fled at the first encounter. Now he only hoped that the abomination could lead the humanoid giant beast squad to eliminate Chen Feng. The abomination, along with its subordinates, took an armed helicopter to find trouble with Chen Feng. Unfortunately for them, their armed helicopter was shot down by a flying fortress mid-flight. The helicopter was blown apart, but fortunately, as monsters, they sustained little injury. However, those who fell into the sea needed at least half an hour to swim back to shore. This left them speechless. Half an hour later, the battle might already be over. General Ross, seeing the abomination and the others fall into the sea through the binoculars, darkened in expression. All his troops were being suppressed, and now even the abomination was struggling, which made him feel miserable. Miserable as he was, he still needed to help. He ordered a few speedboats to rescue the abomination and the others. On the side of S.H.I.E.L.D., they discovered General Ross' army and instantly felt elated, no longer as repressed and worried as before. Although it seemed that General Ross' army was suppressed, it could still help relieve some pressure on S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, General Ross still had 11 humanoid giants. With their assistance, the odds of defeating Chen Feng would greatly increase. On Chen Feng's side, after half an hour of battle, he had finally taken down 100 strongmen. So tiring. Too tiring. He did not continue attacking, but rested in place. After resting for a minute, he was back to full condition and resumed his killing spree. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. were all ordered by Fury to go after Chen Feng. Thus, the airborne aircraft carrier was breached, with most of the interior being occupied. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were bursting with energy, and after regrouping, they charged towards Chen Feng. They discarded their firearms and opted for close combat weapons. Swish, swish, swish. They brandished daggers, swords, chains, and other cold weapons. They were most prepared with chains, intending to bind Chen Feng and then kill him. Charge! Hawkeye shouted, leading the charge. His teammates behind him followed suit, yelling loudly. Hawkeye ran while shooting arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He fired 3 arrows in quick succession. All explosive arrows. Chen Feng didn't even bother dodging. The explosive arrows detonated upon hitting him, but he was completely unscathed. I am fearless. Chen Feng roared, actually trying to pump himself up as he faced the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing Chen Feng's situation, Natasha immediately commanded the swarm of flying ants to start gnawing at the airborne aircraft carrier. The enlarged flying ant swarm had particularly strong teeth capable of biting through steel. Her plan was to completely chew through the airborne aircraft carrier so that nothing could block the flying ant swarm robots, lizard legion, or mechanical creatures. Countless flying ants began to swarm over the airborne aircraft carrier. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Continuously gnawing at the carrier's exterior. Lizard legion attack. Natasha commanded. With a whoosh, 50,000 lizards charged into the airborne aircraft carrier after receiving the order. There were simply too many agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. One charge wiped out the robots and mechanical creatures surrounding Chen Feng. Chen Feng was also heavily injured, covered in blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing the noise, Chen Feng turned his head and saw his lizard legion. He smiled, competing with me in numbers. I'll exhaust you to death. Annihilate them. Chen Feng pointed at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The lizard legion obeyed the command and crazily began to tear into the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This time Chen Feng did not take action. He needed to recover. More importantly, as the leader with the lizard legion there, he didn't need to intervene. Quick, quick, kill those giant lizards. Hit them in the head. Aim for their heads. Fury arrived at this moment as well. He had to come. All the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were here, and now this was the safest place. Seeing Fury arrive, Chen Feng waved his hand and commanded attack, bite them to death, capture them. Once the lizard legion gets close, they will be terrifying. Their teeth, claws, and tails are formidable weapons for attack. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were caught off guard. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. had many capable individuals, and numerous powerful ones could kill the giant lizards with just daggers. 12 minutes later, Chen Feng heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he saw the abomination, who had brought along 10 humanoid giants. Chen Feng, I came to find you. Ha ha. Bronsky, what are you here for? To be my enemy. Chen Feng frowned and questioned. Are you worried that I would be your enemy? The abomination grinned. Worry? That's impossible. Chen Feng replied if he couldn't win, he could always leave. After all, he intended to leave, and no one could stop him. All right. To be honest, I'm here to cause you trouble. The abomination said. Did General Ross send you? Chen Feng asked. Yes, he wants you to steal those serum vials from S.H.I.E.L.D. for him. If you can hand over all the serum, I might spare you. The abomination stated. Damn, is your general insane? I only took 10 vials of serum from S.H.I.E.L.D. and he actually wants to be my enemy over 10 vials. What a fool. Chen Feng scoffed. What? You mean you only stole 10 vials of serum? The abomination was astonished. Chen Feng nodded. Yes, I absolutely did not deceive you. From the abomination's words, he roughly guessed that S.H.I.E.L.D. might be trying to sow discord. The abomination roared at Fury, who was hiding in the crowd, asking Fury, didn't you say Chen Feng stole all the serum from S.H.I.E.L.D.? He said he only stole 10 vials. How do you explain that? Bronsky, he is our enemy. Why would you believe what he says? Fury replied. Chen Feng hurriedly said, Bronsky, think about it carefully. I only sent one person to steal from S.H.I.E.L.D. How much can one person steal at a time? Bronsky, don't listen to his nonsense. You must understand that he is not an ordinary person. His technology is incredibly advanced, as you must have seen when you came in. Fury quickly tried to persuade him. It was not easy to gather a group of helpers, and he couldn't let them turn into enemies. As Zenj pondered, he felt that Fury was right. Chen Feng's technology was so terrifying that there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. Additionally, he recalled how Chen Feng had once treated him like an ant, trampling him underfoot. That arrogant demeanor triggered an explosive sense of humiliation within him. Chen Feng, you must die today. Zenj roared. If you don't believe me, then you will die along with S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng sneered. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 giant lizards turned around and charged towards Zenj and the others. Roar, roar, roar. 10,000 giant lizards, claws bared, rushed towards them in a frenzy. Chen Feng planned to weaken the enemy's strength using the giant lizards before making his move. After all, he had the lizard professor who continuously helped him create giant lizards, so he was not afraid of losses. Chen Feng found himself blocked by General Ross men and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, unable to escape. After a moment of thought, he made a decision. That was to seize all the treasures from S.H.I.E.L.D's safe amid the chaos. If there was no path, he would create one. Chen Feng aimed at Matsumoto Ichiro, who was struggling to kill the giant lizards. He hurried over intending to kill Matsumoto Ichiro while snatching his knife. Matsumoto Ichiro's knife could easily cut through steel plates, making it perfect for clearing a path. Matsumoto Ichiro with keen senses noticed Chen Feng charging at him and quickly tried to escape. Though his swordsmanship was formidable, it could only break Chen Feng's skin without truly harming him, so he no longer wanted to confront Chen Feng. Matsumoto Ichiro jumped off the back of a giant lizard and quickly dodged. As Chen Feng sprinted forward, he seized a giant lizard and threw it with force. Matsumoto Ichiro reacted swiftly, instantly jumping to the ground and burrowing into the mass of giant lizards. Roar! A giant lizard opened its massive jaws and lunged at Matsumoto Ichiro. Rather than evade, Matsumoto Ichiro thrust his knife forward. The blade pierced through the giant lizard's mouth and emerged from its head. Swish! The moment Matsumoto Ichiro withdrew his knife, the giant lizard collapsed to the ground. He had barely paused when Chen Feng caught up to him. Boom! 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 All the giant lizards blocking Chen Feng's path were knocked away, some even crushed underfoot. Chen Feng closed in on Matsumoto Ichiro, extending his massive hand to grasp him. Matsumoto Ichiro's body tilted back, and he pushed off with his feet quickly flying backward, then swung his knife. Swish! A flash of light cut through the air. Chen Feng failed to catch Matsumoto Ichiro, but his hand was grazed by Matsumoto Ichiro's blade. It was just a minor skin wound, which Chen Feng hardly cared about. Such an injury would heal within a second. Chen Feng dashed forward, continuously reaching out with both hands. Roar! A giant lizard suddenly bit down on the retreating Matsumoto Ichiro. Seeing this, Chen Feng's heart leaped with joy, and he quickened his pace. Matsumoto Ichiro was bitten at the waist, severely injured with several bones broken, and his abdomen was punctured by the giant lizard's teeth, leaving him unable to escape for the moment. The knife in his hand was too heavy due to his injuries, preventing him from killing the giant lizard that had bitten him. With a ruthless heart, Chen Feng ran over and stomped on Matsumoto Ichiro, killing him along with the giant lizard that was biting him. After crushing Matsumoto Ichiro, he picked up his knife. Matsumoto Ichiro's knife was 1 meter long with a 30-centimeter handle. The handle was too short for Chen Feng to grip it with both hands. The moment he grasped the long knife, he felt a strange force flowing into his body. However, it was quickly devoured by his powerful genetic cells. He speculated that this knife must have consumed many lives to become this sinister. No wonder it could cut his skin. Chen Feng turned and approached the wall, raising the knife and swinging it with all his might. Swish! The blade cut down effortlessly, as if slicing through tofu, feeling no resistance. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Feng continuously swung the knife in his hand, cutting through the steel wall before stepping inside. Optimus Prime, locate the S.H.I.E.L.D. safe. Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Chen Feng's wrist projected a 3D holographic image displaying the entire layout of S.H.I.E.L.D. along with his current location and the position of the safe. Using the positioning provided by Optimus Prime, Chen Feng understood the direction to the safe, and he swung his knife, cutting through everything that obstructed his path. Even if there was a door, he wouldn't take it. He would only move in a straight line. Fury saw Chen Feng break through the iron wall and enter another area, quickly directing Chen Feng is running. Everyone chase him. If we kill him, we win. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, skilled and powerful, pierced through the lizard army to pursue Chen Feng. The less capable ones remained behind to continue battling the lizard horde. The capable ones left while the incapable ones stayed behind. Those who were not strong enough were destined to be devoured by the lizard army. Fury also joined the chase after Chen Feng, calling Zinj along. The lizard army was numerous, yet still could not stop Zinj and his companions from escaping. Zinj, accompanied by 10 humanoid beasts, fled while the 10,000 giant lizards ordered by Chen Feng to attack Zinj immediately followed suit. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Feng cut through another wall. My lord, Fury and Zinj are closing in. They are predicted to catch up to you in 30 seconds, Optimus Prime warned. Optimus Prime instructed Natasha to send some robots and flying ants to block them, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Additionally, have Natasha send more flying ants to follow me and assist with transporting items later. Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Feng quickened his pace, aiming to empty S.H.I.E.L.D. safe before Fury and the others arrived. Minutes later, Chen Feng finally arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. safe. He sliced through the massive lock on the iron door with a single stroke. To avoid damaging the treasures inside, Chen Feng used the knife to cut 2 iron columns into the iron wall. He then squatted down, grasped the bottom of the door with both hands, and gently lifted it. The iron door, weighing 20 tons 4.0 pounds, was easily raised by him. After lifting it, he propped the iron door on his shoulder and secured it with the iron columns he had just cut, preventing the door from falling. Once everything was set, Chen Feng looked at the safe, stunned and shocked. Damn, Fury, you're ruthless, Chen Feng exclaimed in terror. Chen Feng opened the safe and saw many bottles and jars along with various flashy weapons. His memory was exceptionally strong. He clearly remembered that when Spider-Man came, the items in the safe were arranged differently, clearly indicating that H-I-E-L-D had swapped all the treasures inside with fakes. What terrified him was the faint ticking sound that came from a large box. Since the items in the safe were all fake, the ticking sound coming from the large box must be a time bomb, which must have been activated when he opened the door. Chen Feng cursed under his breath. He turned and quickly ran out, grabbing the iron pillars at both ends of the door with his hands. With a tremendous bang, the iron door weighing 20 tons fell down without the support of the two iron pillars. After the iron door fell, Chen Feng did not run away but pressed his body against it, using it as a shield. The ticking sound quickened. Chen Feng's heart raced. He knew an explosion was imminent. Boom. The terrifying force of the explosion turned the area around the safe into a circular space, obliterating everything within a 20-meter radius. Fortunately, the aircraft carrier was made of steel. Otherwise, such a terrifying explosion would have destroyed even the largest of carriers. Chen Feng pressed against the iron door was instantly blown away. As he was propelled backward by the explosion, he smashed against several walls behind him. The shockwave from the explosion was so powerful that even Chen Feng, transformed into a titan, was left disoriented. The people from S-H-I-E-L-D were shaken by the terrifying explosion, stumbling around and unable to stand. However, instead of feeling scared, they cheered loudly. "We did it. We succeeded, ha!" The agents of S-H-I-E-L-D celebrated even as they fought. Even Fury was no exception. "Great. I knew Chen Feng would fall for it," Fury said excitedly. "Someone like Chen Feng should be dealt with in such a way." Hawkeye said happily. "Chen Feng is so powerful. Oh, I wonder if we can kill him with this explosion," Hill said with concern. Beside them, Abomination curiously asked, "Fury, what are you so happy about?" "Chen Feng has always been fixated on the items we placed in the safe. Last time he only stole a little, so we concluded he would come again. Hence, we set a time bomb in the safe which would be triggered as soon as he opened the iron door. Considering the situation, now it's clear we have succeeded," Fury explained happily. "Fury, you bastard, how dare you lie to me?" Abomination shouted angrily, grabbing Fury by the collar and lifting him up. Seeing Abomination suddenly attack their director, the agents of S-H-I-E-L-D aimed their weapons at him, even ignoring the robots that were attacking them. Hawkeye drew his bow, aiming it at Abomination, and loudly demanded, "Blonsky, what are you doing? Let go of our director. Let go of our director," the agents of S-H-I-E-L-D shouted in unison. The 10 humanoid behemoths brought by Abomination immediately surrounded him. "Blonsky, what did I lie to you about?" Fury asked with a grim face. "You said all the serum in the safe was stolen by Chen Feng, but now you say he only took a little. If you dare to lie to me, I will kill you." "I didn't say that it would Chen Feng really fall for it. It was all to kill Chen Feng. I hope you can understand," Fury soothed. "Where are those serums now? Hand them all over to me, or I'll wipe out your S-H-I-E-L-D Abomination threatened. "They are in the safe. The explosion just destroyed everything." "I'm not lying to you," Fury deceived. "Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Abomination said angrily, reaching out to crush Fury's skull. Hawkeye took action, shooting an armor-piercing arrow that struck Abomination's hand, then led the S-H-I-E-L-D agents to charge forward. "Kill them. Charge. Save the director." The agents of S-H-I-E-L-D engaged in battle with Abomination and his crew. Consequently, the agents suffered heavily, being ruthlessly shot down by Chen Feng's robots. Unlike Abomination and his crew, who possessed powerful bodies that could withstand most attacks, the S-H-I-E-L-D agents, despite being suppressed, suffered significant casualties. Through the desperate efforts of the S-H-I-E-L-D agents, they successfully rescued Fury. Seeing his subordinates dying under the attacks from Abomination and the robots, Fury quickly urged, "Abomination, stop. If you continue like this, we will all die. Oh, we must remember that Chen Feng's remnants are still out there. Hand over all the serum, or I won't stop." Abomination shouted angrily. "It really got destroyed. I'm not lying to you," Fury deceived. He didn't want to part with such valuable serum, as it was precisely these serums that had made S-H-I-E-L-D strong. "You think I'm a fool? Watch me smash your S-H-I-E-L-D. Abomination went berserk, and one by one S-H-I-E-L-D agents fell to his hands. In ranged combat, he might not be able to defeat S-H-I-E-L-D, but in close quarters, he dared to claim he was invincible. Natasha watched through the camera of the robot's eye as General Ross men fought S-H-I-E-L-D and couldn't help but chuckle. "Dogs biting dogs, how delightful." As for whether Chen Feng had been killed in the explosion, she was not worried at all. She was well aware of Chen Feng's formidable defense after transforming into a titan, as well as his extraordinary regeneration speed after transforming into a lizard man. These two super abilities combined made him practically invincible. Miss Natasha, our submarine fortress has gathered beneath General Ross' aircraft carrier. Should we attack? Alita inquired. Attack. Sink his ship into the sea. Natasha commanded. Yes, Miss Natasha, Alita replied obediently. On General Ross' side, Catherine received a report from her subordinate and quickly told General Ross, General, our radar is showing abnormalities. We suspect Chen Feng is behind it using some device to interfere with our radar. Can we contact our submarines? General Ross asked. No, Catherine replied. Then quickly deploy the Frogman unit. We must ensure the safety of the aircraft carrier, General Ross ordered. General Ross commanded. Since he was on the aircraft carrier, it couldn't be compromised. Splash, splash. Hundreds of frogmen leaped into the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued. The bottom of the aircraft carrier was being bombarded by the submarine fortress, causing the entire carrier to sway violently. General Ross lost his balance and nearly fell into the sea, thankfully being pulled back by his secretary. Catherine, we need to go. This aircraft carrier is doomed, General Ross said decisively. General Ross is indeed a true leader. He is decisive, realizing that the aircraft carrier is beyond saving and immediately gives up without the slightest hesitation. Catherine hurriedly followed General Ross. Before leaving, General Ross ordered the soldiers on the aircraft carrier to escape on their own while he and Catherine took a plane to flee. Natasha, seeing that General Ross had fled, commanded 100 robots to pursue him. After being gnawed by countless flying ants for half an hour, the hull of the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier was completely eaten away. With a wave of her hand, Natasha directed the endless swarm of flying ants into the aircraft carrier, continuing their assault. The sharp sounds of gnawing echoed throughout the vessel. Both the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel and the abomination paused their battles upon hearing this noise. A frantic agent rushed in and said to Fury Director, it's bad. There are countless giant flying ants outside eating away the hull of our aircraft carrier, and they keep coming and gnawing at everything in sight. What are we going to do? Fury frowned, troubled. Director, as long as we take Chen Feng's corpse outside and inform his subordinates that he is dead, they will surely stop fighting for him. Perhaps we can even recruit them into S.H.I.E.L.D., suggested Hill. Hawkeye nodded. Yes, I think that could work. Fury said to the abomination hiding on the other side, Blonsky, don't you want the serum to become stronger? If you help us fight, I'll give you some of Chen Feng's serum. How about that? Sure, the abomination immediately agreed. Chen Feng was the strongest person he had ever seen, and he dreamed of acquiring such terrifying power. The opportunity thrilled him. Then hurry up and deal with those damned robots, or Chen Feng's corpse will be taken away by his subordinates, Fury ordered. Okay, no problem, the abomination agreed, then said to his 10 humanoid monster subordinates, we'll temporarily cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. And once we get Chen Feng's serum, well, I'll share it. All right, Big Brother. Big Brother, we're all following your lead. Just thinking about Chen Feng's serum makes me excited. With the promise of benefits, the tone shifted from calling him the abomination to addressing him as Big Brother. Kill! Fury shouted loudly. The sound of gunfire erupted as the abomination S.H.I.E.L.D. and the robots clashed once more. This time with the help of the 10 humanoid monsters led by the abomination, they quickly dispatched the robots blocking their way. When they reached the approximate location of the vault, they found not the vault, but a massive circular space. Inside the circular space, countless giant flying ants were continuously gnawing at the aircraft carrier. What should we do? So many giant flying ants. Hill, suffering from a fear of clusters, felt her scalp tingle. Forget about the giant flying ants. Oh, we need to find Chen Feng's corpse first. Fury ordered. With such explosive power, even if Chen Feng is a god, he would surely be killed by the blast. The giant flying ants, seeing people, immediately buzzed and began to attack. The sound of gunfire continued as S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel shot at the giant flying ants. The giant flying ants kept falling, and in just a moment half of the circular space was filled. There were too many giant flying ants, and they couldn't be killed fast enough. Director, I'm out of bullets. I'm out of arrows too. With just our close combat skills, we'll definitely be overwhelmed by the giant flying ants. We need to gather together back to back to provide mutual cover. The ones on the perimeter will fight, while those in the center look for Chen Feng's corpse, Fury commanded. The abomination smashed a giant flying ant with a punch and taunted S.H.I.E.L.D. You guys from S.H.I.E.L.D. are too weak. Yes, we are strong, fighting barehanded. One humanoid monster said proudly. Once we find Chen Feng's corpse, we'll become even stronger, another humanoid monster said with anticipation. Though there were numerous giant flying ants with strong attack power, the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel were not weak either. Their seamless cooperation prevented the giant flying ants from breaching S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formation. As time passed, the stamina of the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel dwindled, naturally leading to diminished attack power. Consequently, many S.H.I.E.L.D. members were bitten to death by the flying ants. Fury could only watch, anxiously feeling helpless. Where is Chen Feng's corpse? Why can't we find it? Hill fretted. Could it be that Chen Feng isn't dead? That's why we can't find his corpse, Hawkeye speculated. Don't be ridiculous. With such an explosive force, even the strongest would be killed. The abomination retorted. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Are you looking for me? This voice made everyone tense, feeling an overwhelming sense of fear. It's Chen Feng. He's not dead. My God. He survived that explosion. He truly is a monster. What should we do? He isn't dead. The S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel panicked. Even if he isn't dead, he must be very weak right now. Oh, we should take him down while he's vulnerable. The abomination said fiercely. Right, Blonsky is right. We must take him down while he is weak, Fury echoed. Then come on. With a loud bang, a distorted iron door flew up and smashed into the S.H.I.E.L.D. formation. The S.H.I.E.L.D. formation was too tightly packed. Those in the center couldn't dodge. Consequently, the incoming iron door crushed dozens of people instantly. Everyone looked in the direction of the flying iron door. They saw Chen Feng embedded in a steel wall, appearing disheveled, yet completely unharmed. Chen Feng spread his arms and squeezed out from the wall, rolling his neck to relieve the soreness, and said lightly, I really like the gift you gave me. To repay you, I will no longer take action. Do you mean it? Fury asked. I mean it, Chen Feng replied. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. If Chen Feng took action, they would all die, but if he refrained, they still had a glimmer of hope. The abomination was dissatisfied. He still wanted to obtain Chen Feng's serum. He said to Fury, Fury, why are you afraid of him? We have the numbers. If we all go together, we can definitely take him down. Fury hesitated. Fury, I believe Blonsky is right. We have become sworn enemies with Chen Feng. Even if he doesn't kill us today, he will in the future. Why not kill Chen Feng to ensure our safety? Tony, who had been lurking at it. After being intimidated by Chen Feng's power, he had been blending into the crowd of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, not contributing much. He simply wanted to preserve his strength as long as S.H.I.E.L.D. was no match for Chen Feng. He would leave immediately. Fury looked at the remaining 2,000 subordinates, feeling a deep sense of heartache. If they retreated now, perhaps they could leave some seeds for S.H.I.E.L.D. But if they did not retreat and confronted Chen Feng, even if they killed him in the end, there would be no S.H.I.E.L.D. left. The losses would undoubtedly be immense, and he might not even survive himself. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D. had already lost more than half of its forces to Chen Feng. If he showed cowardice now, he would definitely lose his position as director. To avenge his subordinates. To continue as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He gritted his teeth and ordered, attack Chen Feng. Kill him, and we can win. Chen Feng chuckled, transforming back to his normal state, then raised his right hand, shooting a strand of spider silk upwards, which stuck to a giant flying ant. With a strong tug, he was instantly lifted into the air. Chen Feng flipped over and stood on the back of a giant flying ant, looking down at the enemies below, mocking. If you want to kill me, you must first eliminate my swarm of giant flying ants. With a wave of his hand, Chen Feng commanded, bite them to death. Buzzing. Countless giant flying ants surged towards S.H.I.E.L.D. and their enemies, attacking wildly. The people of S.H.I.E.L.D. and their foes fought desperately, but before long they ran out of ammunition for their ranged weapons. They could only rely on cold weapons to resist the swarm of flying ants. The giant flying ants were as large as elephants. Only by climbing onto the back of a giant flying ant could one quickly kill it. Those with good fortune managed to climb onto the backs of the giant flying ants and successfully killed them. Those unfortunate enough either got bitten to death or trampled, suffering greatly. The people of S.H.I.E.L.D., without any firearms, could not withstand the relentless swarm of flying ants. In just a few minutes, half of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel were either dead or injured. Their formation was shattered by the swarm of flying ants, forcing them to fight individually. Without the cooperation of teammates, the weak could survive for only a few seconds. Those who were truly strong, no matter how powerful they were, had to scatter in all directions, unable to inflict significant damage on the swarm. The foes, accompanied by 10 humanoid giants, fiercely attacked the giant flying ants. Their strength and defense were formidable. They were not afraid of the giant flying ants' attacks at all. But after a long time, they too became exhausted. Unlike the Hulk, whose strength increased infinitely with anger. Crack, crack. A beam of sunlight shone through. Chen Feng looked up and realized that the swarm of flying ants had already bitten through the top. Crack, crack. The hole created by the flying ants was getting bigger, and through it Chen Feng could see the blue sky and white clouds. With a thought, a small glider flew through the hole and stopped beside him within seconds. He jumped onto the glider and flew out of the airborne aircraft carrier. As he emerged from the airborne aircraft carrier, he was shocked to see that the exterior of the carrier had almost been completely gnawed away by the swarm of flying ants. It was unbelievable. Inside the airborne aircraft carrier, the foes watched as Chen Feng flew away, suddenly realizing that they couldn't fly either. How could they kill Chen Feng now? Thus the foe grimaced and said to Fury, "Fury, what should we do? Chen Feng has flown away." "How would I know? All our equipment has been destroyed. Oh, we can't even use the guns in our hands." Fury replied dejectedly, "Doesn't Tony have his Iron Man suit? Let him bring Chen Feng down, and then we can attack together," Hawkeye suggested. Tony, who was slacking off, quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, "No, no, no. Chen Feng has a clear advantage over me. Well, I am no match for him. If you make me face him alone, it's like sending me to my death." "Then what should we do? We can't just waste time here with these giant flying ants, can we?" Hill said anxiously. "Sigh, we should break out. As for avenging Chen Feng, we can discuss it later." Fury sighed and issued such an order out of resignation. "Fine. I agree," the foe nodded. He had already decided that the next time he sought trouble with Chen Feng, he must obtain flying equipment for himself, so he wouldn't fear Chen Feng flying high above out of reach. "Blonsky, you guys are strong. You lead the way, and we will follow behind to block," Fury said. "Okay, no problem." The foe joyfully responded, being praised as strong by H-I-E-L-D. Made him happy. Boom, boom, boom. The foe led 10 humanoid giants like bulldozers, smashing or blasting away the giant flying ants blocking their path. Under Fury's command, the personnel of S-H-I-E-L-D regrouped once more and followed the foe and others to fight their way out. In the air, Natasha, directing from above, cheerfully said to Chen Feng beside her, "Chen Feng, if you don't go down soon, they are going to escape. I'm a bit weak right now. Let the swarm of flying ants and the lizard legion deal with them for a while. Once I rest up, we'll go down and cause them some trouble," Chen Feng replied. "General Ross' army has already retreated. Should we recall our forces to attack S-H-I-E-L-D? Natasha asked. "Let's retreat. Killing ordinary people is pointless," Chen Feng said. "All right," Natasha replied. Once Natasha's order was given, countless giant flying ants, giant lizards, various fortifications, robots, Iron Man suits, and mechanical creatures rapidly gathered towards S-H-I-E-L-D. 5 minutes later, the foe led everyone out from the airborne aircraft carrier. They emerged looking as pale as death. They saw that the sky was covered with a dense swarm of giant flying ants. They also saw giant lizards everywhere, roaring incessantly, eager to devour them. Various robots and mobile fortifications mingled among the giant lizards, all their gun barrels aimed at them. "Oh my God, is this hell? After all our hard work, suffering heavy casualties just to escape, now we face even more enemies. What should we do? Can we even see tomorrow's sun? I just married my new wife and didn't even have a chance to consummate our marriage before coming to fight. If I die, who knows what will happen to my beautiful wife?" "Don't worry. I will take care of your wife," one replied. "Rest assured, I will drag you down to hell with me." The personnel of S-H-I-E-L-D all felt a sense of despair. Fury turned to the foe and said earnestly, "Blonsky, whether we can get out depends on you now." "Fury, I'm very sorry. There are too many enemies and I have to leave you behind and run for my life." The foe refused. Inside the airborne aircraft carrier, he could protect the people of S-H-I-E-L-D because there were many obstacles. But now, without any obstructions, the monsters created by Chen Feng would rush in. Even if he was powerful, he would be worn out, and there would be no way to take care of the people of S-H-I-E-L-D. "Take us out. Once we're out, I will hand over all the serums of S-H-I-E-L-D to you." Fury offered a deal that the foe could not refuse. "All right, but you must keep up with me. If you can, I won't be responsible." The abomination agreed, as the serum was something he coveted deeply. The more he obtained, the more powerful he could become. "Don't worry, those who can't keep up are simply outmatched, so it's not anyone's fault," Fury replied helplessly. Those weaker members of S.H.I.E.L.D. felt despair. This was a rhythm that would abandon them. The abomination turned to his 10 subordinates and said, "When we charge, we will use a phalanx formation to break through." "Understood, boss." The 10 humanoid giants responded in unison. "Charge, roar." The abomination bellowed, leading his 10 humanoid giants into the fray. "Everyone hurry up," Fury urged. Boom, boom, boom. The abomination led his 10 humanoid giants in a terrifying phalanx charge. Anything that obstructed them was brutally knocked aside. The members of S.H.I.E.L.D. struggled to keep up with the abomination and his crew. Those who ran fast were few, while the slow ones would be knocked down by the giant lizards with a grim fate awaiting them. Robots' mobile fortresses bombard them. Natasha commanded. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. Bullets, missiles. Though they couldn't inflict fatal wounds on the abomination and his crew, they could deal devastating damage to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Tony, you're the only one who can fly and has ranged attack capabilities. You need to figure out a way to take out those robots and mobile fortresses now. Okay, Tony replied. Boom. Tony controlled his piloted Iron Man suit and soared into the air. He ignored furious instructions and flew away directly. In his view, S.H.I.E.L.D. was likely beyond hope. Even if there were a glimmer of hope, they wouldn't be strong enough, so he didn't need to concern himself with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affairs. Fury seeing Tony fly off cursed angrily. Natasha turned to Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, Tony is trying to escape. Should we bring him down? Let him live for now. Chen Feng replied. In Marvel's Avengers Endgame, Tony, along with the Hulk and Ant-Man, collaborated to create a time-traveling machine. He wanted that time-traveling machine for himself, worried he might not be able to create one, so he didn't wish to kill Tony just yet. After all, Tony was thoroughly under his control and posed no threat. However, while he could escape death, he wouldn't escape the consequences. He would go find Tony to settle the score. What about S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Abomination's crew? Natasha asked. Kill them, they are of no use to me, Chen Feng said coldly. It's a suicide attack, Natasha scoffed. All the giant flying ants, giant lizards, robots, Iron Man suits, mechanical creatures, and mobile fortresses attacked S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Abomination's crew furiously. At first, the Abomination and his crew could maintain their phalanx formation and run quickly. But now, with the giant lizards and giant flying ants blocking and attacking them madly, their speed began to dwindle. In the midst of the chaos, losing speed meant falling into an inescapable predicament. Director, save me. Crack. A giant ant bit a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in half. There's no escaping now, no escaping. Bang. A giant lizard swept a surrendered S.H.I.E.L.D. member away with its tail, sending him into a horde of giant lizards, and after a few screams there was silence. Director, if this continues, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be completely wiped out, Hawkeye said anxiously. Fury gritted his teeth and said to the Abomination, Blonsky, have your 10 subordinates carry one person each and get us out of here. What about the others? The Abomination asked, knowing that S.H.I.E.L.D. still had 800 or 900 members. They can fend for themselves, Fury said coldly. Will you still honor your promise to give me all the serum? The Abomination asked. Fury nodded. Yes, as long as I am alive. All right, the Abomination agreed, then turned his back to Fury and said, hop on. Fury wasted no time and climbed onto the Abomination's back, tightly wrapping his arms around his neck. The Abomination said to his 10 subordinates, each of you carry one person and jump out with me. The 10 humanoid giants were not foolish. They chose to carry the strong, as the strong could help share the burden, while the weak would only drag them down. Hawkeye Hill and the 10 strongest members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were carried by the 10 humanoid giants. Stay close, the Abomination reminded. Don't worry, big brother, we're not much worse than you. One of the humanoid giants laughed. Humph. The Abomination scoffed, then crouched down and sprang upwards with all his might. With a loud bang, the Abomination kicked a hole in the ground. His body soared high, rapidly moving forward. Blonsky, slow down, you almost lost your grip and fell just now. Fury shouted. The Abomination jumped so fiercely that if he wasn't stronger than the average person, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Then just hold on tighter, the Abomination gruffly replied. Faced with the horde of flying ants and the lizard army, if he got entangled, he would be in danger, so he had to move quickly. When he landed, he crushed a giant lizard, injuring a few nearby giant lizards, and then he jumped again. The Abomination's 10 subordinates also leapt swiftly. The leaping ability of the Abomination and his crew was impressive. Each jump covered several hundred meters. Their speed was so fast that the flying ants and lizard army couldn't catch up. Only the flying robots could keep pace. Rat-a-tat-tat. The robots flew in the air, continuously attacking. However, due to the immense speed of the Abomination and his crew, the robots were unable to accurately hit their targets. Chen Feng, you have to step in this time. Natasha, you surround all the S.H.I.E.L.D. members who haven't escaped, encircling, but not attacking, Chen Feng commanded. Why? Natasha asked, confused. Fury abandoned them, so they definitely won't stick with Fury anymore. If possible, I want to recruit them and make them loyal to me, Chen Feng said with a wicked smile. S.H.I.E.L.D. is really down on its luck to have an enemy like you, Natasha laughed. I just want him to lose everything while still losing troops, Chen Feng said. After finishing, Chen Feng donned his Transformers suit, stepping on a massive gliding wing, striking a cool pose as he pursued the Abomination and his crew. No matter how fast the Abomination and his crew were, they couldn't match Chen Feng's gliding wing. Fury kept a close watch behind. Upon seeing Chen Feng approaching alone, he quickly warned the Abomination, Blonsky, Chen Feng is coming after us, run. As the abomination jumped, he looked back and saw only Chen Feng. He suggested, let's lure him to a hidden place and then work together to kill him. But he has a flying machine. We can't reach him, Fury said. Let's go to General Ross' other military base where there are anti-air weapons. If we can bring Chen Feng down, he'll be finished. My 10 subordinates and I can definitely defeat him, especially with your help. The thoughts of Zinj and his companions are indeed commendable. However, one must reach General Ross' military base to realize them. Chen Feng is no fool. He wouldn't foolishly follow them. After catching up with Zinj and the others, Chen Feng engaged them in a fierce battle. Miniguns, Gatling guns, guided missiles, pulse cannons, machine guns on gliders, and medium-range missiles. A surge of firepower was unleashed. These weapons were all acquired from Tony Stark Industries at no cost and without concern for waste. The concentrated attacks always found their mark on the unfortunate. Several humanoid giants jumping around were struck by Chen Feng with 3 sustaining injuries. One was obliterated by Chen Feng's medium-range missile. As for the 3 injured humanoid giants, their burden was undoubtedly doomed. Knowing that humanoid giants recover quickly, Chen Feng hurried over to eliminate those 3 before they could regain their strength. Boom. Chen Feng, stepping on his glider, knocked a humanoid giant away, then jumped off the glider and grabbed one of the injured giants, delivering a powerful punch to its head. Boom. The giant's head snapped back, its neck broken, yet it did not die. Chen Feng slammed the giant down, then raised his foot to stomp on its head. Boom, boom, boom. A series of stomps finally crushed the humanoid giant. He then quickly ran to the one he had just knocked away, employing the same technique to stomp it. After crushing 2 humanoid giants, the remaining injured one had recovered and was leaping away towards Zinj and the others. Chen Feng aimed at the humanoid giant and opened fire, the bullets striking its feet. Rat-a-tat-tat. The fierce barrage repeatedly battered the giant's feet, causing it to crash to the ground, unable to stand and directly tumbling into the dirt. Chen Feng leaped. The glider flew automatically beneath his feet. He soared above the humanoid giant, launching a medium-range missile, then swiftly pursued Zinj and the others. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed. With the force generated by the blast, Chen Feng flew even faster. In under a minute, he caught up with Zinj and his companions once more. Seeing Chen Feng closing in again, Fury urgently said to Zinj, Blonsky, Chen Feng is after us again. Oh, I think we should split up and run. Without me, do you think you can outrun Chen Feng? Zinj replied without looking back. Find a concealed spot to drop me off, then draw Chen Feng away. After I escape, I'll return with the serum. Huh? Do you think I'm a fool? Letting you go now? Will you really deliver the serum to me? Zinj mocked. Fury fell silent. Zinj was right. If he could truly escape, he would not fulfill his promise. After all, the serum was too important to him. It was his means of revival. If he gave it to Zinj, he would no longer have leverage. As Zinj ran, he shouted loudly, Chen Feng, if you're a man, don't use those high-tech gadgets. Heh. Chen Feng continued to fire. Chen Feng, if you're a man, fight us on Hyoin. Zinj intentionally provoked, hoping to lure Chen Feng into close combat. Fine, I accept. Chen Feng responded with a cold smile. If it were the Hulk, he might have some reservations, but Zinj he completely disregarded. Everyone halt. Zinj commanded. Boom, boom, boom. The humanoid giants landed one by one, creating massive explosions. Zinj set Fury down and said, stay put with your men and watch how we defeat Chen Feng. The other humanoid giants also set their passengers down. Chen Feng jumped out from the transformer, transforming midair into a titan giant. With a thunderous crash, Chen Feng landed, creating a massive crater, dust swirling all around. Chen Feng, let's have a proper battle today. Zinj shouted, then roared and charged at Chen Feng. Chen Feng likewise charged at Zinj. Boom. The two collided. Zinj was knocked back instantly. The reason was simple. Chen Feng stood 3 meters tall and weighed over 2,000 pounds, while Zinj was only 2 meters tall and weighed over 900 pounds. The two were simply not on the same level. Chen Feng knocking Zinj away was inevitable. Zinj was sent flying several hundred meters away. After landing, Zinj quickly got up as if nothing had happened and charged once more at Chen Feng. Zeng's subordinates bravely followed suit, attacking Chen Feng together. Chen Feng punched one humanoid giant away, then swept his leg to clear the giants surrounding him. Zinj closed in, swinging a fist at Chen Feng. Chen Feng unleashed a mighty punch. Boom. The collision of their immense powers generated a shockwave that swept the surrounding dust away. Zinj was once again sent flying by Chen Feng. This time it was not just a simple knockback. Zeng's hand that struck Chen Feng was left mangled, flesh torn, bones shattered, and meridians ruptured. Boom. Chen Feng's fist punched through a humanoid giant's mouth and exited through the back of its head. The humanoid giant died on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Chen Feng and the humanoid giants was incredibly ferocious, every punch landing with explosive force, creating a deafening noise. Watching from a distance, Fury and the others were left dumbfounded. This is true strength, Fury sighed. They are much more powerful than our strongest at S. H. I. E. L. D. If only we had their serum. I wasn't prepared to, otherwise my giant arrows could have taken them all down, Hawkeye replied defiantly. His defiance stemmed from the fact that he was capable of piercing through both Zinj and Chen Feng. We must develop technology, but we must also prioritize the serum. Without strong personal power, if we lose our weapons, we'll find ourselves as helpless as we are now. Fury said earnestly. As long as our serum remains, we can continuously create powerful beings. We will rise again, Hill confidently replied. Yes, when S-H-I-E-L-D rises again, we should manufacture a large number of robots and monsters like Chen Feng, Fury asserted firmly. Fury was completely swayed by Chen Feng. Previously, he had focused on nurturing talent. Now he sought to take the path of creating monsters. Creating monsters is formidable, but without talent, they won't be recognized by humanity. Monsters won't show mercy, and when they go berserk, they will undoubtedly bring disaster to humankind. On Chen Feng's side, he had eliminated all the humanoid giants, leaving only Zinj. With Zhang's right hand temporarily unable to recover, his combat strength greatly diminished, leading him to choose to flee. Seeing Zinj escape, Fury and the others hurriedly followed suit, dispersing in different directions. Just as Chen Feng was contemplating whom to pursue, he heard the sound of helicopters. Rat-a-tat-tat. An armed helicopter swiftly flew towards Chen Feng. As it approached overhead, a figure leaped out. With a muffled thud, he landed in the dirt. Roar! A green giant emerged from the ground. Chen Feng saw the green giant crawling out of the ground and shouted, "What the hell? A green giant is here to confront me too." The green giant slammed its muscular arms, roaring at Chen Feng, but did not launch an attack. This is strange, Chen Feng thought. The green giant was not attacking him. Knowing the giant's notoriously volatile temperament, it was astonishing that it could restrain itself from attacking its enemy. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from the sky. "Chen Feng, please spare my father. As long as you let him go, I promise he will never trouble you again." With a thought, Chen Feng's glider quickly flew to him. He jumped on the glider and soared towards the armed helicopter in the sky. Worried that Chen Feng might harm his girlfriend Betty, the green giant roared and leaped high into the air, jumping hundreds of meters high. The giant's jumping was impressive, but he could not control his direction in the air. Chen Feng accelerated and dodged the green giant. The pilot of the armed helicopter saw Chen Feng approaching and quickly began to flee. The speed of the armed helicopter could not compare to Chen Feng's glider. In just a few seconds, Chen Feng caught up with the helicopter. A soldier, panicking, struggled to control a Gatling gun, intending to shoot at Chen Feng. Seeing this, Betty immediately shouted, "Don't shoot." To shoot at Chen Feng with a Gatling gun was nothing short of wishful thinking. Attacking him would only infuriate him, which is why she had specifically advised her boyfriend, the green giant, not to attack Chen Feng. "Betty, do you think I would spare you?" Chen Feng mocked. "You have already killed enough people, and if you keep this up, the entire United States will turn against you. So I advise you to stop now." The S-H-I-E-L-D and your father provoked me first. They sent people to fight me, and I won. I killed them, and it is only natural. If I had lost, I would have been killed by them too, Chen Feng replied coldly. "I beg you, just spare my father," Betty pleaded. "Take your giant boyfriend and leave. Otherwise I will kill you," Chen Feng stated. Betty was a good woman, and Chen Feng did not want to harm her. "What do I have to do for you to spare my father?" Although Betty had little conversation with her father, she knew he cared about her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly spared the green giant for her sake. Roar! The green giant jumped over. Chen Feng maneuvered the glider to rise, dodging the giant. The green giant missed Chen Feng and instead landed on the armed helicopter. With a weight of over 1,200 pounds and the impact, the green giant nearly brought the armed helicopter crashing down. Fortunately, it was a large military aircraft. The green giant clutched the helicopter's exterior, roaring at Chen Feng, "Don't harm Betty." Chen Feng snorted, "You better take your girlfriend away, or I will kill her." After saying this, he turned and controlled the glider to leave quickly. "Chen Feng, don't go. Don't hurt my father," Betty pleaded loudly. Chen Feng continued to leave unaffected. After he departed, the green giant's rage dissipated, returning to a normal state, comforting his girlfriend. "Betty, don't worry with me here. Chen Feng won't harm your father." Betty threw herself into the green giant's arms, touched, and replied, Chen Feng searched the area again and had Optimus Prime use satellites to search, but found no sign of Fury or Abomination. "You can run for a time, but not for a lifetime," Chen Feng said, turning around to chase after the armed helicopter where Betty was. Unable to find Fury and Abomination, he decided to vent his anger on General Ross. Chen Feng quickly caught up with the armed helicopter. Seeing Chen Feng pursuing them, the green giant nearly transformed again. "Banner, don't be angry. Chen Feng just said he doesn't want to harm us," Betty consoled the green giant. "Be careful. If he acts, you should immediately hide behind me," the green giant said with concern. Betty sweetly nodded. After catching up, Chen Feng shouted, "Take me to see General Ross. I have something to discuss with him." "What is it?" Betty asked curiously. "It's a matter between men. You don't need to worry about it. Just take me there," Chen Feng replied. Then tell me, the Green Giant interjected. Come on. You're not even related to General Ross. What use is it to tell you anything? Chen Feng scoffed. Ugh. The Green Giant was at a loss for words. If you don't tell me, I won't tell you. Betty was not foolish either, worried that Chen Feng intended to harm her father. I want to talk to him about S-H-I-E-L-D. If you're worried, I can swear to God that I will never harm your father, Chen Feng stated seriously. Really? Betty questioned. Chen Feng nodded emphatically. Really? All right. They'll take you, but you must not harm my father, Betty said sweetly. Okay, Chen Feng replied happily. Not harming was impossible. General Ross had dispatched a total of 2,000 elite troops from the Army, Navy, and Air Force to attack him. This vendetta had to be avenged. Since he couldn't find Fury and the others, he would have to take out his anger on General Ross. Chen Feng transformed back into his normal state, and then jumped from the glider into the armed helicopter sitting next to Betty. Without Chen Feng, the glider quickly ascended and disappeared. In fact, neither the glider nor the Transformers had left. They had hidden in the clouds, always ready to respond to Chen Feng's call. On the armed helicopter, Chen Feng turned to Betty and asked, Miss Betty, did your father send you to plead for mercy on his behalf? Betty nodded shyly. Yes, all his elite troops were wiped out by you, and the remaining ones are just ordinary troops. He is very afraid that you will retaliate, so he sent me to negotiate, hoping for a resolution. Did he promise you any benefits? Chen Feng inquired. Yes, he promised I could be with Banner, Betty replied happily. Suddenly Chen Feng recalled an amusing plot from the movie The Incredible Hulk. In the plot, the Green Giant and Betty reconcile, and when they want to celebrate their love, the Green Giant gets so excited that he wants to transform, forcing him to abandon the celebration. Betty's mournful expression asking the Green Giant, is it really not possible? The Green Giant replied, it really isn't. I get too excited and have to transform. Betty's unsatisfied expression left a deep impression on Chen Feng. So Chen Feng intentionally asked, Betty, how are things going with Banner? Very well. I'm very happy with Banner. Betty said with an innocent smile. You two are so affectionate, why don't you just take it a step further, have a child, and then go see General Ross as a family of 3. No matter how much General Ross refuses, he wouldn't have a choice then. Chen Feng said deliberately. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Betty's smile faded, replaced by a look of resentment. The Hulk looked awkward, losing confidence in his words. Chen Feng pretended to be confused and asked, what's with your expressions? Nothing, Betty replied to Chen Feng, but her eyes were fixed on the Hulk. No, there's definitely something going on. Just say it and maybe I can help you. Chen Feng said seriously. Betty thought for a moment and secretly muttered to herself, that's right. Chen Feng can also transform into a giant, so he must have a way to control that aspect. So Betty asked Chen Feng, do you transform when you're excited? Chen Feng knew why Betty asked this. He boasted, whether I transform or not depends entirely on my will. If I don't want to transform, even if I'm excited, I want change. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Betty couldn't help but grab his hand excitedly, saying, really? Of course it's true, otherwise I wouldn't be able to transform at will. Chen Feng boasted. How do you do it? Can you teach Banner? Betty pleaded. Numerous nights of unsatisfaction and inner desire made her restless. Now that Chen Feng can help the Hulk satisfying her cravings, a tumultuous wave surged within her. Actually, the method is quite simple. It's about having a strong will. Chen Feng said. Betty turned around, patted the Hulk on the shoulder and complained, if others can do it, why can't you? The Hulk suddenly protested. When doing that kind of thing, I just don't believe he can control himself from transforming. What kind of thing? Chen Feng asked deliberately. It's just. Betty blushed, feeling embarrassed to say it. It's nighttime activities, the Hulk described it aptly. Chen Feng feigned enlightenment, saying, oh, so it's that aspect. Betty shyly looked at Chen Feng and asked, do you transform when you're excited during nighttime activities? Of course not. I just said I rely on a strong will to transform at will. Chen Feng replied. Then why can't Banner do it? Betty said with disappointment. Maybe you're just too charming. Chen Feng joked. Complimented by Chen Feng, Betty's face turned even redder as she asked, do you have any other methods to help Banner not transform? Actually, the method is quite simple. Oh, just turn off the lights. If you can't see, you won't be so excited, Chen Feng said with a grin. This? Betty still felt a bit disappointed. Although Chen Feng's method was good, without visibility, what feeling would there be? I think this method is good. The Hulk said happily. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Both Betty and the Hulk knew why he laughed, and Chen Feng's smile made them quite embarrassed. Half an hour later, the armed helicopter entered a primitive forest. Seeing the fog above the forest, Chen Feng finally understood why he couldn't find anyone. This thick fog obscured the view from above, making it impossible to see what was below. Betty noticed they were nearing her father's military secret base, so she asked Chen Feng again, Chen Feng, you really won't hurt my father? Chen Feng nodded heavily again. Really, I promise not to hurt him. You should know my credibility. Oh, last time I captured you and Banner, I said I would let you go, and I did. Betty sighed in relief and nodded. Whom you did I believe you, and thank you for forgiving my father. After a while the helicopter pilot spoke up, reminding everyone, attention, we have reached the base and are about to land. Please fasten your seatbelts. Except for Betty, no one took the pilot's words seriously. General Ross came out personally to greet his returning daughter. Dada dada. The helicopter landed on the ground. Betty was the first to get out and happily shouted, Dad. It's good that you're back, General Ross said with a kind smile. However, when General Ross saw Chen Feng getting out of the helicopter, his smile vanished, replaced by terror. Chen Feng warmly waved at General Ross, saying, Hi General Ross, it's nice to see you again. What are you doing here? General Ross asked in fear. Your daughter brought me here, Chen Feng replied with a smile. General Ross turned to his daughter with wide eyes, questioning, Betty, why did you bring him here? Don't you know he's very dangerous? Betty held her father's hand and smiled. Dad, don't worry. Chen Feng promised me when he came that he wouldn't hurt you. Betty, are you foolish? Dad just went to attack him. Oh, would he not come for revenge? General Ross felt like crying, considering his daughter to be his nemesis. Dad, you have to believe me. Chen Feng really promised me. He even swore to the heavens that he wouldn't harm you. He came to discuss matters about S-H-I-E-L-D with you. Betty explained with a pained expression. You. General Ross didn't believe her at all. He had such a deep enmity with Chen Feng that there was no way Chen Feng would let him off. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Feng applauded and praised, as expected of America's greatest warlord, truly wise. Chen Feng, just say it. What do you want? General Ross asked through gritted teeth. Chen Feng walked step by step towards General Ross, saying, I want your life. When he uttered the word life, he had already transformed into a three-mid turtle titan. Betty hurriedly shielded her father, exclaiming, Don't hurt my dad. Roar. The Hulk bellowed, rapidly transforming into a green giant over 2 meters tall, then quickly ran to Betty's side to prevent Chen Feng from harming her. Don't move, stand still. Many soldiers aimed their guns at Chen Feng. Chen Feng glanced over and saw that the soldiers were all using ordinary weapons, which he directly ignored. Ordinary weapons couldn't harm him at all. Chen Feng continued to advance. General Ross said to the Hulk, Banner, if you help me deal with Chen Feng, I will agree to your marriage with Betty. Upon hearing this, the Hulk roared with excitement and then looked at Chen Feng, his eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. Banner, you could actually leave with Betty. Oh, I won't stop you. If you stay here and oppose me, you are likely to bring General Ross down with you. You must save my dad, Banner. Betty exclaimed loudly. The Hulk roared at Chen Feng. Hulk never surrenders. I can make you submit once, so I can make you submit a second time, Chen Feng domineeringly declared. The Hulk let out a furious roar. Chen Feng took action. Rat-a-tat-tat. Without General Ross' orders, the soldiers opened fire on Chen Feng. Regular machine guns and pistols only left small dents on Chen Feng's skin. Once the bullet's impact faded, it would be deflected off by his skin. Boom. Chen Feng launched an all-out attack. His fist collided hard with the Hulk. The Hulk was sent flying, leaving a trench in the ground. General Ross grabbed his daughter's hand and ran. Betty, hurry and come with me. Betty's presence was a hindrance. Now that her father didn't allow her to hold him back, how could she comply? She shook off her father's hand defiantly, saying, Banner is here. I want leave. He will protect me. In anger, General Ross slapped his daughter across the face. Slap. The sound was crisp. A handprint appeared on Betty's fair cheek. Betty covered her face, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at her father in disbelief, saying, You actually hit me. I want to wake you up to let you know that staying here will distract Banner. If you aren't here, Banner can fight Chen Feng without any concerns. General Ross explained with concern, having a daughter like this made him feel helpless. But you can't hit me. You have never hit me since I was little. Betty cried. Stop crying and come with me. General Ross forcibly pulled his daughter into the bushes. Seeing their general fleeing, the soldiers hurriedly followed. Foolish people followed General Ross, while the wise ones ran in other directions. Chen Feng's target was General Ross, and he quickly pursued. The Hulk charged fearlessly. Chen Feng leaped to evade the Hulk's charge and continued chasing after General Ross. Just as Chen Feng was about to catch General Ross, the general suddenly changed direction, occasionally hiding behind giant trees, making it hard for Chen Feng to catch him. Hulk. The Hulk jumped down from a giant tree, landing beside Chen Feng. Chen Feng immediately threw a punch. The Hulk caught Chen Feng's fist with one hand, then lowered his body, driving his shoulder forward and pushing hard with both feet, forcing Chen Feng to retreat. Boom. The Hulk slammed Chen Feng against a giant tree, which broke in two and crashed to the ground. Chen Feng grabbed the Hulk's shoulder with his left hand and punched the Hulk's head with his right. Boom. A loud sound erupted. The Hulk's head was knocked to one side, his body flying leftward for about 10 meters. After stopping, he held his head with both hands, twisting it a couple of times until his bent head returned to normal. What a truly unkillable monster, Chen Feng remarked. If the abomination were injured like this, even if it didn't die, it would take a long time to recover. But the Hulk recovered almost instantaneously. A creature that gains strength from anger is indeed extraordinary. The angrier the Hulk became, the stronger he grew and the faster his recovery speed increased. However, the downside was that his intelligence decreased with the growth of his strength. Now the Hulk had already forgotten about Betty in his eyes. There was only Chen Feng with the sole thought of killing Chen Feng. Roar, roar, roar. The Hulk howled in fury. Chen Feng knew he couldn't resolve the Hulk problem in a short time, so he focused his thoughts and contacted the glider and transformers hidden in the sky, directing Optimus Prime to hunt down General Ross. Hulk is invincible, the Hulk said arrogantly. I will make you powerless. Chen Feng jumped high, delivering a punch towards the Hulk. The Hulk, lost in rage, didn't even attempt to dodge, meeting Chen Feng's punch heat. Boom. Their fists collided, creating shockwaves that sent the surrounding grass flying. Chen Feng, having undergone evolution, possessed greater strength than the Hulk. Thus, the Hulk's lower body was driven deep into the ground. Chen Feng relentlessly pounded the Hulk's head with punch after punch. The Hulk instinctively guarded his head with both hands as Chen Feng continued to strike. The Hulk's body sank deeper into the earth. Chen Feng was puzzled. Despite unleashing full force with every punch, he couldn't kill the Hulk. Go to hell, Chen Feng shouted, raising his foot and stamping down hard. With a loud boom, the Hulk was completely buried in the ground, covered by dirt. Though the Hulk was buried, Chen Feng could still hear the Hulk's low growls. Chen Feng bent down, clawing into the earth with his right hand, grabbing the Hulk's head and pulling him up. Hulk never surrenders, the Hulk expressed his resolve. Chen Feng swung his left hand into a fist, delivering an uppercut that sent the Hulk soaring into the sky. Chen Feng's heavy blow caused the Hulk to lose consciousness temporarily. The Hulk rose to a height of 100 meters before starting to fall, showcasing the terror of Chen Feng's punch. Chen Feng waited below, and as the Hulk neared the ground, he unleashed another punch that struck the Hulk's back, breaking his spine. The Hulk spat blood on the spot, his body flying into the air again. After falling once more, Chen Feng would send the Hulk soaring again. The Hulk, whether from increased resistance or simply from having enough anger, slowly regained some of his frenzied strength. As Chen Feng was about to send him into the sky again, the Hulk suddenly grabbed Chen Feng's fist, forcefully pulling himself onto Chen Feng. Then he opened his mouth and bit down on Chen Feng's neck. Damn it, you dog! Chen Feng shouted, furiously pounding the Hulk's head desperately. But the Hulk held on tightly, ignoring Chen Feng's blows. Chen Feng felt the Hulk's bite growing stronger, having already broken his skin. If it continued, he could lose a chunk of flesh from his neck. What to do? Chen Feng was at a loss. Suddenly, he thought of a solution. He opened his arms wide, tightly embracing the Hulk's waist and exerting force as he locked his hands. With Chen Feng's compression, the air in the Hulk's stomach was squeezed out, preventing him from breathing and making it impossible for him to exert strength. Chen Feng felt the Hulk's bites growing lighter, so he exerted more force, nearly causing the Hulk to spit blood. Crack! The sound of bones breaking. Chen Feng had snapped the Green Giant's waist. The Green Giant could no longer hold back, releasing a howl of anguish. Chen Feng loosened his grip, and the Green Giant collapsed to the ground. Just as Chen Feng was about to continue his assault, Optimus Prime's voice came through. My lord, I'm sorry, General Ross has escaped. What happened? How did he escape? Chen Feng asked, puzzled. General Ross ran into a bizarre area filled with thick fog and ferocious beasts, along with magnetic interference, which allowed him to flee. Optimus Prime explained. Bomb that area. If General Ross is still alive afterward, then he is truly lucky, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord. Optimus Prime acknowledged. Soon the sounds of explosions echoed. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled continuously. Chen Feng glanced down at the Green Giant, who was on the verge of recovery, and suddenly a thought surged in his mind. If this idea succeeded, he would undoubtedly become the most powerful person on Earth. With a thought, moments later, a massive glider flew beside him. He tucked the Green Giant under his arm, jumped onto the glider, and soared into the sky. He intended to capture the Green Giant to draw blood, then create a serum to cultivate super soldiers and dominate the world just like General Ross. As for General Ross, Chen Feng left that to Optimus Prime to handle. There were still hundreds of elite agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. waiting for him to surrender on the main battlefield. Upon returning to the main battlefield, Chen Feng saw the swarm of flying ants above and the lizard army below surrounding the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. He asked Natasha, are these people willing to pledge allegiance to me? Natasha did not approach Chen Feng as he had the terrifying Green Giant under his arm. She replied, all 300 of them are willing to pledge allegiance to you. As for those who are unwilling, they are all dead. You have a good relationship with them, so they will be under your command from now on, Chen Feng said. All right, Natasha nodded happily, finally gaining real power with Chen Feng. Optimus Prime, send all robots and mechanical creatures to hunt down General Ross, Chen Feng ordered. Understood, my lord. Optimus Prime acknowledged the order. One by one, mechanical creatures climbed onto the robots' bodies, then ascended into the air to pursue General Ross. Natasha let the surrendering people ride the giant flying ants to the private island. Then you lead them to create land on the sea where they will live on the newly created land from now on. Chen Feng commanded. Creating artificial land was a simple task in the Marvel world. As long as one had money and power, they could create as much land as they wished. Chen Feng may not have power, but he had strength. He had defeated the two most powerful forces in America's H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross Army. Now in America, no one dared to provoke him. He intended to create land in American waters, and no one would dare to stop him. This was the benefit that power brought. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless giant flying ants flew toward the private island. Splash, splash, splash. The remaining tens of thousands of giant lizards swiftly swam toward the private island. Various mobile fortresses also quickly moved toward the private island. Chen Feng returned to the private island and contacted Dr. Hank and the others, asking them to come back. Half an hour later, Dr. Hank and the others returned to the private island aboard an advanced aircraft. As Dr. Hank and the others disembarked from the plane, they saw Chen Feng pinning the green giant firmly to the ground at the villa entrance, curious about what Chen Feng was doing. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Dr. Hank asked. Chen Feng, how did you get the green giant here? He's a wrecking machine. Aren't you afraid he will destroy your private island? Octopus reminded him. Chen Feng, is he sick or something? Why does he keep howling like a beast? Xiao timidly asked. Don't you all understand? Chen Feng captured the green giant to give me for research, Professor Lizard said excitedly, then pulled out a syringe from nowhere, unafraid of the green giant, and stepped forward. Roar! The green giant let out a furious howl, and the force of the roar blew Professor Lizard over. Despite this, Professor Lizard was not angry. Instead, he was particularly happy and excited, saying, the green giant is so powerful, his genes must be incredibly strong. I must study him. Oh, perhaps I can create the most powerful human. As he spoke, he again reached for the syringe to draw blood from the green giant. Chen Feng interrupted. Professor Lizard, hold on. You all think of a way to restrain the green giant, so we can conduct our research. Let's make a cage to lock him up, Dr. Hank suggested. The green giant is too strong. I think we should stab his pelvic bone. Then we can lock his limbs as well, Octopus suggested. I think injecting him with a sedative is best, or giving him sleeping pills to weaken him, Xiao timidly added. There's no need for that. We can just drain all his blood, Professor Lizard said coldly. First, let's create something to confine him. Chen Feng said, sensing the green giant's power rising continuously. If he hadn't provoked himself to become angry and gain even greater strength, he surely would not have been able to contain the green giant. Dr. Hank and the others, all super geniuses, discussed for a while, and then began to create something that could trap the green giant. Octopus was creating machinery. Dr. Xiao was developing a drug to weaken the green giant. Dr. Hank was using Pym particles to create weapons to prevent the green giant from going berserk. Professor Lizard prepared a blood extraction machine. After more than 20 minutes, a huge frame was completed. The frame was immense, 5 meters tall and weighing hundreds of tons. Chen Feng firmly pinned the green giant to the ground and had Octopus fit the automatic retractable shackles on the green giant's limbs. Once secured, Octopus controlled the machine, pulling the green giant into a large X shape. But that wasn't all. Chen Feng picked up 2 massive iron hooks and pierced the green giant's pelvic bone. Roar! The green giant let out a miserable scream. Next, Chen Feng placed an iron collar around the green giant's neck. The collar contained the drug developed by Xiao. Once everything was set, Chen Feng and the others stood before the massive frame, restraining the green giant. Roar, roar, roar. The green giant continued to howl and struggle. As the green giant's pelvic bone was pierced, the more he struggled, the more he was injured. However, the pain fueled his anger, causing his strength to rise continuously. Chen Feng, can I draw blood now? Professor Lizard asked eagerly. Chen Feng nodded yes, but don't do it too quickly. I don't want him to die just yet. He wanted to study the green giant thoroughly and maximize his value. The Hulk roared repeatedly, howling and struggling desperately. Fortunately, the apparatus was crafted by several brilliant doctors, otherwise it would surely fail to contain the Hulk. Although the Hulk could not break free, his movements caused the massive apparatus to sway dangerously. If left unchecked, it would undoubtedly topple. The robots had been sent out to hunt down General Ross. The swarms of flying ants and the lizard army were unable to assist. Natasha was busy calming the surrendered H.I.E.L.D. members. Dr. Hank and his team were not very strong. No one could help. Chen Feng had no choice but to take action himself. He stood beside the apparatus, gripping its edge to prevent it from falling. Professor Lizard squatted behind the apparatus, watching the blood in the vial slowly increase, saliva dripping from his mouth, as he said, with this blood, my lizard DNA serum can increase several-fold. The professor had a unique obsession with lizards, and now with the powerful serums provided by Chen Feng, he still wanted to enhance the lizard DNA serum to be even more potent and advanced. Chen Feng couldn't be bothered with Professor Lizard's peculiar hobby as long as the professor obediently served him. The Hulk's blood quickly drained away, yet it did not weaken him significantly. because his body produced blood at an astonishing rate nearly matching the speed of extraction. After extracting 50 pounds of the Hulk's blood, Professor Lizard asked Chen Feng, "We've already drawn 50 pounds, should we continue?" "The Hulk weighs 1,200 pounds, so there's no need to worry about him dying." "Keep going," Chen Feng replied. "Chen Feng, the Hulk's blood production speed is very fast. How about we experiment and double the extraction to see if his body will also double the production?" Professor Lizard proposed. "Sure," Chen Feng agreed. The professor, being ruthless, immediately quadrupled the extraction. The Hulk had needles inserted in his wrists and ankles, beginning the blood extraction. Due to the rapid extraction speed, the Hulk soon grew weak, his roars becoming fainter and his struggles weaker. Seeing this, Chen Feng released the apparatus and walked in front of the Hulk to observe his condition. The Hulk, seeing Chen Feng before him, stopped roaring and glared, growling, "Hulk will definitely kill you. You're no match for me," Chen Feng taunted. The Hulk let out an angry roar in response. "If you roar at me again, I'll seal your mouth shut," Chen Feng threatened. "Roar." The Hulk ignored him and continued to roar. Chen Feng entered the villa, coming out with a roll of tape in his left hand and an iron ball in his right. He approached the Hulk, and while the Hulk was roaring at him, he swiftly shoved the iron ball into the Hulk's mouth, then wrapped tape around the Hulk's mouth for over 20 rounds. With the iron ball in his mouth and the tape sealing it, the Hulk was rendered unable to roar. However, the Hulk was formidable, especially in his transformed state. He bit down, swallowed, and gulped down the fist-sized iron ball, then inhaled through his nose, forcefully roaring it out. Roar! The tape snapped instantly. Chen Feng and the others were left dumbfounded. The Hulk is too strong. He even dares to swallow the iron ball. Dr. Octopus sighed. "Will he be okay after swallowing it?" Hyoin asked worriedly. "Help me come up with a way to keep him quiet, or we will never have peace." Chen Feng said irritably. "If you pierce his throat, he won't be able to scream. Besides, he won't die," Dr. Octopus suggested. "All right, let's do that," Chen Feng agreed. Thus, an iron spike was added to the apparatus. The Hulk became completely silent. After 500 pounds of blood were drawn, the Hulk seemed to shrink, his body appearing withered, and he looked weak. "All right, let's stop for now," Chen Feng said. "Okay." Professor Lizard excitedly shut off the blood extraction machine. Suddenly, the Hulk groaned, and his body began to shrink. Seeing this, Chen Feng knew the Hulk was about to revert to his normal state, so he hurriedly approached to remove the iron hook and spike. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, the Hulk's healing was very slow, and his transformation back was also sluggish. Fortunately, as the Hulk shrank, his wounds also diminished. Otherwise, in his normal state, he would have been heavily injured. A few minutes later, the Hulk returned to his normal state, appearing dejected and weak, with beads of sweat forming on his body. "Banner!" Chen Feng called out. The Hulk weakly lifted his head, looking at Chen Feng with curiosity, asking Chen Feng, "How did I end up here? What do you want to do with me? Where's Betty? How is she? Where is she?" The Hulk had two personalities, one being Hulk and the other being Banner, and the two personalities were not connected. "You opposed me, and I captured you. I want you to cooperate with me for experiments," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Where's Betty? Where is she? You didn't do anything to her, did you?" "Don't worry, Betty ran away with her father," Chen Feng said truthfully. The Hulk let out a sigh of relief, and then asked Chen Feng, "What do you want to experiment on me?" "Just like General Ross to create a super soldier," Chen Feng replied. "So you want to dominate the world like General Ross?" The Hulk realized. "If I said everything I did was to survive, would you believe me?" Chen Feng said seriously. "Haha, that's funny. To survive, one must dominate the world. It's absurd," the Hulk mocked. "This world is filled with dangers you can't see now, but you will understand later. Being a master over all is not what I desire. What I truly want is simple, to survive in this world, that's all." "You're a liar. I won't believe anything you say." "Oh, I only find it amusing," the Hulk scoffed. Today, Chen Feng had deceived him once, and he would never fall for Chen Feng's words again. Otherwise he would be selling himself without knowing it. "Then just stay here with me." After saying this, Chen Feng pushed the apparatus into the basement of the villa, locking the Hulk in Professor Lizard's laboratory for the professor to conduct experiments. Professor Lizard was ecstatic after acquiring a large amount of Hulk's blood, almost floating with excitement. The Hulk's serum was too dangerous. As a precaution, Chen Feng left it in Professor Lizard's laboratory. Professor Lizard, very experienced, quickly extracted the serum from the Hulk's blood and eagerly grabbed a small lizard for the experiment. Seeing Professor Lizard about to inject the lizard with the Hulk's serum in the laboratory, Chen Feng hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Professor Lizard, the laboratory is too cramped. Let's move outside for the experiment. The items in the laboratory are treasures. We must not damage them." "You are right. Let's go outside to experiment," Professor Lizard agreed. Dr. Hank and the others, upon hearing that Professor Lizard was going to test the Hulk serum, all came out to watch, including Hyoin. Chen Feng transformed directly into a Titan giant, ready to intervene should anything go wrong with Professor Lizard's experiment. Professor Lizard held a small lizard in one hand and a syringe in the other, explaining, "I will first inject the lizard with the Hulk's serum to see what happens." After injecting the small lizard with the Hulk's serum, Professor Lizard placed it on the beach and immediately ran away. He had not transformed into a lizard man yet, and did not dare to take risks. The small lizard rolled on the sand, crying out in agony. With a loud bang, the small lizard exploded. The first experiment with the Hulk serum has failed, Professor Lizard stated. Then he caught another small lizard, saying, I will conduct a second experiment with the Hulk serum. This time I will first inject the lizard with the lizard DNA serum I developed, making it a giant lizard, and then inject the Hulk's serum into the enhanced giant lizard, which should greatly increase the success rate. After Professor Lizard finished speaking, he began his actions. After injecting the small lizard with the lizard DNA serum, it evolved into a giant lizard without any incidents. Next, Professor Lizard injected the giant lizard with the Hulk's serum. The giant lizard, after receiving the Hulk's serum, rolled on the ground in pain, letting out a tragic roar, just like the previous small lizard. Professor Lizard kept an eye on his watch, recording the time. After 1 minute passed, he exclaimed with joy, the giant lizard is still alive. The second experiment should have succeeded. The giant lizard's body had doubled in size, its entire form glistening green and robust, but its eyes had turned blood red. Suddenly, the giant lizard stopped rolling and charged at Chen Feng and the others. It's coming at us. What should we do? Hyoin cried out in fear. It's okay, I'm here. Chen Feng replied confidently. To prevent being killed by his own giant lizard, Professor Lizard quickly slapped himself a few times to stimulate his interest. Indeed, it worked. He swiftly transformed into a lizard man. Let me test the giant lizard's strength, Professor Lizard said. Chen Feng did not stop him. Professor Lizard stepped forward to confront the giant lizard, which charged recklessly, attacking purely on instinct. Professor Lizard jumped onto the back of the giant lizard and drove his claws into its back. With a snap, he couldn't help but wail. It hurt so much. Professor Lizard's nails broke and his fingers were fractured. The giant lizard rolled on the ground, throwing Professor Lizard off. Then with a flick of its tail, it sent Professor Lizard flying. Chen Feng, it's better if you take action. Hank suggested. Chen Feng strode toward the giant lizard. The giant lizard attacked whoever approached it. Seeing Chen Feng coming, it opened its massive jaws to bite. Chen Feng did not dodge. He lifted his left foot and stepped on the giant lizard's lower jaw, extending his right hand to press against its upper jaw. No matter how hard the giant lizard tried, it could not bite down. Feeling the giant lizard's biting force, Chen Feng turned to Professor Lizard and said, the second experiment failed. This giant lizard's strength is even inferior to that of a mutant, and it has gone berserk, losing all consciousness, attacking only on instinct to feed, not even retreating, just clashing with me. Professor Lizard responded, disappointed. Don't be disheartened, Professor Lizard. As long as you persevere, you will surely succeed. By the way, I heard that the Hulk mutated due to a gamma ray machine, so you could also create a gamma ray machine for your experiments, Chen Feng suggested. Professor Lizard patted his thigh excitedly, saying, right, it must be the lack of gamma rays. Now let me test the strength of this giant lizard. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he suddenly retreated. The giant lizard, now free, instantly lunged at Chen Feng. Chen Feng performed a cool backflip, landing on the giant lizard's back, then raised his fist and struck down on its back. Bang! Chen Feng's punch shattered the giant lizard's scales, penetrating into its body. The scales are hard but too thin, and the muscles are not strong enough. Chen Feng commented, then withdrew his fist to observe the giant lizard's recovery speed. The giant lizard struggled desperately. Chen Feng's weight exceeded that of the giant lizard. Combined with his strength, he pressed the giant lizard down firmly. After 1 minute, Chen Feng remarked, the recovery speed is still not as fast as a normal giant lizard. Should we destroy this failed giant lizard? Professor Lizard inquired. Just to be safe, let's dispose of it. Chen Feng said. He raised his right hand like a blade and struck down at the giant lizard's head, slicing through its scales, skull, and brain. Boom! The giant lizard crashed heavily to the ground, dead. Professor Lizard personally dealt with the giant lizard's corpse. After the crowd watched the excitement, they returned to their respective laboratories to begin their research. Chen Feng transformed back into his ordinary human state, took a shower, and went to sleep. After fighting for so long, even if his body could handle it, his mind was fatigued. The private island returned to tranquility. However, not far from the private island, things were rather lively. Natasha led more than 300 people operating numerous machines, continuously creating land. To expedite the process, Natasha had her AI system Elita apply the cold fusion reactor to the machinery on the artificial land. Thus, the ship's extracting seabed silt moved at an incredible speed. In just 1 day, they created a sand mountain in the sea. To prevent the seawater from washing away the sand, Natasha sent dozens of people worldwide to acquire cement to reinforce the coast. A week later, a massive sand island appeared near the private island. The sand island covered a total area of 41 square kilometers, easily accommodating tens of thousands of people. In the villa on the private island, Chen Feng was discussing quantum fields with Dr. Hank when he suddenly heard Optimus Prime's alert. My lord, a speedboat flying a white flag is rapidly approaching us. Should we intercept it? A speedboat with a white flag. Could it be that the Americans sent someone to negotiate with me? Chen Feng suspected. My lord, I see Betty, she's on the speedboat, Optimus Prime reported. Let her in, Chen Feng ordered. On the speedboat speeding across the sea, Betty felt heavy-hearted. Her boyfriend had been captured by Chen Feng, and she was once again here to rescue him, while also aiding the Americans in negotiating with Chen Feng. She was just an ordinary weak woman, but the American High Command forced her to assist in the negotiations under the pretext of national righteousness. Along with her father's persuasion, she had no choice but to agree. The speedboat successfully reached the private island. Betty knew that Chen Feng was in the villa on the island, so she walked towards the villa. The front door of the villa opened automatically. Betty walked in and saw Chen Feng sitting on the sofa in the living room. Sit, Chen Feng said. Betty obediently sat in front of Chen Feng, and then spoke. Chen Feng, can you let Banner go? Not for now, Chen Feng replied plainly. Then when will you be willing to let Banner go? Betty asked. That depends on whether he behaves. If he cooperates with me and helps me create a super soldier, I can release him immediately, Chen Feng said. Betty was shocked. She did not expect that Chen Feng, like her father, also had a super soldier plan. Seeing Betty's exaggerated expression, Chen Feng laughed and said, surprised. Betty nodded and said, The super soldier program was initially launched during World War II and successfully produced a perfect super soldier, the American hero Captain America, but unfortunately, it was ultimately destroyed by the evil organization Hydra. After your father learned of the terrifying events, he hoped to have stronger soldiers and thus restarted the super soldier program. To be honest, if it weren't for your boyfriend's lack of cooperation causing trouble and stealing research results and destroying the research facility on his way out, your father's super soldier program would have certainly been realized by now. His plan was perfect, and unfortunately, he chose your unreliable boyfriend, Chen Feng said. Banner didn't want to harm anyone, which is why he destroyed the research facility and took away the research results. Betty awkwardly defended her boyfriend. Not wanting to harm anyone is just an excuse. He is completely selfish, wanting to monopolize that terrifying power, Chen Feng retorted. It's not like that, Chen Feng, you've misunderstood him. He is not that kind of person, otherwise he wouldn't be hiding everywhere, Betty argued. Chen Feng picked up a fruit knife from the coffee table along with an apple, peeling the apple, while saying, Do you see the knife in my hand? Some use knives to chop wood, cut vegetables, make tools, and benefit humanity, while others use knives to commit murder and do evil. Do you think a knife should exist? Betty was speechless. Or do you think your father is a bad person? Chen Feng smiled. Betty shook her head and said seriously, My dad is a good person, although he is not a competent father. So there are only evil people, no evil tools. As long as we use them properly, they will not harm humanity. Rather, they will benefit humanity, protect the earth, and even protect the universe, Chen Feng said. Chen Feng's intention was to persuade Betty to encourage the Hulk to cooperate with him on research, ideally, to help him with the research. You're right, but don't you think you yourself are a bad person? Betty said timidly. Chen Feng took a bite of the apple and casually flicked the fruit knife. With a clang, the fruit knife embedded itself into the wall. Tell me, what bad things have I done? Chen Feng said with a smile. You? Originally, Betty felt that Chen Feng was a bad person, but when Chen Feng asked her to say it out loud, she suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have done anything particularly bad. The only thing she could think of were Chen Feng forced her boyfriend to cooperate in extracting genes, but in the end he let them go. Chen Feng stole things from S.H.I.E.L.D. Theft is greedy, but not to the point of being unforgivable. Chen Feng fought against S.H.I.E.L.D. and her father, but it was S.H.I.E.L.D. and her father who took the initiative to attack Chen Feng. He was merely forced to retaliate. Chen Feng kidnapped her boyfriend, but that was because her boyfriend ruined Chen Feng's plans. All these things suggest that Chen Feng is indeed not a good person, but he cannot be classified as a bad person either. Seeing Betty at a loss for words, he smiled and said, What's wrong? Can't say it. I still think you are not a good person, Betty said angrily. Chen Feng leaned back and said, Let me tell you what I've done in America. When I first arrived in America, I helped your father deal with Blonsky, and then I threatened your boyfriend Banner to obtain his Hulk genes. Then at Natasha's invitation, I joined S.H.I.E.L.D. I used my S.H.I.E.L.D. identity to negotiate cooperation with Iron Man Tony, only to be humiliated by him. After that, I tricked Dr. Helen Xiao to the private island. Now she is very happy, busy doing research every day. I also recruited Dr. Hank with the condition of helping him rescue his wife. During the battle in New York, when Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man were fighting, I intervened to save a trainload of people. When Professor Lizard brought out his army of thousands of lizards to create chaos, I eliminated his lizard army and then brought him back to the right path. Later, I wanted to create the most powerful robot and needed a metal called vibranium, which S.H.I.E.L.D. had plenty of. I only needed a grain, and they wouldn't even give me one, not even a powder. S.H.I.E.L.D. made an outrageous demand, wanting my technology. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. was so stingy, of course I refused. So I sent someone to steal it. After S.H.I.E.L.D. found out, they wanted to go to war with me. Your father, being someone who can't stand not being in the limelight, also came to fight me. I was forced to retaliate. Everything I've done may seem like I lack integrity, but I certainly have not committed any heinous acts. Moreover, I have saved a large number of humans. I have a clear conscience, Chen Feng said emphatically. His words made Betty feel guilty. Chen Feng, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Betty said apologetically. Betty, you are too naive. Many things cannot be judged solely by their surface, Chen Feng said. Betty's big eyes blinked as she looked at Chen Feng, not understanding his meaning. For example, Iron Man Tony of Americans see him as a hero, but what is he doing? He is manufacturing a large number of weapons and selling them to warlords and terrorists in various countries, causing chaos and countless deaths and injuries. In addition, he enjoys playing with women's feelings. So do you think he is a good person? Or is he a hero? Chen Feng asked. Betty shook her head and said no. For example, S.H.I.E.L.D., it is America's umbrella tasked with protecting the Earth. But do you know who established S.H.I.E.L.D.? Chen Feng asked. Isn't it the U.S. government? Betty replied. It is the evil organization Hydra. If you don't believe me, I can show you the data later. Chen Feng said seriously. No way. Betty was shocked. You know Harry, the president of Oscorp, right? Chen Feng asked. Is he also a bad person? Betty asked suspiciously. He has a great reputation in America and often does charity work. His company has developed many beneficial drugs for humanity, but he also has another identity known as the Green Goblin, Chen Feng said. Betty couldn't believe it. So when judging a person, one must not only look at the surface. For instance, your father, is he really that bad? Why do you and Banner both think he is bad? What bad things has he done? Chen Feng questioned. Before Betty could respond, Chen Feng interrupted. And your boyfriend, how many citizens did he kill when he turned into the Hulk? Chen Feng continued. I have killed many people, I admit, but I have never harmed an innocent person. At most, I've just stood by without helping. After a pause, Betty asked gloomily, Stop it, I will help persuade Banner to assist you with the Super Soldier program, but you must promise me that once it's done, you will let him go. Miss Betty, rest assured, Chen Feng will definitely let him go. After all, I have no enmity with him, Chen Feng replied. That's good. Betty sighed in relief. You didn't come to me just for your boyfriend, did you? Chen Feng asked. Betty sighed and said helplessly, the President of the United States asked me to negotiate with you, hoping you could restart the country's network and stop targeting the U.S. That's fine, but I have some conditions, Chen Feng replied. Go ahead, I will relay them to the President, Betty said. Just one condition, anything I do in the U.S. that does not harm its citizens must not be interfered with by the U.S., Chen Feng stated. I can agree to that on behalf of the President, Betty readily replied. When she came, the President and her father told her that as long as the safety of the U.S. could be ensured, they could even offer Chen Feng a huge compensation. Good, then it's settled, Chen Feng said happily. He could have extorted more benefits from the U.S., but they currently had nothing he wanted, so he only made a small request. So when can the U.S. network be restarted? Betty asked. Right now, Chen Feng replied, then commanded Optimus Prime. Optimus, restore the U.S. network to normal. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. After a second or two, he said, my lord, the U.S. network has been restored to normal. Chen Feng acknowledged. Betty hurriedly took out her phone and dialed her father's number. The call connected quickly, and she excitedly reported, Dad, Chen Feng has agreed to reconcile with the U.S. He has restored the network, but he requires that we not interfere with anything he does except when it harms the citizens. That's good, General Ross said happily. Chen Feng took out his phone, held it to his mouth, and quietly commanded, track General Ross' location, send Transformers robots and mechanical beings to kill him. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. A week ago, the Transformers robots and mechanical beings sent out to find General Ross had dug 3 feet into the ground, but found nothing, and they are still searching. Now that General Ross had appeared, and even used a phone, Chen Feng had no choice but to seek retribution. After hanging up, Betty eagerly said to Chen Feng, Can I see Banner? Chen Feng nodded, of course. He took Betty to Professor Lizard's laboratory, where Professor Lizard was busy with research, and ignored Chen Feng. Chen Feng brought Betty to the place where the Hulk was held, and shouted at the sleeping Hulk, Banner, wake up, your girlfriend is here to see you. The Hulk, perhaps too weak, didn't wake up. Seeing the Hulk's dejected state, Betty felt heartbroken, and tears couldn't help but flow. She stepped forward, hugged the Hulk's waist, and cried out, Banner, I came to see you. Only then did the Hulk slowly wake up, open his eyes, and see Betty in his arms. Surprised and angry, his emotions spiraled out of control, and his body started to turn green and grow. Chen Feng, if you dare to grab Betty, I will fight you, the Hulk roared angrily. Chen Feng did not explain, or his explanations would be utterly powerless. Betty proactively explained, Banner, don't be agitated, it's not what you think. Chen Feng didn't capture me, I came of my own accord. Betty's words indeed had an effect on the Hulk, calming him somewhat, and his body returned to his normal human form. You should leave, Chen Feng is not a good person, the Hulk said anxiously. Banner, don't worry, Chen Feng has never harmed me, and he told me that as long as you cooperate with him on the research to create a super soldier, he will let you go. Or if you help him with the research and get the super soldier out early, he will release you immediately, Betty gently persuaded. The Hulk shook his head stubbornly. I won't agree, he is just like General Ross wanting to dominate the world. Banner, listen to me, Chen Feng is not entirely a bad person. He has never actively killed innocent people. He is just overly ambitious. Please help him. Once the super soldier is developed, we can run away and never come back, Betty persuaded. The Hulk frowned, questioning. Last time you said the same thing, and what happened? After you got the call from your father, you immediately demanded that I save him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been captured here for others to experiment on. Banner, I'm sorry, I truly had no choice. He is my father. I can't just stand by and watch him die. Don't say that I'll stay here with you, Betty said with guilt. No need, you should go back. This place is too dangerous, the Hulk said, touched. No, if you don't leave, I won't either. I want to be with you forever, Betty expressed her true feelings. Betty. Banner. Seeing the Hulk and Betty being affectionate, Chen Feng tactfully went to chat with Professor Lizard. As for whether Betty would take the opportunity to rescue the Hulk, he need not worry at all, because without his command, Optimus Prime would not release the Hulk. Suddenly, Chen Feng's phone rang. He took it out and saw it was Spider-Man. Pressing the answer button, he said, Peter, what do you need? Chen Feng, come to New York quickly. Mary has gone insane as she is killing people everywhere, not even sparing her family. Now she is chasing me, and no matter where I hide, she can find me quickly. Can't you defeat her? Chen Feng asked curiously. You might laugh, but I truly can't defeat her as she is too powerful. She has turned into a monster and is using high-tech weapons. In front of her, I can only run away. Is it your good friend Harry who turned her into this? Chen Feng asked suspiciously. Mary becoming a monster must have something to do with Harry, but not entirely, because Harry isn't that powerful, Spider-Man speculated. Do you want me to save you, or do you want me to kill Mary? Chen Feng asked. Spider-Man fell silent. If you don't speak, I'll hang up. Chen Feng, you can't ignore this, because after she kills me, she will definitely come for you, Spider-Man said. To be honest, I am truly fed up with this woman Mary and don't want any more involvement with her. So I'm sorry, but I can't help you. However, you can come here to take refuge, but it is absolutely safe here. Mary went crazy because of you. How can you not care? Spider-Man complained. I'm not a savior, why should I care? You say she went crazy because of me, but I say it's because you didn't take care of your girlfriend that made her go mad. Fine, if you don't care, then I won't either. I'm going to your place now, I'll send someone to pick me up. Spider-Man was throwing a tantrum again. Sure, Chen Feng replied. He was very busy and didn't have time to deal with Mary's affairs anyway. No matter how much Mary caused trouble, she couldn't reach his private island. The mobile fortress of the private island, the Lizard Legion, the Flying Ant Swarm, the robots, and the 300 newly recruited S.H.I.E.L.D. members were not to be trifled with. As long as Mary dared to come looking for trouble, he would ensure she had no return. After hanging up, Chen Feng said to Optimus Prime, Optimus, send an iron battle armor to pick up Spider-Man. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Betty was still trying to persuade the Hulk, who remained unwilling to cooperate with Chen Feng, let alone help him create super soldiers. Chen Feng walked over and said to the Hulk, Banner, you are really selfish. Betty came alone to plead for your release, and what about you? Haha, hiding everything as if everyone owes you something. Don't forget, if it weren't for Betty and her father's support, would you have the powerful abilities you have now? After Chen Feng finished speaking, he turned and left. Betty stayed in the lab talking with the Hulk. Half an hour later, my Lord Spider-Man has arrived. Optimus Prime reminded. Chen Feng went out to greet him. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Spider-Man complained angrily. Chen Feng, you are heartless. You clearly have the power to deal with Mary, yet you do nothing. Peter, a week ago, I fought a great battle with S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ross Legion, facing 2 opponents alone. Who was there to help me? Chen Feng said. Spider-Man was taken aback. It can't be true, right? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, go outside and take a look. The artificial land over there is filled with people I've recruited from S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng said with pride. So what happened to S.H.I.E.L.D. now? Spider-Man asked. Except for Fury and a few high-ranking officials, I've wiped out the rest, and General Ross' elite troops of 20,000 have also been completely annihilated. Chen Feng boasted. You killed hundreds of thousands. Spider-Man was shocked. Even if I kill hundreds of thousands, I never worry, because I was born for battle. As long as I succeed, I would never hesitate to sacrifice everything. Chen Feng said domineeringly. You are indeed a ruthless person, Spider-Man commented. All right, enough of this. Since you are here, make yourself comfortable and stay. There are many empty rooms in the villa, choose one yourself. If you need anything, go find Optimus Prime, he will help you. Chen Feng said. I understand. Thank you for taking me in. Spider-Man thanked. After settling Spider-Man, Chen Feng returned to his room and asked, Optimus, has General Ross been killed? My lord, I'm sorry, not yet, because General Ross' army is fiercely resisting and there are abominations trying to stop us. We have already lost many robots and mechanical creatures. Optimus Prime reported. Then use heavy weapons. I believe you can definitely find them in General Ross' camp, Chen Feng said. Okay, I will go find them right away, Optimus Prime replied. Once you find them, come back immediately, let the robots detonate, and blow General Ross to smithereens. Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. A few minutes later, a loud explosion could be heard, even on Chen Feng's private island, and one could even feel the tremors. Chen Feng hurried to the window and saw a massive mushroom cloud. What the hell, Optimus, did you just detonate a mushroom cloud? That's impressive, Chen Feng exclaimed. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Are the Transformers all right? Chen Feng asked. Although he was not entirely satisfied with the first generation of Transformers, he still needed to use them until the second generation was released. My lord, rest assured the Transformers are fine, but the other robots and mechanical creatures have been destroyed, Optimus Prime replied. Suddenly, Natasha's voice came through Alita to Chen Feng's room. Chen Feng, can't you exercise some restraint? You dare to detonate a mushroom cloud? Don't you know how much radiation a mushroom cloud emits? What is there to be afraid of? If they dare to create it, I dare to detonate it, Chen Feng said frankly. Once his strength increases, and he can survive in space, he dares to play even bigger. Natasha was speechless. She didn't know how to refute Chen Feng, and simply stopped talking, letting Alita close the connection with him. Chen Feng watched the beautiful mushroom cloud via satellite. Before he could enjoy it for long, Betty stormed into his room, cursing as soon as they met. Chen Feng, you bastard, you tricked me again. How did I trick you? Chen Feng asked. Betty wiped away her tears angrily, saying, You promised to reconcile, but in the blink of an eye you went to kill my father. To kill my father, you even detonated a mushroom cloud. You have gone too far. I promised to reconcile with the United States, but didn't promise to reconcile with your father. Since your father dared to lead 20,000 elite troops to attack me, he must be prepared to face my revenge. His fate now is of his own making. He has no one to blame but himself, Chen Feng retorted. Whoa, you killed my father. I will avenge him, Betty said, sobbing. Chen Feng's expression turned cold as he said icily, Do you really want to seek revenge on me? Betty nodded, tears in her eyes, saying, Yes, I want to avenge my father. Chen Feng shot a spider silk from his right hand, sticking it to Betty's neck and pulling hard. Betty was uncontrollably pulled towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng's right hand clawed around Betty's neck as he coldly said, Since you want to seek revenge on me, I will kill you first. Betty's emotions spiraled out of control as she shouted at Chen Feng, Go ahead. Kill me. You murderer, if you don't kill me, I will definitely kill you. Since meeting Mary, Chen Feng has developed a strong dislike for women who overestimate themselves. Now Betty is one of them. She clearly knows she is no match for him, yet still dares to provoke him. Does she really think he wouldn't dare to hit a woman? He raised his left hand. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as his palm struck Betty's face. Betty stopped crying, instead glaring at Chen Feng in anger. Chen Feng, it's bad. That crazy woman Mary has captured my Gwen. The anxious voice of Spider-Man came from outside the door. Soon Spider-Man appeared in Chen Feng's room. Chen Feng tossed Betty aside and contacted Natasha through Optimus Prime. Natasha sent 2 people over to lock up Betty. Okay, Natasha replied. Spider-Man was anxious. Seeing that Chen Feng was ignoring him, he stepped forward and grabbed Chen Feng's hand, pleading, Chen Feng, you have to help me. Chen Feng shook off Spider-Man's hand and said irritably, Who is Gwen? Spider-Man looked embarrassed and awkwardly replied, She's my new girlfriend. Your new girlfriend? Chen Feng suddenly recalled something. Right. In Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man saved a beautiful girl named Gwen during a rescue operation who was the future female lead in the Spider-Man movies. In the film Spider-Man 3, there are 4 formidable characters: Sandman, Eddie, Harry, and Spider-Man. Additionally, there is a very strange alien creature, Venom, which is a parasite that amplifies a person's desires and abilities. Recalling these, Chen Feng felt an irresistible urge. He wanted Sandman's genes. He wanted Venom even more. With the magical parasitic entity Venom as a suit, it would be perfect for him, who could transform. As for Venom's ability to corrupt a person, he had no worries. His willpower was incredible and would not be influenced by other factors. He also wouldn't be controlled by Venom losing command over his own body. Most importantly, with Venom, his powers would be amplified, allowing him to easily dominate opponents like the Hulk. Chen Feng, I truly have no choice. I can't defeat Mary, and I had to come to you for help. Considering I helped you steal from S.H.I.E.L.D. Please help me just this once. I can help you steal again if it comes to that, Spider-Man pleaded desperately. Peter, didn't you say your love for Mary was true? It seems you just broke up with Mary not long ago, and now you're with another girl. The love stories of you Americans are quite absurd, Chen Feng teased. Chen Feng, love is something very hard to explain, Spider-Man replied awkwardly. At that moment, Natasha entered Chen Feng's room with 2 people. Natasha waved her hand, saying, Take Betty to our place and keep her under strict surveillance. Yes, the 2 responded, stepping forward to escort Betty away. As they left the room, Betty shouted angrily, Chen Feng, if you don't kill me, you will surely die by my hand in the future. Chen Feng chose to ignore her. He had only threatened Betty earlier, she still had her uses. With Betty around, the Hulk wouldn't dare act recklessly. Natasha, I'm going to be away from the private island for a while. During this time, you must protect it well, Chen Feng instructed. Why are you going out? Aren't you working on research? Natasha asked curiously. Peter has encountered some issues that need my help, Chen Feng replied. What kind of issues does Peter have that requires someone as capable as you to step in? Natasha asked Spider-Man. Spider-Man recounted the situation with Mary to Natasha. After listening, Natasha scoffed. This is what happens when you men like to flirt with women. Now you know the consequences. Chen Feng rolled his eyes at Natasha and retorted, if it weren't for women's greed, would they be seduced by men? There isn't a decent man among you. Natasha cursed before turning to leave. Chen Feng sighed and shook his head, lamenting, women are the most inscrutable beings in the world. Chen Feng stopped sighing. Let's hurry. If we're late, who knows what that crazy woman Mary will do to Gwen? Spider-Man urged anxiously. All right, let's go, Chen Feng replied. He stood by the window and commanded Optimus Prime. Optimus, bring 2 gliders and give the smaller one to Spider-Man. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. In a matter of seconds, 2 gliders, 1 large and 1 small, landed at Chen Feng's window. Chen Feng jumped onto the larger glider. Spider-Man hopped onto the smaller one. Optimus, head to New York, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime complied. The 2 gliders swiftly carried Chen Feng and Spider-Man towards New York. By the time they arrived, it was already night. Spider-Man took out his phone and dialed Mary's number. As soon as the call connected, Mary's triumphant voice came through. Peter, I knew you wouldn't let me down. You really brought Chen Feng to me. Chen Feng frowned and quietly asked Optimus Prime, Optimus, how did Mary know I was coming? I'm sorry, my lord, but I do not know, Optimus Prime replied. Chen Feng suspected that for Mary to have evaded Optimus Prime and obtained his information, she must have arranged for numerous people to monitor him using methods akin to Caesar ciphers to relay messages, which is why Optimus Prime couldn't detect it. After finishing the call with Mary, Spider-Man turned to Chen Feng and said, Chen Feng, Mary wants us to go to the church in the suburbs. Let's go, Chen Feng said. The church in the suburbs would undoubtedly have traps. For the sake of Sandman's genes and venom, even if there were traps, he would still jump in. With the gliders as their means of transport, Chen Feng and Spider-Man reached the church Mary mentioned in just a minute or two. The church's doors were wide open, and it was dark inside, devoid of anyone. Chen Feng and Spider-Man walked in. Suddenly, all the lights in the church flickered on, illuminating the place as if it were daytime. With the lights on, Chen Feng saw a beautiful woman tied to a pillar at the edge of the church. Upon seeing the woman, Spider-Man disregarded everything else and rushed over, removing the cloth from her mouth and asking with concern, Gwen, are you all right? Peter, don't worry about me. You need to leave quickly. That crazy woman Mary wants to kill you, and you're no match for her. Gwen urged anxiously. Gwen, don't worry. This time I brought help. He's very powerful, and Mary won't be able to defeat him, Spider-Man reassured Gwen and then moved to untie her. At that moment, a monster descended from the sky, landing right in front of Chen Feng. The creature was female, had a tail, beast-like claws, a fierce appearance, and was clad in mechanical armor, fully armed and striking. Chen Feng, do you remember me? The monster said coldly to Chen Feng.